Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
According to the Worldwide Illustrated Guide to Zombie Creatures published after the apocalypse, evolutionary zombies are classified into levels 1 to 4. Level 4 zombie kings retain some human intelligence but lack conscious awareness. The levels of mutant zombies fluctuate with the original host's level, decreasing proportionally, with a maximum not exceeding level 4. A level 4 mutant zombie is equivalent to an S-level awakener, but so far, such monsters have not appeared worldwide. Zombies/mutant beasts only have 1 to 5 levels, with level 5 mutant beasts posing a severe threat to a particular area. Although their intelligence cannot be compared to humans, even zombie kings, each one possesses destructive combat power capable of wreaking havoc. The District B supplier, who was remotely monitoring the mission, obviously did not anticipate the appearance of a level 5 monster in the elderly people's nation at Novel Bin Adat. The commission they issued was originally just an investigative mission, intended to recover a substantial debt. As the Awakeners delved deeper, facing both intense radiation and oceanic monster swarms, and now encountering a level 5 armored sea turtle, it has far exceeded their psychological endurance. These suppliers regret their decision. The elderly people's nation is truly a den of wolves, no wonder the system automatically rated it as S. Clap, clap, clap. The armored sea turtle continued its relentless attacks. Buildings on the island collapsed with a resounding crash, debris continuously falling. Luckily, the elderly people's nation had a large area and could temporarily withstand its destruction, but the situation remained far from optimistic. Lu Xiao opened the map amidst the turbulence. The movement speed has increased. In 4 hours, we will enter the Sea of Misfortune's triangle. Song Ke looked around. On the uneven land, Awakeners were taking action one after another. Some close combat specialists found their positions and jumped down, landing steadily on the turtle shell. Faced with the enormous armored sea turtle, Guru Yi's gathering ability was nearly useless. Other group-based abilities also found it difficult. Jennifer's flames were extinguished by the seawater before igniting, and Su Xing's ice shards hit the back shell with no damage, instead providing an opportunity for the turtle to scrape off many barnacles. Su Xing, what? Is he now a janitor? Yin Xiao's expression was cold. He quickly climbed to the top of a collapsed hospital building, set up a mortar, and aimed at its 2 eyes. They say, as slow as a tortoise, but this armored sea turtle seemed to have lived for an unknown number of years, with intelligence evidently not low. Seeing the shells flying towards itself, it desperately scraped and jumped forward. Boom! The explosive shells missed by a hair's breadth, only hitting its incredibly tough shell, leaving behind a burned imprint. Yin Xiao cursed under his breath. Unless there is an instant activating ability, achieving a one-hit kill is necessary. Otherwise, once there is a wind-up before an attack, it can easily escape. The armored sea turtle, with its sturdy shell and the advantage of the ocean as its home turf, makes the battle particularly challenging. The tower where the Kazan locomotive is located is the only high ground remaining in the surrounding ruins. Veronica's eyes lit up, her brown hair flying as she slowly revealed a tarot card in her palm, the tower card in reverse, symbolizing the advent of disaster, complete collapse. Veronica's trembling hand stroked the card, murmuring, "We will die eventually." Vladimir held her head, their foreheads gently touching. "God be with us, Veronica. Wait for me to come back." After saying this, he turned and left, his robust figure stepping on the falling rubble, leaping towards the armored sea turtle, and slamming his fists heavily on its shell. Boom! The earth shook, and even the formidable attack of the level 5 beast paused for a moment. Dylan's sea blue eyes sparkled with anger as he stared at the grey-white eyeball on the side of the armored sea turtle. His awakened ability, Nightmare Descends, was activated, freezing the movements of the beast. Its forelimbs were fixed on the sea surface, entering a state of sleep paralysis. Onlooker Su Xing's small face puckered again. He's so useless, he's being outperformed again. He could only scratch the armored sea turtle's itch while Dylan took control of it. Song Ke and Sucha exchanged a glance, their spiritual tools shining in their hands. This battle seemed to have more risks than rewards, but the current situation left them no choice. If they didn't kill the armored sea turtle, only death awaited them. "Protect yourselves," Song Ke anxiously reminded his companions, giving an extra look to Zhuang Qinjian. Sucha silently gazed at Lin Yuyu, her lips moving slightly as if wanting to say something. Lin Yuyu approached with big strides, lifted her tiptoes to touch his head, and her soft fingers slid down to his neck. She gently pressed, causing Sucha to obediently lower his head. Their noses touched, and Lin Yuyu's lips curved. "I'm not interested in raising another puppy, so, be safe, okay?" Sucha's breath hitched, but Lin Yuyu quickly let go, stepped back, and turned to shout at Fang's Higzu, "Old Fang, help me check, am I wearing the life jacket correctly?" Sucha steadied himself and followed behind Song Ke. The two of them, one in front and one behind, jumped onto the back of the armored sea turtle with a thud and a clang. Yang Xiaobo, who was already on top, cursing and slashing at barnacles, tried to knock a hole in it. Seeing them, his eyes widened. Why did V587's slacker come at a time like this? Shouldn't they be hiding? Yang Xiaobo stood up with a scoot, hands on hips, advising, "Hey, don't seek your death here. Leave this to Big Brother Yang." Song Ke paid no attention, soaring up and down with Sucha. They quickly traversed the dense barnacle jungle, disappearing from sight. Yang Xiaobo muttered, "Big brother Ying can't save you now." On their way forward, Song Ke was suddenly stopped by a man. The man, an awakener resembling a polar bear from Loose Federation, quickly said to her, at #and*. "Song Ke, what kind of language is this?" Fortunately, the terminal had a built-in translator. Song Ke quickly opened it, and when the other saw her actions, he repeated himself quickly. "I'm Vladimir, an S5 level close combat awakener. It's tough to kill this beast alone, and I want to team up with you. In such a critical moment, powerful awakeners should unite." Vladimir looked down at the slender girl in front of him. If Veronica said this person is a tank, her divination would never be wrong. Song Ke performed a graceful knife dance, pointing to her own eyes, indicating that they would attack the beast's head. Vladimir, at #and. "Attack together, I'll deal with its forelimbs." Song Ke glanced at the translator, nodded first, and then raised her fist with a serious expression. "Yura, charge." Vladimir pounded his fists, responding, "Yura." The three of them acted separately. Song Ke jumped near the armored sea turtle's head, where the water had already reached her thighs, making movement difficult. With a swift slash of her knife, the blade shining with a dark green glow, Song Ke instantly attracted the attention of the monstrous head, which slowly turned towards her. On the other side, Sucha feigned a spear thrust, pretending to stab its eyeball. The armored sea turtle, using the same tactic as before, exerted force on its forelimbs to leap forward. Unexpectedly, Sucha suddenly changed direction, altering the attack to the thin membrane-like ears behind its eyes. This turned out to be a deceptive move, fooling it into evading in the wrong direction. Having perfectly relayed to the front, Song Ke pushed off with both feet, splitting the waves as she jumped into the air. The spiritual tool in her palm emitted a blue light, and she accurately and steadily plunged it into the right eyeball of the monstrous beast. Almost simultaneously, a burst shell came from a distance. Taking advantage of the moment when the armored sea turtle froze, it precisely hit its left eye. Song Ke suddenly looked up, seeing a young man on the dilapidated hospital rooftop with a sniper scope, giving her a thumbs up. The armored sea turtle, now with both eyes injured, convulsed in pain. Amidst the gasps, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a powerful jet of air burst forth, creating towering waves that instantly overturned a large number of awakeners. Splash! Song Ke and Sucha both fell into the water, but they had created an excellent opportunity. Vladimir, lurking in the water, had already taken his position. Grabbing the powerful forelimbs of the armored sea turtle, his awakened ability distortion was activated. The 10-meter-long forefin was instantly twisted into a bloody and blurry spiral, with thousands of bone spurs piercing into the fragmented flesh. Vladimir held his breath, blowing out bubbles, and his strong feet pushed against the turtle shell in the opposite direction. Under the extremely terrifying force, the entire forefin was torn off. Other awakeners followed suit, attacking the remaining 3 limbs of the armored sea turtle exposed outside the shell. Various awakened abilities rained down, and while they didn't directly tear like Vladimir, there were uneven wounds. Dylan sprinted on the fragments of the island, finally circling to the front of the armored sea turtle. Staring at its single eye, he activated Nightmare Descends again. However, this time, whether due to blindness or acquired resistance, it unexpectedly failed. Snap! The enraged turtle thrashed left and right, its hard shell colliding with debris. The ground collapsed under Dylan's feet, and he almost fell, with his black-clad bodyguard quickly rushing over to catch him. With its front limbs gone, the armored sea turtle shook violently in pain, entering a frenzied state. Unprepared, it leaped out of the water, its body rotating 360 degrees, and the awakeners on its back were thrown into the water. Vladimir was even carried up by the rolling waves, uncontrollably falling from a height of over 10 meters. The gray-white eyeball of the armored sea turtle oozed dirty blood, quickly locking onto its retaliatory target. It crazily chased Vladimir, and with a thud, the hard edge of the turtle shell collided with Vladimir, blood splattered in all directions, and a piece of his flesh was cut off raw. No. Veronica on the high tower clutched the railing, screaming heartbreakingly. Her eyes suddenly brightened to the extreme, and behind her, dark clouds gathered with lightning and thunder. The sea where the elderly people's nation was located immediately stirred up fierce winds and huge waves. Everyone was shocked. This was a weather manipulator? An awakener with the ability to forcibly change local weather, a weather manipulator capable of summoning wind and rain, is typically an extremely powerful S-level awakener. The armored sea turtle's retaliation was forcibly halted as it struggled to maintain balance amidst the towering waves. Veronica, an S-level dual-element awakener, had always kept her second ability well hidden. However, seeing Vladimir in a life-or-death situation, she could no longer afford to hold back her strength and only wanted to save her beloved. Veronica frantically tried to gather a new divination card, but divination had a time limit. Although she was anxious, it was of no use. Moments later, she muttered a curse and climbed down from the high tower, jumping into the sea to rescue Vladimir. With the retaliation target lost, the armored sea turtle began to wildly thrash around the islands. With a swing of its hind legs, another piece of debris was cut off. The space for awakeners to take shelter was getting smaller, and soon they would have nowhere to hide. Lu Xiao, facing the fierce wind and shouting, said, "Hey, you're at least an S-level awakener. Can you control it?" Zhuang Qinjian replied with the same volume, "Even if I control it, I can't kill it." This armored sea turtle was not as easy to deal with as the cockroach king in Hua City. It had thick skin and a nearly full defense index. Zhuang Qinjian could indeed control it with mental ability, but he couldn't kill it with a single blow. Moreover, after being controlled once, it would undoubtedly become wary. Dylan's second attempt just now failed, so his mental attack should be saved for a critical moment, coordinated with Song Kei's attack. Song Kei and Sucha both fell into the water. They stuck their heads out, took a deep breath, and continued diving into the sea, chasing after the armored sea turtle. Through the murky sea water, Song Kei noticed that they were beneath the belly of the armored sea turtle. This area was its softest and least defended weak point. The slightly pinkish flesh appeared smooth and intact. Sucha blew a series of bubbles and gestured to her. Song Kei understood. He suggested that if they could endure it, they should launch an attack from below. Song Kei also blew a series of bubbles, nodded, and indicated that she could stay underwater for 7 or 8 minutes without a problem. She grabbed a semi-submerged piece of the building wreckage beside her, and with a flash of blue light in her palm, 2 frigid saw-toothed knives appeared. She gently pushed one forward, and Sucha took the other. The two of them swung their legs, quickly approaching the armored sea turtle. A storm raged overhead, and the armored sea turtle went madly charging and colliding. The already precarious islands worsened under the onslaught. On the few remaining high ground pieces, Zhuang Qinjian was soaked through, his white casual clothes sticking tightly to his body, looking somewhat disheveled. He took off his waterlogged glasses, ran his fingers through his wet hair, suddenly raised his head, and looked towards the vast sea. What's happening again? Feng Zhigzu held onto Lu Xiao's mechanical arm, asking in a trembling voice. Not good. Zhuang Qinjian's expression was unusually solemn. Sucha made several cuts to open the belly of the armored sea turtle, and the toxic mist quickly permeated. He turned back to signal Song Kei to retreat, retreat, retreat. The two of them agilely moved backward. After a few seconds, the armored sea turtle rolled 360 degrees again, and the chaotic waves pushed them more than 10 meters away. However, its wound rapidly decayed due to the spread of toxins. Song Kei's eyes lit up. There was a chance. Just as she was about to tell Sucha to try again a few more times, her eyes suddenly widened. The seawater was infused with a large amount of fresh blood, both from the armored sea turtle and the awakeners. The strong scent of blood attracted other ferocious beasts in the vicinity. In the blurry and dim background, a group of mutated man-eating sharks, great white sharks, swiftly swam towards them. Their pupils were vertical, and their blood-filled mouths were full of serrated teeth, attacking the awakeners in the water. 2 of them were particularly ferocious, radiating chaos and likely being level 4 ferocious beasts. Song Kei felt like crying without tears. It was like adding insult to injury. A level 5 armored sea turtle was already challenging, and now 2 level 4 mutated man-eating sharks had joined the fray. The awakener closest to the shark group was the first to bear the brunt. Without any chance to evade, they were quickly torn apart and devoured by the sharks. This gruesome feast happened in an instant. The ferocious beasts didn't stop at just one meal. One of the level 4 man-eating sharks swam towards the abdomen of the armored sea turtle, viciously tearing and biting into it. The man-eating sharks moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they reached their next target, Sucha's surroundings. Fighting in the water was inconvenient, and Sucha was trapped. Though he fought back with all his strength, the number of sharks was just too overwhelming. A slight delay in turning around resulted in one of the sharks biting into his arm. Song Kei gripped a piece of building debris at her fingertips, conjuring a phantom blue spear and thrusting it forward. It hit the offending man-eating shark, causing it to release its grip. Sucha took advantage of the opportunity to escape, but the assault with the spear continued, sweeping through the sea like a boomerang. The spearhead cut through the spindle-shaped bodies of these ferocious beasts, and black blood gushed out, disrupting the formation of the shark group. Sucha followed closely behind Song Kei as they escaped. While swimming, he pulled out a securing band, tightly binding the wound to prevent the blood from attracting more monsters. Bang, bang, bang. The fragments of the islands continued to be violently impacted. The ferocious shark group stuck their heads out, glaring menacingly at the awakeners on the land. Even more unfortunate was the sudden thunderous roar from the direction of the Sea of Misfortune, causing shockwaves that triggered a devastating tsunami. What kind of cursed mission is this? Lin Yu felt like crying without tears. First the armored sea turtle, then the sharks, and now a tsunami. Under the triple impact, the once glorious elderly people's nation finally crumbled and collapsed. All the awakeners fell into the abyss. Lin Yu, who couldn't swim, closed her eyes tightly and plunged into the water. Despite vigorously flapping her arms and legs, she couldn't resist the sinking trend. She frantically felt for her life jacket, but her fingertips suddenly stopped. It seemed that when a person is having a stroke of bad luck, even sipping cold water can be problematic. Her life jacket, which she had checked countless times, was unfortunately torn by falling debris. Lin Yu suddenly choked on water, and as her lungs rapidly emptied of oxygen, her heart rate slowed down. Was she going to die? In her next life, she definitely needed to learn how to swim. As her vision became increasingly blurred and her consciousness disoriented, Lin Yu hallucinated at the critical moment. A massive black shadow appeared to swim towards her. The intense seismic waves triggered a tsunami that swept away all the ferocious beasts and awakeners. Song Kei was caught in a whirlpool, floating and sinking without knowing where she was going. She struggled to break free, finally overcoming the dizziness. A level 4 man-eating shark had just finished devouring 2 awakeners, and its gray-white vertical pupils focused on Song-K. With a flick of its forked tail fin, it lunged towards her. Song-K hurriedly changed direction, forcefully kicking her legs. However, the marine apex predator, the man-eating shark, was evidently faster in its hunting action. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to her, reaching her lower legs and viciously biting down. But it didn't succeed. Its jaw was firmly wedged. A lengthened triage military dagger unexpectedly appeared on Song-K's lower leg, resiliently holding its jaws open. The shark, caught in agony, violently thrashed about. The sharp teeth with gaps cut through Song-K's legs, conveying a knife-like pain to her brain. However, she didn't retract her leg. Instead, she turned and lifted it, exerting force from the inside outward with the triage military dagger, piercing through the shark's jaw. Black blood gushed out. The level 4 ferocious beast, with its limited intelligence, showed signs of retreat due to fear. It desperately swung its dorsal and tail fins, attempting to escape from Song-K's clutches. Biting me and trying to run away? Song-K's upper body quickly approached. With both hands gripping the knife, she thrust it into the shark's dead white eyeball, cutting out across from the inside. Splash! The entire head of the man-eating shark was split open. Inside the decaying flesh and tissues, a pigeon blood red crystal sparkled. Song-K raised her hand, cut out the crystal, and stowed it in her pocket. The man-eating shark gradually ceased struggling. She then dove into the shark's mouth, recovered the triage military dagger, slowly withdrew her leg, and gave it a firm kick. The heavy body of the man-eating shark sank to the seabed. Song-K glanced at her right leg, which was blurred with blood from the shin to the ankle. Pain was something she could endure, but along with the pain, there was an unsettling shiver that had faintly emerged from the depths of her soul since a moment ago. It seemed that the aftereffects of the 30% excessive radiation were slowly manifesting now. Song-K's entire cellular structure was burning intensely, and the agonizing pain of genetic tearing made her scream silently. In the unseen back of her neck, a branding-like burning sensation penetrated into her bone marrow. After a few seconds, Song-K was horrified to discover that scales had actually grown on the back of her hand. She looked around anxiously and hastily took refuge in a coral reef, tightly hugging herself and hiding her hands. What's happening? Could that man-eating shark have some contagious disease? Adat novel bin adat. Worriedly, Song-K touched her leg. Fortunately, her second ability was now taking effect, and her cells were renewing, healing the wound at a steady pace. It's okay, it'll be fine later. Song-K reassured herself, exhaling a string of bubbles. She had been underwater for almost 7 minutes, it was time to go up for air. Song-K touched her leg again and felt that it had recovered enough. She slowly swam out of the coral reef. Then she abruptly stopped, her movements freezing. She lowered her head to look at her legs. No, those were not legs at all. Her legs had disappeared. From the waist down, Song-K's lower body transformed into a long snake tail, covered with fine scales, and the tip of the tail emitted a dazzling poisonous light. Song-K shook it forcefully, trying to get rid of whatever it was. Why couldn't it change back? Snap! The barbed fork at the end hit the coral reef where she had just hidden, turning its bright red color into ash white, and then it shattered with a resounding crash. Huh? It's so powerful? Song-K dumbfoundedly opened her mouth, letting seawater pour in. She coughed it out. A figure in the distance swam towards her, and Song-K raised her head warily. A faint figure appeared in front, and Song-K suddenly turned around, trying to hide her tail. Although she didn't understand why her legs had disappeared, the disastrous situation clearly couldn't be discovered by others, and she couldn't explain it at all. The newly grown snake tail was heavy and slippery, and it didn't behave. Song-K tried to coil it up several times, but it quickly unraveled. The moving figure gradually approached, and Song-K tightened the spiritual weapon in her hand. The other party's face was fully revealed. It was Sucha. Song-K breathed a sigh of relief, too lazy to coil her tail, letting it relax and sway gently in the sea. After Sucha found her, he raised his right hand, ready to make a gesture, but his movement suddenly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, and upon closer inspection, even his pupils were trembling. Song-K, she shook her tail, opened her hands, indicating her helplessness. Sucha was indeed Sucha. His mental resilience was exceptionally strong. He was only stunned for less than 2 seconds before he came to his senses. He took off the combat jacket on him, swam over and tied it around Song-K's waist. The 2 sleeves were tied in the middle to create a barrier. He lifted the forked tail, making it less noticeable from the front, although it looked a bit strange. Song-K patted his shoulder, indicating that she was about to suffocate and needed to go up first to breathe. With a strong force from her snake tail, she shot out into the distance, moving twice as fast as before, instantly creating a distance between her and Sucha. Splash! Song-K suddenly emerged from the sea, gasping for breath. 3 or 4 minutes later, Sucha followed suit. Looking up, the elderly people's nation had completely collapsed, and debris of various sizes floated on the sea. In the distance, awakeners were still fighting the bloodthirsty sea turtles, while also being distracted by the mutant shark group, gradually finding it difficult to cope. Song-K was shocked. What happened to the island? Collapsed. She still had 2 companions who couldn't swim. Sucha's face also changed, and Song-K quickly pressed the communicator on her collar. Are you okay? Report your location. Lu Xiao's indifferent voice immediately sounded, we're fine. It would be even better if there weren't so many man-eating sharks at the drop point. The mechanical arm made a faint sound of movement, accompanied by Fangs Higgs's weak groan. Xiaolu, take it slow while swimming, I feel a bit dizzy. Then came Su Xing. I'm fine. I was picked up by Dylan's bodyguard. He and Dylan were thrown onto an inflatable boat, far away from the center of the battlefield. Dylan's azure eyes looked at him with confusion, and he muttered in the Caryo language, where did this little brat come from? Su Xing? What little brat? I'm a year older than you. Only Zhuang Qinjian obediently reported his coordinates. He coughed weakly and said with a breathless voice, Song Keek, come and save me. Song Ke looked somewhat distressed. I have some trouble here. Zhuang Qinjian's fragility disappeared in an instant, his voice calm and deep. Where are you? I'll come to find you. Song Ke reported her location and asked, what about Yuyo? While the others were talking, Lin Yuyo had remained silent. Sucha frowned, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart. Lin Yuyo was the worst swimmer among them, and she also had a severe fear of water. Yuyo. Song Ke raised her voice, can you hear me? Respond if you hear. No one answered, there was silence on the channel. Lin Yuyu, are you there? Speak. Sucha pressed the microphone on his collar, shouting sternly, the muscles in his cheeks trembling from excessive tension. His nerves were like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. After a full 5 seconds, Lin Yuyu's faint and fragile whisper came, here, here. Sucha took a sharp breath, then exhaled, as if a drowning person had regained their breath. Where are you? I'll come get you. Lin Yuyu choked on some water, sounding hesitant. The situation here is a bit complicated. Don't worry about me, first deal with the ferocious beasts. I'm safe, I'll come to you guys in a while. Sucha casually took care of 2 or 3 approaching man-eating sharks, and replied in a low, hoarse voice, all right. Zhuang Qinjian had already swum over, his speed astonishing in the wind and waves. He lay streamlined in the water, and each stroke of his arms was textbook perfect. In the final stretch, he alternated swinging his legs like a sword leaving its sheath, reaching Song Ke in an instant. Song Ke looked at him expressionlessly, thinking, not good at swimming, my foot. He swims exceptionally well. The seawater slid down Zhuang Qinjian's chin into his collar. He reached back to smooth his hair, revealing a perfect forehead. What trouble did you encounter? Song Ke looked nervously. I got infected by a shark. Zhuang Qinjian was slightly puzzled. Infected. Their location wasn't exactly at the center of the battlefield. Song Ke looked around and slowly lifted her tail. Zhuang Qinjian's pupils contracted. Let me see. He reached out to touch. Don't touch, Song Ke whispered. It's poisonous. She explained the cause and effect of her recent battle with the shark, healing her right leg injury, which then transformed into a snake tail. It has nothing to do with that man-eating shark. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes darkened. It's radiation. During this time, Song Ke had absorbed too much excessive radiation, first at Ningrong's laboratory with 130%, and then staying for over an hour under the 30% intensity in the elderly people's nation. Although there were no obvious symptoms at the time, the unknown genes in her body had issues. Can you control turning back? Zhuang Qinjian asked. No, Song Ke honestly shook her head. In the distance, the armored sea turtle, under the relentless attacks, finally showed signs of exhaustion, with another level 4 man-eating shark seizing the opportunity to tear off half of its hind limb. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at the battlefield. Deal with it quickly, and let's return to the northern base. I'll go below, Sucha volunteered, sticking to the original plan to continue attacking the armored sea turtle's abdomen. Then I'll go head-on, Song Ke said. The armored sea turtle was blinded and heavily damaged, making it the perfect time to kill it. Her long snake tail twisted and moved, slithering, instantly shooting out more than 20 meters. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes flickered slightly, surprised by her speed. He sighed faintly and made an effort to catch up from behind. Yang Xiaobo was being chased by a level 4 man-eating shark. He got too carried away after fighting the sea turtle, accidentally using up his awakened energy, and was violently pushed forward by a huge wave. Bang! He collided with the tail fin of the man-eating shark. The ferocious beast slowly turned its head, and its grey-white eyes stared fixedly at him. Yang Xiaobo's messy hair stood up like a chicken coop, and his legs swung frantically. Don't eat me. I've had malnutrition since childhood, more bones than meat. While shouting wildly, he struggled to gather his awakened ability and threw it forward regardless of the consequences. The man-eating shark, thoroughly angered, opened its massive blood-filled mouth and bit toward his head. Woe is me! Facing imminent death, Yang Xiaobo let out a desperate scream. Swoosh! A slender figure swiftly swam by, and in a flash, the strongest V587 slacker had already positioned himself in front of Yang Xiaobo. The toxic forked tail pierced ruthlessly into the man-eating shark from below the sea surface, freezing the ferocious beast's hefty body. Song Ke acted swiftly, her dual short knives flashing blue light as she mercilessly slashed open its head. The scalding black blood poured over Yang Xiaobo's head and face. Song Ke extracted the crystal quickly, pulled out her tail, sank and floated, then continued swimming towards the armored sea turtle. Yang Xiaobo wiped his face and muttered to himself, damn, your brother Yang made a mistake. In the center of the battlefield, the life and death struggle between awakeners and the armored sea turtle continued. Dark clouds covered the sky, and Veronica, holding Vladimir's head, closed her eyes slightly as lightning struck. Guru Yi's awakened ability gather finally came into play. The invisible traction brought the scattered shark group together, while Jennifer and others with AoE attacks skillfully unleashed their abilities to clear the monsters. Song Kei took a deep breath, submerged her head into the sea, and with her snake tail swinging rapidly like a flexible ribbon, she leaped across the center of the battlefield. She arrived in front of the armored sea turtle, whose size was still astonishing even when only considering its head. In front of it, Song Kei seemed like a fragile little jellyfish, easily swallowed at any moment. The bloodshot eyes of the armored sea turtle shed bloody tears as it suddenly opened its mouth, fiercely biting toward her. Song Kei agilely dodged, and her tail forked from bottom to top, accurately stabbing into its neck. The potent poison quickly spread, causing the entire turtle's head to rapidly discolor and decay, revealing petrified-like cracks. With successive heavy blows to its limbs and head, and blood pouring out from its abdomen, this level 5 ferocious beast was now clearly on the brink of death at Novel bin at. Its remaining 2 fins madly slapped the sea surface, and suddenly, it leaped out of the water again, initiating a 360-degree rotation. Boom! The counterattack this time was particularly astonishing. The awakeners who had managed to climb onto the turtle's back were once again thrown off, some directly smashed into mincemeat. As Song Kei bounced up and down with the sea waves, her snake tail strangely maintained balance. The strong airflow propelled her up to a height of 50 meters. In her palm, a trident appeared, radiating a chilling light. The coiled snake tail hid within her coat, and she plummeted down like a projectile. All the awakeners on the sea looked up in shock. The short few seconds felt infinitely extended, and the scene before them seemed like a slow-motion replay. A sapphire light flashed by, and the trident pierced through the right eye of the armored sea turtle, relentlessly pushing through and exiting the left eye. The armored sea turtle tilted its head back, violently shaking in pain. Song Kei was tossed up and down, feeling dizzy, but she held onto the trident firmly. She wanted to find the right moment to jump onto its head but couldn't find a suitable opportunity. Damn, soloing a level 5 ferocious beast. Is she still human? This person is too crazy. Which team is she from? S level. The onlookers, who witnessed the entire process, swallowed their saliva in disbelief and murmured. The armored sea turtle, realizing death was imminent, struggled even more frantically. A strong and chaotic radiation burst from its body, causing thousands of air columns to erupt on the sea surface. Awakeners who couldn't dodge in time were lifted into the sky. Oh no, it's going to self-destruct. An awakener from the Cario Empire shouted in panic. Once a level 5 ferocious beast self-destruct, the power it generated was comparable to a nuclear bomb. It was enough to wipe out the entire sea area, leaving no one alive. Zhuang Qinjian finally managed to swim to the edge of the battlefield and quickly pressed the communicator on his collar. Song Kei? Countdown 3 seconds, dissect its crystal. Song Kei, still in disarray from the wind, barely replied, sure, Zhuang Qinjian's eyes narrowed slightly, locking onto the target. He activated his S-level mental ability, telekinetic piercing. The dead white eyes of the armored sea turtle suddenly froze, and the remnants of its sanity momentarily dispersed. Where was it? It had been sleeping for many years. Why did it suddenly come out from the depths of the sea? In an instant, Song Kei let go, somersaulting and landing on the turtle's head. With both hands gripping a massive shovel, she thrust it into the brain with all her strength. Immediately, she rapidly stirred left and right until the tip touched something solid. With a forceful pull, a crystal the size of a basketball, dazzling with golden light, shot out. It resembled the newborn morning sun, illuminating the entire battlefield and attracting everyone's attention. Awakeners nearby, unable to resist the temptation, started swimming toward the crystal. Song Kei jumped upward, cradling the crystal in her hands. In an instant, she stowed it away in her dimensional space, and the dazzling golden light disappeared without a trace. Those awakeners abruptly stopped and slowly retreated. After the impulsive urge passed, they regained their senses, beads of cold sweat forming on their backs. Steal the crystal? Are they kidding? This person just soloed a level 5 ferocious beast. It would be like cutting vegetables for her to kill them. Really, have they lost their minds? Isn't it better to live peacefully? Why seek a death wish? Awesome, V587. Yin Xiao clung to the turtle shell, shouting loudly. The resounding cheers echoed layer by layer, reaching everyone's ears. The shattered head of the armored sea turtle hung into the sea. The radiation within its body dissipated rapidly. Although it had just died, its body could still float temporarily. After a while, it would sink to the bottom. The remaining shark groups were also cleared out, and the exhausted awakeners swam towards the turtle's back, flipping over and climbing up to rest. Zhuang Qinjian swam to the side of the turtle's head, propped himself up with both hands, and jumped up. Song Kei, pitifully curled up on top, was trying to figure out how to walk. The coat used to cover herself had long been torn, and no matter how she hid, the tip of her tail still peeked out. Zhuang Qinjian casually jumped, took out a long coat from the dimensional space, and helped her wrap up again. Then he bent down, his hands passing through Song Kei's waist. He lifted her horizontally and, as he stood up, his steps were a bit unsteady, stumbling a couple of times. The feeling in the palms was slippery. Her snake tail was indeed too heavy. Song Kei blinked and earnestly suggested, "You should exercise." After a while, she couldn't help but mutter, "I can lift you with one hand." Zhuang Qinjian. His fingertips moved slightly, and a brand new wheelchair appeared out of thin air. Carefully placing Song Kei onto it, he said with a cold face. Tail, coil up properly. Song Ke puffed her cheeks, promptly coiling it into a ball. Zhuang Qinjian then took out a blanket and covered her lower body securely. Yin Xiao was not far away and walked over after escaping the danger. Upon seeing the appearance of the two, he was momentarily stunned. Why was Song Ke, who was in a wheelchair, now sitting there? Yin Xiao took a step forward, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Song Ke, are you injured? No, no. Song Ke hurriedly retreated. I just need to rest a bit. Yin Xiao, still concerned, wanted to approach for confirmation. However, Zhuang Qinjian blocked him, his gaze cold. She's fine. Please maintain social distance. Yin Xiao glanced at Zhuang Qinjian, observing him standing perfectly on his two long legs, and his mouth twitched. What's wrong with this guy? Sitting in a wheelchair for no reason? Lu Xiao and Fang Zhigze came from the other side. Although they looked disheveled and had some blood stains, fortunately, they were not injured. Sucha also returned from underwater. He was wearing a black tank top, and his muscular arms had clear and smooth lines. His left hand, hastily treated, had poor blood circulation, already turned pale due to soaking in seawater. Fang Zhigze hurriedly ran over to treat him. Sister Su Xing ran over with his short legs, wanting to leap into Song Ke's arms. Midway, he was stopped by Zhuang Qinjian, who pressed down on his head, lowering his voice to warn, "Don't lift the blanket, don't let anyone get close to her. Protect your sister." Su Xing's radar lit up on his head. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he was quite clever. He immediately ran to Song Ke's side, like a little lion defending his territory with bared teeth and claws. Veronica dragged Vladimir up, holding his head, continuously kissing his cheeks, and murmuring incomprehensible prayers. Vladimir's eyes were tightly closed, his face pale. A whole piece was missing from the right side of his chest, almost reaching his heart. Although S-level awakeners weren't so easily killed, he later attacked with his injuries and, soaked in seawater for a long time, his condition worsened. Without timely treatment, there was a risk of demotion. Song Ke silently looked at the man on the ground. There was no doubt that Vladimir, in terms of character and strength, deserved to be S5 level. She turned her head and called out softly, "Old Fang." Sucha's injuries were not severe, and Fang Zhigze had already dealt with them. Upon hearing Song Ke's call, he raised his head and instantly understood Vladimir's situation. Song Ke opened the translator and skillfully switched to loose language. "We have a doctor, do you need one?" Veronica stared at her for 2 seconds, her eyes sad but calm. "Thank you, but a regular doctor can't save him." Song Ke pointed to Fang Zhigze. "He is not only a regular doctor but also an A5 level, a healer." Veronica looked shocked. Healing awakeners were too rare. Lu certainly had A-level healers, but they were usually in big cities, well protected and rarely involved in life-threatening S-level missions. Veronica gently placed Vladimir's head down, stood up, and expressed the highest respect to Song Ke in the loose way. "Thank you, thank you," she repeated in the Alliance language with a hint of awkwardness. Fang Zhigze, carrying the first aid kit, crouched down. After more than half a year of training, he had evolved from an excellent operating room doctor to a field doctor who could treat anytime, anywhere, even in the most basic conditions. The light-colored ability flowed out slowly, and Vladimir's complexion visibly improved. Fang Zhigze efficiently helped him clean and bandage the wound. Vital signs are stable, and the loss of awakened energy is within a manageable range. Go back and treat him well, he can recover. Veronica also deeply bowed to Fang Zhigze. Sucha stepped aside, holding his collar and asked in a low voice, "Lin Yuyu, where are you?" There was a rustling sound from the other side, and after a while, a voice came out, "Here, here." "Oops, wrong, turn right." Who was she talking to? Sucha furrowed his brows slightly. Yin Xiao looked down at the terminal. "The client has decided to abandon the mission, and a starship is coming to pick us up nearby. Everyone stay put." The awakeners on the turtle's back couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. This S-level mission was full of crises from start to finish, dangerous at every step. Yet, in the end, they still couldn't figure out why the residents of the elderly people's nation mysteriously disappeared. In the low-spirited atmosphere, a certain awakener spoke with doubt. "Why do I feel something is off? Didn't the sea turtle die? Why is it swimming even faster now? Look, those island fragments are also moving. Could there be another unexpected twist?" The mentally exhausted awakeners silently screamed. Lu Xiao thought of something and pulled out a wet screen to confirm. "We've already reached the Sea of Misfortune." The surrounding magnetic field was in chaos, and the image flickered incessantly. The weather map loaded frame by frame, and Lu Xiao could finally see the whole picture, freezing at the sight. "Look over there," someone exclaimed in terror. In the far distance on the sea's horizon, an immensely large vortex was spinning rapidly, swiftly pulling in everything around it. "What on earth is that? Damn, is it causing an underwater earthquake?" "No, the suction is too strong." The corpse of the armored sea turtle was getting closer to the vortex, and the intense water pressure caused a strong feeling of suffocation. If this continued, everyone would perish. "Dive? Swim back. Don't be foolish, where do we swim to? What should we do then? Wait for death? Unless the rescue starship arrives now, what else can we do?" "Hey!" A clear female voice echoed behind the crowd. The familiar voice made Sucha turn around abruptly. A heavy shadow loomed over, and a colossal creature was swiftly swimming in the sea. Describing it as a colossal creature was not enough. How large was its size? Even though they were quite far away, no one could clearly see its entire form, only vaguely glimpsing parts of its body as it moved. This is a ferocious beast, again. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the emotions of the awakeners on site were on the verge of collapsing. A tiny figure sat on the back of the giant fish, and Lin Yuyo cupped her hands around her mouth, shouting to the people on the turtle's back. "Captain, I'm here to pick you up, hurry up and get on." Song Kei's face showed surprise. "It's Lin Yuyo," Zhuang Qinjian decisively said. "Let's go." V587 didn't waste any time. The group crossed the turtle's back and ran towards the unknown ferocious beast. Others were dumbfounded. What the heck? Are they insane? But immediately after, more and more people went crazy. Tustin and Peace Dove followed without hesitation. Yang Xiaobo, while sprinting, shouted loudly, "Listen to your brother Yang. If you don't want to die, follow V587. At Novel bin at. Veronica helped the recovering Vladimir to his feet and followed closely. With death on both sides, the remaining awakeners gritted their teeth and also chased after. The colossal creature emitted a distant and resonant roar, extending half of its wing like a massive palm leaf, serving as a makeshift bridge resting on the turtle shell. The awakeners quickly changed their positions and moved to its back. Sucha swiftly walked a few steps to Lin Yuyu's side. Lin Yuyu's long hair was soaked, clinging tightly to her face. Her life jacket was tattered, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. She patted Sucha's shoulder, winked mischievously. "This time, I really escaped from death. I'll tell you the legendary story later." Sucha. The onlookers, other awakeners, were completely stupefied. What kind of freaks were in this team called V587? They looked like slackers yet easily soloing level 5 and level 4 ferocious beasts. The healing awakener was perfectly fine but didn't stay in the city. Instead, they played on the battlefield for the thrill. And now, there was a woman who could control ferocious beasts? Did they even understand what a normal awakener should be like? Before the crowd could express their amazement, the scene before them changed once again. In the center of the Sea of Misfortune, the vortex's rotation speed increased rapidly, and the armored sea turtle's corpse was sucked in, instantly torn apart. Fierce winds, tsunamis, torrential rain, the powerful suction made it hard to breathe, and the sky turned as dark as the deepest night. At this moment, the colossal creature beneath them suddenly flapped its wings, leaping out of the sea surface. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and the whole world became incredibly ethereal. Surrounded by flowing clouds, it felt like one could reach out and touch the sky. No one spoke. The ultimate shock couldn't be expressed in words. This ferocious beast, Zhuang Qinjian spoke with solemnity, is a kun. Ancient texts from the old civilization once recorded, in the northern seas, there is a fish called kun, its size immeasurable, capable of transforming into a flying bird named Pang. The outspread wings resembled descending clouds. The mutated marine creature brought by Lin Yuyo, regardless of its original form, truly deserved the name kun. However, today was destined to be an extraordinary day, as they were about to witness history unfold. In the center of the vortex, a colossal black city slowly rose, casting a shadow that covered the sky. The rushing seawater cascaded down like a silver waterfall from the celestial river. After leaving the sea surface, it freed itself from the constraints of gravity, accelerating faster and soon surpassing the kun where the people were, hovering in the air. Lu Xiao quietly looked up. At the bottom of the city, an endless stream of Yayo was continuously supplying energy. Even as a former member of the Lu family, he had never seen so many Yayo at once. Utopia, Zhuang Qinjian slowly pronounced a word. What? Song Kei asked in confusion. Zhuang Qinjian gazed at the enormous shadow overhead with deep and distant eyes. The famous utopianist, Smyril, proposed an idea in the early stages of his theory. He believed that above the 180 districts of the Alliance, there should exist an S-level city where people enjoy the most beautiful life equality, shared wealth, free from oppression and troubles, like the legendary Utopia. That S-level city is called Utopia. Zhuang Qinjian smiled faintly, his eyes chilling. Unfortunately, what? Someone couldn't help but murmur. Zhuang Qinjian's tone carried a hint of mockery. Unfortunately, Smyril himself was considered the most arrogant utopianist in recent history. He was sentenced to death and sent to the death prison for multiple crimes. The Central Court believed that his theory was fundamentally impractical and unanimously rejected it, officially abolishing it. He opened Song Kei's terminal, went to the mission page, and without hesitation clicked complete. Thanks to this accidentally triggered S-level mission, now everyone knew where did the residents of the elderly people's nation actually go? The awakeners looked solemn, turned on their cameras, faithfully recording everything before them. As this floating city stabilized, visible changes occurred in the surrounding area. The storm over the Sea of Misfortune dissipated, and sunlight replaced the darkness. The thick black color on the surface of Utopia gradually faded, revealing a pure white glow, as if it truly resembled the idyllic paradise Smyril described. However, everyone's heads were shrouded in an undispersed shadow. Veronica, sensing something, produced a new divination card in her palm. She slowly flipped it open. The reversed world card. It meant an ungraspable scepter, unclear judgments, and a success filled with flaws. It also symbolized abandoned humanity. Zhuang Qinjian made a soft sound, tightening the joints of his fingers resting on the snake's tail. He dragged the progress bar back, pressed play from the beginning, and so everyone was forced to watch again the 3 lines of explosive and provocative headlines. This video was probably recorded with a ring-shaped terminal, with a limited field of view and occasional shakes. The person filming probably didn't anticipate the astonishing developments later. Starting with a somewhat insincere posing on the deserted streets of the elderly people's nation, after a short while, the ground suddenly cracked open. The camera violently shook, the perspective seemingly plummeting like a free-fall ride. Inadvertently focusing on the sea, the enormous head of a ferocious beast suddenly appeared. The realism of a disaster movie hit them head-on. The opening scene was crafted perfectly. No wonder this video went viral, immediately capturing the audience's attention. In fact, many people on the island were filming videos at that time. Some awakeners even maintained a connection with their clients, making it easy for them to understand the situation on the spot. However, when the elderly people's nation later collapsed, the armored sea turtle went on a rampage, and everyone was embroiled in a fierce battle, too preoccupied to care about recording videos. But this guy not only didn't turn off the camera, he even intentionally switched it to motion capture mode, enhancing the clarity of the footage. On the screen, a line of text slowly appeared. Main feature begins. Lin Yu chuckled, "Oh, there's even post-production." Swoosh, 2 agile figures descended at the center of the frame. Song Kae and Sucha appeared out of thin air, like twin stars flying together. Snake-like movements, weaving through the barnacles, they headed towards the head of the armored sea turtle. The person filming exclaimed, "Damn," stumbling behind them, tripping numerous times along the way. When he reached the head, he coincided with the exquisite cooperation of the two. A burst of blue light, Song Kae and Sucha, one real and one fake attack, both wielding unstoppable spiritual weapons, simultaneously stabbed the 2 eyeballs of the armored sea turtle. Exciting background music played, followed by the enthusiastic text. First blood. Double kill. Roar, roar, roar. The person filming let out an excited and strange shout, the voice vaguely familiar. Song Kae looked surprised, and after a moment, she dredged it up from the corners of her memory. Wasn't this Yang Xiaobo with the talkative rainbow-colored hair? Zhuang Qinjian clicked pause, dragged it back to watch again. At this point, Song Kae's genes hadn't gone awry, and in the footage, her agile figure was exceptionally lively, with clear views of her legs as she ran. The armored sea turtle launched a 360-degree spinning counterattack. Yang Xiaobo splashed into the water with a plop. The camera floated and sank, creating a suffocating feeling of the deep sea, making it hard to breathe. He finally climbed back up, clumsily wiping off the water droplets on the lens, only to find that Song Kae had disappeared from his sight. In the distance, a group of mutated man-eating sharks appeared. Yang Xiaobo gathered his abilities, bravely rushing towards them, constantly muttering to himself, "If I die, this will be my farewell video. But it's okay. 20 years later, your brother Yang will be a hero again." Lin Yu supported her chin, looking somewhat worried. If he keeps filming like this, won't he accidentally capture Song Kae's tail? Song Kae was suddenly startled, her snake tail shrinking and sliding back, coiling into a large mosquito coil. Lu Xiao remained calm, shaking his head. If he really captures something, the Star Network won't be as calm as it is now. The current online discussions covered a wide range of topics, but there were no keywords related to snake tail. "Let's continue watching," Zhuang Qinjian said in a deep voice. The video continued, and considering the time, Song Kae had already grown her snake tail. Everyone in the private room sat upright, fully focused on the screen. Yang Xiaobo was having a particularly unlucky time. Just as he climbed back onto the turtle shell, he turned his head and collided with a level 4 man-eating shark. The shark opened its huge mouth, seemingly about to bite off his head, but its movement suddenly froze. Triple kill. Song Kae emerged from a diagonal thrust, hands crossed for a lethal twist. Swish. She slashed the top of the ferocious beast's skull, and thick black blood sprayed onto the lens. The screen instantly darkened, as if splashing the audience's faces, but immediately, a pigeon blood-red crystal attracted everyone's attention. Zhuang Qinjian slowly played back frame by frame. When the man-eating shark was pierced, a faint and elusive dark light flashed. He zoomed in with 2 fingers, single-handedly grasping the curved fork on Song Kae's tail, pulling it out and comparing it to the projection. "Can you see it?" Fang's Higsu approached and observed for a moment. "I would only think it's a knife." Sucha agreed, "It's hard to distinguish." Others also shook their heads. Song Kae's attacks were clean and precise, showing no signs of anomalies in the video. Next was the scene of Song Kae facing the armored sea turtle alone. Yang Xiaobo was somewhat far away, and even at the closest, the lens was still slightly out of focus. This was also the most likely moment to expose the truth. When Song Kae was propelled into the sky, her tail, not completely wrapped, might be captured on camera. However, when the killing scene appeared, everyone in the private room fell silent together at novel bin at. Yang Xiaobo, seemingly lost in thought, manually added special effects. Colorful laser beams lingered around Song Kae, resembling the rotating lights in a low-grade disco, almost blinding everyone's eyes. What was even more outrageous was that he intentionally magnified the trident. As a result, all anyone could see was a flashy, multicolored ball of light and an extremely exaggerated trident descending from the sky, piercing through the armored sea turtle's head. Quadra kill. Aced. In the moment the level 5 crystal appeared, Song Kae bathed in a dazzling golden light, added in post-production, resembling the famous Buddha statue in the Rainbow Cloud City. In such a scene, let alone the tail, it would be reasonable even if she grew wings and ascended in place. Song K sincerely praised, "Wow, it looks good." Lin Yuyo was incredulous, "You think this looks good?" Song K blinked uncertainly and whispered, "It's, pretty good. I shouldn't have asked. Your taste is just like that rainbow-headed guy." Lin Yuyo sighed while holding her forehead. Yang Xiaobo could be considered a talent. Inadvertently, he provided cover for Song K. Even at this point, Yang Xiaobo didn't stop. He consecutively recorded the scenes of Utopia Rising and Lin Yuyo riding the kun, adding the same bling-bling effects. However, because the mutated kun was too large, he couldn't capture it entirely, so he chose to use voiceover commentary. "My savior is the peerless heroine of V587. One day, she came to rescue me riding a giant fish." After the highlight moment of V587, Yang Xiaobo surprisingly continued for another 20 minutes, sharing a long and meaningless personal journey that no one wanted to hear. The video only truly ended when the rescue arrived. Lin Yuyo was speechless, muttering, "Fine, help the captain attract attention. Anyway, I don't have any dirt they can dig up." Zhuang Qinjian coldly asked, "Can the video be deleted?" Lu Xiao replied, "It can't be completely deleted. It spread too quickly, and the download count has already exceeded 2 billion times." Although it ended somewhat abruptly, Yang Xiaobo's first alliance video of killing a level 5 ferocious beast had enough novelty, and the content could reluctantly be considered high quality. In less than 2 hours, it had spread across all of District B. Even if we delete it, if someone shares the local files, it will still pop up, like wild grass that can't be completely burned, growing again with the spring breeze. Lu Xiao's tone was flat and not optimistic. Zhuang Qinjian closed his eyes for 2 seconds, then suddenly opened them, "Then destroy the source files." The processed video might not show any abnormalities for now, but the original video was a different story. Yang Xiaobo might not notice anything right now, but who knows, if he starts to think carefully, he might realize something is off. Coincidentally, Yang Xiaobo was on the same starship as the Peace Dove squad, which included V587. Zhuang Qinjian, Lu Xiao, and Sucha pushed the door and went out. The three stern-faced young men walked through the rear cabin and stopped in front of another compartment. Through a partition, they could hear Yang Xiaobo's chattering noise. "Sister Ruyi, do you think I'm going to become popular? Maybe I should switch to being an internet celebrity. Brother Yang still has a promising future, right? Yang Xiaobo, you're so annoying. Can you shut up?" Knock, knock. Zhuang Qinjian politely knocked on the compartment door. Without waiting for an answer from inside, he suddenly pulled it open. Sucha was at the forefront, his 6'3" height filling the entire space. His gaze was deep, and a dark blue dagger danced in his palm. Sure enough, Yang Xiaobo's left middle finger had a ring, a skull-headed Gothic design, surprisingly matching his eccentric personality. Zhuang Qinjian pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and looked genteel, like a refined elite lawyer. "Captain Gu, I am the special attorney for V587. Your team member, without the consent of our captain, secretly filmed and disseminated videos, seriously infringing upon our image and reputation rights. Of course, Captain Song is generous, and we have no intention of claiming the originally planned compensation of 40 million alliance coins from you. We just demand the destruction of the evidence of infringement. Image, reputation, what?" Yang Xiaobo was frightened by the combination of soft and hard threats, stammering, Don't bully me just because I don't understand the law. 40 million? That's robbery? I don't have that much even if you sell me. We just wanted to make a fortune in silence. You've made it difficult for us by doing this, Zhuang Qinjian said with a casual smile, his eyes carrying a cold edge. "Sorry for causing trouble." Guru Yi was a reasonable person. "Yang Xiaobo, delete the video." Sucha's dagger pointed at Yang Xiaobo's nose. Trembling, Yang Xiaobo took off the ring and handed it over. Sucha tossed it behind him, and Lu Xiao's rhenium arm closely followed, copying the source files and completely destroying Yang Xiaobo's copy. Even an S-level hacker couldn't recover it. "Sorry for the disturbance. Have a pleasant journey back." Zhuang Qinjian smiled, and the compartment door closed with a thud. Yang Xiaobo looked dejected, his messy rainbow hair completely drooping. "Sister Ruyi, I've thought about it. Being an internet celebrity is too dangerous, even more dangerous than being an awakener. It's better for Brother Yang to be more grounded." After dealing with Yang Xiaobo, the three returned to the compartment. Lu Xiao sent the copied source files to Song K's terminal, and Zhuang Qinjian lowered his eyes to carefully review. With the major issue resolved, only minor matters remained. Sucha finally found an opportunity to ask Lin Yuyo for the third time, "You and that fish?" Feng Zhigzhou was also quite curious. "Right, how can you communicate with ferocious beasts?" Song K and Su Xing turned their heads, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Lin Yuyo. Lin Yuyo flipped her hair and smiled alluringly. "Thought you guys weren't interested. Well then, let me tell you my legendary story." Before the collapse of the elderly people's nation, Lin Yuyo had sung a song on the Ribbon Bridge, incorporating a faint awakened energy. She hoped to communicate with marine creatures. However, whether it was due to the wrong frequency or the fact that ferocious beasts, despite their intelligence, lacked spiritual intelligence, there was no response at the time. She assumed that her attempt had failed. It was at the moment when Lin Yuyo, with her life jacket torn, was about to sink and suffocate that she was saved by that mutated kun. At that time, she was in a daze, thinking she was experiencing a hallucination until she surfaced, coughing violently, confirming that she had indeed encountered a miracle at Novel Bin At. Through the low hum of the mutated kun, Lin Yuyu learned that it wasn't a native creature of the Endless Sea. Due to its unique sound frequency, it couldn't communicate with other members of its kind and could only wander alone in the eastern and northern seas of the Alliance. Today was the first time it heard and understood the song of its kind. Lin Yuyu still found it unbelievable. I can't explain why, but I can indeed communicate with it using my ability. I feel like it's not a ferocious beast. After listening to Lin Yuyu's description, something flashed quickly in Song Kei's mind. I've also encountered a strange ferocious beast. She had encountered a peculiar large bird in the Yu Mountain Martial Arts School after the apocalypse. At that time, she was covered in blood, emitting a fierce aura, but the creature, perched on the windowsill, observed her quietly for a long time without any intention of attacking. Zhuang Qinjian spoke slowly. Humans can differentiate into zombies and awakeners. Animals, influenced by radiation, can also undergo different mutations. What you encountered can't be truly considered as ferocious beasts. Perhaps they can be called animal awakeners. Song Kei had a sudden insight, a beast that is not ferocious. Zhuang Qinjian hesitated. Well, something like that. Just understand the meaning. The name is not important. All right, you can rest now. Any other questions? Zhuang Qinjian said. Yes. Lu Xiao silently raised a mechanical arm. The starship borrowed from the northern base is lost. The Trojan horse I implanted is about to expire. Have you thought about what will happen then? I know, we'll be wanted. Su Xing eagerly answered. Everyone. What's going on? From the Sin City to Mu City and then to northern base, they were clearly law-abiding citizens, so why are they on the blacklist everywhere they go? Zhuang Qinjian helplessly rubbed his forehead. I'll contact Yazaime. In District B6, Beijun. In a spacious office, a woman's figure blended into the darkness, like a silent statue, silently gazing at the suspended screen in front of her. On the desk behind her, there was a golden invitation card, and at the bottom was the signature from Utopia. This was a pass, or a boarding pass, a ticket to board Utopia. Although a notification could easily be sent through the terminal, for some unknown reason, the person sending the invitation chose the oldest form of paper invitation. It seemed like they wanted to leave the last trace of their existence in the abandoned world. Few people knew about the existence of Utopia, and even fewer would refuse the precious boarding pass. If everything went as planned, the woman in front of the screen should have already been enjoying a new life in Utopia. However, from start to finish, she never cast a glance at the desk, keeping her eyes fixed on the recording, repeatedly pressing the pause button at the same moment. It was when the armored sea turtle self-destructed, and the massive body generated a very subtle pause. If one didn't observe carefully, it could easily be overlooked, but the woman was absolutely certain that it was the work of a mental awakener. A blurry silhouette flashed at the edge of the frame, and no matter how many times she pressed pause, the specific appearance could not be clearly seen. Even when enlarged to the maximum, the frozen image only revealed mottled pixels. The focus of the video was on Song Kei, who single-handedly killed the level 5 ferocious beast. No one would pay attention to the inconspicuous bystander, especially when the person's face was unclear. The woman dragged the video back repeatedly, playing those brief 2 seconds over and over. The room's lights turned on, gradually illuminating the woman's exquisite face. Even though her youth had faded, traces of her once stunning beauty could still be glimpsed. Aside from her appearance, due to years of holding a high position, she exuded a kind of chilling, captivating, and indomitable aura that made it impossible to look directly at her. The woman slowly spoke, her slightly hoarse voice echoing in the room. Can this video be deleted? The holographic projection on the other end answered respectfully. I'm sorry, General. I'm afraid, it can't be completely deleted. Then suppress the visibility, lower it to the minimum. Yes. Have Lieutenant N from the 11th unit come over? Yes. Before long, a neatly dressed young man in military uniform appeared. Lieutenant N, removing his military cap, held it in his arm and respectfully lowered his head. General. It was none other than N Quen, a former member of the Azure Phoenix 11th unit. The woman nodded slightly and asked calmly, I've read the report you submitted, which mentioned the V587 team. N Quen was slightly surprised. V587 didn't have a direct connection with their mission at that time, so he had only briefly mentioned it. After more than half a year, he hadn't expected to hear that name again from the person across from him. The general's memory was perhaps too remarkable. Yes, Captain Wu had dealings with them. Once again, bringing up the name of Wu Chuamin, the grief and anger in N Quen's heart erupted like a dormant volcano. His voice trembled a bit. The woman pressed the play button from across the holographic display, and the looped video restarted once more. Do you know these people? N Quen focused, carefully identifying each figure. Song Kei, Su Xing, and 2 others I've seen at U Lab, named Lin Yuyu and Sucha. As for Fang's Higze, whom he hadn't met, and the one not appearing in the frame, Lu Xiao, N Quen naturally couldn't recognize them. He suddenly thought of something but wasn't sure if that person could be considered a member of V587. After all, at the end of the day, it was challenging for awakeners and ordinary people to form a team based on mutual trust. They might have gone their separate ways a long time ago. At that time, there was another person with Song Kei, a wheelchair-bound individual who claimed to be a senior maintenance engineer for the weather mimicry system. His name is Zhuang Qinjian, and Qiwen answered truthfully. What did you say? Zhuang Qinjian. Did he say that's his name? Yes. And Qiwen was somewhat puzzled by the woman's reaction but answered decisively. We verified his credentials, and he indeed came from the Qinglan Research Institute. His work ID bears the name Zhuang Qinjian. The office fell into a dead silence. After a while, a soft sigh echoed in the room. Dim moonlight outside shone onto the desk, accidentally illuminating the heading of the boarding pass. Respected General Xiaolan, we sincerely invite you to Utopia. It's ridiculous. The roar of Yazaime echoed through the communication, shaking the eardrums of those in the compartment. Song Ke quickly adjusted the volume down. This upright third-generation official was obviously shocked by their audacious operation, and her voice trembled as she spoke. You, the dignified S7 level, an all-A Awakener team, how could you do something like stealing a starship? It was Zhuang Qinjian who said that borrowing and returning doesn't count as stealing, Su Xing muttered softly, betraying his teammate without loyalty. Yazaime heard it and immediately retorted, that's still committing a crime and getting away with it. At most, it's considered voluntary surrender. Besides, did you return it? Last time, we did return it. Captain Song, with a sense of responsibility, stepped forward and sincerely admitted, this time, there was a small accident. The energy source of that starship had been absorbed by the ascending Utopia, and its main body had long been reduced to debris in the underwater vortex. What? There was a last time? Yazaime was almost out of breath. Song Ke sighed, guiltily covering his mouth. Yazaime earnestly advised, if you need a starship, you can tell me. I can help you apply. Lin Yuyo sarcastically commented, by the time the approval process of your Awakener department is completed, the dishes would have been cold. Yazaime choked up. The starship was the most advanced flying terminal in the Alliance, with all public routes fully automated. However, for private travel with an undetermined route, it required a specially trained pilot, and the application process was very lengthy. Sometimes, waiting for a schedule could take half a month. You can't steal either, Yazaime sighed weakly. Forget it. I'll handle the damaged starship for you. I'll also apply for another private one for you. Without a pilot, the approval process can be much faster. With my grandfather supporting you, you can take the backdoor route. Miss Ye, how is the progress of the laboratory you mentioned earlier? Zhuang Qinjian suddenly spoke up. Oh, I've already arranged it. Once you land, Baichi will take you there. Don't worry, this time, no one dares to kidnap you. Yazaime vaguely knew that Song Ke had some health issues, and the conflict with Hikayu Hung was also related to this. When Zhuang Qinjian proposed having a separate laboratory, she didn't ask much and readily agreed, efficiently arranging the location in less than a day. Song Ke made a magnanimous old man gesture on the opposite side. Zhuang Qinjian understood and said, thank you then. After we handle our current affairs, we will go to see General Ye at the earliest opportunity. After ending the communication, his gaze dropped. It had been over 24 hours since Song Ke grew a snake tail. During this time, they tried various methods, intentionally frightening, stimulating with awakened energy, and even having Socha cut Song Ke's tail with a knife, but it still wouldn't revert. Afterward, they were sternly educated by Fang's Higzu, who criticized them for acting recklessly just because they had a healer and Song Ke could self-heal her wounds. However, for Song Ke, these signs of transformation were very dangerous. Genes also had their own awareness. If they considered the existence of a snake tail as normal and solidified it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhuang Qinjian urgently wanted to take her for a recovery experiment. Although, theoretically, he could handle this matter independently, he didn't dare to take the risk with Song Ke. After pondering for a moment, he tapped out another communication. The next morning, the groggy-eyed group heard good news. Zhuang Qinjian's submitted explanatory report smoothly passed the supplier audit, and the rewards for the S-level commission came belatedly. Whether it was shutting down the weather simulation system, killing the armored sea turtle, or investigating the truth behind the disappearance of the elderly people's nation, V-587 played a crucial role. They became the biggest winners of this mission, receiving a substantial amount of points, totaling several million. As for the ranking that Song Ke was most concerned about, V-587 finally made a breakthrough. From the awkward position of neither high nor low, they leaped to the 52nd place in the Northern Base and the 1314th place in the New Asia Alliance. Asterisk. 5 days later. Outside the perimeter of the northern base, at the starship port of Qianzhan City. No matter when, this place was always bustling with people. Those who wanted to join District B hurriedly moved about, and the enthusiastic shouts of intermediaries echoed continuously. 7 people, including Song Ke, descended from the starship and quickly blended into the crowd in the dim night. They purposely chose to disembark at the previous station to avoid coinciding with Tustin. In case the enthusiastic father-daughter duo, Yin Xiao and Jennifer, had any sudden suggestions for extending their involvement, it would be troublesome. Upon leaving the station, Lin Yuyo turned around, the lower half of her face securely hidden behind a mask. Let's head back to the apartment first. After Yang Xiaobo's video spread, V-587 was well known throughout the northern base. It was better for them to keep a low profile. Lu Xiao waved his mechanical arm and joked, I hope the captain comes back with more legs than now. Song Ke had developed a resistance to his sarcastic remarks. I'll try my best, try my best. Zhuang Qinjian pushed Song Ke towards Baichi and walked towards him. Seeing the change in the person sitting in the wheelchair, Bai Qi seemed unfazed. The two got into a floating car. With V587's newfound fame, if they were ordinary people, there would surely be some gossip and inquiries about inside information. However, Bai Qi remained silent throughout the journey to the destination. It wasn't until the two got off the car that he finally spoke. Surprisingly, do you need me to wait for you? No need, thank you, Song Ke politely replied. Bai Qi hesitated for a moment, breaking his usual silence. Miss Ya has bought this place, and I have already removed the surveillance inside. In other words, whatever they did in the laboratory would not be discovered. Song Ke gave a mental thumbs up to Yazaime, appreciating her generosity. She had only mentioned connecting them with the laboratory, but unexpectedly, she went ahead and directly bought it. After bidding farewell to Bai Qi, Zhuang Qinjian entered the password provided by Yazaime, and the main door opened slowly. The two took the elevator down to the basement. With no one else around, Song Ke let loose completely. Sliding down from the wheelchair, her long tail covered the corridor as she moved forward silently. Clattering sounds echoed in the spacious corridor, only the sound of Zhuang Qinjian's footsteps, slowly following behind Song Ke, trying not to step on her. However, Song Ke was used to walking on two legs. During the days on the starship, she had been curled up in the compartment without a chance to practice the S-shaped balance of a crawling creature. Without taking a few steps, she fell face down on the ground. Ouch! Tears welled up in Song Ke's eyes as she hummed while covering her nose. Suddenly, a pair of long legs appeared in front of her. Zhuang Qinjian half squatted down, his hands around her back, attempting to lift her up. Song Ke felt embarrassed. I can get up by myself. Her fingertips touched the ground, trying to stand up on her own, but the floor was too slippery, and her snake tail kept slithering, and she twisted and fluttered from side to side as soon as she stood up. Snap! A crisp slap sounded, and Zhuang Qinjian's gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground. Song Ke looked at the clear red mark on his face. The laboratory was silent, and the polished floor reflected the glaring light overhead. Zhuang Qinjian, with lowered eyes, couldn't see his expression clearly, but anyone could guess that this young master had never been slapped across the face. Feeling guilty, Song Ke wished she could hide in the floor. Sorry. It's okay, Zhuang Qinjian sighed and simply sat down on the floor. Song Ke, let's talk. Song Ke sat up straight. Okay. Epigenetics, do you know about it? Song Ke looked puzzled, using her eyes to convey, do I look like I know? Zhuang Qinjian helped her adjust her hair and naturally switched to a more straightforward explanation. In simple terms, there are significant differences in chromosome number and genome sequence between different species. Even for the same DNA sequence, tiny changes in regulatory mechanisms can have a significant impact on gene expression. Song Ke nodded and shifted forward, hands on the ground, attentively listening. Without a change in expression, Zhuang Qinjian subtly moved his knee, conveniently encircling her. After entering the new era, the human genome sequencing progress has reached 100%. This also means that, compared to other organisms, our DNA chain is more transparent and complete. However, you are different. About 16% of your genes are unknown. Song Ke hesitated and nodded. Although the homology between humans and snakes is 85%, a normal person won't suddenly turn into a snake without artificial intervention. Not even half a snake. Do you understand? Song Ke closed her mouth in frustration and continued nodding. So, I suspect that you, Zhuang Qinjian didn't finish his sentence. He stared at the girl in front of him, falling into an unusual silence. You suspect that I am an experimental subject. Song Ke raised her head, calmly completing his sentence for him. Zhuang Qinjian was momentarily stunned, not expecting Song Ke to voice this conclusion herself. Song Ke wasn't naive. Ever since Zhuang Qinjian saw the complete report on her awakened energy, he had worn a heavy expression. After experiencing so much post-apocalypse, being exposed to so much, could he truly be unaware of her abnormality? No, in fact, she had a faint premonition. This premonition received irrefutable confirmation when she inexplicably grew a snake tail. Zhuang Qinjian nodded slightly. I suspect you were once involved in a genetic fusion experiment, but you have no related memories. So, we cannot determine the specific location, time, operator, and how to decode it. We need to decode those unknown genes. Decoding? Do you know how? Song Ke blinked. Yes, Zhuang Qinjian held her hand and slowly brought it close to his forehead. Here, it contains all the data about genetic experiments, precise to every log, every sequence, every experience of success or failure. As long as we can detect those unknown sequences, I can figure out your origin and find a more stable way for you. Actually, Zhuang Qinjian had deeper concerns in his heart, but before confirming, he decided not to tell Song Ke. What exactly do I need to do for the experiment? Song Ke extended her fingertip and lightly poked his forehead. You need to attach sensors, inject drugs, undergo instrument checks, and, there might be slight radiation, Zhuang Qinjian explained. Song Ke impatiently flicked her tail tip. I don't like being locked up. The previous experience of excessive radiation was too terrible. She deeply disliked the confined and narrow capsule chamber. Zhuang Qinjian pinched her cheeks and shook them. I won't lock you up, absolutely not. He suddenly smiled, and ripples appeared in his profound eyes. To be honest, even though I have abundant theoretical knowledge, this will be my first time conducting a real experiment. In order to ensure a smooth process, can I what? Song Ke asked unclearly. Can you give me a reward in advance? Zhuang Qinjian murmured almost inaudibly, his light-colored eyes filled with a teasing smile, and his handsome face seemed to sparkle. Huh. Song Ke's heart skipped a beat, not fully understanding, but somehow, her blood circulation suddenly accelerated, rushing to the top of her head. Their posture was already somewhat ambiguous, with Song Ke nestled between Zhuang Qinjian's parted legs. So when he slowly lowered his head, and his slightly cool lips covered hers, Song Ke had nowhere to escape. The snake tail instinctively moved and subconsciously wrapped around Zhuang Qinjian's waist. It was a light touch with a hint of Zhuang Qinjian's aura, like delicate butterfly wings. At first, it was a shallow exploration, drifting and meandering on her lips. Gradually, the mild coolness turned into warmth, and the demanding force became stronger. Then, a faint and teasing laughter echoed, "Silly, open your mouth." The thumping heartbeat was deafening, goosebumps erupted on Song Ke's back, and she was stunned in place, not knowing how to resist. Her fingers curled, and the long snake tail tightened involuntarily, even the scales couldn't help but stretch. Zhuang Qinjian's palm slid from her cheek to the back of her head, about to deepen the moment at novel bin at. The instrument is calibrated. What are you two doing? Still not coming in? A sudden voice echoed at the end of the corridor. The enchanting atmosphere between the two abruptly came to a halt. Zhuang Qinjian closed his eyes, and his forehead throbbed heavily. Seeing the newcomer clearly, Song Ke widened her eyes, pushed Zhuang Qinjian away in an instant, and swung her tail, wrapping it around the person's neck. Ning Rong's face turned as red as a pig liver, his feet off the ground, choking out a thunderous cough, 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 cough. Zhuang Qinjian, with his back to the two, pulled his hair back and let out a deep sigh. Song Ke, I asked him to come. Song Ke loosened her grip on Ning Rong slightly, keeping a vigilant gaze on him. If Ning Rong made any inappropriate moves, she was ready to take action. Zhuang Qinjian awkwardly moved his knee, and in a low, throaty voice, he said with a hint of gritted teeth, Dr. Ning, my mood is exceptionally bad right now. Explain yourself. Ning Rong still had that serious appearance of sleep deprivation, with white streaks in his temples, looking tired. His drooping eyes fixed on the snake tail on Song Ke. I know you harbor hatred towards me, but today, cough, I am not your enemy. He covered his bruised neck, his voice hoarse and dry, cough, this kid and I made a deal. He asked me to come here tonight as his experimental assistant. For someone like Ning Rong, a giant in his field, serving as an assistant to a nobody like Zhuang Qinjian, saying it out loud would probably drop the jaws of everyone who heard it. Aren't you from Hikayuheng? Song Ke narrowed her eyes, expressing doubt about his words. Just as Ning Rong was about to speak, a sudden chill ran down his back, a cold sensation as if he were being stared at by a crawling creature. He raised his head slightly, and vertical pupils appeared in Song Ke's eyes, indicating that her transformation was deepening. I belong to no one, Ning Rong sighed. Hikayuheng wanted my research results, so she provided money and equipment. I need a team and space for independent experiments, so I temporarily accepted her protection. In the end, we're just in a mutually beneficial relationship. That time before, I suggested her to bring you here, but I didn't expect her to use such an aggressive approach. Hikayuheng is skilled in political tactics but knows nothing about academics. She thought I wanted to use you for human experiments, like those mutated zombies, but she was wrong. There was a certain fanaticism in Ning Rong's eyes as he took a step forward involuntarily. Since I saw your Awakener report, I had a premonition. Your ability to withstand strong radiation will be the key to my breakthrough in research. People involved in research are not quite normal to begin with, and Ning Rong's persistence and madness surpassed that of ordinary people. Suddenly, Song Ke raised her hand and threw a blue flying knife, nailing Ning Rong's shoe tip, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground with a plop. Ning Rong, she is not your experimental subject. Zhuang Qinjian slowly stood up, picked up his glasses and put them on, giving a cold warning. I understand. I promised you I wouldn't have any ideas about her again, but you better keep your word too. Ning Rong seemed quite wary of him. Why did you look for him? Song Ke, displeased, bumped her head against Zhuang Qinjian. Sorry, Zhuang Qinjian straightforwardly admitted his mistake, but his tone was somewhat hesitant. Ning Rong, leaning against the wall, awkwardly spoke, anti-genetic experiments are extremely dangerous. If any step goes wrong, it could spiral out of control. This kid doesn't have full confidence, and he was afraid you might get hurt, so he had to find someone to assist. Song Ke was momentarily stunned, recalling Zhuang Qinjian's mention of the first time. Just as she was feeling disoriented, she almost overlooked this statement. Does Zhuang Qinjian also have times when he's uncertain? He always seemed indifferent, as if he had everything under control. Could it be that because she was the subject of the experiment, he dared not take any risks? Ning Rong exerted force with both hands, finally pulling out the flying knife that had pierced through the tip of his shoe, and handed it back to Song Ke, saying, and I have participated in the Fire Seed and Eternal Life projects before. The current research topic is also closely related to genetic engineering. Among the living geneticists in the entire alliance, you won't find anyone with more experience and suitability than me. Furthermore, I am still a member of the Kinglin Research Institute. When he was a child, Dr. Ning, there's no need for some of this nonsense, Zhuang Qinjian interrupted. Ning Rong waved his hand. Okay, your situation can't be delayed. Come in quickly. Song Ke stared at him warily without moving. Ning Rong sighed again. Even if you don't believe me, shouldn't you trust this kid beside you? I promise, whatever happens here tonight, no fourth person will know. Zhuang Qinjian quickly wrote an S in Song Ke's palm. Song Ke instantly understood and nodded silently. Even though Ning Rong was just an ordinary person, he dared to come here alone, facing two S-level awakeners. The risks he had to bear were much greater, considering that they could easily kill him with their abilities. Song Ke swayed her tail, not very proficiently maneuvering through the corridor. The three entered the interior of the laboratory. Without paying attention to the sealed capsule compartments, Zhuang Qinjian chose the most spacious examination room and brought over the necessary instruments. The room had a constant, slightly cool temperature. Zhuang Qinjian deliberately dimmed the light, making it bright but not glaring. Then, he brought out a soft leather reclining chair, removed the restraints on it, and with a single push from Song Ke's hand, she jumped onto it. Her tail coiled up halfway, with the remaining sharp end hanging down to the floor. On the spacious and messy experimental table, various instruments were arranged. Ning Rong was about to operate the equipment when Zhuang Qinjian stopped him, saying, "I'll do it." He lowered his gaze, quickly recalling relevant information in his mind. Frowning slightly at the center of his eyebrows, he seemed unsure of where to start. Ning Rong pursed his lips and couldn't help but remind him, "Start by operating the blood centrifuge, draw serum, take 400 cubic centimeters from each hand." Zhuang Qinjian retorted coldly, "Why do you need so much? It doesn't hurt if I don't take yours, does it? Running a lap with 400 cubic centimeters is enough." Ning Rong's lips twitched. He thought, "You're not like your genius father. Can you ensure there's no loss when dealing with such a delicate matter?" After all, he still needed replenishment. But, Zhuang Qinjian indeed made no mistakes. He was more precise and skilled than the assistant who had been with him for 4 or 5 years. Ning Rong had nothing to say. Sensors covered Song Ke's tail, and she curiously poked at them. Zhuang Qinjian came over with a syringe, saying, "Are you afraid of drawing blood?" Song Ke shook her head, rolled up her sleeve, and confidently extended her arm. Zhuang Qinjian carefully drew exactly 400 cubic centimeters, his movements delicate and gentle. As soon as he pulled out the needle and was about to apply the hemostatic cotton, the wound had already healed. His fingers holding the cotton froze. Song Ke chuckled. His actions were too slow, her second ability had already taken effect. Zhuang Qinjian's expression remained unchanged. He casually handed over the cotton, "Press it yourself, don't bleed back." Song Ke suppressed her laughter and cooperatively said, "Sure." The results of the blood routine came out quickly, showing that Song Ke's life indicators were basically normal. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his head to control the gene spectrometer, entered the decryption program, and patiently waited for the results by comparing them in the vast database. Ning Rong, who was observing on the side, sighed silently. This guy had a vacant expression, hands in his pockets. Did he not know he should be recording the critical waveband data? Opening a holographic screen, Ning Rong diligently started assisting, all the while bringing up another topic. "Last time you asked me whether my research is about the fire seed or the eternal life plan." Zhuang Qinjian glanced at him. "I told you I'm not interested." "Neither." Ning Rong answered on his own, "Neither of them. I'm researching a third kind." Song Ke, with a silver helmet-like device on her head, looked like she was getting her hair done. What's the difference between fire seed and eternal life? She never quite understood the relationship between the two. Whenever Zhuang Qinjian and Lin Xiu talked about the fire seed, they seemed fine, but there was never a good expression when the eternal life plan was mentioned. Ning Rong explained, "Fire seed is a gene project independently developed by Kinglin, with Vincent as its core. The initial purpose was to make human genes stabilize through selective fusion, thereby reducing the occurrence of diseases and extending the average lifespan. Less sickness, longer life, right?" Song Ke nodded, somewhat understanding. It sounded good, and her body was particularly strong, never falling ill. "When I joined, a year late and still not part of the core team, the Loke accident erupted. The Fire Seed project went bankrupt, and the Alliance reclaimed all related research permissions. And the Eternal Life Plan is a Gene Project 2.0 launched by the Alliance later." Ning Rong's mouth drooped. Their ambitions were too great. They not only wanted eternal life but also to awaken powerful abilities in humans. However, the condition was that all results would only serve a specific elite group. The original intention of Fire Seed was completely distorted, and since the Eternal Life Plan involved biological experiments, I withdrew. And my research is 3.0. As the apocalypse approaches, the first batch of selections is completed, and the evolution of awakeners has become a certainty. As long as I find the optimal gene ratio and radiation threshold on this basis, I can make everyone, no, all awakeners. Ning Rong became more and more excited as he spoke. "What, is he Kaiyuheng complaining that her life is not long enough?" Zhuang Qinjian sneered coldly. He Kaiyuheng appeared fair and just on the surface, but deep down, she considered herself superior and was an extremely selfish utilitarian. To consolidate her position, she secretly supported Ning Rong's research, which seemed reasonable. Ning Rong shook his head. "I'm not speaking for He Kaiyuheng, but what she does might not necessarily be for herself. As you know, that person's health isn't very good, especially this year, relying entirely on an S-level constitution. My research has been stagnant, and she can't sit still." "That person?" Song Ke blinked. Ning Rong was probably talking about General Ye Zhang, right? General Ye's health had deteriorated to this extent? Beep, beep. During the conversation, the spectrometer displayed the results. Zhuang Qinjian focused his gaze. It's similar to what I thought. This is not an ordinary snake gene, it's the hook snake. The hook snake, a mythical creature in ancient texts of the old civilization, with a length of over 20 meters, amphibious, and possessing a forked and highly poisonous tail, used to capture and prey on humans and livestock. Why would it be a hook snake? Ning Rong was surprised. This is a replicated gene. Replicated genes refer to those extinct creatures in the natural world, resurrected through artificial recombination. The original samples of these genes are extremely precious and are kept by specialized organizations. Ning Rong vaguely remembered it was called Tianyi or Genji. I'm not sure about other organizations, but Kindlin has bulk purchased replicated genes. At least 47 branches, including U Lab, have preserved copies of the samples. Zhuang Qinjian accurately reported the number. Ning Rong glanced at him. Your brain works well. After thinking for a moment, Ning Rong said, replicated genes are not easy to eliminate. Restoring them to normal requires using reverse radiation stimulation, which can temporarily make them reseed. What are the values? Zhuang Qinjian asked. 15-20%, I guess. Snake gene activity is very low. Oh, by the way, adjust the radiation intensity next door, Ning Rong said. Zhuang Qinjian stood up. Just before leaving, he coldly warned, don't touch the instruments. Once Zhuang Qinjian walked away, Ning Rong lowered his voice and complained, his face does look like old Zhuang, and his temper is exactly like his mother's. Song Ke moved her ears, mother. She had never heard Zhuang Qinjian mention his parents. Ning Rong flipped through the holographic screen without much attention. A group of bandits stormed into the laboratory back then, wanting to take him away. That's when we found out that this kid had actually skipped school in Liapony, ran over to help old Zhuang, and even lied to him, saying it was a holiday. It infuriated old Zhuang. Zhuang Qinjian had such a black history. Song Ke listened with relish, but she suddenly realized something, bandits. Under his mother's command, a group of tall soldiers in military uniforms, all of them awakeners. Back then, awakeners were highly valued. Using them to catch truant children was simply a waste of resources, Ning Rong lamented. Awakeners, tall soldiers, military. Song Ke looked at Ning Rong in silence. This person hadn't even realized how shocking his words were. Slap. Song Ke's snake tail once again tightened around his neck, exerting a bit more force. Stop talking. You're not allowed to talk about him, anything at all. Not a word. When Zhuang Qinjian returned, the examination room fell silent. Ning Rong stayed far away, and the bruise on his neck seemed to have deepened in color. He didn't pay it much attention. After adjusting the values, Zhuang Qinjian pulled down the partition board, blocking Ning Rong outside, and went inside to accompany Song Ke while observing her condition. Even with 15% excess radiation, ordinary people couldn't endure it, but an S level could persist for a while. Leaning against the countertop, Zhuang Qinjian looked down at Song Ke. The reverse radiation test will emit different wavelengths. We need to find the segment that can stimulate you to revert. Song Ke nodded. Okay. Faint radiation surrounded the two, and each time the wavelength changed, Zhuang Qinjian would remind her. 20 minutes later, Song Ke's snake tail twitched, and the scales began to fade. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes curved slightly, but he suddenly thought of something, and his smile disappeared abruptly. Swiftly, he pulled out a blanket from space and covered Song Ke entirely. After a while, 2 little feet appeared at the edge of the blanket. It turned back. Song Ke's muffled voice came out, and her toes moved flexibly. Zhuang Qinjian turned his back, looking somewhat unnatural. Song Ke, put on your pants first. Rustling sounds followed, and Song Ke urged, okay, look at it quickly. Zhuang Qinjian slowly turned around, and Song Ke was joyfully examining her legs, happily touching them. He raised a faint smile. She had finally returned to normal. Ning Rong, who didn't know what was happening inside, knocked on the protective glass from outside. Hey, come out and take a look. The radiation was turned off, the partition board raised, and Zhuang Qinjian returned to the instrument. What's wrong? Ning Rong's expression was very serious as he pointed to the instrument screen. Look, this is the hook snake's wavelength. It has weakened, but there are new curves here. Roughly estimating, there are a total of 4 segments. Zhuang Qinjian's eyelids twitched. New wavelengths meant, new unknown genes. Inside the room, Song Ke's nose suddenly itched, and she sneezed. Achoo. Then she saw the sensors on the hair steaming machine. They shone, swaying on top of her head. Song Ke's gaze gradually fixed, and an inexplicable longing surged within her. It was as if she was deeply drawn to something. Her hands curved delicately, pressing lightly on the ground, her body's center of gravity lowered, but her waist and hips raised high. The muscles in her calves were tense, resembling an agile feline, with faint brown spots appearing on her skin at novel bin at. Then, her 2 ears moved gently. As Zhuang Qinjian raised his head, he noticed her abnormality and had a bad premonition. Song Ke. Startled, Song Ke's pointed ears stood up instantly. With a thud, she leaped, jumping a full 6 meters high, reaching out to grab the swaying sensor while simultaneously smashing through the ceiling. Lime and debris fell down, dust filled the examination room, and Zhuang Qinjian weakly covered his face. On the spectrometer, the analysis of the second unknown gene coincidentally appeared a wildcat. This was the highest jumping and most ferocious wildcat in the natural world. Song Kei cautiously peeked half of her head through the hole she had created. She had completely lost control of her physiological reactions, just wanting to grab the shiny thing. Crack! Several more pieces of rubble fell, hitting the ground near Zhuang Qinjian's feet. He looked up and locked eyes with Song Kei. Song Kei's eyes were innocent, and reflexively, she meowed. "Come down," he said. The room was filled with smoke, making it difficult for Zhuang Qinjian to breathe. He raised his hand and loosened the collar around his throat. Knowing she had caused trouble, Song Kei shrank into the hole, revealing only half of her furry head. Zhuang Qinjian realized his tone was too harsh and quickly lowered his voice, coaxing, "Be good, I won't be mad at you. Come down quickly." Who could bear to scold a little cat, even if it was a stray cat? Song Kei cautiously peeked out half of her body, scrutinizing Zhuang Qinjian with suspicion. Then, her spine flexed softly, and she landed silently on the ground, as if she had plushy paw pads. She still held a shiny sensor in her hand. Luckily, the laboratory was underground, and Song Kei only broke through one layer of the ceiling. Otherwise, if people passing by outside saw it, it would be in the news. However, the newly purchased lab was now in a mess due to this incident, and it was inevitable that there would be a scolding from Yazaime. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his gaze to inspect Song Kei. The spots on Song Kei's body had mostly faded away. Although her limbs were thin, they were covered with a thin layer of muscle, making her look no different from before. The performance of the wildcat gene this time was significantly different from the hook snake gene, only inheriting biological characteristics with no external alien changes. Because Song Kei broke the power lines, some equipment had stopped running, including the gene spectrum analyzer. Zhuang Qinjian used the remaining instruments to conduct a rough examination and found that her vital signs had returned to the normal level of a typical awakener. From the results, the performance of the wildcat gene is more stable. Ning Rong's throat was hoarse. He glanced at the spectrum analyzer because of the power interruption, and the decoding of the two genes behind was not successful. I suggest maintaining the current situation, waiting for the hook snake gene to become recessive, and then switching to other frequency bands. If you want to clarify the DNA structure in her body, you must consider the issues of solidification and radiation. It's best to have intervals of more than a week between each experiment. The unknown genes in Song Kei's body were like opening a blind box, you never knew what would come out next. If something stable, like the wildcat, was revealed, it was okay. However, if something as highly transformed as the hook snake emerged, it could potentially affect their actions for some time. After all, reverse radiation would cause irreversible damage to the human magnetic field, which even awakeners couldn't endure continuously. They had to take it slow. Here, this is the data from the just now frequency. I've organized it for you. Ning Rong handed over the light screen. No need. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at it and casually refused. I've memorized it. Ning Rong frowned, showing clear disagreement. Don't joke around. The matter of the experiment cannot be taken lightly. A small mistake. Zhuang Qinjian smoothly reported a string of data, and Ning Rong immediately realized that it was the log of the crucial decoding points. He flipped to the corresponding lines on the screen, finding that they were accurate down to the last detail. Though he had heard about it earlier, witnessing it with his own eyes was still unbelievable. This guy's memory was simply extraordinary. Ning Rong looked at him with an increasingly eager expression. My work is done. Will you keep your promise? Is the current challenge for you the uncontrollability of excessive radiation? Zhuang Qinjian asked. In high-dose radiation, after the double-strand DNA breaks and reconnects, there's a phenomenon of single-base pair mutation, Ning Rong quickly explained. I remember that old Zhuang led a specialized study in this area, in the 27th year? Or was it the 28th year? Zhuang Qinjian only took a few seconds to think. In the new calendar year 28, the second stage of the prospective experiment on fire seed, focusing on genetic mutation inheritance caused by radiation. I'll send you the relevant data. During their conversation, Song Kei ran around cleaning up the scene, setting the overturned equipment back in place, pushing the leather recliner back, and diligently mopping the floor. Zhuang Qinjian helped with a few things, and after a simple cleanup, they were ready to leave. Ning Rong stopped him and, with a dry tone from his gritted teeth, said, You've memorized all the content of that central hub, right? Even though I don't know how you did it, what about the rest of the fire seed data? Are you going to let it gather dust forever? The air froze for a moment. The fire seed has already failed. Zhuang Qinjian's tone remained steady. Those data have no significance. As if a drop of water fell into hot oil, Ning Rong's eyes turned red, and his emotions erupted completely. How can it be meaningless? You don't understand the importance of the fire seed at all. Even if it failed, which step failed and why it failed, all of that is valuable experience and accumulation. As long as it can be made public, why should so many of us, for so many years, blindly stumble forward? It's clearly something beneficial to all of humanity. If old Zhuang were still here, he would definitely do it. Zhuang Qinjian suddenly clenched his fists, his straight back becoming tense. He turned around, his expression on his face reaching the utmost indifference. Something beneficial to all of humanity, what does it have to do with me? Ning Rong froze. I'm not him. I have low morals, am despicably selfish, I couldn't become a saint. Zhuang Qinjian lazily pocketed his hands, looking down at Ning Rong from his taller position. The light-colored eyes behind the lenses showed no warmth. Dr. Ning, the Fire Seed project has no meaning in replication. Whether you want to do version 3.0 or benefit all of humanity, I sincerely advise you to ask your former colleagues for the Eternal Life Project data. From a common-sense perspective, that direction might yield some results, unlike banging on a bamboo basket and fetching nothing. Ning Rong was speechless for a moment, unable to find words. We're leaving, no need to send us off. When Zhuang Qinjian turned around, he had already resumed his usual indifferent expression. On the way out of the laboratory, Song Ke silently gazed at the sharp jawline of the person next to her. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his head and met her gaze that she hadn't managed to divert in time. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Did I startle you? Song Ke shook her head. What you said, is it true? Zhuang Qinjian, a person who lied as naturally as he breathed, made it impossible for Song Ke to be certain about his true thoughts. But since he said he wouldn't lie to her, she might as well ask. Which sentence? Zhuang Qinjian asked with interest. The one about all of humanity, not concerning you, Song Ke replied honestly. Of course it's true. Whoever wants to be a savior can be one. I, on the other hand, cannot. Zhuang Qinjian smiled brightly. I can't manage everyone, but just you alone is enough to make me worry. He took Song Ke's hand, and their slender fingertips interlocked, turning into a gesture of intertwined fingers. A wildcat is something that can't settle down. I must keep an eye on you, he said. Song Ke grimaced at him but didn't pull her hand away. In Qianzhan City, the two wore masks as they strolled through the bustling streets and alleys. Song Ke wore a hooded ensemble, a style that neither of them particularly liked. The night market was lively and bustling, with colorful flying cars soaring across the sky. The crowd enthusiastically discussed the rankings of awakeners in the northern base. They boarded a floating bus headed for the inner city, which had no driver inside, and even the passengers were sparse. After the bus departed, the cool night breeze blew in from the windows. The figures below gradually shrank, becoming tiny like ants. Let's visit Professor Ming and his wife tomorrow, Zhuang Qinjian suddenly spoke. Song Ke calculated the date, realizing that tomorrow was Ming Gang and Lucia's wedding anniversary. Sure. Remember to bring a bouquet of flowers? Zhuang Qinjian patted her head at novel bin at. Ming Ji's flowers had withered, someone should replace them. Asterisk. A dedicated starship glided through the night sky and smoothly landed at the platform. Wearing a dark gray suit, He Kai-Yuhung quickly walked out, her expression dignified, and a chilly wind followed her movements. The newly appointed administrative secretary followed closely behind. Director He, welcome back. During the 2 weeks of her suspension, He Kai-Yuhung went on a business trip, and no one knew exactly what she did. 4S-level awakeners will arrive tomorrow. Arrange their citizenship matters as soon as possible, He Kai-Yuhung said as she walked. Understood. The secretary responded, feeling amazed. Since Higler was severely injured and Shizi dropped to A level, the number of top-tier awakeners in the northern base had decreased drastically. Unexpectedly, after He Kai-Yuhung's recent trip, she personally recruited 4S-level awakeners. Her actions were quite significant. While walking briskly, He Kai-Yuhung inquired about other matters. What's the recent situation in the base? There, V-587 has returned, the secretary reported nervously. They just killed a level 5 ferocious beast in the Endless Sea. I already know about that, so what? He Kai-Yuhung interrupted. So, from now on, their direct contact person is Senior Yazaime. The secretary hesitated for a moment, then, with determination in her eyes, she said, it's a direct order from General Ye. He Kai-Yuhung paused for a moment, then continued forward as if nothing had happened. Whatever the general's order is, I will follow. The secretary breathed a sigh of relief. How is the general's health recently? The secretary scratched her head. How could she, a small administrative secretary, know about General Ye's health? He Kai-Yuhung glanced at her. The new secretary wasn't handy, not sharp enough. She would have to be cultivated slowly. Taking a step forward, He Kai-Yuhung looked down at the brightly lit city from a high vantage point. The northern base housed millions of high-level awakeners and countless civilians. It was the largest human settlement in the entire alliance, also the safest fortress, just like countless peaceful nights in the past. However, He Kai-Yuhung knew that with the rise of utopia, the tranquility after the apocalypse was being shattered. A storm was coming. Garden apartments. The sound of the door opening caught the attention of the 5 people in the living room watching the news. Sister Su Xing, who was quietly plucking black hair from Fangs Higsu's head, quickly stood up and hugged Song Ke's thigh. You're okay. Any lingering effects? Lin Yuyo, with a face mask on, asked while taking the opportunity to touch Song Ke's waist. I don't think so. Song Ke felt itchy and smiled as she dodged. Zhuang Qinjian followed behind. The situation has temporarily stabilized. Don't worry, I'll take her for regular check UPS. What are you guys watching? Song Ke asked curiously. Sucha made room for her, and Song Ke tiptoed lightly to sit down. The news about Utopia has spread. Lu Xiao enlarged one of the screens. After a few days of fermenting, the Utopia incident had completely heated up. Over a dozen magistrates issued a joint statement, demanding an explanation from the central court. Various protest marches continued in different districts, and even violent incidents breaking through blockades occurred. Unfortunately, the flying terminals were ruthlessly shot down before approaching the floating city. Videos about Utopia spread like wildfire on the Star Network, overshadowing the popularity of V587 killing the armored sea turtle. On the other hand, the existence of the floating city disrupted the ecological balance, leading to abrupt global climate changes, with coastal areas being the most affected. In Tokushima, District B16, 3 massive tsunamis occurred, and in Beishan, District B13, tornadoes ravaged, turning the city into ruins. On the ultra-clear projection, severe natural disasters engulfed several cities, and Song Kei's expression turned solemn. There's another bad news, but it seems like no one cares. Lu Xiao brought up a screen from District C's terminal. The aggression of zombies and ferocious beasts in the lower-level districts has increased. The tide of zombies became more frequent, and the ferocious beasts became more ferocious. The combat power of these post-apocalyptic creatures seemed to have invisibly strengthened. We're not sure if these effects are caused by Utopia, but the situation is very grim. After discussing for a while, the 7 people felt powerless against the current development trend of the Alliance. They could only take it step by step. Rest early, we'll go see General Ye tomorrow, Song Kei decided. Yawning, she stood up and, passing by a row of lush potted plants, sneezed twice. What's this? Oh, it's a new variety brought by the AI property management. They say it's a feature of the garden apartments, Lin Yuyo casually replied. Song Kei's nose twitched, she sniffed lightly, and then felt the urge to sneeze again. She quickly moved away. A small fluorescent sign fell from the flower pot, showing a warm reminder from the AI property management. Silver vine, a family of the ancient plant kiwi fruit. Be cautious if you have a cat at home. In a half-dreamy state, Zhuang Qinjian felt something on his face, a small tongue, wet and filled with a lingering sense of attachment. His sleep was usually light, and he suddenly opened his eyes, reaching back to grab the person by the neck. Song Kei. Song Kei's eyes were moist, with a few freckles appearing on the sides of her nose. Her 2 ears, for some reason, were swollen and red, possibly due to an allergy. She was lying on the bed, slowly lowering her head, licking Zhuang Qinjian's knuckles. Zhuang Qinjian's pupils contracted, as if pricked by a needle, and he abruptly withdrew his hand. The door opened slightly, and Song Kei clearly sneaked in. Her habit of not knocking on the door couldn't be changed, but how did she end up on the bed this time? Zhuang Qinjian half sat up, the sheet slipping down to his waist. He then realized something, quickly putting on a t-shirt, and looked down. Song Kei's condition was clearly not right. Could it be that the invisible gene had problems again? He reached out to feel the temperature on her forehead and cheeks. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Tell me. Song Kei looked quietly at him, not saying a word. Suddenly, she burrowed into the duvet, rolled around intoxicatedly, and her small dimples on the cheek were filled with water, resembling ripples. Zhuang Qinjian, this didn't seem like discomfort, it seemed extremely comfortable. Carefully, he pulled up his legs, moved back, leaned against the bedhead, and realized something. He hurriedly put on a t-shirt, lowered his gaze, and looked at Song Kei's somewhat abnormal state. His hands went to touch her forehead and face's temperature. What's bothering you? Tell me. Song Kei rolled for a while, then on her own accord, snuggled up to him. Her eyelids were thin and reddened, and her lashes were filled with teary glimmers. She tightly hugged Zhuang Qinjian's narrow waist, rubbing back and forth on his faint abdominal muscles. Seemingly dissatisfied, she wriggled into his arms, sneezed lightly twice. Zhuang Qinjian felt like he was struck by lightning, and the joints of his fingers pressing on the bedsheet suddenly tightened. His hoarse voice changed. Song Kei. Ignoring her, Song Kei, holding him tightly, mumbled indistinctly, then grabbed his hand and put it on her ear. Zhuang Qinjian frowned in silence, his eyes deep like a cold pond. Song Kei, urging him, touched his wrist again. Zhuang Qinjian clenched his fists, and the veins bulged out, joints making a crack sound. He tried to break free, but the strength of an S7 level awakener was no joke. Even if she was unconscious at the moment, he found it difficult to escape. After a while, Zhuang Qinjian stiffly moved his fingers, pinched the pair of reddened ears, and Song Kei made a comfortable purring sound in her throat, happily spreading her belly, finally quieting down. On the messy bed, the sheets were half-slipped, and Zhuang Qinjian sat motionless, mechanically rubbing the ears of the wildcat in his hands, one after another, with varying degrees of force. Let's go, get ready to depart. In the early morning, Song Kei stretched lazily, full of energy. Hey, Captain, you slept well yesterday. Lin Yuyo came out with a yawn, still half asleep, completely lacking the self-awareness of a female celebrity. Yeah, extremely well. Song Kei's cheeks revealed a small dimple. It was the most sound sleep she had had in half a month. However, when she woke up, the corners of the quilt were tightly secured, and she struggled for a while before finally getting out. Shortly after, the members of V587 gathered one by one. Feng's Higzo looked around and muttered softly, "Where's our Princess Zhuang?" Zhuang Qinjian, with his strong obsession for cleanliness and various picky living requirements, earned himself the nickname Princess. Of course, people only dared to call him that in private. Click. The bedroom door opened. Zhuang Qinjian, with a low mood and a dark face, came out. When he saw Song Kei, who had a pure and puzzled expression, his steps halted. His eyes were bloodshot, dark circles hung on his handsome face, destroying the elegance that was always on display. Did you not sleep well? Song Kei showed concern. Zhuang Qinjian was full of mixed emotions. Passing by the balcony, Zhuang Qinjian accurately picked up one of the potted plants, glanced at the nameplate, and coldly threw it into the trash bin. Silver vine has long been known to elicit euphoric response in cats. The reaction to silver vine is similar to the response to catnip but appears to be more intense. Silver vine is an alternative to catnip, and many cats that do not react to catnip will respond positively to silver vine powder made from dried fruit galls. Typical behaviors include rolling, chin and cheek rubbing, drooling, and licking. The effect usually lasts between 5 and 30 minutes, but afterwards cats exhibit a refractory period lasting roughly an hour during which they are unresponsive to further dosage. Wiki. Northern Base, General's Mansion. First time clueless, second time familiar. This time, they didn't need Bai Qi to pick them up, Song Ke and the other 6 went on their own. After passing the security check in the villa area, Yazime stood at the door from afar to welcome them, oh no, to question them with righteous anger. She had a day off today and wasn't wearing the Awakener department uniform. Instead, she casually put on a summer outfit with her hands in her pockets. Seeing Song Ke, she scolded with a stern face, Captain Song, first stealing a starship, then blowing up the laboratory. What kind of demolition team is your V-587? Song Ke rubbed her hands nervously, mistake, it was a mistake. Yazime roared in frustration, completely ignoring that she was facing an S7 level capable of single-handedly killing a level 5 beast. I stayed up for 3 nights. Looked through thousands of documents. Selected laboratories carefully. Right after passing the household registration, you ruined it for me. Does that make any sense? And no sense. Song Ke's tone weakened, and after a few seconds of silence, she uncertainly asked, do you want me to compensate? As soon as the words were out, she immediately painfully covered her money bag. Her watery eyes looked at Yazime, calculating how much it would cost. They had just become a bit prosperous, and now they had to go back to pre-liberation times? Seeing her acting stingy, Yazime chuckled, no need for compensation. I still have some damage budget left. Can you please be more careful next time? Got it, I understand. Song Ke heard that she didn't have to pay, and her eyes curved into crescents. The group walked inside and met Bai Qi on the way, who nodded at them tersely. In the artificial garden, Ye Zheng set up a glass water tank in front of him. The old man was in high spirits, playing with a turtle. The turtle was upside down, stretching its neck out from the shell, trying hard to reach the ground. Slowly and leisurely, it turned over with Ye Zheng's slow and leisurely help. Turtle? Su Xing, being a child at heart, couldn't help but snicker first. Pfft. Ye Zheng seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, knowing it was them. You're here. Song Ke subconsciously stood at attention, greeted with proper etiquette, General Ye. The others also followed suit in greeting. Ye Zheng waved his hand, indicating they didn't need to be so formal. I watched the naval battle video of the elderly people's nation. Not bad, calm under pressure, brave, and strategic. You are all promising fighters, especially Xiao Song. He pointed at Song Ke, a born war god, even my best adjutants back then couldn't compare to you. Who was Ye Zheng? He was a seasoned general forged in the battles of half a century, and the number of people in the entire alliance who could earn his praise was few. Song Ke blushed slightly, scratching her head in embarrassment. Bai Qi, you also watched the video. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, what do you think of Xiao Song? Very strong, Bai Qi straightforwardly replied. Song Ke's combat style was clean and efficient, without any fancy or cumbersome moves. Coupled with her exceptional physical fitness, even Bai Qi admitted that he might not be able to match some of Song Ke's combat skills. Your techniques, are they from the orthodox school? Bai Qi rarely spoke more than a sentence. Song Ke honestly shook her head. No, my master is named Zhang Ting, and we belong to the Yu Mountain sect. Zhang Ting was once a renowned martial arts master in the alliance, but he retired too early, and Bai Qi, being under 30, was unfamiliar with the name. Bai Qi nodded slightly, not pressing for more information. Ye Zheng casually rolled up his sleeves and beckoned to Song Ke, Xiao Song, since you're here, how about a little sparring? Both being S-level, Song Ke didn't think much and readily agreed, sure. Ye Zime, standing beside them, exclaimed in shock, Grandpa. Bai Qi's expression changed slightly as he stepped forward. General, it's not advisable. Ye Zheng glanced at them lightly, and his imposing aura forced the two to retreat. What's the fuss? It's just a friendly match. I'm not allowed to do this and that all day long. If I don't move my old bones a bit, they'll rust sooner or later. The old man was determined to have a little bout with the only S7 in the alliance, and no one could dissuade him. Ye Zime huffed to the side. Ye Zheng then winked mischievously at Song Ke. Xiao Song, I'm old, and my martial arts skills are not as good as yours. Can I use some abilities? Lin Yuyu used her ability to secretly transmit her voice to her. Song Ke, Princess Zhuang advises you to be careful. He says General Ye is an early awakener. Early awakeners referred to those who awakened their abilities before the apocalypse. Usually, such awakeners would experience a significant improvement in their strength due to the secondary stimulation of the apocalypse radiation, easily overpowering others of the same level. Ye Zheng, having awakened his abilities after the apocalypse, was now over 90 years old, and even if he was S-level, his level wouldn't be too high. Song Ke belatedly realized that she had agreed too casually but now was in a dilemma. Oh. Ye Zheng lowered his center of gravity, suddenly lifted his knee and sent a straight punch towards her throat. A domineering surge of awakened energy gushed out, causing Song Kei's legs to feel like 1,000 pounds, freezing her in place. She was slightly surprised. Was it a gravity-based ability? The glass water tank next to them shook, and the turtle, which was struggling to flip over, was impacted, spinning rapidly like a top turtle. As the fierce punch wind approached, Song Kei gritted her teeth, lifting one leg with difficulty and delivering a mid-air side kick. Ye Zhang, with excellent awareness, immediately shifted from offense to defense, blocking with both arms. After Song Kei completed her move, the gravitational ability erupted again, sweeping her lower body. The tilted glass tank spun, and the confused turtle fell to the ground. Bai Qi picked it up and casually placed it aside. This time, Song Kei was prepared. With a sly smile, she treated it like lifting a few hundred kilograms of sandbags, agilely jumped up, entered Ye Zhang's proximity, elbowing him in the solar plexus, and subconsciously attempted a shoulder throw only to notice Lin Yuyo shaking her head nearby. Song Kei suddenly realized and changed her approach, disarming Ye Zhang's force and gently pushing him away. Ye Zhang took a few steps back, steadying himself, and Song Kei also stopped in time. In just a few moves, she was drenched in sweat, and her limbs felt as heavy as if they were filled with cement. Gravity-type awakeners were indeed formidable. Ye Zhang, rubbing his sore right arm, laughed heartily. How fun. You went easy on me, right? Song Kei modestly replied. You also went easy. An S-level gravity-type awakener undoubtedly possessed far more energy than a mere few hundred kilograms. Ye Zhang wiped his sweat with a hot towel, casually saying, I remember you are of the metal element. The tang sword you brought in last time was an ability manifestation, right? A light bulb lit up in Song Kei's mind, instantly understanding the social subtleties behind his words. She enthusiastically approached. Do you like it? I can give it to you. Sweeping her eyes around, she reached for the tilted glass tank with her magic, a blue light flashed, and a sharp tang sword with a biting chill appeared in her palm. The turtle, slowly crawling to the edge of the tank, was utterly confused. Ye Zhang, not expecting her to change things so easily, fell silent for a second. Did this not pass the security check? The next moment, a deafening alarm sounded throughout the entire mansion. High-risk weapon detected, initiating level 1 alert. Followed by a flurry of footsteps. Intruders? Assassins? Quickly, protect the general. Song Kei unsheathed her sword, looking around in confusion. Assassins? It wasn't her fault. Didn't she bring it in last time without any issues? Oh, she remembered. Bai Qi had informed them last time. Song Kei silently sought help from Bai Qi. Bai Qi silently went to deal with it. Ye Zhang, not wanting to see her embarrassed, took the sword with a smile. You're thoughtful. I'll accept the sword. Zhuang Qinjian coughed lightly, reminding from the side. Captain, don't forget about the main business. Grandpa, you've had your fun. You need to rest now, Ye Zaimei scolded. Several people returned from the garden to the study, and Zhuang Qinjian spoke frankly. General, we would like to seek your advice on the matter of Utopia. At novel bin at. Ye Zhang didn't answer directly but opened a drawer and took out an exquisite letter, resembling an invitation. Song Kei opened it and found it was a pass from Utopia, delivered 2 days before the appearance of the floating city. Innocently, Su Xing asked, Huh? Grandpa, don't you qualify? Why aren't you going up? They've all gone. They naturally referred to the privileged class in the elderly people's nation. Ye Zhang, highly esteemed and respected, had once made immortal contributions to the New Asia Alliance. It was not surprising that he could obtain a ticket to Utopia. Ye Zhang shook his head slowly. Even the magistrates in District B don't all receive this pass. The slots for magistrates are so limited, let alone ordinary people. In the end, we all go through selection. Now, most voices on the Star Network believe that the residents of Utopia have abandoned the world, seeking their own pleasures. But if you think about it carefully, if a person loses the foundation of survival and can only rely on the breath of others to live, is it a blessing or a disaster? Ye Zhang sighed deeply. I won't live much longer. If I go up, what about the tens of millions left in the northern base? This old man can't let go. I have guarded this piece of land all my life. So I'd better stand my ground and finish my last duty. Ye Zhang, like the anchor of the northern base, even if he didn't show up often, as long as he was alive, District B10 would remain stable. Xiao Song, in the recent period, it's better not to go too far. Song Kei was slightly stunned, feeling that there was another layer of meaning in Ye Zhang's words. Ye Zhang's old eyes fell on the pass, with a faint gleam of sharpness. No matter what those above decide, I can see that there are already people below who can't sit still. Cough, cough. Ye Zhang suddenly started coughing violently while speaking. Ye Zaimei hurriedly went over to gently pat his back. Apparently, the recent sparring had placed a considerable burden on him. Suddenly, Song Kei remembered what Ning Rong had said last night. It's all thanks to S-level physique holding up. Worriedly, she asked, General, we have an A5 level healer. Would you like him to have a look? In fact, her suggestion was somewhat impolite. As the highest authority figure in the northern base, Ye Zhang undoubtedly had a well-equipped medical team by his side, and there was no need for their unconventional team to be concerned. However, Ye Zhang didn't mind and sighed slowly. Xiao Fang, right? The doctor from Tongwan in District C60. I visited there when I was young. Zhuang Qinjian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Ye Zhang was a rare magistrate who could remember the names of lower-level districts. Feng's Higzu, aged 38, was called Xiao Feng, blushed with embarrassment amidst the teasing of his teammates at Novel Bin Adat. He put on the stethoscope, focused all his attention, and released his awakened energy. His expression became increasingly serious, and he didn't immediately propose a treatment plan. Ya Jing understood and smiled. As one gets older, the organs inside the body start to malfunction. I apologize for the embarrassment. Song Kei's heart sank involuntarily. Feng's Higzu pondered silently for a while, carefully choosing his words. General, why don't you consider replacing with bionic organs? For ordinary organ transplants, one would have to consider issues like compatibility and rejection. However, with the advanced technology today, high-quality bionic mechanical organs were already widespread. As long as it wasn't a brain turned into mush, nearly every part of the body could be replaced, similar to what they encountered with the Enna Knights during the throne race in Ferrara. Even Punk's eyeballs were mechanical. Ya Zheng remained indifferent. Since you are a doctor, you must know what bionic organs entail, right? It's not worth it to gain a few more years at the cost. Feng's Higzu fell silent for a moment. Lin Yuyu and Su Xing exchanged puzzled glances. Similarly confused, Song Kei tugged at Zhuang Qinjian's sleeve, signaling the all-knowing one to take action. Zhuang Qinjian explained in a soft voice, if an awakener replaces their organs with bionic or mechanical ones, it will disrupt the original awakened energy magnetic field, leading to the solidification of their level. This means giving up the possibility of a second promotion. Song Kei slightly widened her eyes, reflexively looking towards Lu Xiao. No wonder he would rather have 2 empty legs than stand up again. The more proud a person, the less they can accept solidification. If one can instantly say their limits, every day they live will be painful. Ya Zheng was like that, and Lu Xiao was no exception. After leaving the villa area, Lu Xiao revealed the information he had previously cracked using the B-level terminal. General Ya is currently S1, but judging by the trend, he is about to break through to S2 soon. Bai Qi, S5 level mysticism, specific ability unknown, he has never used it in public. The crowd sighed for a moment, then discussed where to go next. Anyway, they planned to take on some missions in the vicinity, so they had plenty of time to spare. Let's go shopping, Lin Yuyu said with her hands on her hips. I've been in District B for so long, and I haven't had a proper shopping spree. I want to go too, Su Xing shouted along. You guys go, we have some things to attend to. Song Kei thought for a moment and said, do you all have money? I have money. Su Xing happily raised his terminal. I don't. Lu Xiao openly reached out for some pocket money. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at him, just give him some casually. Lu Xiao, was he being treated as a beggar? Fortunately, Captain Song was still generous. She allocated 100,000 alliance coins to him, and Lu Xiao walked away contentedly. When the teammates left, Song Kei faced Zhuang Qinjian, tiptoed, and walked up and down in a cat-like manner. Since she manifested the genes of a wildcat, she unconsciously brought some habits of feline animals with her. You seem not in a good mood today. Anyone tormented by a clingy cat for a whole night wouldn't be in a good mood. Zhuang Qinjian rubbed his forehead and didn't want to say much. Let's go buy some flowers first. Song Kei, displeased, extended her claws, about to speak. However, her footsteps abruptly stopped, and she turned her head to look around. Silence surrounded them. There's an awakener. She formed the words with her lips, one by one. Less than 2 kilometers from the governor mansion, under the bright sunshine, a faint and fleeting awakened energy was detected. If their senses weren't S-level sharp, and if they hadn't coincidentally passed by this area, it could easily be overlooked. The awakener hidden in the shadows remained still, but the residual awakened energy in the air told the two of them the person was nearby. Zhuang Qinjian closed his eyes and opened them again. His awakened energy swept out, but he found nothing unusual. There must be surveillance in the villa area. If there was a strange awakener, the security here wouldn't be silent. Unless, the other party's ability was invisibility. He took Song Kei's terminal and calmly sent a message. Within 2 kilometers, an unidentified awakener has intruded, estimated level between B and A. Song Kei's face turned cold. She slowly released her pressure in place. The two sides didn't know how long they were in a stalemate, and the invisible awakener couldn't bear the burden any longer. Their awakened energy suddenly fluctuated, darting in a certain direction. Song Kei, following the direction, sprinted, and the opponent bypassed the high wall of the garden, disappearing in a flash. Song Kei supported herself with one hand, brown spots appearing on her skin. The leaping ability of the wildcat was brought to the extreme, and she leaped 5 or 6 meters high, flipping over the wall. The two were within arm's reach. At that moment, pale zombie faces appeared out of thin air, countless and creepy. Each face was filled with more than a dozen eyes of varying sizes, fierce and terrifying. They reached out, grabbing Song Kei's neck, arms, thighs, attempting to hold her back. For someone with slightly weaker mental endurance, they would be frightened on the spot. Song Kei immediately realized that there were illusion-type awakeners around. Her palm swept over the wall, and a phantom blue Yanling knife flew through the air, carrying the momentum of thunder, fiercely slashing forward. It shattered all illusions in an instant. The other party's level was obviously not high, estimated to be only B level. Emerging from the zombie heap, she stumbled into view. Song Kei made a backhand slash, piercing through his chest. The man's heart shattered, and large amounts of blood overflowed from his mouth. He fell to the ground, lifeless. However, due to his intervention, the trace of the invisible awakener disappeared again. Song Ke carefully sensed with her awakened energy, confirming that the person hadn't left and was hiding within 100 meters. Zhuang Qinjian's voice came through the earpiece. Song Ke, leave one alive and hand him over to Bai Qi. Song Ke thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. She pulled out a portable speaker from her space and placed it on the ground neatly. Then, she took out a pair of special earplugs, inserted them into her ears, and thought twice before adding another pair. Afterward, she approached stealthily and pressed play. A strange particle waveform was triggered. Everyone who heard it experienced nerve disorder, a sense of disintegration, as if the world had plunged into nothingness, and their internal organs had completely decayed. If this awakener had been fortunate enough to visit the Alliance's F-180 district, Sin City, he would know that there was something in this world that could lead to irreparable destruction, called the crime record. The speaker now in Song Ke's possession was a modified version by Lu Xiao, equivalent to the crime record plus. It indiscriminately swept through, more powerful, stronger, and fiercer. 30 seconds later, a slender figure clutched his head, wailing incessantly as he tumbled out of the shadow. Song Ke grabbed him and slammed him to the ground. The man still wanted to resist, but Song Ke dislocated his wrist joints. She remembered to capture him alive and deliberately left some strength. The awakener on the ground convulsed incessantly. His pupils dilated rapidly, and he was on the verge of turning into a walking corpse. Suddenly, a bizarre expression appeared on his face, and he shouted towards the sky, "I'll kill you." In his struggles, the collar of his clothes loosened slightly, revealing a crimson glow around his neck. It was a miniature bomb implanted in the subcutaneous tissue. Song Ke's pupils contracted abruptly. She leaped onto a nearby tall tree like a cat with an exploding tail, swiftly hiding in the highest branches. Boom! A mist of blood exploded, like cherry blossoms in full bloom, fluttering down. The man's head was shattered on the ground. Luckily, she moved quickly, or else it would have splattered on her. Song Ke silently jumped down and gently kicked the corpse. The awakener died gruesomely, and the only living captive was gone. She puzzledly turned off the speaker and looked at it. Was this thing so powerful? What kind of death song was it playing that made people commit suicide? Also, Song Ke scratched her head. Although her foreign language skills weren't great, wasn't that person shouting in the Tokushima dialect just before he died? TN. Hey guys, I just finished TLing a supernatural BL novel. If you're interested, here is the link. Bai Qi led a few awakeners to the scene. Because one of the corpses had a shattered head and the fingerprints were deliberately worn off, it took some time for them to collect biological information. The other B-level illusionist, however, quickly produced results. The person reporting had a solemn expression, "Brother Bai, no identity information," and the entry record is from 2 days ago. No identity information meant that they were not legal residents of the northern base. Bai Qi glanced at the suspect's face reconstructed through data, ordinary features with no memorable points, easily forgotten in the crowd. Zhuang Qinjian snapped a tree branch, frowned, and disdainfully opened the collar of the illusionist awakener. Sure enough, he had a miniaturized bomb implanted, but Song Ke's one fatal blow killed him before it could be triggered. Did he say anything else? Zhuang Qinjian threw away the tree branch and wiped his hands with disinfectant tissues. No, just that sentence in Tokushima. Song Ke held the megaphone with one hand, swinging her legs on the tree trunk. The ground was covered with blood and minced meat, sticky. She was quite a clean person. After confirming that the other party had breathed their last, she climbed up again. Do you remember how he said it? Zhuang Qinjian didn't hold much hope. I remember. Song Ke tilted her head, thought for a second, cleared her throat, imitated the person's tone, and shouted with vigor, "Kurozuso, I'll kill you." Her voice was loud, her momentum was strong, but her pronunciation was broken. Pfft. Awakeners on the scene covered their mouths, not daring to make fun of the mighty S7, but they couldn't hold back their laughter, making muffled sounds. Each person in District B must be proficient in at least 3 foreign languages before graduation. Due to years of resentment and the need for mutual insults, most people in the northern base chose to study Tokushima. It was the first time they heard such a strange colonial accent. Song Ke, what are you laughing at? She clearly imitated it well. Zhuang Qinjian's fingertips itched, wanting to pinch her face, but he resisted. He turned to Bai Qi, these two are assassins. They shouldn't have come for us. If it's not for V587, then it must be for Yezhang. They came all the way, confirming they were not being followed. These two individuals acted suspiciously outside the general's mansion, concealing their whereabouts and not daring to approach. With A and B level abilities, they didn't pose an assassination threat. They were probably here to gather information, but unfortunately, they ran into Song Ke. Bai Qi understood his implication and had the bodies removed. Thanks for taking action. You don't seem surprised. Zhuang Qinjian looked at him. Lately, there are many sparrows. Bai Qi's eyes showed a hint of killing intent. Though sparrows couldn't cause substantial harm, they were disturbing and irritating. Because summer has come, Zhuang Qinjian hinted that when the weather gets hot, some people can't sit still. The scorching sun shamelessly poured down blinding sunlight, making people sweat profusely. 1 year ago, the apocalypse caused by radiation came without warning at the end of summer at Novel Bin Adat. 1 year later, in the distant north, the S-level floating city, Utopia, rose like the sword of Damocles, hanging high above everyone's heads. Ye Zheng was right, some people couldn't sit still anymore. Before leaving, Bai Qi looked up at the tree. This megaphone. Song Ke swiftly tucked it back into her space, feigning innocence. What megaphone? Bai Qi paused for 2 seconds. Don't use it here next time. Fortunately, the villa area was equipped with a high-quality soundproof system, otherwise, the general's desk would have been piled with neighbor complaints. Song Ke grinned and gave him a thumbs up, implying that it was quite righteous. After the others left, Song Ke landed lightly. Those two, are they Tokushima people? Not necessarily, Zhuang Qinjian said. The grudges between the northern base and Tokushima are not a secret. The phrase he shouted was too deliberate. The person in charge of the northern base was Hikayu Hung. If they wanted information, they should go to the Awakener department. Why come to the general's mansion? Moreover, Ye Zheng himself was S-level, it would be difficult to assassinate him. The timing and motive of these two's appearance seemed suspicious no matter how you looked at it. It was like two seemingly irrelevant pawns on the chessboard, or maybe not pawns at all, but were just coincidentally disrupted by Song Ke. Zhuang Qinjian believed that the person who made this move must have their own intentions, but further speculation would have to wait for the opponent's next move. Just now, Song Ke cleared her throat, her gaze wandering. Did I not imitate well? Zhuang Qinjian's train of thought was interrupted, and he chuckled. Certainly well. He finally fulfilled his desire and pinched Song Ke's cheek, putting aside his perfect score in 16 foreign languages and shamelessly saying, "Your Tokushima is better than mine." Asterisk. At the same time, on the high-altitude commercial street, holographic billboards flickered and changed, showcasing futuristic floating supercars everywhere. Fashionably dressed men and women occasionally descended from them. The glass doors automatically opened, and AI shopping assistants smiled charmingly, providing attentive and companionable services. Open-air ice cream shops, immersive cinemas, and a myriad of entertainment venues. This was one of the most popular places in the northern base, consistently topping the charts as the customer satisfaction top 1 consumer location. In a high-end store, Sucha, dressed in all black with a mask and a baseball cap, stood like a wooden stake at the entrance. Lin Yuyo selected clothes at the virtual counter, lightly tapping her fingertips, and physical dresses were delivered to the side, quickly forming a small mountain. Her long curly hair was casually tied up with a hairpin that was entirely dark blue, with a green tint at the tip, resembling a rare jade from an ancient civilization. On closer inspection, it was revealed to be a concealed weapon, a plum blossom needle. Curious glances from passing awakeners turned into astonishment. Rarely did they see such exquisite weapons. Two girls approached politely and inquired, "Miss, can we have a link to your hairpin?" "Oh, this? It's a creation from my friend." Lin Yuyo paused for a moment before smiling sweetly. "My friend's original design brand, handmade and custom-made. Limited production. If you want one, you can contact me, but it might be a bit pricey." Which girl could resist the temptation of limited edition? The girls expressed that price is not a problem and happily added her contact information. "I'm truly a walking billboard." Lin Yuyo mumbled a couple of sentences, typing in the group chat to share the money-making information with Song Ke. After sending the message, she looked up and saw Sucha standing coolly at the door. His aura clearly marked him as a high-level awakener, and both men and women around were sneakily glancing at him. Lin Yuyo's beautiful eyes flickered. She casually picked up two dresses with similar styles but different colors. "Which one looks better?" Sucha pointed to the green one. Lin Yuyo raised an eyebrow. He hesitated and pointed to the red one. "Are you sure?" The green one is 5 times the price of the red one." Lin Yuyu smiled, teasing him. "In your eyes, can I only wear cheap clothes?" Sucha, who was content as long as there were clothes to wear, completely didn't understand the existence of brand premium. Thinking he made a mistake, he stood up stiffly, feeling constrained. "No, I." Lin Yuyu snapped some photos in front of the mirror, sending them to Jennifer and asking, "Which one looks better?" Jennifer instantly replied in a voice message, background noise suggesting a brawl. "Darling, this emerald green matches your cold white skin perfectly. It's noble and stunning, with a tasteful slit at the back, and the skirt sways elegantly. But I think the burgundy wine red one is also good. My darling looks good in anything. Are you shopping? I'll come over after I finish my job. Why don't you ask yourself?" Jennifer suddenly scolded someone beside her. "Yin Xiao asked me to find out if your captain is there with you." Lin Yuyo couldn't help but chuckle. "Focus on your task first. Let's shop together next time. Also, our captain is not here." After ending the call, she hooked her finger under Sucha's chin. "Understand now? Sometimes when girls ask questions, it's not about giving you multiple choice." Sucha remained stiff. A lovey-dovey couple entered, the girl affectionately saying, "Baby, just buy whatever you like today. I'll pay." "Thank you, baby. But do you know? The two most handsome moments for a man are when he swipes his card and when he wins a duel." Sucha was staring at Lin Yuyu's terminal, enchanted. Upon hearing these words, he came back to his senses, took out his terminal, and silently prepared to pay. Because Song Ke occasionally sent him money, he now had a few million, no longer as financially constrained as before. Before Sucha could reach the cashier, Su Xing bounced past in a duck-patterned small yellow sunglasses, wearing a floral shirt and flower shorts. A long string of AI shopping assistants followed behind, carrying full shopping bags. "Dear customer, is there anything else we can assist you with?" "Yes, I want to buy a bag for my sister." captain of V587, Song K, who possessed tens of millions in assets, yet still carried a worn-out 80L hiking bag. Su Xing walked confidently past the display cabinets, pointing here and there. This one, not these, but the rest, I'll take them all. Charge it to my card. Despite his young age, Su Xing's bold spending startled the entire high-end boutique. Su Xing turned back to look at Lin Yuyo, reluctantly pouting, pay for hers too. Lin Yuyo wasn't short of that bit of money, but the flattery made her blossom with joy. Su Xiaoxing, you're really handsome. Right now, in my heart, you're 2 meters and 8 centimeters tall. Su Xing gave a haughty hum. Sucha. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he pinched his terminal, suddenly thinking that the training in the rainforest might be more suitable for him. In the lounge, Feng Zhigze and Lu Xiao were communicating with the black market, handling the tasks assigned by the captain. Song Ke decided to sell a batch of crystals and spiritual weapons. Most crystals were below level 3 because V587 had a relatively high average level and rarely relied on power banks during battles. They had accumulated quite a few through missions, and as a hard currency, crystals were very popular in the black market, with no worry about sales. As for spiritual weapons, Zhuang Qinjian suggested going for the high-quality route. So, this time, only a small quantity of 500 were sent to the market. Lu Xiao skillfully wiped off the seller's information, adding this batch to the auction list. The two spent half an hour sorting it out. When they went out to join the others, a message suddenly popped up on the terminal, surprisingly a private mission. Sea-level mission, region limited, defeat Fujita hero within 3 hours at the Silver Ring Arena. The issuer's words were intense, and even through the screen, one could feel his overflowing anger. I can't stand it anymore. Whoever can kill this scumbag, I'm willing to transfer 400,000 points to him. Silver Ring Arena? What place was that? Clearly, the Awakeners on the commercial street had also received the same mission. They hastily headed outside. Lin Yuyu put down the clothes she was trying on and turned to her companions. Shall we go and take a look? With nothing else to do, her proposal received unanimous approval. Following the crowd, the 5 purchased tickets to the Silver Ring Arena station. The unique 3-dimensional subway in District B descended rapidly from the high sky. The surroundings transitioned from bright to dim, with the light panels on both sides rapidly changing. The magical spatial tunnel made people dizzy. Fortunately, V587 was accustomed to Lu Xiao's black car. Otherwise, experiencing it for the first time might make one vomit. 10 minutes later, the subway doors opened, and a deafening roar and a chaotic surge of awakened energy hit everyone's senses. A prompt lit up before their eyes. You have entered an unrestricted area for Awakeners. Simultaneously, a mechanical and monotonous voice echoed in their ears, a friendly reminder from the Awakener Department. Northern Base does not advocate any dueling activities. Please remember, do not strive for short-term gains, but strive for long-term success. The lighting on this level was generally dim, giving off an atmosphere reminiscent of Sin City. However, compared to the chaotic district F-180, the crowd here seemed more restrained. Due to the presence of millions of civilians, the Northern Base had strict regulations on the use of abilities. Each entrant would receive a code of conduct that they were required to read, including rules such as no indiscriminate brawling and no harming others. However, conflicts and clashes between Awakeners were common, and physical confrontations were inevitable. How could such a large number of dangerous individuals be regulated and managed? Until now, they were either staying at home or busy with scoring points. The realization struck V587 Northern Base had another world entirely for Awakeners. The 5 were pushed forward by the crowd, left the platform, and took several turns. Soon, a massive sunken arena appeared in their line of sight, surrounded by colorful holographic projections. Thousands of Awakeners were seated or standing in the spectator stands. Unlike the irrational revelry of Ferrara's citizens, most of them had a serious expression. Wow, so many people! Su Xing exclaimed with the innocence of someone unfamiliar with the world. In the center of the Silver Ring Arena, a figure with a black-clothed head and a face covered by a black scarf stepped onto the throne of the arena. Arrogantly surveying the surroundings, he raised his middle finger provocatively. According to the information displayed on the screen, he was the target of the previous sea-level mission Fujita hero. What's this? Is this all the Northern Base can do? We came all the way here for this? Not a single person who can put up a fight. Facing the audience, Fujita hero taunted in a sarcastic tone, a bunch of trash, you know that? Wastes, got it? Idiots. Fujita hero was provocative, provoking the anger of the entire audience in just a few words. A vigorous figure sprinted past V587, stepping on the railing and about to jump down. Bang! Numerous faint lights appeared, and he was bounced out by the isolation barrier. The cold prompt sounded, non-challengers, please do not disturb the order of the arena. I %dog, Takushima, you daredevil, today, I'll make you search the ground for your teeth. It was a young Awakener, wearing torn jeans, a diamond lip stud at the corner of his mouth, and boldly dyed pink hair. He looked like a typical well-off, impulsive, and righteous local resident of District B, scolding Fujita hero. Awakener had a special way of communication. As long as a bit of awakened energy was added, the voice could travel far. This young man was probably so angry that his awakened energy was scattered everywhere. The large silver ring arena echoed with his loud curses. Unsatisfied after scolding, he repeated it in fluent Takushima dialect. Fujita Hiro's face was tightly covered, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes. He gestured towards him with a hooked little finger. Don't bark down there, come up if you have the guts. Sure, I'll come up. Grandpa is not afraid of you. The cursing young man's face turned red with excitement. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to brush the terminal to enter, but his companion beside him quickly held him back. Are you crazy? Fujita Hiro is a 9 level. This is a damn life and death situation, you can bet on any damn stakes. Are you going to offer your damn head? I can't stand it anymore. One can be killed but not humiliated. Even if you can't stand it, you have to endure it. Otherwise, being humiliated as a little B7 will be your fate. By then, that bastard will mock our northern base for having no one. The young man was awakened by a cold splash of water on his head. The punching and kicking gradually stopped, but he was unwilling. In a fit of rage, he kept tapping on the terminal. If he couldn't beat him, then maybe he could manipulate others? He was willing to use all his points. That bastard must roll off the arena? A few seconds later, everyone in the area received an update on the C-Rank commission. The reward was increased to 800,000 points, quickly approaching the reward for an A-Rank mission distributed by the system. V587's 5 members found seats and gradually pieced together the situation from the surrounding discussions. Do you not know Fujita Hiro? He's quite famous, the captain of the Kirigakuer, Hidden Mist, team, ranking in the top 10 in Tokushima. Why would someone from Tokushima come to our territory? Revenge. I heard that our newcomer S7 had messed up Lei Zhao and Noguma Yuko before, intentionally coming here to stir things up. At novel bin at. Su Xing perked up his ears to eavesdrop and nodded with satisfaction. That's right, it was my sister who did it. He has won 4 consecutive matches, why not find an S level to take him on? Someone enthusiastically shouted. Bullying our S levels, is that it? Another awakener said dejectedly. With Zhigler and Shizii heavily injured, the number of top-level awakeners in the northern base had sharply declined, making them the bottom feeders in District B. At this moment, Tokushima sending an A9 level here was clearly an intentional attempt to step on them. Using an S level against A9. Even if we win, it's just level suppression. How embarrassing would it be if word got out? The first speaker looked serious. Besides, Fujita Hiro's awakener ability is too dominant on the arena, you'll see when you watch. The boos from all directions grew louder, with a faint trend of overturning the roof. Fujita Hiro remained unfazed, sitting arrogantly on the throne with crossed legs. Although most of the awakeners in the northern base were sheltered or joined after the apocalypse, they considered this place as their second home. What is a hometown? It's a place where we can criticize it ourselves, but outsiders have no right to insult. I'll go meet him. A man wearing glasses, with a refined appearance, walked down from the audience. His appearance seemed freshly arrived, dust still clinging to him. It's Zhao Zhe? Great, he's also A9. Some spectators recognized him from a distance and cheered. Zhao Zhe took off his coat, swiped the terminal, and stepped into the arena with a steady pace. The screen displayed the information of the current challenger, Zhao Zhe, a 9-level light-type awakener, affiliated with the Team Blue Flame. The teams of awakeners between the two districts had clashed before. Fujita Hiro squinted his eyes, quickly recognizing him, and sneered disdainfully. Oh, isn't this the blue snail that can't catch up even if it eats shit? The Elderly People's Nation incident stirred up a lot of commotion in District B. All teams accepting commissions were exposed. However, Blue Flame, due to transportation issues, took a full 7 days for the outbound journey and had yet to reach the Endless Sea. Everything had settled, and they ended up making the trip in vain. Their rankings also dropped, falling out of the top 10 in the northern base. Zhao Zhe, stop the nonsense, sign the wager. If I win, you better get lost. One of the features of the Silver Ring Arena was the ability to legally bet anything, including the participants' lives, through duels. Fujita Hiro's eyes rolled around as he stated his wager. If I win, you guys have to change your name to Blue Snail. Unexpectedly, he didn't bet his life. It seemed like he was just trying to provoke Zhao Zhe. Under the witness of the AI referee, the two signed the contract. With a ding of the whistle, the 5th round challenge officially began. Zhao Zhe looked stern, sending countless light balls with a swift motion, leaping forward across the half-field. Along the way, he snapped his fingers, and the high-altitude spotlights flashed rapidly. Hundreds of spotlights neatly shone on Fujita Hiro. Once locked on, the scorching heat would roast him. Fujita Hiro smirked, smashing down a smoke bomb with a bang, covering half the arena. After the choking smoke cleared, large patches of grass and uneven wooden stakes appeared in the arena, and his figure quietly disappeared. Mu Dunjutsu? Wood release technique. The audience exclaimed from the stands. He's a ninja. Fujita Hiro's awakened ability turned out to be enhanced ninja techniques from the mystic category. Zhao Zhe found himself waist-deep in tall grass, cautiously maneuvering through it. The light balls in his hands kept shining, illuminating the nearby shadows. With one in the light and the other in the shadows, the two remained in a deadlock for about 5 minutes. Zhao Zhe's expression gradually became serious. As a long-range awakener, he was more suited to open spaces. Facing a elusive ninja, he had to be extremely vigilant to avoid being ambushed. Swoosh! A dark figure flashed behind, and Zhao Zhe quickly turned around, making a decisive decision. Since he couldn't find him, he decided to dismantle everything. Bang! Bang! The light balls smashed into the wooden stakes, instantly disappearing without a trace. Those were not real stakes at all, they were just illusions. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of rustling through the air came, and Fujita Hero's shadow swiftly moved through the grass, throwing several shurikens. Boom, boom, Zhao Zhe's light balls were pierced, and the spotlights chasing Fujita Hero were all cut off by hidden weapons. The arena's visibility suddenly darkened, and the sudden change in brightness and darkness made everyone momentarily dazed. Zhao Zhe didn't dare to stop for a moment, continuously launching attacks towards suspicious positions around him. Where was he? Where exactly was he hiding? Suddenly, his footsteps came to a halt. Fujita Hero, clinging to a thin wooden pole, emerged from the grass between his legs with a sinister smile. He held a bamboo flute, gently blew a dart, and tiny poisoned needles penetrated Zhao Zhe's mouth. Zhao Zhe fell straight down. The audience erupted in a collective gasp, and the cursing guy angrily shook the railing. Damn, this dog is really cunning. Fujita Hero revealed a sinister smile and was about to finish off Zhao Zhe when a sharp alarm suddenly rang out on the silver ring arena. Bright red lights flashed, illuminating everyone's faces. It was both a warning and a deterrent. Once a dual death event occurred, the safety level of this area would drop, and the Awakener department would invite relevant personnel for a chat. Fujita Hero seemed to have some reservations, casting a discreet glance in a certain direction. Then, he kicked Zhao Zhe out of the arena. The Blue Flame team members rushed over to carry him away for medical treatment. District B10, Fujita Hero opened his palm, counting with each finger, Beijun, Kongsang, Urjia, Esker, Northern Base. Tisk tisk, is this the strength of District B's 5th place? Let me win 5 in a row. As long as he won 7 consecutive matches, he could win the title of challenger in the Silver Ring Arena, gaining both fame and fortune. Before this, such an honor had never fallen to other districts. Blue Flame, oh no, now called Blue Snail, can this kind of trash still rank in the top 10? Also, there's Tustin, and that team with numbers, V587. Taking a trip to the sea, finding a group of turtles to perform with, and thinking you're someone. Fujita Hero exaggeratedly laughed, holding his stomach. All these bragging lies. Who can't set up a scene for a photo shoot? Ha ha ha. Boos echoed throughout the venue, and Fujita Hero raised his middle finger, turning 360 degrees, provoking everyone. The cursing young man was so enraged that he attempted to climb over the railing again. With numerous talented Awakeners in the northern base, was it truly difficult to take down even one A9 level opponent? Of course not. Due to the last place elimination system, most teams were away on missions, and there weren't many top Awakeners in the city area. This gave Fujita Hero the opportunity to act arrogantly. In the back rows of the audience, Lu Xiao exclaimed in surprise, is he mocking us? Clearly, yes, Lin Yuyu sneered. Although Yang Xiaobo's video was indeed flashy, did they really need to rely on staged scenes to promote their reputation? Specifically inviting a level 5 ferocious beast as an extra? Fujita Hero clearly had impure motives, intentionally distorting facts and humiliating the Awakeners of the northern base. I don't think he's that impressive, Su Xing said innocently, supporting his chin with both hands. He couldn't last 3 minutes against my sister, could he? How many in the entire alliance can solo the team captain? Feng Zhixu smiled knowingly. Too bad my sister isn't here, or she would have flattened him, Su Xing lamented. Even if she were here, it wouldn't work. Didn't you hear them say he's A9? If we go for S level and win, it won't be honorable, Feng Zhixu sighed. Su Xing, displeased, pinched his rubber duck sunglasses. I know, can't always rely on my sister to support me, we have to stand on our own feet. He repeated verbatim the words Zhuang Qinjian had taught him half a year ago, but it's still frustrating. With a snap, the sunglasses were flattened. Lin Yuyu, with a hint of teasing in her eyes, said, oh, our A1 baby is angry. What's wrong, do you want to go up? As soon as the words fell, someone next to them stood up. Lin Yuyu looked up in surprise, are you going to the bathroom? The two most handsome moments for a man are when he swipes his card to pay the bill and when he wins a duel. Sucha's mind suddenly recalled the words he heard in a high-end store. There's no chance to pay the bill now, but the latter could be tried. After all, he didn't like that Fujita Hero. I'm going to earn some points. Sucha lowered his baseball cap, walked down with a gust of wind, quickly swiped the terminal, and entered the arena. The remaining people stared at each other, their expressions as if something supernatural had happened. What's going on? This guy isn't usually the type to seek attention, right? Lin Yuyu suddenly stood up, reached out but couldn't stop him, so she could only remind anxiously, hey, be careful. Feng Zhixu silently took out a first aid kit. It's fine. If he wants to go, let him. I'm prepared. The cursing teenager, with half of his leg over the railing, curiously leaned forward. I don't know him. In the midst of everyone's gaze, a tall and slender man in black pants and a black shirt flipped over the railing. There was a cold and fierce aura in his eyes, and his movements subtly revealed well-defined muscles, resembling a wild leopard brimming with strength. The information on the screen slowly appeared. Sucha, A8 level poison type awakener. The on-site audience discussed with concern, their tone filled with worry. Who is this? He looks quite powerful. Can an A8 level handle it? Don't get injured again. Why do I feel this name sounds familiar, muttered an awakener from a lower-level district. In the midst of the noisy background, the last line of information appeared, affiliated with the team V587. Like a drop of hot oil falling into a cold pan, the audience erupted in an instant. V587? The recently unrivaled V587? The one with an S7 level captain? The V587 who had just been mocked by Fujita Hiro a minute ago, and now he's confronting him face to face? Wow, this team's style, so appealing. Thunderous cheers echoed through the arena, and all the awakeners from the northern base spontaneously cheered for V587. Fujita Hiro sneered, his attitude still arrogant. How do you want to play this? If I win, your points belong to us, Sucha stated concisely. Fine, but if you lose, let. Fujita Hiro's eyes revealed a malicious intent. Let your S7 come to our Takushima. I can't make decisions for the captain. I'll bet my life against yours. Sucha casually dropped a bombshell, causing a stir in the audience. Even Fujita Hiro showed a slight change in expression. Challenge accepted? Lin Yuyu in the audience stood up abruptly, lips pressed into a straight line. This is outrageous. Who allows him to joke about his own life? Feng's Higsu consoled. Sucha is not confused. If he dares to step on the stage, he must be confident. Besides, there's still me. Lin Yuyu paced anxiously, nibbling on her nails. No, in case something happens. I have to find Song K. She lowered her head to send a message, typing just a few words repeatedly. Her fingertips couldn't help but tremble. Inside the arena, the AI referee signaled that the contract was complete, and the two sides could begin the duel. This time, Fujita Hiro seized the initiative, initiating ninjutsu. A chilling wind surrounded him, and countless ropes with blade attachments appeared out of thin air. Fujita Hiro merged his palms, forming a mysterious seal, leaving behind a stone on the spot, blending into the shadows. Sucha had just taken a step when all the blades made a crisp sound, like the ominous bell of death. Fujita Hiro had set up a trap, secretly observing and planning to torment his trapped prey before delivering the fatal blow. Sucha remained unfazed, secretly thinking, is this the extent of his ninja skills? He was underestimating him. Someone who came from the rainforest could blend seamlessly with the surroundings at any time. He moved continuously through the rope array, stealthily maneuvering around all obstacles, his towering figure turning into a fleeting mist, slowly vanishing without a trace. Both of them disappeared at the same time. The onlookers stared at the stage in astonishment, but the arena was empty, only vaguely sensing the flow of awakened energy. Bang! The shockwave of the collision of two awakened energies swept through the entire stage. Both of them simultaneously reappeared from the shadows. Fujita Hiro threw a black shuriken towards Sucha's eyes, an unavoidable attack at a distance of less than 10 meters. Unexpectedly, Sucha threw a blue shuriken in return, with a chilly and resolute aura. The two projectiles clashed in midair, and ding! Fujita Hiro's black shuriken split in half. The blue shuriken bravely continued, cutting through the ropes with blades attached, heading straight for Fujita Hiro's heart. In haste, he dropped a smoke bomb, and the ground instantly caved in. He narrowly escaped the fatal blow. What is that? The audience exclaimed in shock. Sucha held the blue shuriken between his fingers, standing in the arena like a lone wolf. He calmly assessed the obstructive technique constructed with earth manipulation, showing no signs of panic. Lu Xiao raised his head, surveying the floating screens with interest. His tea-colored eyes sparkled with a glint of ice. The screen, which was originally displaying Sponsor S, suddenly inserted a distinctive commercial. Various ethereal blue spiritual weapons rotated slowly against a deep background color. The down-to-earth mechanical voice interjected at the right moment. Which family is the best at monster slaying after the apocalypse? The Song clan's spiritual weapons are truly enticing? Your boyfriend or girlfriend can't provide you with 100% security, but Song-style spiritual weapons have it all. If you want to buy, bring them with you. Hurry up and call the order hotline XXXXXX. The audience, what kind of nonsense is this? Are you here to duel or advertise? However, the commercial was too persuasive, and inexplicably, many people noted down that mysterious contact information. The surroundings became eerie, and Sucha concealed his figure, holding a tri-edged military dagger in one hand, systematically inspecting every blind spot. With each obstructive technique destroyed, Fujita Hiro suffered a backlash, but after lurking for so long, he failed to find any flaws in Sucha. The air seemed to solidify, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down Fujita Hiro's forehead. This kid's mental fortitude was just too strong. Since it was like this, don't blame him for being ruthless. Die. A dark figure slid along the ground, and Fujita Hiro chose to confront it head-on. Sucha seemed prepared, gripping the tri-edged military dagger, his waist and abdomen tense. With a swift movement, he slashed diagonally forward. Fujita Hiro couldn't evade in time, and his face mask was torn apart, revealing a face with acne scars, pockmarks, and uneven terrain. Wow, how ugly can someone be? The foul-mouthed guy joyfully slammed the railing. No wonder you have to cover it up. Ha ha ha. Fujita Hiro, infuriated and embarrassed, leaped like a frog. Sleeves flew out, releasing numerous hidden weapons and poison needles. Sucha's baseball cap was knocked off, but he advanced instead of retreating, lightning-fast arms piercing through the blade ropes. He grabbed Fujita Hiro's neck and slammed him forcefully to the ground. Bang! Fujita Hiro's pupils contracted, rapidly retreating, leaving a dummy behind. Sucha's black t-shirt was torn and ragged. Lifting the hem, he casually wiped off the blood. With a backward pull, the fabric shattered to the ground. He happened to stand at the intersection of light and shadow, revealing his face and upper body. It was undoubtedly a robust physique that had rolled on the edge of life and death countless times, broad shoulders, narrow waist, smooth muscle contours, prominent veins in his arms. Even with bloodstains, it didn't diminish his vigorous explosiveness. Especially the black snake tattoo on his nape, exuding a savage ferocity. "You're poisoned?" Fujita Hiro slowly emerged from the shadows, a cold smile on his ugly face. Struck by his specially crafted hidden weapon, the skin would gradually decay, inch by inch, falling away, turning into a pool of corpse water in endless agony. Sucha tilted his neck, and the joints made a crisp, crunching sound. He stared at Fujita Hiro as if looking at a dead man. The big taboo for an assassin is to expose their true trump card to the opponent before delivering a fatal blow. Suddenly, Sucha pounced like a wolf, spinning to kick Fujita Hiro, flipping him over, pressing his knee against his mouth, and ruthlessly cutting with the tri-edged military dagger. A severed hand flew into the air. "Ah!" Fujita Hiro screamed in agony, his eyes filled with disbelief. "How is it possible? How could you not be poisoned?" "Idiot," Sucha taunted unusually. When he entered the arena, it seemed like this person hadn't bothered to check his ability information. A 8-level poison-type awakener. Those who could use poison as an ability were naturally resistant to various toxins. Sucha's mental power had always been on high alert, protecting himself from Fujita Hiro's invasion while quietly releasing poison mist. At the same time, he enjoyed observing the clownish antics of this self-proclaimed master of poison. "It's you who's poisoned." From the severed hand to the contorted face, Fujita Hiro suddenly turned entirely green. Before he could wail, the potent neurotoxin damaged his brain. His neck tilted, breath extinguished, and all the obstructive techniques in the surroundings vanished. Is he dead? An A9-level awakener, Fujita Hiro, had died on the Silver Ring Arena like this? The awakeners from the northern base were silent for a moment, followed by an explosive roar of cheers. "Adat novel bin adat." Strangely, this time, the safety alarm did not sound, as if even the surveillance had developed a biased sentiment. With the death of the title holder, the current challenge was considered over, and the barrier surrounding the arena automatically retracted. While the crowd was still cheering, whoosh, nearly 100 awakeners descended from all directions, ranging from A to B levels, surrounding Sucha. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Some people sensed that something was wrong. These were not from the northern base, so why did so many unfamiliar awakeners suddenly infiltrate? Moreover, it was too deliberate to act right after Fujita Hiro died. It looked like it was all arranged in advance. A man with a mask walked down from the spectator seats, half of his face charmingly beautiful, and the other half covered by a fierce evil-looking mask. His tone was fluctuating, a strange mix of both masculine and feminine. "It seems like you violated the rules. Fujita didn't bet his life against you, but you killed him." Sucha slowly stood up, his face as calm as water. He couldn't sense the speaker's awakened energy, which meant there were two possibilities: either the person had no ability and was just an ordinary individual, or they were an S-level awakener, at least S3 or higher, capable of completely concealing their presence. The awakeners from the northern base were no longer calm. They jumped onto the arena, and some couldn't hold back, releasing their abilities mid-air. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire area. As the two groups were about to engage in a brawl, the situation was on the brink of losing control. A subtle smile appeared on the lips of the masked man. He aimed his pale palm at Sucha, and his 5 fingers twitched and trembled. "Wow, so many people!" A sincere exclamation sounded above the heads of the crowd. On the high-altitude camera circling the arena, a girl with shoulder-length hair appeared, squatting there unnoticed. She looked down at the chaos below, tilting her head slightly. "Before you start fighting, can we settle the points you owe us first?" Tien. Captain Song's entrance is so cool. This whole chapter is so cool. Sucha is so cool. Even Lu Xiao is so cool. Ahahaha. Angry face. "After I die, I won't care about the raging flood." 2 hours before the riot at the Silver Ring Arena. In the ancient street villa area, Lucia and Ming Gang, who worked in the living room, exchanged a few words. Lucia picked up the flower spray pot and walked towards the courtyard. Just as she descended the steps, the access control system reminded her of a visitor. Lucia felt a bit surprised. They had refused visitors for many years, and their friends were aware of their habits and wouldn't disturb them casually. On this special day, who could be coming? Lucia opened the terminal, and real-time images came in. A charming young girl's face was looking at the camera, with round eyes like a certain small animal, curiously looking around. Behind her was a tall young man. Lucia sighed silently, signaled the access control to allow entry, put the flower spray pot aside, and adjusted her bun and outfit. Not long after, Song K came over with a large bouquet of fragrant and vibrant lilies. Due to radiation, most plants had mutated after Doomsday. She intentionally bought the restored version, several times more expensive than the ordinary ones. Zhuang Qinjian gently pushed her back, and Song K awkwardly spoke, "Hello, Professor. Wishing you both a happy pearl wedding anniversary." Extending her hand, Lucia took the bouquet and handed it to the robot butler for trimming and arranging. She then turned around and picked up the flower spray pot. "Come in first, I'll go water the flowers." Song K, with a smiling face, eagerly approached. "Let me help you." Before Lucia could react, the pot was taken away, and Song K happily ran away. Her enthusiastic attitude made it impossible for people to refuse. Lucia could only lead Zhuang Qinjian inside first. When Ming Gang saw the newcomers, his face instantly turned serious. If you want to inquire about Mingji's news, I have nothing to say. Zhuang Qinjian nodded slightly, with a polite attitude. Professor Ming, rest assured, I won't do anything to upset you. I'm just here as Mingji's colleague and friend to visit you on his behalf. Ming Gang snorted coldly but didn't say anything to drive him away. Zhuang Qinjian turned gently to Lucia. Professor, I have a somewhat unpleasant request. May I see Mingji's childhood photos? Lucia was somewhat surprised but agreed. She opened a dynamic photo album on the projection, apparently flipping through it regularly. She cherished every page and couldn't help sharing because of her longing as a mother. This is when Xiaoji was just born, thin as a monkey. After much effort to fatten him up, you can see how cute he was at 5, all chubby. This one is Asker's graduation photo. He was the youngest student in that year. Lucia's eyes gradually moistened. I'm sorry, this album only goes up to the age of 20. I didn't have the chance to see what he looked like afterward. It's not like there's no chance. Zhuang Qinjian pondered slightly, looking calmly at Lucia. I'm quite good at drawing. If you don't mind, I can try to draw Mingji's later appearance. He carefully observed the photos and videos in the album, from the innocent childhood to the teenage years, flipping through until Mingji was 20 and entered the Qinglin Research Institute. His life record stopped here. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuang Qinjian took out a light screen and began to sketch. He first copied the appearance of Mingji at 20, as it was the most accurate with visual references. Then, based on bone structure and muscle development, he drew Mingji at 30, with a mature and stable face. The last sketch depicted Mingji at around 70, with gentle eyebrows and eyes drooping slightly, wrinkles covering his face, lips slightly pursed, surrounded by a faint academic aura. Lucia stared at the portrait of 70-year-old Mingji in a trance. Ming Gang, this one looks a bit like you. Ming Gang glanced at it proudly, raising his chin. Of course, my son looks like me. He pointed his finger, hovering over the sketch of 30-year-old Mingji. Also like you, similar eyebrows, similar personality, the same soft heart. A tinge of melancholy and sadness surged in Ming Gang's heart. He couldn't bear it, turning his head away, eyebrows furrowing. Then, he covered his mouth, almost gasping for breath. Stop cough? Is this your way of watering them? Are you trying to drown them? In the courtyard, several carefully cultivated biotic camellia plants by Lucia were soaked from roots to leaves. Songke, who was happily watering the flowers, looked up in confusion, startled by Ming Gang's loud voice. She shivered, and the flower spray pot accidentally released a stream of water. Ming Gang was so angry that he couldn't speak, and Songke, summoned by Lucia, nervously entered the house. The couple stared at her in silence for a while, but in the end, they couldn't bear to scold her. After all, this child meant well and didn't intentionally cause trouble. Lucia pushed the tea set toward them. Have some tea. Songke, with her head shrunk, dared not touch anything. Lucia spoke softly. It's okay, the flowers I raise never bloom. Songke was surprised. Huh. Lucia, seemingly recalling something, smiled lightly. At that time, Xiaoji was just like you, always insisting on helping but unable to control the water properly. He often ended up drowning the flowers. I got used to it a long time ago. At her words, Zhuang Qinjian lowered his gaze, subtly moving his fingertips. Songke, can I borrow the light screen? Songke retrieved the old light screen left by her grandfather and handed it to him. Zhuang Qinjian stood up and gestured. Sorry for the interruption, I'll be back in a moment. After leaving the living room, Zhuang Qinjian glanced at those drooping and seemingly lifeless camellia plants, shaking his head with a smile. Then, he put away his smile and brought up the portrait of Song Ziwen, drawn according to Songke's description, placing it next to Mingji's portrait. Clearly, Song Ziwen appeared even older, with numerous wrinkles and lines, a gray and lifeless complexion. To anyone looking at it, he seemed to be a pitiable old man tormented by illness. However, when Zhuang Qinjian overlaid the two images, the features of Song Ziwen and Mingji mysteriously aligned. Zhuang Qinjian hesitated for a moment, then placed the portrait of 20-year-old Mingji on top. His gaze gradually fixed. Despite the noticeable differences in facial conditions, the alignment of bone structure and muscle development was consistent. Zhuang Qinjian switched to another system on the old light screen, which contained a vast amount of cutting-edge research papers and data on genetics. If Song Ziwen was from District F, could he have obtained this knowledge and understanding of the content? Unless, he didn't belong there at all, but instead came from District B, where knowledge access was easily available. Moreover, he might have been the once acclaimed genius young doctor in genetics. Mingji, Ziwen. Is it not true that without a tranquil heart, one cannot have a clear aspiration? Without peace, one cannot achieve far-reaching goals, right? But why would a promising researcher turn into an elderly man plagued by incurable illness within a few years? Zhuang Qinjian fell into silence for a moment, the clear answer forming in his mind. Radiation. Excessive exposure to radiation in a short period can lead to organ failure, causing rapid aging in the human body. So, Mingji became Song Ziwen. There is only one possibility. After the Loke accident, Mingji must have returned to the research institute or approached the nuclear explosion site, facing excessive radiation exposure, resulting in severe damage to his bodily functions. But why did he go back? He clearly escaped with an experimental subject privately. Knowing the accident had occurred, why return to such a dangerous place? What about Lac 0017, taken away by him? With the initial cells dead, the experimental subject should not have survived. How did Mingji handle it? Zhuang Qinjian closed his eyes and then pulled up Song Kei's genetic report. Among the hundreds of unknown DNA sequences, only 2 were clear, hook snake and wildcat. This did not prove anything, as he could list over 1,000 cases of experimental subjects with a fusion of these 2 genes, including Lac 0017. In the prolonged silence, Zhuang Qinjian sighed deeply, his voice barely audible. You succeeded, Prometheus. You found the true fire. In ancient myths, Prometheus stole the fire to rekindle the light for humanity, angering the chief god Zeus. As punishment, Prometheus was bound to a rock on Mount Caucasus, where an eagle would daily feast on his regenerating liver. Prometheus became a tormented martyr. But in this world, there has never been a Hercules. Zhuang Qinjian's next sigh came instantly. The myth ends happily, with Zeus's son, the brave and strong Hercules, shooting the eagle with a bow and freeing Prometheus from his chains. However, reality took an unexpected turn. Prometheus faced punishment for stealing the fire, and the greedy humanity transformed into the eagle, seeking his last moments of life. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his brows, a hint of resentment emerging in his eyes at Novel bin Adat. He systematically deleted all the portraits, like an indifferent deity indifferent to the suffering of all living beings. In the laboratory of Qianzhan City, Ning Rong questioned him about why he refused to hand over the fire seed data. At that time, Zhuang Qinjian's response was, he couldn't become a saint. In fact, he lied. Not only did he not want to become a saint, but he also desired to be the tyrannical Zeus who actively extinguishes the flames. Après moi, le deluge. After me, the deluge. Song Kei, who had unintentionally caused trouble, immersed herself in drinking tea to disguise her embarrassment. Lucia covered Ming Gang's hand, feeling it a bit cool, and tugged at the blanket. Let's work on the paper tomorrow. Did you take your medicine? The irritable Ming Gang, in front of Lucia, seemed as docile as a lamb, took half. Lucia disapproved as she looked at him. Ming Gang forced a smile and grasped her hand back without letting go. It's not a big deal, why bother taking medicine all the time? The warm atmosphere between the two was indescribable, leaving no room for a third person to intervene. Song Kei stared blankly at them, and the question Zhuang Qinjian had asked her during their time in Haimen inexplicably popped into her head. Do you know what liking means? The couple, Ming Gang and Lucia, turned towards her simultaneously. Song Kei belatedly realized that she had inadvertently spoken aloud. Lucia pondered slightly. Liking is the prelude to love. It's a superficial expression of love, encompassing attachment, altruism, and intimacy. Holding the teacup, Song Kei's eyes reflected a clear but confused expression. Professor Lucia, forgive me if I can't agree with that. Ming Gang coughed lightly and said solemnly, I believe liking and love are 2 completely different emotions. Oh, what is Professor Ming's insight? Lucia turned to him with a smile. When it came to professional matters, the 2 renowned cognitive psychologists engaged in a calm and amicable discussion. Ming Gang, never one for humor, stated firmly, liking is an unrestrained infatuation, while love is an exclusive loyalty. Liking a flower, you might pick it, but loving a flower, you'll only nurture it. Song Kei's head followed the 2 as they conversed, nodding and shaking her head in apparent understanding. Oh. Lucia gently touched the coiled hair at her temple, her eyes reflecting a wise and bright light. Who says love must be exclusive? Commonly recognized love can be divided into passionate love and companionate love. Passionate love is emotional, intense, stimulated by dopamine and adrenaline, longing to be with the other person. At this stage, perhaps there is what you call exclusivity and the narrow swinging suspension bridge effect, making one unconsciously yearn. Lucia subtly needled, even changing her address to a polite form of you. Song Kei blinked in confusion. Dopamine? Suspension bridge? Once again, she couldn't comprehend. Ming Gang opened his mouth to retort, but Lucia forcefully interrupted. However, the peak period cannot be sustained indefinitely. When the passion subsides, life becomes increasingly ordinary, ultimately returning to companionate love, the 3 elements I mentioned earlier, deeper attachment and longer-lasting intimacy, mutual respect, mutual support. Adat Novel bin Adat. So, I believe that liking and love are connected. Lucia smiled. Professor Ming, do you agree with my perspective? You're right. Ming Gang cleverly stepped back, avoiding the discussion of liking and love, emphasizing the importance of family harmony. Lucia handed a glass of water to him. So, respect each other and take your medicine. Ming Gang choked up, silently taking the glass and swallowing. Song Kei followed suit, lowering her head to sip her tea. Lucia looked at her with maternal affection, like a patient teacher explaining patiently. Did you understand? Song Kei mumbled in response. I understood the earlier part. She grasped the idea up to the point of picking flowers, but the rest became hazy. Ming Gang and Lucia exchanged a glance, facing the first student who was so challenging to teach. Lucia rephrased it. Liking is when you see someone for the first time and know it's him. Ming Gang held Lucia's hand, and the 2 reached a silent consensus at that moment. Love is when one day, you look back at her and tell yourself, thank goodness it's her. After leaving Ming Gang's home, Zhuang Qinjian remained silent throughout the journey. Song Kei approached him, tilting her head. What are you thinking about? Nothing, just feeling fortunate. Zhuang Qinjian held her hand, forcefully entwining his fingers with hers, lowering his head slightly. Fortunate that I found you so early. Zhuang Qinjian's face, though exceptionally handsome, seemed to carry an air of heavy color, forming a unique charm, especially when he spoke in a low voice. It felt like an irresistible vortex. Song Ke corrected his statement. It's not you who found me, it's I who saved you. Zhuang Qinjian smiled slowly, gazing down at Song Ke. Yes, you saved me. Liking is when you see someone for the first time and know it's him. Suddenly, Song Ke plunged into his gaze, momentarily stunned. It was strange looking back now. She wasn't someone who meddled in others' affairs. Why, when they first met in Hua City, did she impulsively rescue him from the pool of blood? Achoo! Without warning, Song Ke sneezed. She rubbed her nose and, when she looked up, noticed that Zhuang Qinjian had closed his eyes, lenses speckled with suspicious droplets. I'm sorry. Song Ke hurriedly wiped them with her sleeve. It's okay. Zhuang Qinjian held her hand, kneading it in his palm. Does something feel uncomfortable? Did she smell something strange again, or was there an issue with her recessive gene? Song Ke honestly replied, feels like my eyes are a bit dry. Zhuang Qinjian examined her carefully but found no abnormalities. He looked up at the sky. The northern base also had a weather simulation system, labeled T005. The terminal displayed normal temperature and radiation. Maybe it's some allergies. Let's go indoors. Song Ke nodded, and at that moment, the terminal beeped. Lin Yuyu had sent a distress message. 3 hours later, at the Awakener department, the investigating officer in charge sat upright, looking serious and hesitant. Would you like some water? Song Ke frowned slightly, having consumed tea throughout the day already. Thinking she might be dissatisfied, the officer suddenly stood up. What would you like to drink? I'll have someone prepare it. Obediently, he promptly left the room. He had been unlucky enough to visit Dr. Ning's research institute and witnessed the formidable S7 subdues Higler and Shizi. In case he angered her, he didn't want to risk losing his head. Yazaime knocked on the door and entered. The investigating officer, as if granted a reprieve, said, Xiaoya, I'll leave it to you. I have some other work to attend to. Without waiting for a response, he hastily left the room, looking as if he were being chased by a ghost. With only 2 people left in the room, Yazaime deliberately drew out her words, Captain Song. Song Ke raised her voice, I didn't steal anything, nor did I break anything. Unable to contain her amusement, Yazaime chuckled, don't be nervous. This time, considering your act of bravery, you actually have some credit. Song Ke's eyes lit up, so, Sucha won't have to go to jail. Yazaime adopted a serious tone. In the northern base, unless an awakener results in a fatal outcome during wartime, the consequences are severe. Luckily, he killed someone from the Takushima faction, and they signed a life-or-death agreement before the duel. Otherwise, this would have been quite troublesome. Go and get him, and remember, there won't be a next time. Song Ke went to the detention room to retrieve Sucha. On the way, they encountered the rich cursing boy who had been beaten by his parents. Seeing her approach, the boy, with a bruised and swollen face, rushed over excitedly and rubbed his hands together. Sister Song, can you give me an autograph? Sign it on my shirt. He quickly took off his t-shirt, revealing his bare upper body, then suddenly realized, oh, and the commission reward, I'll send it to you. After confirming completion on the terminal, another 800,000 points were credited to V587's account, and their overall ranking moved up 1 place. Song Ke casually signed her name, patting the young man's shoulder as she did. With such potential, he had a promising future, and she enjoyed helping out newcomers. The young man touched his shoulder, looking happy and somewhat dreamy, then walked away. V587 left, chatting and laughing. On the first floor, they unexpectedly bumped into Hikayu Hung. The second-in-command of the northern base had a serious expression, and behind her were 6 top-tier awakeners, forming an imposing lineup that had never been seen before. This group included the Ling siblings, the recently injured but now recovering Higler, Zhao Yuking, and 3 new S-level combatants. As the 2 groups met in a narrow passage, both sides stopped, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. After a moment, Hikayu Hung, with a cold expression, walked past Song Ke without a sideways glance. Zhao Yuking discreetly turned around and nodded to her. Hikayu Hung had always valued awakeners. With so many unknown individuals infiltrating her jurisdiction, it could have led to significant security incidents. It was not surprising that she took action, mobilizing all S-level members. Excluding Song Ke was also not surprising, considering their conflict stemming from the kidnapping incident. Since then, the authority over V587 was no longer in her hands. Song Ke nonchalantly turned her head, let's go, to catch the smugglers that Xiao Xing found. Achoo! Just as they walked out of the Awakener department building, Song Ke couldn't control another sneeze. What's wrong, Captain? Catching a cold? Lin Yuyu asked with concern. Song Ke waved her hand to indicate it was nothing. Her eyes were dry, her throat was dry, and although there were no obvious discomforts, it seemed like her allergic symptoms had worsened. Song Ke looked into the distance, where the scorching sun hung high, starships shuttled back and forth, and the transparent barrier seemed to appear and disappear. The northern base remained calm as usual. Her jet-black hair gently fluttered in the wind. The wind was picking up. Don't look, there's dirty stuff. Wolong wolong. The three-dimensional subway descended vertically, slowly stopping at the platform, and passengers of all shapes and colors came down from the carriage. A round-bellied man hummed an out-of-tune tune and casually tossed the terminal that had been emptied into the recycling bin. Unexpectedly, by delivering a package, he could also receive a windfall of 500,000 alliance coins for free. The man proudly patted his belly, crossed the transparent sky bridge, turned into the lower-level street, and left the bright sunlight behind. Business has been good lately, coupled with unexpected income, enough for him to splurge for several years to come. A mini ladybug peeked out of his pocket, its compound eyes gleaming, transmitting data along the way. When the man was about to reach his doorstep, his footsteps halted. "Uncle." At the end of the road, a well-dressed Su-Sing raised a small hand, enthusiastically greeting him. "Do you remember me?" The man stared at him suspiciously. Even though it hadn't been half a day, of course, he remembered. This kid was the silly-looking wealth-bringing boy at the bathroom door. "Sorry, uncle, I made a mistake. Actually, that terminal is mine." Su-Sing pouted slightly, with an innocent and cute expression. "Please, can you give it back to me? Don't be ridiculous. How could you have so much money? And why would you be silly enough to give me the terminal?" The man instinctively retorted, regretting it now. "It really is mine." Su-Sing's watery eyes blinked, and a small ice cone slowly formed in his palm. Smiling like a cunning demon, he said, "If I didn't fish like this, how would I have hooked you? Fooled? This kid is definitely a person with abilities." An alarm bell rang in the man's mind, and just as he was about to speak, a few clear coughs sounded behind him, causing him to turn abruptly. In the lingering twilight, a group of 6 people blocked his retreat. In the middle was an 18 or 19-year-old girl, her leaf-shaped knife flipping up and down at her fingertips. Behind her, tall men and women lined up, glaring at him. The man thought it was bad, turned his head, and rushed forward, trying to break through from Su-Sing. Su-Sing eagerly waited with excitement in his eyes, and the ice cone in his hand instantly transformed into a solid ice wall, blocking his way. The man slammed on the brakes, regretting in his heart. "I said, how can good things fall from the sky for nothing? This isn't a wealth-bringing boy, he's clearly a plague." His eyes turned, and suddenly, gray hair grew on exposed skin, clothes fell off, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a huge rat, scurrying into the sewer. This unremarkable-looking man turned out to be a shapeshifter? The awakener mouse squeaked and dashed forward, seemingly about to escape. Ding! A dark blue leaf-shaped knife flew accurately, piercing its tail. The mouse had just leaped out a bit when it was bounced back, rolling on the ground, stars swirling in its eyes. Su-Sing was startled by the ugly large mouse and hid behind Song-K, peeking with one eye. The rhythmic footsteps stopped in front, and Feng's Higzu, with a playful twist to his hair, squatted down kindly. His hands moved, and 2 shiny dissecting knives appeared out of thin air. A smile resembling that of a twisted doctor appeared on his face. "It's been many years since I last dissected a mouse, huh? Where should I start? Open the abdominal cavity first, then pull out the intestines." The cold surgical knife pressed against the thick fur, and the next second was about to cut through the flesh. Don't kill me. What do you guys want? I'll give you the money, isn't that enough?" The awakener mouse struggled desperately, and begged. Song-K comfortingly patted Su-Sing's head. "You go first, turn back into a human. I'll ask you a few questions." Bang! The man obediently turned back, completely naked, blood flowing from his right ankle, shivering on the ground. Zhuang Qinjian immediately covered Song-K's eyes. Song-K's vision fell into darkness, her fan-like eyelashes blinked. A low reminder sounded in her ears, "Don't look, there's dirty stuff." Lin Yuyo was a half-second slow, suddenly turned her head, her expression was indescribable. "Help, I faint at the sight of needles." Sucha, with a dark face, stepped forward, firmly blocking her. When the man clumsily put on his clothes, Song-K finally lowered Zhuang Qinjian's hand. "Are you a smuggler?" "Injustice, sister. I'm just an honest scalper, selling tickets and collecting some service fees." The man insisted, biting down on his story. Song-K naturally didn't believe him and went straight to the point. "I ask you, what are mice, crocodiles, and, achoo, what are cats?" The man didn't expect Song-K to speak in code right away, and his expression momentarily became uncertain. Feng's Higzu smiled, raising the dissecting knife as if ready to cut into his mouth. I'll talk. The man, terrified, trembled uncontrollably. "I really didn't smuggle. I just followed the big brother to do some smuggling business, find some channels, help people get short-term access, and send them into the base. The mouse is an awakener from another district, all with legal identities. We don't dare deal with illegal immigrants." As a popular immigrant city in District B, the northern base had strict immigration procedures, and there was even a proactive city specifically handling related matters, receiving guests from all walks of life daily, making the city bustling with people. V587 exchanged a silent glance, and it seemed Su-Sing had indeed guessed right. This man was indeed involved in smuggling. "How many mice have you brought in?" "Altogether, about 5,000 people." Song-K's eyes turned cold. The awakeners causing trouble on the Silver Ring Arena were only around 100. This meant that there were still many rats hiding in other corners of the northern base. Lin Yuyo looked down at the curled-up man on the ground with disdain and mocked. 5,000 people? Are you a local? You have quite the guts, bringing in so many dangerous individuals. Aren't you afraid of trouble in the northern base? With Director He and the Awakener department here, what trouble can arise? The man grumbled indifferently. Go to Tianjin City and see how many people want to come in every day. Besides, it's not immigration, it's just short-term entry. We're just helping out, and earning a meal on the side. The brawl on the Silver Ring Arena had caused quite a stir, but it was suppressed. The order in the northern base had always been good, and with the wise management, even if something happened, there were big shots to solve it. They didn't need to worry. Don't embellish yourself. You're just a traitor. Lin Yu scolded. If they were bringing in exiled awakeners, that would be one thing, but it turned out to be people with sinister motives from District B. While the northern base had a good reputation, were the other areas in District B so disgraceful? 5,000 illegally infiltrated awakeners at the same time clearly indicated a conspiracy. These short-sighted fools only cared about their own interests, completely disregarding the consequences. Lin Yuyo kicked the man's chin with anger, causing him to scream in pain. Song Kei pretended not to see and didn't stop her rude behavior, continuing to ask, "Who is the crocodile?" The beaten man, now nodding obediently, answered, "The crocodile is our boss. He pays to bring in rats. No one knows his real identity, but he is generous with his money every time." Song Kei understood. It seemed that the crocodile was the mastermind behind the entire conspiracy. What about the cats? How many are there? The smuggler hesitated for a moment, his tone becoming uncertain. Cats, there seem to be 6 or 7. Or maybe 7 or 8. They are very expensive, not under my control. I only handle communication, but I've seen 2 of them. They don't have awakened energy, they are just ordinary people. Sister, you can rest assured, nothing troublesome will happen. The man ingratiatingly grinned, as if saying, I still love my homeland. After the man finished speaking, the 7 people on the opposite side fell silent. He shivered, a sense of unease gradually rising in his heart. Did I say something wrong? Lu Xiao's wheelchair elevated, and his hazel eyes coldly looked down at him. Hey, rat, do you think we are ordinary people? 1 woman and 2 men suddenly erupted with powerful awakened energy. The overwhelming pressure, like a tsunami, penetrated the man's entire body with a pain of countless steel nails. His internal magnetic field went haywire, and grey fur uncontrollably appeared, his legs trembling, almost unable to maintain human form. The man's teeth chattered, and the only thought left in his extremely fearful mind was, S-level. As long as there was an intention to conceal, low-level awakeners couldn't feel the awakened energy of an S-level. This was why they mistakenly took them for ordinary people. Lin Yuyo completely disregarded her image, angrily kicking the man again. That's not a cat at all, it's a jackal? Fools, you've invited a wolf into the house. Song Kei thrust a knife between the man's legs. Give up all the information about the cats. The current situation is that at least 6 S-levels have infiltrated, Zhuang Qinjian calmly stated. V-587 was holding a meeting at the top level of the starship port, offering an excellent view of the entire city. Despite the bustling crowds below, no abnormalities could be discerned for the time being. During the Silver Ring Arena incident, S4-level Awakener Qian suddenly appeared, wanting to stand up for Fujita Hiro. They had sensed that something was wrong at that time. Since when did the relationship between District BS become so friendly and cooperative? Now it seemed like a cat crying for mice. Benevolence was false, intentionally provoking a war was true. Lu Xiao tapped his fingers, infiltrating the surveillance system, and within seconds, situations of awakeners making trouble were happening everywhere. The S-levels in the northern base were suppressing them separately, overwhelmed with tasks. In the confinement room of the Awakener department, it was probably already overcrowded. Song Kei said, I've sent the information to Yazaime and Baichi. The quicker the intelligence was transmitted, the better. This way, both the Awakener department and Yazheng's side could respond promptly. Achoo. She sneezed again, this time with a muffled sound. Zhuang Qinjian frowned. Song Kei's condition could no longer be described as an allergy. There must be something wrong somewhere. I feel, the air is so dirty. Song Kei rubbed her nose and muttered. Hoo-hoo. A strong wind suddenly rose, and the biomimetic plants around them rustled, their roots skewed. Bang! A giant billboard from a lower building fell from the sky, making a deafening sound. Where did this storm come from? The group looked surprised. T-005 was operating normally, and there was a weather simulation system in place. How could such extreme weather, out of season, suddenly occur? One strong gust of wind followed another, and in just a few seconds, a sudden change occurred. The sunlight rapidly dimmed, the sky was completely blocked, and at the distant horizon, a colossal sandstorm, carrying thousands of tons of dust, formed a massive wall of sand that engulfed the entire northern base. Get down! Song Kei managed to shout, and the 7 people tightly gripped the railing. The powerful storm shook their bodies, and Su Xing's feet left the ground, but he was pulled back by Fangs Higze and Lu Xiao. From a high vantage point, the scene before them was extremely shocking. The vast city was instantly covered by yellow smoke. The fine dust fiercely struck buildings, emitting a muffled roar. Glass shattered, billboards and lampposts tore apart, and countless people, unable to escape in time, were swept into the vast sea of sand. 5 minutes later, Song Kei struggled to stand up, her nose, ears, and mouth filled with sand particles. Her senses were irritated, and she coughed incessantly. All 7 of them were covered in dust and dirt. Looking around, the visibility was less than 5 meters, the sky was dimly yellow, and everything was chaotic. Song Ke barely opened her mouth, and sand fell out. How could this happen? Zhuang Qinjian coughed twice. It's the side effect of utopia. The rise of utopia led to frequent occurrences of extreme weather. The periphery of the northern base was an endless desert plain, already dry and rainless throughout the year, relying on T005 for regulation. Now, with the sudden global climate change, the air conditions became extremely unstable. Strong winds easily caused sandstorms when the weather was unfavorable. The weather simulation system had limited tolerance, and this level of disaster had exceeded its threshold. The broadcast immediately sounded. The Meteorological Monitoring Center issues a special red alert for an extremely strong sandstorm. Residents are advised to cease outdoor activities, close doors and windows, and refrain from going outside. Outside the transparent barrier, a layer of anti-sand net slowly lit up, enclosing the entire base, blocking most of the dust. Song Ke spat out the sand and said, as expected of District B, they had a response plan so quickly. After the anti-sand net was raised, the choking storm was blocked, though the environment remained harsh, at least making it possible to stand. At that moment, the terminals of the group suddenly displayed an urgent mission, B-level mission, limited to the region extreme sandstorm weather in the northern base. All awakeners are requested to join forces to eliminate it. The complete content had not yet emerged. The next moment, this mission quickly flickered. The previous text was wiped away, replaced by new information. When looked at again, its meaning became unclear. A-level mission, limited to the region protect the northern base. The New Asia Alliance's mission platform was automatically monitored, assessed, published, and adjusted by AI groups above B District. It had never made a mistake before, whether before or after Doomsday. The fact that it had escalated from B to A indicated that the mission's difficulty had increased in just a few seconds. However, this became even more peculiar. The sandstorm in the northern base had clearly been controlled. Could there be other severe weather conditions behind it? Moreover, the meaning of protect the northern base seemed a bit vague. Amidst the confusion, a slight sound came from above. Song Ke's ears moved slightly. She suddenly looked up through layers of smoke and dust, only to see a strange bird with an entirely black body on the high-altitude anti-sand net. Its two wings shimmered with a metallic blue-purple luster, its feathers were messy and shaped like needles, and its irises displayed the gray-white characteristic of zombie creatures. A crow, Zhuang Qinjian's cold voice sounded. Due to the large size of the brain area, it is recognized as a bird species with high intelligence. Don't be afraid, it's just a ferocious beast. Captain Song, a responsible captain, transformed a spiritual weapon rapid-fire crossbow and aimed it at the zombie crow. Bang! The crow's body fell to the ground, caught on the edge of the anti-sand net. However, Zhuang Qinjian's next words chilled people's hearts. Crows are strongly social and skilled in forming nests. In special situations such as foraging and mating, they often roam in mixed groups. Next to the first crow's corpse, the second one quickly fell, followed by the third, the fourth, densely covering the ground. In the midst of the yellow sand, they were like incarnations of death, pecking at carrion. Opening their wings, they emitted sharp cawing sounds, gurgling and quacking. Song Ke, She looked at the crow flock, then down at the lone rapid-fire crossbow. For the first time, she hesitated about what kind of spiritual weapon she should transform. In Qianzhan City, sandstorms and ferocious beasts wreaked havoc everywhere. Ruthless crow talons pierced human shoulder bones, pulling them into the air to tear and devour. The sky no longer showed its original colors. The black and yellow symbols of death covered everyone's retinas. One after another, screams rang out, and both awakeners and ordinary people fled in panic. Quick, seek help from the northern base. Apply for urgent refuge. Let us in. Awakener Department Building, second top floor. Hikayu Hung placed both hands on her abdomen, looking at the real-time images being transmitted. Her expression was serious. How many people are in Qianzhan City now? 6.5 million, the administrative secretary reported quickly, including 4.3 million awakeners. Hikayu Hung stood up with a slender figure, her silhouette against the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, everything was cast in a yellowish hue, and the outlines of buildings were vaguely visible. 6.5 million population, more than two-thirds are awakeners, precisely at this critical juncture. Adat novel bin adat. Conspiracy? Or coincidence? She repeated in a low voice, 4.3 million awakeners, what a waste. A group of those who did not pass or did not have time for the review process inside. She did not know how many spies with ulterior motives were mixed in. If there was time, she wouldn't mind carefully screening and selecting talents to fill the ranks of the northern base. Unfortunately, the current timing was too critical. Hikayu Hung did not consider herself a cruel person, but regardless of the timing, the interests of the northern base always took precedence. With the ongoing violent incidents in the city, as the person in power, she had to make some sacrifices and concessions. After all, better to mistakenly kill 3,000 than to let one person go. Director He, Qianzhan City has suffered heavy casualties. The Ministry of Transportation has arranged several evacuation routes. The expected open points are. The secretary flipped through the light screen data in distress, requesting instructions from the higher UPS as soon as possible. No need, Hikayu Hung's voice rang out coldly. The secretary was stunned, unconsciously making a small exclamation. Close all connecting channels with Qianzhan City, only accept flying terminals with the base's identification. The secretary was dumbfounded for a while, and after realizing her intentions, a chill ran down her spine. Xiaoya, wait, don't be impulsive, let's talk things out. Director, he is in a meeting, you can't just barge in like this. Zaime, let's wait for approval. Maybe there's still a chance. Yazaime's face was as calm as water. Striding through the corridor, she, an A3 level gravity type awakener, raised her hand, and with a swift motion, her colleagues' limbs felt as heavy as sandbags. Their knees gave way, and they knelt on the ground, unable to block her path any longer. In the past, Yazaime, who always followed rules and regulations, would never have dared to use her awakened abilities so audaciously in the workplace. However, under the influence of the lawless Songke, after cleaning up messes several times, she gradually realized that sometimes solving problems with force could save a lot of unnecessary time. Yazaime stopped in front of the meeting room, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Without waiting for a response from inside, she confidently walked in. Director this is the evacuation proposal I drafted. It outlines 13 retreat routes for the residents of Qianzhan City. Please review and approve it. The room fell silent, and the virtual projections of the participants all turned their surprised gazes towards this unexpected visitor. Hikayu Hung sat at the main seat, her expression unchanged. Regarding Qianzhan City, I have already issued the order. You should proceed with normal execution. Yazaime gradually clenched her hands into fists and said, word by word, no, we cannot execute it. What you represent is only your personal will, not the will of the northern base. This statement shocked everyone present. Who was Hikayu Hung? The highest-ranking official in the Awakener department, the second in command in District B10. Many people on the scene were unclear about Yazaime's true identity. Her open defiance sent a chill down their spines. Was this young person so bold because she had lost her mind? Director you have always been my respected senior, and once, my goal to look up to. Yazaime stood tall, her voice slightly trembling, but her expression exceptionally firm. But it seems you do not understand the significance of the northern base. The purpose of establishing this city by Yezheng is to provide a refuge for all those who have suffered through wars. Whether in peace or turmoil, at any time, no matter what happens, as long as the northern base stands, its gates will open selflessly to fellow countrymen. That's why it's called the last hope of humanity. After the devastating nuclear war, countless people were displaced, homeless, drifting with despair. Yezheng built a new city with his own hands in the wastelands, telling all survivors that this is your home. Half a century later, numerous prosperous cities had risen, but for the Alliance people, the northern base held a different meaning. It not only represented hope but also served as the final retreat. Yazaime's eyes were slightly red as she raised her voice. The 6.5 million people outside are our compatriots. They shouldn't be abandoned. You are still young and haven't considered the whole picture. Hikayu Hung, uncommonly not angered, sighed and opened real-time monitoring. Now, within the city, there are hidden awakeners in various areas, and even infiltrators of S level. They harbor ill intentions, attempting to provoke conflicts. What's the use of bringing the people from Qianzhan City in? The wisest course of action now is to prioritize dealing with internal crises and minimize the risks. Yazaime questioned with difficulty. Director in your eyes, is a person's life only measured by its usefulness? Hikayu Hung gently raised her hand. In my position, I must consider the interests of the northern base. Pale-faced Shizi emerged from the shadows. The entire meeting room instantly became an awakened energy forbidden zone, impervious to the use of awakened abilities. Shizi, having been knocked back from S3 level to A9 level by Songke, had disappeared from the public eye since then. Unexpectedly, he had surreptitiously surrendered to Hikayu Hung. Several security personnel entered and detained Yazaime. Hikayu Hung gazed at her calmly. After this crisis passes, I will personally apologize to the teacher. Yazaime struggled, unable to move. She closed her eyes, connecting her consciousness to the terminal. A faint light flashed quickly through her pearl earring. After the appearance of sandstorms and a flock of crows, the awakeners of the northern base swiftly counterattacked. Various armed aircraft flew through the high sky, and colorful awakened abilities pierced through the murky sky filled with yellow sand. Due to the double barriers of the sand-resistant net and shields, the Crow army couldn't break through, temporarily securing the base. However, they densely occupied the sky, with their numbers causing great anxiety. The only way to deal with them was to slowly wear them down using long-range awakened abilities. Lin Yu's long hair moved slightly as she sang an ethereal tune. The Crow group within her range was afflicted with debuffs, drastically reducing their aggressiveness. Su Xing became the top damage dealer for V587, unleashing a storm of ice needles. Lu Xiao set up heavy machine guns, but due to the upward angle, their effective range was shortened, limiting the damage they could inflict. Song Ke shook off the ankle-deep sand, raised her leg, and coincidentally met eyes with a slightly larger crow. You, come down. Song Ke defiantly raised her arm, pointing at it and shouting. Caw. A hint of disdain flashed in the crow's grey-white eyes, as if saying, you come up if you dare. Captain Song was incredulous, opened her mouth, and accidentally swallowed some dust. PFF, no, was she being mocked by a bird? She wished she could have those weapons from TV dramas like Peacock Feather or Pear Blossom Needle, capable of releasing thousands of dark needles instantly. But aside from not knowing if those existed in the history of the old civilization, she had never seen them and had no idea of their specific structures. She was helpless, relying solely on imagination. Annoyed, Song Kei gritted her teeth, pressed one hand to the ground, suddenly leaped up, and, unleashing the full potential of her feline genes, jumped more than 8 meters high. She climbed to the highest point closest to the sky along a lightning rod, throwing out a swallowtail dart. The arrogant crow was instantly cut down in large numbers. However, as the first batch of beasts fell, more continuously replaced them. The number of crows seemed endless, clang clang striking the barrier. Cracks quickly appeared in the outer sandproof net. Song Kei jumped back to a slightly lower platform, her expression troubled. No, the clearance efficiency was too slow, unable to keep up with their rate of reinforcement. How many beasts were there? Had all the crows in the entire alliance come? Boom boom. A sleek hovercar raced in, dangerously close to the sandproof net, and narrowly grazed it. Crimson explosive shells were fired at close range, passing through the net openings and accurately hitting the densest area of crows. The explosions resounded, feathers scattered, and blood splattered, revealing the previously obscured sky. The roof of the car opened, and a silver sniper scope was pushed onto the forehead, revealing a sharp-jawed face with cold gray eyes. He stared intently at the crow swarm, exuding a sense of oppression. When he looked down at Song Kei, his expression turned into a brilliant smile. Perched on the car roof, Yin Xiao tilted his head slightly, covering his face with one hand, and asked in a low voice, "Daughter, do you think I have a chance if I confess again?" Before Jennifer could reply, Yin Xiao convinced himself, "Never mind, how will I know if I don't try?" Like a soaring hawk, he leaped down, squeezed into the narrow platform, almost face to face with Song Kei, causing her to sneeze twice. Yin Xiao was covered in sand, shaking himself. Several pounds of sand fell off. It was evident that he had just rushed back from outside. Song Kei rubbed her nose, slightly surprised. "You, advanced." In just a few days, Yin Xiao's awakened energy had unexpectedly reached S level. Croak, caw. Crows gathered again overhead, but Yin Xiao didn't look up. Instead, he shot backward, dispersing the flock with a single shot. "Just broke through S1, Captain Song. I've been trying to catch up with you." A double entendre, but unfortunately, it was lost on Song Kei, who sincerely congratulated him. "Congratulations." Yin Xiao looked straight at her. "I'm S level now too. Do you want to consider leaving that man and be with me?" "Song Kei, come down," Zhuang Qinjian's deep voice interrupted. "Dad, save me, it's on fire." At the same time, Jennifer wailed. The downside of AoE awakeners, they were prone to causing collateral damage. Jennifer's flames, while incinerating crows, unintentionally damaged the sandproof net. Song Kei turned her head and shouted below, "Xiao Xing, lend a hand." The feline genes kicked in again as the obedient little cat jumped several times, returning to the side of the summoned Zhuang Qinjian. Yin Xiao met the annoying man's eyes from below, the latter smirking with icy eyes. Yin Xiao rolled his eyes at the sky and jumped down following Song Kei. Su Xing hopped around doing calisthenics, changing the ice needles to a larger area of ice and snow to stop the spread of the fire. However, the area still turned dark, the sandproof net teetered, and crow corpses piled up like mountains. Members of the Tustin team landed on the rooftop one after another. Jennifer, with her wavy long hair, threw herself forward with a coquettish gesture. "Oh my dear, I haven't seen you in half a day, I miss you so much." Thud. She unexpectedly collided with a hard chest. Su Cha's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. With 2 fingers supporting her forehead, he pushed her backward several meters. Jennifer stumbled back to Yin Xiao's side, and the father-daughter duo pursed their lips, silently reaching a consensus. Why is there always an annoying guy next to the cute crush? Zhuang Qinjian glanced at the increasing crow swarm, his expression serious. This is not good. At this rate, the number of these beasts was even greater than originally estimated. Although the awakeners at the northern base killed some of them, they also damaged the sandproof net extensively. The sand and dust were raging again, the yellow wind howling, and the dirty dust desperately infiltrating the respiratory tract. In the current situation, it was difficult to salvage it manually. The only effective solution was to activate the city defense mechanism. Zhuang Qinjian spoke in a deep voice. "District B has a well-established city defense system. I need to see the engineering design drawings and come up with another plan." Song Kei opened her terminal, about to contact Yazaime when she unexpectedly received a message from her, but the content was blank. Song Kei called back, but there was no answer on the other end. Lu Xiao took the terminal and operated a few times. "Yazaime's signal has been blocked." Zhuang Qinjian's eyes flashed slightly. Before they left, the sudden loss of contact with Yazaime could only mean one thing: she was under the control of Hikayu Hung. "Contact Bai Qi, we're going to find General Ye. Hey, Captain Song, let's go together." The two teams hurriedly rushed to the official residence of the general. Endless crows raged and roamed wildly, occasionally diving down from the sky. After seizing their prey with their claws, they cruelly tore open the entrails. Panic-stricken people scattered and fled, seeking refuge in sealed buildings, hiding in basements, and taking cover in various modes of transportation. However, gates were shattered, windows were smashed, and even monsters emerged from the sewers, relentlessly attacking them from every possible angle. Individuals with awakened abilities rose to resist, but their limbs were quickly grabbed, howling as they were dragged into the sky, torn apart in different directions. Black ferocious beasts were everywhere, too numerous to count, leaving the residents of the once prosperous city helpless in the face of their inevitable demise. Mom, sob, Mom and Dad, where are you? A 4 or 5-year-old girl stumbled through the streets, crying loudly. Surrounding her were dismembered bodies, the pavement slippery with piled-up flesh, and her white shoes stained with deep red blood. Gaga! Strange cries echoed from above. The girl looked up in fear, her pupils reflecting the terrifying double wings of a crow, resembling the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. In the nick of time, a young awakener swiftly pounced, embracing the girl and rolling away. Vines flew out from his palms, one end wrapping around the crow's neck and the other tightly coiled around a lamppost, narrowly intercepting its attack at Novel bin at. However, he inadvertently twisted his ankle and fell awkwardly in front of another group of crows. With his last bit of strength, he pushed the little girl away, yelling hoarsely, "Don't look back. Run. Big brother, no, no." The helpless girl cried. The streets and alleys were in ruins, a blood-soaked hand pressed against a tightly sealed passage, emitting a desperate cry. "Open the door, to the north, base, open." Why? They set out from the low-level district, traversed mountains and rivers across the majority of the Alliance, all for the sake of finding a new refuge. Why did it end up like this? Were they wrong? The eyes of the applicant gradually dimmed. Oh heavens, he was willing to give everything, just hoping for a miracle. In the hazy moment of consciousness, the passage in front slowly opened, pouring down a dazzling light. A majestic figure walked out from inside. The applicant's eyes widened slightly. Could it be a miracle? Boom! The newcomer's fists hit the ground, and a terrifying pressure spread for miles. The crows in the sky lost control and fell uncontrollably, as if glued to the ground by strong adhesive, struggling ceaselessly. Boom! The sound of fists echoed once again, and the bodies of ferocious beasts that roamed on the surface and underground stiffened. Under the force of gravity, their internal organs were compressed, twisting, and bursting on the spot. Fleeing civilians stopped in their tracks, and the little girl ceased her sobbing, staring blankly at the newcomer. He was a weathered old man with a head full of silver hair, his face covered in wrinkles and furrows, appearing very, very old. However, he stood tall with a straight spine, his eyes sharp and bright. Dressed in a simple military uniform, he stood there like an unmovable anchor. From both sides behind the old man, thousands of fully armed soldiers rushed out, including those with awakened abilities and ordinary people. Though no longer young, their gaze was resolute, and they were well trained, all descendants of survivors who had experienced brutal wars. They silently crossed the streets, swiftly eliminating the crows controlled by gravity and organizing the orderly retreat of the citizens. A deep and resounding voice penetrated the entire Qianzhan city and echoed through the ears of everyone at the northern base via the regional broadcast. "I am Yezheng, the magistrate of the northern base. According to Article 10, Section 13 of the Alliance Emergency Regulations during wartime, the Department of Transportation is ordered to immediately open ground entrances numbered 5, 8, 13, 17, and 21, and open the aerial connection channel. We unconditionally accept all residents of Qianzhan City. All officials of the Awakener Department assist in organizing evacuation routes, ensure the safety of people along the way, and the Logistics Department is to designate temporary shelter areas within an hour for the treatment of the wounded and provide necessary supplies. I'll repeat once again, we unconditionally accept all residents of Qianzhan City, whether awakeners or ordinary people. I, in the name of the magistrate, swear that Yezheng will protect everyone's retreat here until the last person safely enters the city." All the noise and clamor seemed to vanish at once, leaving only Yezheng's concise and powerful commands. "Until the last person evacuates." He was General Yezheng, the founder of the northern base, personally coming to Qianzhan City to protect their retreat. General Ye. General Ye. Someone couldn't hold back anymore, bursting into tears, and the sorrowful emotions seemed to be infectious, spreading for kilometers in an instant, forming a deafening wave of sound. With 6.5 million residents on the brink of life and death, struggling through ups and downs, experiencing a post-apocalyptic world with zombies and ferocious beasts, at this moment, they finally felt genuine gratitude. Grateful that amidst the apocalypse, in the dangerous wasteland of zombies and beasts, they had found the correct path. The last hope of humanity. As long as Yezheng was there, the significance of the northern base's existence would not change, even across half a century. Under Yezheng's layered commands, the northern base entered a state of combat readiness, and the entire city operated in an orderly manner. First, it was the annihilation of crows. Due to their large number, they couldn't be killed in a short time. Fortunately, District B10 had a well-equipped arsenal of thermal weapons. Battle-hardened soldiers suppressed them with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, clearing escape routes in the dusky sand. Starships and armored vehicles loaded with civilians left through the ground-to-air passages. Yezheng fulfilled his promise, standing like a towering mountain until the last civilian was safely evacuated. The yellow sand whirled, and the pitch-black clouds pressed heavily on the sky, spreading from Qianzhan City to the northern base. The once bustling streets were now in ruins, and the city's facilities were destroyed, but at least, most of the people survived. As long as there are people, there is hope. Even on the ruins, a homeland can be rebuilt. "General, please retreat as well," a nearby officer reminded in a hushed tone. Yezheng nodded, turned around slowly, and Bai Qi silently handed him a cane. Yezheng took it, leaning on the ground, covering his mouth with one hand. The magnetic field inside him was in turmoil, and his vision was constantly darkening. He swallowed the bloody smell in his throat, maintaining a calm expression. go to the city defense department. The barrier won't last long against a swarm of this scale. Ye Zhang, an experienced battlefield commander, accurately predicted the situation. In the current circumstances, only he could personally command. Bai Qi nodded and, commandeering a temporarily requisitioned hovercar, followed the last group of evacuees. They entered the 13th passage, the city gate slowly closed, the hovercar changed direction, detached from the main force, and headed towards the city defense department. Faint energy fluctuations were sensed in the air. The officer in front, realizing something was wrong, suddenly turned back, but there was no trace of Ye Zhang behind. Not good. Quickly contact the Awakener department. General Ye is missing. Swish. Bai Qi's face was stern, realizing the urgency. He switched to manual mode, slammed down the brakes, and the hovercar emitted a piercing noise, abruptly stopping. Bang! The body leaned forward due to inertia, then was forcefully pulled back by the seatbelt, crashing into the seat. Through the swirling yellow sand, at the end of the road, a dozen figures were waiting indifferently. Intense mental powers mixed together, with most of them being S-class, and the terrifying pressure made the air tremble. Bai Qi decisively pressed the warning button, but the signal failed, communication was cut off, and the outside sounds were completely sealed off. The entire road was covered by an invisible ability barrier. Ye Zhang, who had been resting with closed eyes, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm like a deep pool. What is meant to come will always come. As more and more sparrows appeared, no, since the moment of the apocalypse, this man, who saw through the world and experienced the vicissitudes of life, had a premonition of today's encounter. The car door opened, and Ye Zhang, leaning on the cane, calmly got out, as if he were not facing a group of fierce S-class interceptors, but simply reaching his destination as usual. If awakened energy had a tangible scent, the man in his 40s at the forefront exuded a pungent diesel smell. He crossed his arms, his physique robust and muscular, the bulging muscles resembling hills grown in a savage manner. Next to him, a seductive woman with purple eyeshadow, holding a lit thin cigarette between her fingertips, emitted the toxic scent of poppies. Despite the sandstorm weather, she opened her mouth, pursed her red lips, and blew out elegant smoke rings. These two individuals had the highest awakened energy levels, conservatively estimated to be S5 or above. The rest were unfamiliar faces. Ye Zhang scrutinized each one and then spotted Lei Zhao, a former S4 level lightning awakener who had belonged to the northern base but later defected to Tokushima. Catching his steady gaze, Lei Zhao's eyes flickered, quickly turning his head away, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Lu Tao, the bulky S6 level diesel-scented awakener, raised his arm, offering a half smile. General Ye Zhang, long time no see. I've been hiding these days just to have a chance to meet you. Finally, the day has come. Ye Zhang's scrutinizing gaze fell on the group of awakeners at a safe distance. He pointed out bluntly, I didn't know that S-level individuals from different regions would form alliances. Several people's expressions changed slightly, not expecting Ye Zhang to see through their origins at a glance. The seductive female awakener, Yuna, chuckled lightly and flicked off some ash from her cigarette. If it weren't for the circumstances, those of us who have no connection would never unite against an external threat, right? General Ye, you are great and selfless. I grew up listening to your glorious deeds, and of course, I highly respect you, she continued. Unfortunately, times have changed. Young people need to take over. As an elder, you should gracefully step down and exit the stage of history. She looked around the surroundings, her eyes radiating intense enthusiasm. Not all B districts have such excellent living conditions as the northern base. Why should we suffer in dire straits while you enjoy comfort? The Feng Shui paradise of District B10 is enough to make people salivate. Miaying, District B14, is mountainous, Tokushima, District B15, is small in size, and Beishan, District B13, has harsh weather. The emergence of utopia in the midst of these challenges forced them into a corner. So, these districts secretly united, directing their focus towards the northern base. This fortress city, built before the new era, occupied vast lands, had extensive territories, and boasted advanced and superior facilities. It was the perfect haven for human survival after the apocalypse. The only obstacle was Ye Zhang. As long as he raised the banner of war, the entire populace of the northern base became an army, making it nearly impossible to conquer. Although Ye Zhang had not appeared for many years, reportedly suffering from poor health, as long as he was alive, he remained the greatest threat. Once Ye Zhang was eliminated, the spiritual pillar of the northern base would collapse, and the other management layers would not be formidable at all. They would then have the freedom to invade, occupy, and subsequently partition this fertile land. However, killing an S-class awakener is not that easy. They could only send people in first to gather information, provoke conflicts, and secretly look for opportunities. Unexpectedly, with the outbreak of the sandstorm and the invasion of crows, Ye Zhang appeared voluntarily, directing the military to assist in the evacuation of civilians. Meanwhile, he became a commander without a visible force, and even the heavens seemed to be on their side. Attack! Lu Tao didn't waste any words and made an attacking gesture with a gloomy expression. Bai Qi remained silent but stepped forward firmly, standing in front of Ye Zhang. He didn't say anything, but his intention was clear. If they wanted to kill Ye Zhang, they had to step over his dead body first. Bai Qi possessed a rare all-encompassing aura-type ability called Determined Resolve. This ability appeared ordinary below the S-class, with no special characteristics. Only when it broke through the S-class could it undergo a qualitative change. After activation, it could forcibly pull a person into the aura, significantly enhancing the owner's various qualities and causing overwhelming damage to the enemy. The effect of the ability would only be broken if one of the parties died. However, this death was not equal. The enemy experienced genuine death, while the owner of the aura would only suffer severe injuries in reality and drop one level. Baichi was currently S5, meaning that after activating Determined Resolve, he could endure a maximum of 5 instances of death. Once he dropped to A9, the ability would become unusable. Before the opponents could react, Baichi unhesitatingly pulled Yezheng and one of the closest S-class individuals into the aura. The 3 of them disappeared on the spot. Within the Determined Resolve aura, Yezheng swung his fists, forcefully controlling the gravity to subdue the isolated enemy. Baichi, as swift as lightning, grabbed the opponent's throat, producing a teeth-grinding crackling sound of bones. The opponent had yet to use their ability, but both arms and legs were already unable to lift. Snap! The neck was twisted by a terrifying force, and blood sprayed several meters high. As the aura disappeared, a bloody corpse appeared on the ground. Baichi's cold face was splattered with blood, and Yezheng's breathing was slightly rapid. Together, they had successfully killed an S-level awakener. The on-site awakeners looked determined, moving in unison, ready to disperse and surround. Baichi took the initiative, swiftly dragging in another S-class. If surrounded, both he and the general would undoubtedly be no match for a dozen or so S-class individuals. The only way was to break them down one by one. Regardless, he had to persist, until when? A vague thought crossed Baichi's consciousness. When the aura dissipated once again, Baichi and Yezheng were still standing in place. However, the second opponent seemed to be much more formidable, with several rugged wounds appearing on Baichi's body. In the moment before numerous awakeners approached, he activated his ability again. Bang! Lu Tao pushed away the unfortunate soul about to be pulled in, willingly entering the aura himself. Clasping his fists, roaring towards the sky, Lu Tao's muscles surged, and a ferocious tiger phantom appeared behind him. The tiger's roar swept across the entire scene as Lu Tao punched continuously, like a predatory tiger. Even under the pressure of gravity, it did not affect his attacks. Lu Tao was a domineering, power-type awakener. When he mobilized his awakened energy to the extreme, Baichi, both in level and physique, was not advantageous. Hiss! The rolling speed slowed by half a beat. He was caught by the fierce tiger on the neck and separated from his body on the spot. As the aura disappeared, Baichi staggered backward, leaving behind several jagged wounds. The remaining pain radiated from his neck to the nerve endings. Dropping to S4 level, all the S-class awakeners charged towards Yezheng, disregarding everything. Baichi struggled to his feet and once again activated Determined Resolve. Lu Tao was closest to him. Before he could pull someone away, Lu Tao accelerated and charged in. Boom! Baichi was thrown out. S3. Seeing this, the remaining awakeners calmly stopped, showing great interest in Lu Tao's massacre. Although Baichi stood in front, Yezheng suffered considerable injuries. The aura was an exclusive skill, restricting him at every turn. Coupled with Lu Tao's continuous tiger roars bombarding him, blood slowly dripped from the corners of Yezheng's mouth. Lu Tao stepped on Baichi's head, a mocking curve appearing on the corner of his mouth. A loyal dog indeed. Guess what? Will your master shed precious crocodile tears for you? Baichi thrust his elbow toward him. Lu Tao sneered, and the tiger's claw crushed his skull. As the aura disappeared, Baichi's eyes tightly closed as he collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. His head was severely dented. S2. Yezheng's cane shattered, and he fell to one knee, spitting out blood with internal injuries. Lu Tao smirked as he walked towards him, but his ankle was suddenly grabbed. Baichi, unable to speak, still held on tightly, refusing to let go. Seeking death? I'll grant your wish. Lu Tao raised his fist. A cold and gentle hand rested on his shoulder, forcefully stopping Lu Tao's movement. An extremely suppressed voice spoke, who's seeking death? Adat novel bin Adat. People around were astonished, their eyelids twitching. How did she enter without a sound? The next second, the barrier was torn open. Flames and frost rained down, and a crimson shell exploded with various AoE abilities pouring down, instantly disrupting the formation. The person who had been lurking at the back, the dream weaver who constructed the barrier, was about to raise her hand to mend it when, snap. 6 mechanical arms swung through the air, entwining around her limbs like coiling ropes, suspending her entire body upside down. Poor trick. Lu Xiao's luminous prosthetic arm flashed with a dazzling light. The overwhelming flow of data scattered, completely dissolving the barrier. Bang! A warning flare shot up into the sky, bursting into a bloom, startling crows into flight high above. Awakeners across Northern Base were shocked, looking up. Yina and others attempted to go for reinforcements but ran into Sucha, Lin Yuyu, Jennifer, and Yin Xiao head-on. The four stood like a wall, facing the overwhelming S-level pressure, gritting their teeth and refusing to back down. Feng Zhigze rushed into the battlefield under the protection of Su Xing. Just as he was about to support Yezheng, he was pushed back by Yezheng. Turning his head, he, at the risk of his own life, transferred healing energy into Baichi, pulling him back from the brink. The petite girl's eyes were determined. Standing in front of the tiger like Lu Tao, her slender fingers clenched into a fist, stopping his actions. Whom do you want to kill? Did I give you permission? Lu Tao's expression became solemn, evidently recognizing the person in front of him. Song Ke, an S7 level strong attack type awakener. A tough nut. Tisk, it seems the intel about her and the northern base management being at odds was incorrect. The tiger's head in the void emitted a fierce roar, and Lu Tao's awakened energy surged. Strange patterns appeared on his skin. Song Ke squinted slightly as her cells felt an unknown stimulation, growing hotter and hotter. Something seemed about to burst out of her body. Suddenly, she opened her mouth wide, emitting a deep roar from the depths of her throat. A massive shadow faintly appeared behind her. It was a bear, resembling a mountain peak. Its fur was deep red, thick, coarse, and twice as big as the tiger form of Lu Tao. The formidable tiger, which had just been fierce, whimpered in fear and retreated its head. Crafty, Zhuang Qinjian massaged his forehead and sighed, realizing that it was another gene. Two top-level powerhouse awakeners, one in the form of a bear and the other a tiger, faced off. The surrounding environment trembled violently. The already shaky sand defense net shattered into pieces, leaving only a thin barrier. Countless crows dove down, approaching closer to the heads of everyone. In the midst of the chaos, Ye Zhang breathed heavily and urgently called out to Zhuang Qinjian. Xiao Zhuang, come here. Zhuang Qinjian walked forward in large strides, reaching out to support Ye Zhang's arm. Ye Zhang's fingers trembled as he took out an old and worn pocket watch, his terminal and a symbol of the highest authority of District B10. Do you know how to operate the city defense system? Zhuang Qinjian was stunned. The city defense system was the highest military secret of each district. Due to its complex structure and precise design, only those who had received professional training could operate it. This level of authorization was always held by the ruling magistrate unless delegated to their designated successor. Unless the magistrate or their appointed heir were present, no one else would have the chance to access such core information. Ye Zhang's breathing was strained as he spoke. I know this is quite demanding, but 2 days ago, General Xia from Beijing and I had a conversation. She entrusted me to take care of the son of an old friend. The content of that secret conversation was evidently more than just this, but Ye Zhang didn't have time to explain everything in detail. The little information he revealed was enough. Zhuang Qinjian's fingertips tightened gradually, and deep waves surged in his profound eyes. He looked towards Song Ke not far away, the members of V587, and the overwhelming flock of crows. Finally, his gaze met the weathered eyes of Ye Zhang. In the end, what did the survival or demise of the northern base have to do with him? Zhuang Qinjian sighed silently. Quite a coincidence. I can do it. The barrier constructed by the Dreamweaver has been broken, the warning signal has been successfully transmitted, and if everything goes as planned, reinforcements from the northern base will soon arrive. However, the situation remains dire, with over a dozen S-level threats on the scene, revealing themselves and charging towards Ye Zhang without hesitation. Only 2 chances left. Bai Qi's fists trembled as he struggled to get up. Warm, sticky blood dripped down from the sun, and he wanted to invoke the determined resolve. He had already dropped to S2. If he activated the light circle again, regardless of who won or lost, his own life might not be guaranteed. Song Ke stared at the approaching enemies, picked up Bai Qi with one hand, and gently placed him next to Ye Zhang. Stay put. Bai Qi wanted to move again, but his shoulder was held down by a huge bear paw. Song Ke turned around, her expression incredibly serious. I'll handle this. She turned her neck, the bones cracking, and the shadow of a brown bear behind her followed suit, as if warming up before a hunt. Just S-level, I can handle it. Even though they were both S-level, there was a vast difference in strength. The people in front of her were just numerous. Individually, not even one could surpass the bloody hunter, Punk. If she could overpower Punk, she could naturally kill them too. Song Ke firmly positioned Ye Zhang and Bai Qi behind her and walked forward. There were only 6 S-level opponents on their side, and Ye Zhang and Bai Qi had lost their combat capabilities. Facing more enemies with fewer forces, she couldn't afford to be careless. Fang's Higzu bent over to traverse the battlefield, taking the opportunity to run back and treat Ye Zhang. Ye Zhang gasped and asked, Xiao Fang, I heard you have a potion that can restore combat capability. Give me one. No, you can't use it. Fang's Higzu categorically refused. With Ye Zhang's current physical condition, severe injuries combined with organ aging, sealing it off with an injection, even if effective, would bring along side effects that could cost him his life. Zhuang Qinjian said in a deep voice, General, the northern base still needs you. Please trust Song Ke and trust us. Ye Zhang looked at his determined eyes, remained silent for a moment, and finally nodded, no longer insisting. Bang! Song Ke and Lu Tao met at a narrow passage. The brown bear's body stood upright, and with a mighty swipe of its front paw, it slapped the fierce tiger, causing it to stagger. Lu Tao's sharp claws dug into the ground, barely stopping the retreat. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his chin to Song Ke. There's something I can't figure out. You, an S7, can be treated well wherever you go. Why are you tied to this withered tree named Ye Zhang? Abandoning the dark and turning to the light, isn't it better to enjoy the good life with us? After we divide the territory, endless benefits await you. Song Ke felt a bit absurdly amused, coldly uttered, Are you here to teach me how to do things? Lu Tao, seeing that she wouldn't listen to advice, roared, tilting his head upward like a crazed tiger tearing into its prey. He swung a fist towards Song Ke's face. Song Ke, with strength gathered in her waist and abdomen, transformed her fingertips into phantom blue claws. The bear paw acted like a layer of metallic armor, and with a loud bang, she countered his powerful punch with one of her own. The phantom tiger's front claws shattered, and Lu Tao was knocked off balance, his mouth letting out a puff as he spat out blood on the spot. Song Ke landed safely, stepping on Lu Tao's mouth with one foot and raising her fist high. Indeed, she had conflicts with He Kaiyu Hung, and she had considered leaving the northern base. However, during this time, she had seen more: Tustin, Zhao Yuking, Yazaime, the Ming couple, the thousands of ordinary people striving to live in the central ancient street, the united and passionate awakeners in the Silver Ring Arena, and even the hopeful applicants in Xianzhan City who hadn't received admission yet but already had a glimmer of light in their eyes. The northern base was a city with a soul. In the cruel background of the apocalypse, where human morality had plummeted, cities with a soul were few. Having traveled through much of the alliance, from Tongwan to Haimen, and now to the northern base, cities like this, and the people living here, deserve to live well and should not become sacrifices in the power struggle. Boom, boom, metal burst, and shards of rock scattered as Song Ke punched Lu Tao's mouth, causing it to cave in. The terrifying pressure that could force internal organs to shift descended, and the massive phantom bear bit onto the phantom tiger's neck, snapping it off with a crunch. The animal forms disappeared, and Lu Tao's body collapsed to the ground. Kill Ye Zhang. Don't let him stand alone, attack together. After Lu Tao fell, the remaining S-level team formed a tighter formation, encircling in a half-moon shape. At the forefront, Yi Na raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Her ability blossom activated, and a giant man-eating flower burst from the ground, resembling fresh red meat. The central part opened with jagged teeth, contracting and wriggling. 5 colorful petals opened and closed, emitting a foul stench that rivaled the rotting zombies. A Tustin team member was accidentally bitten on the calf, and the flesh and blood instantly rotted into corpse water. He reacted quickly, heroically severed the part below his knee, and Feng's Higso, carrying a medical kit, carefully maneuvered through various attacks, running to the injured person to treat and bandage him. Yi Na sneered, another snap of her fingers, and one by one, man-eating flowers surrounded Feng's Higso. The thick fissure suddenly widened. Bang! A grenade fell from the sky, cutting through the yellow sand and various obstacles with pinpoint accuracy. It exploded towards the crimson gap, foul blood sprayed, and petals scattered. Yi Na staggered, no longer looking composed. Yin Xiao was wearing a sniper scope. His expression couldn't be seen clearly, only catching a glimpse of his stern lower face. After successfully exploiting his weakness detection ability, he quickly adjusted his aim and shot at the next one, tirelessly removing the blossoming man-eating flowers. Lin Yuyo ran quickly, chanting lyrics in her mouth, and a thin mist of knives descended, while Sucha's poisonous gas came out and melted into her ranged attack. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. Lin Yuyo became the lurking assassin, and the sandstorm concealed the mist. Many awakeners, unaware, were cut with small wounds. Powerful neurotoxins invaded their brains, causing limbs to convulse, and they fell to the ground. Tustin and V587, a group of advanced awakeners, unexpectedly managed to block over a dozen S-level opponents. Aoo! A terrifying bear roar echoed, freezing all S1 and S2 opponents in place. Fearlessly, Song Ke charged into the enemy ranks. The blue phantom claw slashed horizontally, piercing the throat of the first S1. Blood spouted like a fountain as Song Ke slid on the slippery blood, akin to a wolf entering a flock of sheep. She swiftly pounced on the second S2, reversed her grip, and slashed from top to bottom, splitting the person in half, organs and intestines cascading down. Blood blurred the vision of those around, and their pupils continuously contracted in fear. Ah! The imposing brown bear bit off the head of the third S2, brain matter splattering. Then, with 2 claws, it grabbed 2 S1 awakeners, slamming them fiercely onto the ground. Snap! A leg was thrown away, and then, with a head-on collision, limbs shattered and fell apart, accompanied by the thunderous sound of bones breaking at novel bin at. In the blink of an eye, 5 S-levels perished. Song Ke's blood-stained phantom bear raised its head, and the brown bear's hind legs stood upright. Its rigid fur bristled, and it roared towards the sky, the roar echoing through half of the northern base. Song Ke's lips curled up, and the chilling curvature of a dimple appeared on her cheek. Either leave, or die. Who dares to step forward? On the opposite side, they hesitated, stopping in their tracks. Even though only S1 and S2 had died, Song Ke's combat power was too terrifying. Some people shivered all over, and strange thoughts gradually emerged. Could this person really be just S7? Silence enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, a violent energy fluctuation came from above them. A deep spatial crack slowly opened, and a tremendous force emanated from the black hole. A figure, with a half-male half-female mask, sinister and evil, leisurely stepped out. Smiling, he applauded, as expected of an S7. Not bad, but unfortunately, your heroic moment ends here. Behind the person, over 1,000 advanced awakeners followed suit, their eyes revealing a fierce and cruel glint. Lu Tao and Yi Na seemed to receive some instruction. Suddenly, they pulled out a crimson level 4 crystal, shattered it without hesitation, and the rich energy replenished their bodies. The two, whose awakened energy had been depleted, recovered, standing up simultaneously. Zhuang Qinjian abruptly looked up, and the streets in all directions were eerily silent, devoid of any presence. How could this be? According to the time of the warning flare launch, the supporters from the northern base should have arrived by now. Sensing his gaze, the masked figure sneered, waiting for reinforcements? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Half an hour ago, at the awakened department. In the administrative office, the administrative secretary cautiously spoke, inquiring about the stiff figure in the shadows. Director He, all departments have taken action, the relocation of Qianzhan city residents is completed. Do you have any further instructions? After a while, He Kaiyuheng's hoarse voice sounded, follow general's command in everything. The secretary breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to glance at her expression, and hurriedly said, then I'll go help too. Almost impatiently, she turned around and left the oppressive atmosphere of the office. He Kaiyuheng looked through the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire city at her feet. For 20 years, she had poured all her efforts into governing the northern base. Why couldn't it develop as she had envisioned? Shoo! A spatial tunnel suddenly opened, and two elusive figures appeared out of thin air. One person was entirely covered in a black robe, with unclear features. The other was a man wearing a half-sinister-looking mask. At this moment, the Awakener department's defense was at its weakest, with 90% of the officials running around outside. Unexpectedly, S-level spatial awakeners had entered. Who are you? Shi Ziyi shouted, raising his hand to activate the vacuum domain. Just an A9, overestimating your abilities. Qing uttered a cryptic incantation, and Shi Ziyi's entire body twisted in pain. In just a few seconds, he transformed into a wriggling pupa. He Kaiyuheng turned her head to press the alarm, but Qing, with a gesture, drew symbols in the empty air. She was uncontrollably drawn towards him, and with a thud, she collided with the floor-to-ceiling window. Blood trickled down her forehead. With B3 level strength, she was extremely vulnerable in the face of an S4. Qing seemed somewhat surprised. It's quite amusing. Hasn't the northern base always valued strength? He Kaiyuheng, right? How did someone like you, a B3 level, manage to attain your current position? He Kaiyuheng struggled desperately. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Qing smirked and skipped the first question. I won't kill you. You're just an ant, not worth my effort. We want to kill Yezheng. He Kaiyuheng's face turned purple, but she remained resolute, delusional. You won't be able to kill the teacher. Qing dismissed it. I heard you were Yezheng's student. You must have worked hard to take over the leadership from him. Now that he's on the verge of death, why not lend us a hand? He Kaiyuheng gritted her teeth. No way. He is my mentor. I won't betray the northern base. Ha ha ha. Qing burst into laughter, a laughter that was coarse and yet melodious, carrying a discordant and piercing sensation. Do you really think you're someone important? Qing's chilly lips approached He Kaiyuheng's ear, whispering like a devil. Now I understand why Yezheng didn't completely delegate authority to you. In the end, it's because you're incompetent. He Kaiyuheng's pupils contracted. Qing slowly smiled, his tone seemingly regretful. You, someone with cunning schemes and a dirty heart, might be passable in peacetime. But in times of war, look at yourself, easily controlled. Therefore, you're destined to be an inadequate leader. I heard you value awakeners highly. Controlling them in your hands, is it because of fear? You're constantly afraid of being replaced, afraid of being killed, afraid of losing power. You have nothing at all. Tisk tisk, being incompetent is the original sin, after all. Qing recited a chilling incantation, and before He Kaiyuheng's eyes, a black sphere with insects fluttering appeared. This is called a silverfish. It amplifies the evil in a person's heart. Let's see if Director He is as selfless as you claim. The insect ball entered He Kaiyuheng's mouth, and she writhed in pain, memories flashing before her eyes. When He Kaiyuheng was born, the nuclear war had already ended, and the northern base was becoming stable. She received an elite education from a young age and learned about genetic selection and early awakeners from various sources. She firmly believed in the inequality between people. After the apocalypse, she finally awakened but only achieved a mediocre B3 level due to inherent limitations in her aptitude, making her promotion prospects almost non-existent at Novel bin Adat. Becoming the successor of the northern base was a difficult task. Initially, Yezheng favored another student named Chen Suero, who was optimistic, positive, and an A8 level early awakener with better social connections and assessment scores than He Kaiyuheng. During a peacekeeping mission, they encountered a powerful earthquake. Chen Suero, attempting to save a group of students, got trapped under collapsed debris and remained buried in a deep hole for 2 whole weeks. Yezheng never gave up on the rescue efforts. He Kaiyuheng volunteered and accompanied the rescue team to find Chen Suero. Fortunately, she was the first to discover Chen Suero, who was on the brink of death with her lower body in a gruesome state. With timely treatment and the installation of biomechanical prosthetics, Chen Suero could still survive. Looking at her, He Kaiyuheng muttered, Senior Chen, they are just ordinary people. Why bother saving them? Chen Suero, struggling to speak, asked, Kaiyuheng, are they okay now? I don't know, He Kaiyuheng answered indifferently. She had no interest in those students, her sole focus was finding Chen Suero. Once she found her, she became less anxious. Her tone carried a slight reproach. You see, you saved them but sacrificed yourself. People like you are simply not suitable to lead the northern base. Rest assured, I will do better than you. Chen Suero couldn't speak anymore, she could only stare at He Kaiyuheng with wide eyes. He Kaiyuheng waited silently in place until, a day later, Chen Suero breathed her last breath. He Kaiyuheng stood up, patted her stiff knees, and stumbled out, shouting, Seniors here? I found Senior. Ah. Hikayuhung let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her consciousness gradually blurred, and tears streamed down her cheeks. For the northern base, she had burned 20 years of her youth. She only wanted to build an ideal city according to her own will. She searched everywhere for scientists involved in the Eternal Life Plan. Publicly, she claimed to want to cure Yezheng and secretly supported research on excessive radiation. Only she knew that deep within her heart, a hidden voice kept calling out, "Do I still have a chance to advance?" Hikayuhung's pitch-black eyes, immersed in endless agony, recalled Yezheng's reprimand. Kaiyuhung, treat awakeners the same as ordinary people. You can't discriminate. Remember, the foundation of the entire city is the tens of millions of residents in the northern base. Some things should not be inverted. Hikayuhung gripped her own neck and screamed, "No, that's not true, teacher. It's different. Awakeners are born noble. We are meant to have more status and power than ordinary people. Chen Suero is wrong, and so are you. You're all wrong. In this world, we, the Awakeners, should rightfully hold it in our hands." The silverfish fully invaded Hikayuhung's brain, and her intense anger turned into tranquility. Her eyes became completely black. Mechanically, Hikayuhung stood up, like a puppet, and pressed the terminal. A district-wide announcement is now being issued. Everyone is to stand by immediately. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to leave your posts. Otherwise, residents of District B10 will have their identities revoked and be treated as rioters, and they will be killed without mercy. I repeat, no matter what happens, everyone is to stand by in place. Beside her, Qing laughed, his smile becoming increasingly radiant. The term silverfish refers to villains who harm collective interests. Hikayuhung was indeed a hypocritical pretender. The spatial rift reappeared, and the two S-level awakeners disappeared on the spot. Hikayuhung's inexplicable command carried a strong sense of oppression. People dared not resist and stood bewildered in place. Murmurs spread, and just a few seconds later, the terminal beeped again. Asterisk. Near the 13th channel, with Song Kei's position as the center, a straight line formed. Behind her was Yezheng, whom she vowed to protect to the death, and in front were thousands of advanced awakeners. Qing exaggeratedly applauded, a cold smile playing on his lips. "I can't deny it, you're formidable. You can handle 1 against 10, but what about 1 against 100, or 1,000? You can try," Song Kei replied coldly. The phantom bear paw lifted, and a massive, cold jagged blade slowly drew out. Qing withdrew his smile, gazing deeply at her, then, "I'll kill you first, and then Yezheng." Boom! Flames, wind blades, thunder, ice, and snow, thorns. Countless awakeners attacked Song Kei, swallowing her slender figure. Bloody ghost hands grabbed her calves, vicious man-eating flowers crawled towards her, opening their blood-filled mouths. Song Kei cut through with her sword, leaped out of the landing point, lifted the cold jagged blade, and fiercely slapped back. Bang! There was no escape from the dense attacks, and she was harshly hit from behind. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tao swung his tiger claw forward, slashing open a wound on Song Kei's abdomen. She rolled and fell into a trap, where a radiation-type awakener had long been waiting for ambush. A powerful electric current erupted, convulsing her entire body. Even the phantom bear curled up. Song Kei. Zhuang Qinjian's expression changed suddenly, and Lin Yuyu and others were all anxious to rush over but were unable to break free. Seeing the situation on the brink, in the nick of time, chaotic footsteps echoed from all directions on the street. As if sensing something, Yezheng suddenly looked up. "Who dares to kill General Ye? I'll effing fight you all. To hell with being on standby. Even if I'm not from District B, I'm coming. General Ye, you saved us, and we won't abandon you." A sea of people rushed towards the battlefield, each face either familiar or unfamiliar, fearlessly approaching through the swirling yellow sand. Leading the charge were the Ling siblings, Zhigler, Zhao Yuking, and other S-level awakeners. Behind them trailed a diverse army of awakeners labeled ABCDE, consisting of people of all ages and genders. Their expressions were uniformly resolute, with even ordinary citizens raising weapons. The moment Qing appeared, Lu Xiao, under the name of V587, posted a private commission on the platform. There was only one location and a brief message: no rewards, no points, and the danger level was marked as the highest, the red level. Yezheng is under attack, urgent rescue needed. Such a commission, especially under the threat of expulsion and killed without mercy, logically should have received no takers. However, without a second thought, residents of the northern base spontaneously accepted it. The number even exceeded the A-level tasks the system had issued. The buzzing of voices filled every corner. Outside the encirclement of Qing and others, the arriving reinforcements turned the tables on them. Amidst the sizzling and dazzling electric currents, Song Kei slowly stood up, clutching her abdomen. She opened her eyes, revealing deep blue pupils. A radiant and dazzling light erupted in a circular pattern beneath her feet. The phantom of a brown bear rose to the sky, doubling in size, bringing a devastating sense of oppression. Her other hand lifted slightly, and the cold jagged blade quietly disintegrated, fragments falling in all directions. The surrounding ruins trembled violently, as an unprecedented powerful awakened energy surged out from every limb and bone, like a storm. Without relying on any external objects, large and small blue light orbs rose from the ground, instantly transforming into thousands of sharp swords. Song Kei raised her hand gently, and the tips immediately aimed at Qing and other awakeners, like a spectacular and eerie will-o'-the-wisp. The flow of yellow sand seemed to freeze, the restless flock of crows collectively fell silent, and the dazzling blue light illuminated half the sky. Everyone on the scene stared in shock. This was completely different from summoning through spells or relying on external forces to condense a sword array. Each one was a genuine and pure metal spiritual weapon, the ultimate manifestation of the explosion of metal-type ability. All things in heaven and earth are my weapons. Song Kei stood in the center of the storm, with a brutal beastly shadow behind her and a myriad of sword lights swirling around her. If an R-type testing device were used at this moment, it would reveal a stunning fact. Song Kei's awakened energy intensity had reached an astonishing value. An unprecedented S9. Sword light spiraled, and thousands of spiritual weapons emitted a buzzing resonance. Song Kei and the brown bear stood up simultaneously. The pursuers in the inner circle and the reinforcements in the outer circle fell into silence together. Everyone involuntarily looked towards the war god-like figure. The emotions on both sides were completely different, one side filled with joy, the other with fear. A reinforcement from the northern base squeezed to the front, lowered their head, and looked at their spiritual weapon, a wolf-teeth club, purchased at a high price in their arms. Their eyes sparkled. Wow, I'm using the same model as the S7. Song Kei looked indifferent. She pulled out a roll of bandages from the pocket connected to the space, bit the end, and wounded around the back of her hand, which was bleeding incessantly. It wasn't because of the injury but because 2 finger joints had just been swallowed by the man-eating flower. The area became incomplete, and now it was both painful and itchy. In case her self-healing ability took effect and fingers grew out of thin air in front of everyone, it wouldn't be good. Song Kei casually bandaged herself, glanced at the opposite side with a slight lift of her eyes, and said nonchalantly, "Since you're here, might as well stay." The words were light, but they spread to everyone's ears with the wind. No fool would mistake her for a hospitable host. This S7 clearly meant only one thing: leave the corpses behind. Thousands of swords hummed together as Song Kei, like a drawn blade, led the charge into the enemy camp, enveloped in the overwhelming awakened energy like thunder. With an S7 leading the charge, the reinforcements, filled with fervor, followed suit, shouting, "I'll go first. You guys protect General, yeah. I'll fight with you guys. Outsiders, go back to your territory." Ching sneered, and coldly uttered 3 words without caring, a motley crew. His 10 fingers intertwined, suddenly spasmed, and trembled. With the appearance of a strange seal, countless soul phantom figures emerged from the ground. The northern base had once been a fierce battlefield, burying countless lives. Although the souls summoned by Ching had no physical form, they were full of gloomy evil, and upon emerging, they crazily pounced on the living. The possessed awakeners became mentally confused, attacking indiscriminately. Lu Tao and Yi Na, along with other S-levels, jumped into the battlefield, taking the opportunity to slaughter at will. The scene descended into chaos, and the lower-level awakeners from the northern base fell one after another. Ye Zhang suddenly threw a punch, and the attacks in the sky were affected by gravity, stagnating in midair, saving a large number of awakeners who couldn't escape in time. All good soldiers, but still need a commander. He struggled to stand up, the coughing sound resembling a dilapidated bellows. On the battlefield, having fearless soldiers alone was not enough, a well-organized commander was also needed. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his eyes to the pocket watch in his hand, sighed slightly, and then intercepted him. "General, let me do it." Ye Zhang, with eyes that had seen many vicissitudes, showed a hint of surprise. "You can command." Zhuang Qinjian modestly replied, "Not quite, just a little understanding." Ye Zhang pondered for a moment, silently smiled. Yes, that General Xie from Beijun was also an excellent battlefield commander. "All right, very well." He patted Zhuang Qinjian's shoulder heavily. "It's up to you." Zhuang Qinjian turned his head and shouted at a figure waving 6 arms, "Hey, 5.0, come and help." Lu Xiao's movements stopped, rolled his eyes at the sky, and muttered discontentedly, "Arrogant 4.2. Complaints aside, he still came over. Lu Xiao's alloy arm connected to the pocket watch terminal. With Ye Zhang's highest authority, he instantly decrypted all databases. Zhuang Qinjian, with extraordinary memory beyond ordinary people, swiftly copied and imprinted the information of all awakeners in the northern base. Then, his light-colored eyes shimmered as he scanned the reinforcements on the scene, quickly memorizing each face and matching them with the information in his mind. An excellent commander must learn to understand and use people. Know the people, then use them well. Among these reinforcements, some were brave and skilled in combat, while others rarely took on combat missions and were flustered in the face of a large-scale battle. Zhuang Qinjian's commanding style was straightforward. He directly gave commands to people in their consciousness. Because of the lesson from Song Kei's previous experience, he dared not use professional terms and chose plain language. "Li Qiang, turn around immediately and run in the opposite direction." This individual, with an extremely poor sense of direction in the group attack category, rushed into a deserted corner. His ability struck down, not hitting any enemies, but frightening away 2 crows that were cawing loudly. Oh. Li Qiang stepped on the brakes, obediently turned around, and ran in the opposite direction, coincidentally joining the large forces of Tustan. Lin Yuyo sensed the opportunity for a counterattack, sang an ethereal song, maxing out the buff, and Li Qiang, along with Jennifer and others, bombarded wildly. The brilliant light of their abilities erupted, the range doubled, and it fell into the most densely populated area of the opposing crowd, harvesting lives in swathes. Zhang Wei, focus your attention, listen to my prompts and release your ability. Zhang Wei's ability is called Demoralizing Roar. Continuous use of this ability lowers the enemy's desire to attack, putting them in a state of despondency. It is an advantageous support ability in group battles, but he obviously struggles with the intervals. Every time he is disrupted, he unconsciously exposes vulnerabilities. With Zhuang Qinjian as a guide in his mind, constantly reminding him, Zhang Wei displayed his skills, timing his roars perfectly. Wang Qianqian, come back, you are a long-range type. Wang Qianqian, holding a large spiritual weapon, looked like she was about to charge into the enemy's face. Huh? Who should I attack? She looked puzzled, scanning around, wondering who was speaking. At 6 o'clock, see that 1.3-meter tall kid. Wang Qianqian nodded, got it. Follow him, attack whoever he attacks. Su Xing was hiding in a corner, sneakily launching ice spikes, when a girl approached from behind. He shot ice spikes, and the girl dispersed them with a wind circle, instantly freezing a large area on the opposite side, displaying astonishing power. Wow, Su Xing marveled, so awesome. Cool, little brother, sister will team up with you, Wang Qianqian applauded. Zhuang Qinjian named a few more people. You guys, go protect General Ye. The named awakeners ran to Ye Zheng's side, surrounding him like mother hens protecting their chicks. They were all in the defense category. Although their levels were not high, their abilities were extremely rare and difficult to break through easily. Zhuang Qinjian quickly surveyed the battlefield and suddenly noticed a figure in the midst of a killing spree. In his cold gaze, there was a gaze that stared at dead things. Lao Mu, go pull out Lu Tao. Lao Mu was in a 4 level, with the ability of Forced Taunt. After releasing it, the opponent would involuntarily attack him. Lu Hao, Zhao Ziyufen, Qian Miao, group together at 7 o'clock, prepare for a surprise attack. Cough, cough, don't look towards Lu Tao's direction, pretend to do something else. Lu Hao whistled while looking at the sky, Qian Miao lowered her head to sweep the ground, and Zhao Ziyufen pulled out a cross-stitch and started sewing. Their acting skills were extremely stiff. Zhuang Qinjian couldn't help but hold his forehead. Fortunately, the chaos on the battlefield made it difficult to observe carefully, so their deception went unnoticed. Lu Tao's direction was twisted by Lao Mu's taunt, and uncontrollably, he took 2 steps forward, falling into the center of a trap. An awakener threw a club at him, forcing him to be motionless. Everyone rushed forward, mercilessly beating the old master, ruthlessly using hands and feet. The tiger's fur was completely plucked, and he fell to the ground completely bald. Lu Tao bled profusely and took out a crystal from his pocket, preparing to crush it with gritted teeth. Give it to me. A young man lurking in the shadows activated his ability, fetching objects from the air and stole Lu Tao's supplies. Zhuang Qinjian retracted the command on the tip of his tongue, staring at the face of that young man for a second, his eyes understanding. This person used to be a professional pickpocket before coming to the northern base. Lu Tao. The tiger fell down and was bullied by the dog. He was already seriously injured by Song Ke and was now being beaten by a ragtag army. He was at the end of his strength. An elusive figure appeared behind him, and a triple-edged military dagger brutally stabbed into his throat. The exhausted tiger completely lowered his head, unable to lift it again. Lu Tao was killed. Although the process was full of comedic effects, the miraculously organized reinforcements from the northern base gained the upper hand. Some assassins keenly noticed that the opposing cannon fodder army seemed to have suddenly become organized, acting swiftly and cooperatively. They became more troublesome and difficult to deal with. To make matters worse, new reinforcements were constantly joining from the ends of the roads in all directions at Novel bin Adat. Zhuang Qinjian pushed his glasses with one hand, looked towards Qing from a distance, and smiled faintly. The real motley crew is you? A group of greedy rats colluding for their own interests, like the ubiquitous yellow sand, dispersed with just a casual strike. Endless lost souls attached themselves to the awakeners. Zhao Yuqing's eyes were cold, and her water-based abilities were unleashed, purifying. A torrential rain poured from the sky, and the purifying water droplets dampened the possessed bodies, instantly generating white steam. The painful howl spread as the possessed individuals felt a lightness throughout their entire bodies, breaking free from control. Ling Yan and Ling Yu cooperated seamlessly, almost synchronizing their moves. With S6 level strong attack abilities, they teamed up to crush 2 S levels on the opposite side. Compared to the uneven mix of the miscellaneous army, the top power of the northern base erupted with astonishing suppression at this moment. Song Ke confronted the bright red man-eating flower head-on. Her heart moved casually, and the sword light around her spun, cutting the colorful petals into pieces. The squirming fat mouth fell in front of Song Ke. She pointed, and the phantom claws erupted with crackling and dazzling blue light, transforming into boxing gloves that wrapped around her hands. She then grabbed the crown, filled with sharp teeth, one on each side, and with a great force, she tore it apart. The shadow of the brown bear roared like an earthquake, and the fierce man-eating flower was torn in two. Yena's face turned deathly pale, and she suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, her magnetic field shattered. Song Ke indifferently stood up, shook off the flesh on her boxing gloves, crushed the 2 broken pieces under her foot, and approached Yena's direction. Yena stumbled backward, panicked, and threw the man-eating flower, covering the path ahead of Song Ke. The brown bear began to run. Despite its massive size, its movements were exceptionally agile. Its hard paws stepped on the flesh, and the terrifying force, weighing 1,000 tons, ruthlessly crushed these demonic flowers, as well as Yi-Na. She bled from 7 orifices, blood vessels burst, and her skin looked like a rotten tomato, with juice flowing, spitting out fragmented black and red organs from her mouth. The summoned objects suffered destruction, and the summoner's body bore an equal amount of damage. By the time Song Ke reached her, Yi-Na was already lying in a sorry state on the ground. Song Ke stepped on her mouth, applying a slight force. "No, you can't kill me." Yi-Na's mouth emitted a large number of blood bubbles, speaking unclearly. "I am S4 level. I am, cough, the daughter of Baishan's magistrate's wife's uncle." Countless swords were simultaneously released, piercing Yi-Na into a hedgehog. Before she could finish her self-introduction, her eyes widened in anger and she lost her breath. Song Ke showed no expression. "Sorry, too complicated interpersonal relationships, I can't understand." After killing Yi-Na, Song Ke raised her head, her gaze piercing through the chaotic crowd, fixing on to Qing. "It's your turn," she said each word heavily. The smile disappeared from Qing's face, and his two completely different faces seemingly merged into one, becoming equally cold. Countless wailing souls rushed towards Song Ke, and she controlled floating swords to counterattack. Qing took a step back, his sleeve covering his fingers, nervously twitching in the shadows. "You're using sealing spells." Song Ke tilted her head, expressing a knowing look. Just a step behind, a slanting street lamp suddenly transformed into a long spear, thrusting out of the void and nailing Qing's palm. Qing couldn't care about his injuries, raising his head in surprise. How could this be possible? How did she discover it? Was it just a coincidence? With a feigned move, Qing cast a spell, his lips moving slightly, silently reciting an incantation. The air became hazy, and a plague spread. Without looking at his hands, Song Ke launched a lightning-fast attack, a bare paw cleanly slashing diagonally. Smack! She slapped Qing across the face. Several teeth, accompanied by bits of flesh, fell out, and half of Qing's face swelled up like a steamed bun. The curse was interrupted. Song Ke landed gracefully and raised an eyebrow. Too slow. Qing suddenly raised his gaze, as if a cold poisonous snake was staring fixedly at Song Ke, and attempted to use his ability again. Interrupt, interrupt, and interrupt again. Regardless of his mouth or hand movements, no matter how many feints he made, Song Ke could accurately predict his true attack intent. He couldn't release a complete spell, and he was helpless against Song Ke's relentless attacks. Qing's shoulder was pierced through, half of his face was severely swollen, and his finger joints were completely severed. The blood accumulated into a crimson lake. Song Ke clapped her hands lightly and said casually, "I've seen more powerful enchantment awakeners than you. You are far behind." Her senior brother, Zhang Xiai, was even more talented than Zhang Ting in both the true skills and enchantment. He could be called a genius. Song Ke had sparred with him countless times since childhood. She was familiar with the prelude to every spell and every seal, as if etched into her bones. She could instantly think of ways to break them. Even so, unless she held back, Zhang Xiai never won against her. Compared to Zhang Xiai, Qing seemed like someone who had just started. He was a flashy counterfeit, and his crude tricks could be seen through at a glance. Qing's chest heaved up and down, and the half of his face behind the mask was clouded with gloom. The over 1,000 advanced awakeners he brought with him were defeated, and the outcome was clear. People from the northern base were cleaning up the final battlefield. Ultimately, it was all because of the S7 level awakener in front of him. Qing looked at Song Ke, his voice fluctuating between light and heavy, piercing to the ears. "Congratulations, you saved Yezhang. But hell will come, looking forward to meeting you again next time." A faint sense of unease rose in Song Ke's heart. Qing's face, with a sinister-looking half-mask, seemed to split in half smiling and half crying, half happy and half sad, appearing extremely bizarre. Swish! Behind him, a narrow space crack appeared, and a thin, bony hand reached out, grabbing Qing's shoulder, about to take him away. "Not good, it's that S-level spatial awakener. They're trying to escape." Song Ke rushed forward regardless of everything. All the floating swords merged into a massive pair of scissors. Clang! The blade fell, freezing the expression of the black-robed spatial awakener. His neck was twisted, and the head rolled off. Ah! Flesh and blood sprayed as Qing's arm was severed, and a wailing scream echoed. However, it was too late. More than half of his body had already entered the spatial crack. As the caster died, the crack showed violent fluctuations. Song Ke's pupils contracted, her awakened energy surged, the phantom bear behind her disappeared suddenly. Her entire body shrank quickly, and she uncontrollably spat out a long, thin tongue. Before the crack completely disappeared, she was forcefully sucked in by the powerful force. The battlefield fell into dead silence. Only V587 exclaimed in shock, "Sister! Captain! Song Ke!" Zhuang Qinjian furrowed his eyebrows deeply, his face as calm as water. Everyone had witnessed the scene just now, where Song Ke transformed from a brown bear into something else. Zhuang Qinjian sighed deeply and turned to Lu Xiao, "Erase all videos and surveillance, leave no traces. Mistakes like Yang Xiaobo's should not be repeated. Today's events must not have any visual evidence leaked." Fortunately, communication devices were still functional. Zhuang Qinjian quietly called through his earpiece, "Song Ke, can you hear me? Respond if you can." After more than 10 minutes, a message suddenly appeared in V587's group chat. Ching was K%1LD by A*G%. Song K's profile picture flickered, displaying for a long time, the other party is typing. The other party is typing. The other party is typing. Kinf was KLD by me. I will one come back by mice%LF. Zhuang Qinjian. Hundreds of corresponding gene sequences flashed through his mind, but the features were too vague to make a judgment. What has she turned into this time? How come she can't even type properly now? Swoosh. The spatial rift violently fluctuated, dispersing and disappearing in an instant. Ching, dragging a severed arm, fell out of thin air, stumbled 2 steps, lost balance, and fell to the ground. Where he passed, a shocking blood stain was left behind, nerves cut, awakened energy stagnant, difficult to mobilize. The destructive power of the metal-type ability was formidable, causing the magnetic field within his body to completely lose balance. Ching's face, like golden paper, leaned against a tree trunk and slowly sat down, supporting himself to observe the surroundings. Sand and dust raged in the air, a dense flock of crows squatted overhead, peering, with gray-white pupils silently watching, as if patiently waiting for his death, ready to feast on his flesh. The barrier of the northern base had anti-space ability devices, and Ching couldn't escape directly. His original plan was to retreat to a safe house first and then figure out a way to leave the area. However, his spatial-type companion was killed instantly, the teleportation path went wrong, leading him to a desolate forest somewhere. Faint rustling sounds came. Ching raised his head alertly, branches swayed with the wind, and a light green leaf gently floated down. The surroundings were eerily quiet, only the coarse and rapid panting of Ching could be heard. Ching's eyes were sinister, and after a while, a smile of relief and self-mockery appeared. That S7 didn't chase after him. He lifted his left hand, which had only 2 remaining fingers, took off the blood-stained mask, revealing a half-female face. This S4-level sorcerer turned out to be a hermaphrodite with both male and female characteristics. Ching muttered obscure and difficult-to-understand spells, switching the mask to the other side as he put it on. With his movements, those fatal injuries were magically transferred away. Although the severed arm and fingers couldn't regenerate, the pain lessened, and Ching's complexion improved slightly. Unfortunately, the other half of his face, his male face, was completely ruined. At this moment, Ching had completely transformed into a woman with delicate eyebrows and eyes. A very light breathing sound echoed in his ears, as if someone gasped. "Who's there?" Ching suddenly stood up. "Come out." Several nesting sparrows were startled and flapped their wings, flying to higher ground. Ching coldly raised his hand, 2 fingers trembling, and the sparrows fell, instantly stiffening and turning into corpses, not one left. Ching's gloomy gaze swept around, finding no anomalies. She returned to the shade of the tree, activated the terminal, and a deliberately lowered voice faintly came through. "It's me. Ye Zheng isn't dead. The operation failed." On the other end, who knows what was said, Ching's hoarse voice suddenly rose. "Why not kill him? Temporary change of plans, no time to notify us? Heh." The dust invaded, the lush trees were covered in murky yellow soil, and one green leaf suddenly shook, with sand falling rustlingly. "Utopia? What new policy? Forget it, let's talk when I get back. Send someone to the safe house to pick me up. Chi is dead." Chi was the name of that spatial-type awakener. Ching hung up the terminal, exhausted, leaned back against the tree trunk, and closed her eyes to rest temporarily. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Without warning, the nearby forest suddenly shook violently, and a deep blue light crackled. Countless leaves turned into sky-covering flying knives, all shooting towards Ching. She abruptly opened her eyes, but it was too late. Her body was pierced like a hedgehog, breathless, falling to the ground. How is this possible? Clearly, there were no anomalies. When did she catch up? The shocked and angry expression froze on her face. Until death arrived, Ching still couldn't figure out the answer. Plop. A small thing fell down. Triangular head, 2 bulbous protruding eyeballs resembling light bulbs, a plump body, a tail rolled into a ball like a bubblegum, and nanocrystals on the surface of the skin constantly changing colors with the environment. This was a chameleon from the lizard suborder. It was also due to the radiation impact that an unknown gene broke out and Song Ke was transformed again. Song Ke quickly climbed onto Ching's corpse, stumped back and forth, confirming that she was dead beyond revival. Then she exposed her claw tips, tried to pry Ching's terminal, cleverly stored it in her own space, and turned to let Lu Xiao crack it. With the mission accomplished, Song Ke's cone-shaped eyeballs rotated 360 degrees, attempting to speak through her main body. Swoosh! A long and thin tongue stretched out, and in a fleeting moment, it quickly swept away a jumping cricket. Song Ke, she spat out, and the unlucky cricket limped away. Oops, it seems the tongue is a bit unruly. Song Ke stood still for a moment, seemingly lost. She struggled to retrieve her small terminal, and the messages from her teammates calling out to her had already flooded the screen. Awkwardly, she opened the group chat, attempting to type a message to report her safety. However, chameleons have fused toes, and what does fused mean? It means the first 3 fingers are a group, and the 4th and 5th fingers are another group, very uncoordinated. She often accidentally touched the wrong keys, producing a string of strange characters for no apparent reason. Song Ke became increasingly frustrated, her tail straightening into a line, but the more anxious she got, the worse she typed. In the end, giving up, She reluctantly managed to type the message "I'll come back by myself," closed her eyes, and pressed the send button with determination. The small chameleon confirmed the direction, changed its skin to a deep brown color, perfectly blending into the dusty ground, and swiftly crawled away, shaking its head and tail. Asterisk. Bang, bang. The ferocious flock of crows crazily collided, like an endless black cloud covering the city. The fragile barrier finally couldn't bear the weight, flickering in and out of existence. In that moment of disappearance, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts rushed in, and cries of alarm echoed incessantly. The awakeners on the scene grumbled while clearing them out. Fortunately, in the next moment, the barrier reappeared, keeping the majority of the forces outside. Zhuang Qinjian looked at the Martian language message sent by Song Ke, with mixed feelings in his heart. The assassination attempt on Ye Zheng had been resolved, and the scattered remnants had also been controlled. However, the crisis at the northern base had not been lifted. Due to wasting too much time at the 13th channel, the city defense line was on the verge of collapse. Two fully armed bulletproof vehicles rushed in, and before coming to a stop, elite guards and medical teams jumped out. General. Healers nervously surrounded Ye Zheng, setting up a ventilator and a mobile nutrition chamber for on-the-spot first aid. Bai Qi was also carried away on a stretcher. Ye Zheng was on the verge of collapse. He looked up at the sky, as if about to move forward. General, please don't move. You must receive treatment immediately. You can no longer use your awakened abilities, and you must avoid mental and physical exertion, or your body won't be able to take it. City Defense Department. Ye Zheng murmured a sentence. If they couldn't stop the flock of crows in time, the tragedy at Qianzhan City would repeat. Through the crowd, Ye Zheng and Zhuang Qinjian locked eyes, the handsome young man gripping the pocket watch in his hand, nodding solemnly towards him. Zhuang Qinjian's clothing fluttered in the wind as he, led by the elite guards, smoothly entered the City Defense Department. The harried staff, noticing an unfamiliar face intruding, hastily interrogated, "Who are you? How did you get in? Hurry and leave." Without a second word, Zhuang Qinjian shoved his terminal onto his face, and the highest command authority representing Ye Zheng conspicuously appeared. Two nearby elite guards quickly explained, "From now on, Mr. Zhuang will fully represent the general, and all commands will be under his authority." "Bring up the entire city map," Zhuang Qinjian said coldly. His deep and mysterious eyes seemed to contain endless pressure, making people involuntarily submit. The broadcast across the entire northern base echoed again, "Attention, 1 minute from now, the City Defense Department will launch a counterattack against the ferocious beast tide. Everyone pay attention to terminal messages and follow the commands. Ancient Street, Tangning Road, Inner Ring Commercial District. Residents in the following areas must evacuate immediately. Evacuation routes have been sent to your terminals. 2nd and 6th Squads, provide cover." Disciplined soldiers executed their tasks with precision and determination. Orders were issued steadily by Zhuang Qinjian. His mind calculated rapidly, fingers inputting commands skillfully. Schools, hospitals, stations, and other public places were quickly cleared, and residents entered underground shelters as instructed. Suppress. The transparent skywalks that traversed the entire city dissipated into thin air, replaced by the rising barrels of pitch-black cannons. This batch of munitions, named Hellfire Works, originated from Mu City and represented the highest lethality of the Alliance's weaponry. Boom, boom boom. Dazzling fireworks bloomed, painting half the sky in burning red. The stench of charred flesh wafted through the air. Countless crows fell like hail, and hundreds of wind-type awakeners arrived at designated positions, activating their abilities simultaneously. Fire took advantage of the wind, and the wind fueled the flames. The roaring fire spread like wild grass. The eyes of every defender reflected a resolute determination. The patrolling teams hovering between ground and sky were responsible for the finishing touches. Logistic cleanup vehicles shuttled back and forth, sweeping away the piled-up crow corpses. Sector clear. In the west of the city, where lush woods were ill-suited for artillery attacks, Zhuang Qinjian entered commands into the console. Within seconds, the barrier switched through hundreds of forms. Suddenly, a mistake occurred. A gap appeared. The crows, possessing rudimentary intelligence, seized the opportunity and swarmed in through the opening. Zhuang Qinjian smiled coldly, easily deceived. Flash. The newly replaced barrier suddenly emitted a glaring white light, illuminating the group attack-type awakeners lying in ambush below, as well as the ultra-low-voltage electric grid. The densely packed crows were caught in a trap, their small grayish-white eyeballs faintly showing fear. Simultaneously, various awakeners and electric lights lit up the sky, accompanied by excited cheers. The awakeners at the northern base were ecstatic. "Darn, I killed over 300 of them? So satisfying. This wave is a bloody profit. I'm getting rich. Points little money here I come at novel bin at." These were not ferocious crows, they were clearly angels sent to the northern base to deliver money and points, improving the quality of life for the awakeners. Under Zhuang Qinjian's command, the entire city operated in an orderly manner, resembling a massive machine. At the City Defense Department, numerous eyes from all directions secretly assessed the calm and composed young man in front of the console. One official muttered sarcastically, "What's so remarkable? This kind of aggressive approach is bound to destroy a large amount of infrastructure. When it's time to rebuild, you'll be the one to suffer. Let's see how you restore it." Zhuang Qinjian, holding a transparent screen, continued to work diligently. Amidst the busy atmosphere, he spared a glance at him, lightly smiling. Send the design sketches to Oda-ken. The northern base doesn't keep idle people, let him do some work. Oda-ken, an S2 level engineering awakener, arrived at the northern base on the same day as V587, even taking the VIP route in front of Song-K. Zhuang Qinjian didn't think of himself as someone who held grudges, he simply believed in making the best use of resources. Official, with an S-level engineering awakener around, what's so difficult about rebuilding? He could even construct an entirely new city. At the bustling entrance of the command room, Ye Zheng, draped in a coat, silently observed the figure inside through the glass door. Having just received emergency treatment, he had his injuries under control. Due to concerns, he insisted on coming to take a look. However, the situation was somewhat unexpected. It was even better than he had anticipated. Zhuang Qinjian knew everything about the facilities, city defense passwords, and personnel information, and he operated flawlessly, achieving victory in the counterattack with minimal casualties. It was as if he were a born commander. General, where did you find? The nearby official was dumbfounded. Ye Zheng smiled faintly, covering his mouth as he left. Just an old friend. My body can't take it. Standing for a while tires me out. I'll go back to continue treatment. Oh, by the way, call Xiaofeng. In the moment he turned around, Ye Zheng's smile disappeared, and his expression gradually turned cold. While he could still stand, it was time to settle scores. Asterisk. The Awakener Department building, second to top floor. After Qing's death, the parasite lost control. Hikayuhung regained consciousness from the manipulated state, her hair disheveled. She crawled to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly outside. T-005 was operating again, and the raging sandstorm was rapidly receding. With the concerted effort of the northern base, the crow population decreased rapidly, and the night sky returned to its initial tranquility. This round, the northern base had overcome the challenge. The office door suddenly swung open, and several military personnel wearing supervisory uniforms entered with solemn expressions. Director Hikayuhung, you are arrested for treason. Come with us. Cold iron shackles locked her hands, eliminating any use of abilities. Hikayuhung became what she feared most, an ordinary person. She was numbly dragged away. What awaited her would be the most severe trial. The chaotic day finally came to an end. When Zhuang Qinjian left the city defense department, it was nearing midnight. The other members of V587 were waiting outside. Feng Zhigzhou threw a bottle of water towards him, and Zhuang Qinjian caught it without drinking. Feeling mentally exhausted, he took off his glasses, rubbed his temples, and let a few strands of bangs fall on his forehead. Where's Song-K? Any news? Lin Yuyu opened her terminal, and 10 minutes ago, Song-K sent a message in Martian script, $#on. I know. Su Xing eagerly answered, sister must be saying, soon. Wow, our Xiao Xing is so clever. Lin Yuyu covered her red lips and exaggeratedly praised. Su Xing pursed his lips, unsure if she was sincerely complimenting him or teasing him. Just as Zhuang Qinjian was about to speak, his expression suddenly froze, and a chill ran down his spine. A cold creature jumped onto his foot. Swish, it slipped into his pants, crawled over his thigh, narrow waist, chest. Finally, it nestled in the hollow of his clavicle. It poked its head out from the open neckline, breathing in the fresh air. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes turned dangerously cold. He pinched the troublesome creature and slowly raised it to eye level. The camouflage faded away, revealing a clueless chameleon. Its flat head turned left and right as it was being held. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes showed disgust, feeling an itch all over his body. He wished to immediately return to his apartment for a hot shower. Clenching his teeth, he asked slowly, where did this ugly creature come from? The chameleon's tail stood upright with a bulging belly, angered. Its long tongue darted out and bit Zhuang Qinjian's slender finger. The saliva of reptilian creatures was sticky and viscous. It slid down the finger, and Zhuang Qinjian's forehead veins throbbed. He shook his hand forcefully but couldn't get rid of it. Ting! A familiar small terminal fell with a clang, rolling to his feet. Zhuang Qinjian froze for 3 full seconds, his actions stiff. Song-K. Ting! A familiar little terminal fell to the ground. Feng Zhigzhou's eyes were blank, and a mouthful of water sprayed out. Puff. Su Xing couldn't hide his thoughts either. Juice flowed down as his mouth opened wide. He was so shocked that his expression went blank. Sister. Lin Yuyu picked up the little terminal, shocked as if struck by lightning. Song-K-er? How did you become like this? Song Chameleon K, recognized by her companions, happily nodded and shook her head, as if saying, yes, it's me. Unsatisfied. V587, it's hard to imagine a chameleon having such rich expressions. They knew there were some issues with Song-K's DNA sequence, and they had witnessed her incredible combat power after gene fusion, like the hook snake before and the brown bear just now. But to turn from a pure human into a pure animal, far beyond the normal scientific understanding of humans. Even the usually silent Sucha couldn't help but comment, not as good as the snake, at least the hook snake is fierce in a fight, and communication is not a problem. Hey, Princess Zhuang, am I not dreaming? Lin Yuyu rambled, supporting her head and blurting out Zhuang Qinjian's nickname. She won't be like this forever, right? You should have a way to change her back, right? Zhuang Qinjian's face was cold, his eyes like dark stars. Upon closer inspection, his body was slightly stiff as he silently stared at the transformed Song-K hanging from his finger. The results of this genetic transformation were truly unexpected. Let's pause for a moment. Are you sure you want to discuss this here? Only Lu Xiao among them remained calm. Although it was midnight, the busy cleanup vehicles were still collecting crow corpses in the streets and alleys. Occasionally, awakeners passed by, casting suspicious glances at them lingering at the entrance of the city defense department. Let's go back to the apartment, Zhuang Qinjian said in a low voice. Song Ke crawled 200 kilometers, already exhausted. Upon hearing this, she climbed into the pocket of Zhuang Qinjian's shirt and lay down comfortably. Zhuang Qinjian's pupils slightly widened, staring at the conspicuous mud spots. Thinking of how Song Ke had climbed up his pants leg just now, not only his body but even his expression stiffened. Lu Xiao glanced at him, suddenly recalling that during their time in Liapony, this princess's cleanliness reached an unbearable level. He brought his own mattress to sleep, covered the swimming pool while swimming, and strictly prohibited the presence of any crawling animals within his field of vision. Lu Xiao's lips curled slightly, and with a strange tone, he said, "Oh, my friend, why don't you like lizards? They're so cute." "Shut up." Zhuang Qinjian's expression was cold, glancing quickly at the sleeping Song Ke in his pocket, and squeezed out a voice from between his teeth, "Don't make baseless speculations about my preferences." At 2 in the morning, garden apartments. The sound of water splashing in the bathroom. The mirror, steamed up by the hot vapor, reflected the blurry light on the upper body. The muscles were thin and tight, the shoulder and necklines were smooth, and water droplets splashed along the graceful curve of the chin, quickly forming a small pool. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and the showriad abruptly stopped. Zhuang Qinjian wiped his face and looked up. The temperature control panel showed off, and the tranquil moonlight shone through the window. This style of not knocking, who else could it be? He spoke to the empty outer room, helplessly saying, "Song Keek, don't play around, let me take a bath first." Moist fingertips groped for a moment, and Zhuang Qinjian pressed the on button on the panel, and the sound of flowing water slowly began. 2 seconds later, click, like a circuit breaker tripping, the bathroom equipment was once again shut down at Novel Bin Adat. Zhuang Qinjian's wet and messy hair accentuated his handsome profile, and he sighed deeply. It seemed like this bath wouldn't be a peaceful one. He casually took off the towel, draped it loosely around his waist, and came out of the partitioned space, leaning against the sink at the back. "Come out, let's talk." As soon as the words fell, a greenish chameleon appeared out of nowhere. Its fleshy claws pressed on the temperature control panel, its belly bulging, looking quite angry. Zhuang Qinjian couldn't help but laugh. Hook snake, wildcat, brown bear, chameleon, the first batch of 4 unknown genes fully manifested. Overall, the performance of the wildcat and brown bear was more stable, while the hook snake and chameleon showed a high degree of transformation, low activity, and the risk of solidification. It would be best to replace them as soon as possible. There were 4 days until the next wave experiment. During this period, Song Ke could only temporarily maintain her current state. Seeing him lost in thought, Song Ke knocked on the sink discontentedly. She clumsily operated the terminal, projecting a page that displayed the world's cutest species ranking, with the chameleon prominently placed at 17th. Song Ke shook her tail, pointed heavily at the cutest category, then at the 17th place. The meaning was obvious, she came to demand an explanation. Why did he call her an ugly creature? Zhuang Qinjian awkwardly averted his gaze and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said you were ugly. Actually, looking at you closely." Confidently, Song Ke raised her spine, lifted her head, and her copper bell-like eyes rolled. Zhuang Qinjian chuckled softly, insincerely praising, "You're quite cute." He reached out with 2 long and beautiful fingers, gently rubbing Song Ke's flat head. As he rubbed, the motion suddenly stopped without warning. Blame it on his excellent memory. He suddenly remembered a similar situation a long time ago in the research institute in Lok. Zhuang Qinjian discreetly glanced at Song Ke, luckily she didn't recall it. "When the laboratory in Qianzhan City is restored, we'll conduct reverse radiation tests to try to change back as soon as possible. For these days, can you stay in the apartment?" Song Ke laboriously clawed out, "Okay." Under the warm light, Zhuang Qinjian's peach blossom eyes looked affectionately at the lizard. He naturally picked up Song Ke, placed her in the sink, squeezed some foam, washed her toes, and then massaged the soft belly along the spine. He washed without distraction, without any whims or ulterior thoughts while facing a chameleon, purely focused on getting rid of the dirt. Song Ke, Grandpa had said that no matter what happens, she should never let others help her bathe. Even if she turned into a lizard, probably, maybe, she still shouldn't allow it, right? A surge of heat instantly rushed to her head, and Song Ke blushed all over. Due to the intense shame, she struggled vigorously. Her tail flailed, splashing water, and Zhuang Qinjian subconsciously closed his eyes. He dared not increase the pressure in his hands and could only grope by feeling. Inadvertently, she managed to break free. Song Ke, dizzy and disoriented, flew up and thudded. She hit Zhuang Qinjian's abdominal muscles and slid down, panic in her eyes. She stumbled on top, leaving a few red marks, suddenly hooked onto something, and pulled downward. The towel loosely fell to the ground, covering the small chameleon. Zhuang Qinjian. Song Ke, who finally emerged from under the towel. She froze for a second, her skin changing colors in red, orange, yellow, and green, and suddenly disappeared in place in a panic. Under the confusion, she dragged the towel along, creating a tent-like structure. In the following 3 days, the alliance's situation was tumultuous, experiencing severe upheavals. Due to the attack on Yezheng, the northern base showed a tough diplomatic stance. They launched a series of inquiries against the hidden manipulators such as Miaoying, Beishan, and Tokushima. At one point, they even had a standoff, breaking the surface peace between the various districts and completely tearing apart the facade. Representatives of Miaoying and Beishan readily admitted their wrongdoing at the negotiating table, but refused to apologize. Only Tokushima played dumb, stubbornly refusing to admit being the crocodile and denying sending out the rat and the cat. Miaoying's representative shouted hoarsely, "We won't survive, and no one else will either. Let's all perish together." Beishan's representative tearfully accused, "Look at this tornado, 2/3 of the city is destroyed. What choice do we have?" Tokushima's representative, "It's their doing, and nothing to do with us." The diplomats of Miaoying and Beishan next to Tokushima looked at him disdainfully. Well, traitor. Tokushima could be so arrogant because their name wasn't on the list of captives released. However, 2 days later, with the arrest of the smugglers and a confession letter from Lei Zhao breaking the deadlock, evidence of their heinous acts was clear. Tokushima was shocked and denounced Lei Zhao as a 3-time traitor. Playing both sides, the negotiation table turned chaotic. Chaos erupted between the B districts, with awakeners frequently engaged in battles. Zhuang Qinjian had to get up early every day, and with Yezheng still not recovered and He Kaiyuheng's trial approaching, the Awakener department was leaderless. Entrusted by Yezheng, Zhuang Qinjian dealt with tasks such as eliminating the remaining crows, overseeing city construction, and diplomatic negotiations. After 3 days of non-stop work, in the quiet early morning, Zhuang Qinjian pushed open the apartment door wearily, saying, "I'm back." The living room was brightly lit, with a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Feng's Higso was still not back from Yezheng's place, while Sucha silently lifted dumbbells for exercise. Su Xing held a pile of snacks, a small chameleon perched on his head, and the two were fully focused on watching Lu Xiao's technologically restored ancient civilization family ethics drama, XX Temptation. "Why are you wearing Pinra's clothes? And using her things? Since you want to pursue excitement, you must follow through to the end. You're quite naughty." On the screen, a man and a woman rolled into a ball, and robes scattered all over the floor. Lin Yuyo cleared her throat and, as the lively ending song started playing, sang out loud, "For all the pain of love." Su Xing hummed along, and Song Kei's tail swayed, clearly immersed in the scene. Zhuang Qinjian looked at the scattered bathrobes on the screen, his eyelids twitching. Song Kei turned her head and noticed him. Startled, she jumped in place, then hurriedly leaped onto the mechanical arm of Lu Xiao beside them. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Xiao tried to get some pocket money. "Generous captain, respected captain, I want to buy this, and also this." Song Kei's paw stomped randomly, %buy, and promptly disappeared from everyone's view. Zhuang Qinjian sighed, feeling mentally exhausted. Since the bathroom incident, Song Kei had been avoiding him for 3 days straight. He sat down on the sofa, took off his glasses, and rubbed his temples. "Has any video leaked out recently?" Lu Xiao, in a good mood now, replied, "No, but there are strange rumors." The A-level mission guarding District B10, after the system's judgment, credited V587 with a significant portion. The points successfully propelled them to the first place in the northern base and 6th in the entire alliance. This mysterious team, rising out of nowhere, sparked a lot of speculation in the Star Network discussions due to their rare appearances. Everyone should check this out. Lu Xiao pulled up an image, covering the paused XX Temptation. A brown bear, a steel 6-armed giant, a poisonous snake, and a 3-meter-tall ice and snow mage corresponded to Song Kei, Lu Xiao, Su Cha, and Su Xing, respectively. Even Lin Yuyo was depicted as an 8-foot-tall man shrouded in mist with an unclear face. It's a new manga called Anecdotes of Awakeners. It's said to faithfully recreate the scene of the assassination. The Awakeners present at the scene were placed under a gag order that day, not allowed to reveal V587's true identity. However, unable to resist the desire to share gossip, they invented various stories. Since there were no visual materials, they relied on storytelling, and each informant provided vastly different descriptions of V587. Rumors even included absurd claims like all members of V587 are steel macho men who refuse interviews due to their ugly appearance. This led to the creation of this ridiculous manga. However, no one took it seriously, and Su Xing was particularly pleased with his own image. "Oh, by the way, Captain, I checked the terminal you picked up, and I found something interesting." Lu Xiao, without any disguise at home, his ice blue eyes gleaming brightly, infiltrated the terminal of Qing, bypassing ubiquitous surveillance in the data stream, and reconstructed the last communication before Qing's death. The information is currently in the hands of the District B magistrate and has not been made public yet. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they looked up at the screen. Utopia, the former Central Court, is about to announce a new policy. A year from now, they will open a challenge to Awakeners worldwide. Those selected will receive a pass and become legal residents of Utopia. Qualifying for residency through a challenge? What kind of approach is this? Lin Yuyu was puzzled. What does this mean? They conspired against the world back then, and now they remember us? Slap us in the face and give us candy afterward. Su Cha coldly commented, "It's insidious." Agreed, Lu Xiao nodded. "I also find it strange, especially after the recent assassination attempt on Yezheng. Zhuang Qinjian lightly tapped his fingertips and smiled coldly. It's just a delaying tactic. Utopia has just risen, and many things need to be done. Now, the survival environment on the ground is harsh. If all districts unite to attack, this S-level city may not survive long enough for development and might face destruction. Taking advantage of the chaos in District B, they throw out the bait of boarding passes. It serves to sow discord and pacify. At such a time, Utopia releasing a new policy is like a blatant insinuation of hypocrisy. Look, we haven't abandoned you. As long as you pass the selection, you can live happily in Utopia. In the harsh background of the apocalypse, most people couldn't resist such insinuations. Should we participate? Lin Yuyu asked for everyone's opinion. In such matters, the captain should make the decision, Zhuang Qinjian said casually. Investigate again, and report at. The little terminal moved, and a line of text appeared. Zhuang Qinjian, with quick eyes and deft hands, pulled out a shy and timid chameleon from a nearby pillow. Song Ke started changing colors again. You guys chat first. I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with the captain. Zhuang Qinjian, carrying Song Ke, walked quickly into the bathroom and gently closed the door. He lifted Song Ke in front of him, leisurely unbuttoning with one hand, slightly pulling down the neckline, revealing a large expanse of skin. Song Ke's eyes widened in surprise, wondering, what are you doing? What are you doing? Zhuang Qinjian lowered his voice, sounding aggrieved. Don't hide, just look, I don't mind. His tired peach blossom eyes drooped slightly, appearing pitiful. I'm showing you. Just remember to take responsibility. In the future, whether it's Yin Xiao or He Xiao, don't get involved with any of them. Tian. Yin Xiao or He Xiao, Silver Owl or Black Owl. XX Temptation, Temptation of Wife, a South Korean drama, 2008. Chinese adaptation is called Home Temptation, 2011. Plot. Lin Pinro is married to Hong Shixian. Hong Shixian later betrays her and has an affair with Ai Li, Lin Pinro's best friend. The scene. Married Hong Shixian is sleeping with his wife's, Lin Pinro's, best friend Ai Li. Ai Li took advantage of Hong Shixian's family going out to do shameful things with Hong Shixian at home. After finishing, she took a shower and then put on the clothes of Hong Shixian's wife, Lin Pinro. When Hong Shixian saw Ai Li, he asked, why are you wearing Pinro's clothes? Ai Li stood up slowly, walked to Hong Shixian and replied, since you want to pursue excitement, then follow through to the end. So Hong Shixian said his classic quote, you are so naughty. From then on, if netizens wanted to complain about someone being sexy, they would say why are you wearing Pinro's clothes? Even if the clothes the other party wears are not SLTTY, as long as there is a sense of being SLTTY in words and actions, they will say why are you wearing Pinro's clothes? Click. Tonight, the apartment's main door was exceptionally busy. Fang's Higze and Zhuang Qinjian returned almost simultaneously. How is it, old Fang? Is General Ye feeling better? Lin Yuyu sat up, or rather, twisted into a challenging Pilates pose on the sofa. Her yoga skirt slipped, revealing a dazzling glimpse of her slender waist. On the opposite side, Socha paused in lifting dumbbells, silently turning his gaze away and grabbing a blanket to cover her. Fang's Higze's throat was almost smoking dry. Wait a moment, let me have a sip of water first. He took 2 quick steps, unceremoniously twisted open Su Xing's specially made children's drink, apple flavored with probiotics, and gulped it down without leaving a drop. Su Xing was stunned for 2 seconds. AHH. You nasty old man. Damn it, he deliberately saved the good stuff to drink last? Fang's Higze put down the medicine box and looked at everyone with a serious expression. General Ye fainted twice suddenly today and has been taken to the specialized hospital for awakeners for treatment. He just woke up before I came back. What? It's that serious? Lin Yuyu instantly sat up straight. Zhuang Qinjian and Song Ke, who came out of the bathroom, also heard Fang's Higze's words. Then why did you come back? Su Xing sneakily pulled Fang's Higze's braid. Is it because the doctor is better than you, so you got kicked out? It's useless for me to stay. The injuries from the assassination have healed. General Ye fainted due to organ aging, causing compromised compensatory function. Although it hasn't reached the point of failure, it has severely affected various vital signs. Fang's Higze skillfully held down Su Xing, giving 2 slaps on the buttocks. And Su Xing, who was used to being pampered by him, had no psychological preparation for being hit and widened his eyes in surprise. General Ye and the others are persuading him to switch to bionic organs, which is the only solution at the moment. Fang's Higze casually rubbed Su Xing's head, muttering to himself, if only we could reverse, no, just delay organ aging. Lin Yuyu raised a question, so switching to bionic organs will solidify the awakener level? But it's okay for S level to solidify, right? Annoyed and embarrassed, Su Xing struggled, used both hands and feet, biting Fang's Higze's arm fiercely. Hiss, Fang's Higze let go in pain, and Su Xing covered his buttocks, taking the opportunity to run out with a clatter. Fang's Higze shook his head helplessly, a bright white healing light flashed, and the teeth marks disappeared, leaving a sticky circle of saliva. Zhuang Qinjian happened to block Su Xing's escape route and conveniently lifted him by the back of his collar, throwing him back to Fang's Higze. Su Xing. With General Ye's current condition, 90% of his organs must be replaced. It's not as simple as level solidification, Zhuang Qinjian calmly explained. It's equivalent to completely dismantling and destroying the magnetic field within the body. In other words, he will go from an S-level awakener to an ordinary person. The spacious living room fell into silence, even the playful antics of Feng's Higze and Su Xing quieted down. For someone who has never awakened, it might be fine, but for an awakener to return to an ordinary person, it is too cruel for anyone. Before going to sleep, Song Ke sneaked into Zhuang Qinjian's bedroom and poked him on the quilt. Zhuang Qinjian seemed to have anticipated her arrival, not surprised at all as he put down the light screen in his hand. You want to ask if I can help Ye Zhang, right? Song Ke turned green with certainty. Zhuang Qinjian sighed, old Feng is a doctor, and even he is helpless. What can I do? The triangular head of the chameleon drooped down, instantly turning into a sorrowful blue, exuding a somewhat dejected atmosphere. The room fell into silence. Zhuang Qinjian used 2 fingers to massage Song Ke's back, his eyelashes drooping, his eyes like an abyss that couldn't see the light. It's not entirely impossible. He slowly elongated his voice. There is a possibility. Although it's slim, it's worth a try. Song Ke's chubby claws held onto his pajamas, gently pulling, urging him not to beat around the bush and quickly reveal the method. Zhuang Qinjian didn't rush to answer, holding her 2 front limbs, leaning forward a bit, his captivating peach blossom eyes curved charmingly. I'll think of the method. As an exchange, what do you promise me? In the posture of a graceful poplar, I wholeheartedly seek your favor. If I have the honor of being the sole favorite in the harem, that would be even better. Song Ke's 2 eyeballs went blank. How can someone be shameless enough to flirt with a lizard? Ugh, how outrageous! She released a bit of awakened energy, slap, and the fragile silk pajamas instantly burst open, leaving the neckline wide open. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his head to glance, raising an eyebrow slightly. Can't believe you're in such a hurry. Song Ke disappeared on the spot. Zhuang Qinjian's eyebrows and eyes relaxed, his expression eased, and he laughed out loud. Glimpses of the proud and spirited youth could be vaguely seen through layers of time. Give me the terminal. A small B terminal flew out into the air, and after a moment, Zhuang Qinjian connected to the video call. The projection flickered twice, revealing a person in a white lab coat who looked hurried. It was Dr. Ning Rong. Dr. Ning, how's your recent research going? Zhuang Qinjian casually greeted. It's you? How come you have time? Dr. Ning mumbled vaguely, not stopping his footsteps. The background seemed to be a laboratory corridor. Suddenly, he remembered something and excitedly said, I found the critical value. Mutations caused by DNA breakage under high-dose radiation are not inevitable, as long as... Dr. Ning eloquently introduced his preliminary results, and Zhuang Qinjian occasionally responded with a few words. I have a new research topic here. Are you interested? What topic? Cell division lineage research, mainly focused on organ regeneration. I can provide you with relevant research materials, on the condition that I must personally participate and lead the project. The list with the highest confidentiality clearance can only include you and me. Dr. Ning Rong's footsteps halted, his gaze blank. Say that again, are you sure it's cell division lineage research for organ regeneration? Sure. Zhuang Qinjian's expression remained unchanged. Come to Qianzhan City Laboratory tomorrow, and we can discuss it in person. At Novel bin at. On the other side of the communication, Dr. Ning Rong was shocked to the point of being speechless, only the surging flames burned fiercely in his heart. Cell division and organ regeneration are both secrets related to the fire seed. Has this guy been possessed? Just a few days ago, he was shouting, what does benefiting all mankind have to do with me? And now he suddenly changed his mind? Asterisk. Early the next day, Qianzhan City. The hole in the ceiling was patched up, and the refurbished lab was lined with a variety of sophisticated and complex instruments. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his head to adjust the data. Song Ke's tail wrapped around the horizontal bar of the ecological cultivation box, hanging upside down, swaying leisurely. Ning Rong, who came in wearing a hat and mask, was startled, then surprised. Lizard genes. He stared at Song Ke for 2 seconds, his eyes getting brighter and bursting into enthusiastic research questions. How much is the emotional value after fusion? Have you measured the awakened energy? Can the abilities be used normally? He even approached and reached out to pinch Song Ke for observation. I suggest doing a spectroscopic analysis first. Song Ke's slender tongue flickered and a dark blue sword stopped at Ning Rong's nose. Ning Rong's footsteps halted, realizing that this experimental subject was not someone he could provoke, and he dryly said, well, kid, you do it. Zhuang Qinjian calmly pressed the hovering spiritual weapon, lightly smiling. Dr. Ning, don't be handsy, my partner has a temper. Song Ke cooperatively raised her back, turning her entire body into a bright red, emitting a threatening aura. Ning Rong, strange taste. No need to draw blood. Zhuang Qinjian didn't waste words. Time is limited. These are the gene results from last time. Let's reverse the radiation directly. Ning Rong changed his clothes for disinfection, took a glance at the running screen, and the spectrometer showed 4 genes: hook snake, wildcat, brown bear, and chameleon. The complex DNA chains interwove, with chameleon clearly dominating, crazily devouring nearby cells, posing extremely high risks. The chameleon activity is too high. For safety, adjust the radiation values to 22.025%, 26.745%, Zhuang Qinjian said without a sound, giving him a glance. It seems Ning Rong's research has indeed progressed, now precise to 3 decimal places. The two entered the partitioned room, attached the sensors, and Song Ke flicked his tail towards Zhuang Qinjian's lower leg, meaning clearly, get out. The reverse radiation is not a good thing. Now it's set to over 20%. Although her unique physique is not significantly affected, it would be challenging for an ordinary S level to endure. Zhuang Qinjian himself had a feeble body, and excessive radiation would undoubtedly be harmful to him. There was no need to accompany her. Seeing her firm attitude, Zhuang Qinjian removed the communicator and placed it around the neck of the small chameleon. All right, I'll wait outside. Call me if there's any issue. If you can't speak, knock 3 times, and I'll come in. Before leaving, Zhuang Qinjian paused for a moment, adjusted the protective glass, and switched to an invisible mode. After turning back, remember to wear clothes. Song Ke. Of course, she would wear clothes. Low-intensity reverse radiation filled the entire isolation room, and each time the wavelength changed, Zhuang Qinjian would remind Song Ke. Excluding the 4 known wavelengths, nearly 5% fluctuation range. I don't know what will come out this time, Ningrong remarked while staring at the instrument. It's better to have a stable outcome. Opening the blind box was a matter of luck. Zhuang Qinjian didn't speak. Genetic engineering, especially genetic fusion, was impossible without using animals for experimentation. The DNA composition inside Song Ke was complex, and perhaps, none of them were a good match. After another change in the wavelength, Song Ke's clear voice sounded from the communicator, Zhuang Qinjian. Zhuang Qinjian quickly pressed pause. I'm here. Song Ke chuckled. I've turned back. Ignoring the instrument results, Zhuang Qinjian took big steps forward, his voice laced with a smile. I'm coming in. Are you dressed? I am dressed. The door was pushed open, and Song Ke, wearing a white t-shirt and shorts, swung her legs while sitting on the experimental table, looking displeased at him. I'm not you. I would definitely wear. Zhuang Qinjian strode over and tightly hugged her. Song Ke instantly fell silent, pressed against his chest, listening to his thumping heartbeat. Her ears turned redder and redder. The two hugged for a while, and Zhuang Qinjian checked her limbs. Is there any discomfort? Or do you feel anything unusual? Song Ke thought for a moment and shook her head seriously. No. Hand in hand, the two came out, and Ningrong stared at the instrument with a solemn expression. Come over and take a look. Following his gaze, Zhuang Qinjian lowered his head. Curious, Song Ke squeezed her head in. Although she couldn't understand it, she wanted to feel involved. The data analysis is almost complete. This time, there is probably only one manifesting gene, and its stability is very good. It should be fine for 1 or 2 months, Zhuang Qinjian reported as detailed information gradually emerged. Ningrong stared at a few lines of data, unable to hide his surprise. What? Second activation. Second activation refers to the reappearance of genes with dominant traits, such as the hook snake or wildcat. However, they had already eliminated the first batch of 4, so such a mistake was impossible. Even Zhuang Qinjian couldn't help but be astonished. Could it be that, apart from those 4, Song Ke had previously shown symptoms of gene fusion? No, Song Ke honestly replied. She had been perfectly normal from childhood to now. Ding! The spectrometer stopped running, displaying the result. This gene is not recorded in the database. Ningrong was dumbfounded. This gene spectrometer covered the entire alliance's biological lineage. What did it mean not being in the database? Zhuang Qinjian couldn't help but frown. All successfully fused genes would be recorded unless it was the failed part, which could be anything and more difficult to judge. Song Ke, are you sure you're not feeling any discomfort? Zhuang Qinjian's brow furrowed. I'm fine, Song Ke nodded. Still worried, Zhuang Qinjian conducted various physical examinations, and this time, there was a new discovery. Ningrong pointed at the resonance meter in shock, awakened energy stable at 14,000. Seeing Song Ke's confusion, Ningrong sighed deeply. Congratulations, second awakening. No, according to your Awakener Circle's terms, you've upgraded to S8. S8's awakened energy ranged from 13,000 to 15,000. Song Ke's previous level was 12,000, and now it was stable at 14,000, a clear improvement in strength. S7 was already explosive. Once the news of Song Ke's promotion to S8 was announced, it would undoubtedly stir up a storm in the alliance. When would the research you mentioned start? Ningrong asked in a low voice after leaving the laboratory. The sooner, the better, Zhuang Qinjian replied in a hushed tone. The situation with Yazheng was urgent. Before coming here, Zhuang Qinjian had asked Yazime about his situation. As long as Yazheng agreed, the surgery could take place as early as a week later. Song Ke and I will go to the trial court first, and then we'll find you later. Ningrong acknowledged with a sound, keeping up with the 2 awakened individuals. Panting as he spoke, I've arranged the confidentiality permissions you mentioned. I've screened all the assistants. When the research process is dismantled, no one will notice. The 3 figures gradually moved away. A miniature drone hovered in the sky and then returned to a skywalk several kilometers away, where 2 figures stood. One of them glanced at the real-time surveillance and looked puzzled. Who is this person? Why is Ningrong getting so close to him? The 2 Central Court agents had been tracking Ningrong for a long time, monitoring him closely since he arrived at the northern base. Ning Rong, a former core member of the Eternal Life Project and from the Kindlin Research Institute, was suspected by the Central Court of concealing important research data, deliberately leaving the project, and wanting to establish his own foothold to take over the experimental results. However, Ning Rong was a thorough scientific researcher who usually kept a low profile. He rarely interacted with people, and with Awakener guards around the laboratory perimeter, it was challenging to infiltrate. They had followed him for several months, but they were at an impasse until recently when Ning Rong came to Qianshan City twice, raising suspicions. The other person skillfully exported the recent photos and videos, organizing them into periodic reporting documents. Do your job, it's not our business to use our brains. Send these to surveillance, the agent said. Among the countless images, there was an inconspicuous side profile photo of a young man. Young Zhuang Qingjian was wearing a white robe, donning gold-rimmed glasses, and had an elegant and handsome face. Despite being dressed as a researcher like Ning Rong, his temperament was completely different from Ning Rong, who had heavy dark circles under his eyes. Northern Base, 10 a.m. A highly anticipated trial is about to begin. As the person involved was formerly the highest-ranking official in the Awakener department and the crimes committed involved national secrets, only a very small number of people were allowed to participate. The media and reporters who entered went through layers of screening. In the spectator seats, officials dressed in suits sat upright, Awakeners suppressing their awakened energy, and silent witnesses. Before the formal start of the trial, two figures entered against the light. Zhuang Qingjian wore an impeccably crafted light gray suit, his side profile tall and lean, outlining broad shoulders and long legs as he walked. Song Ke, on the other hand, had a much simpler attire, white t-shirt and shorts, with short hair neat and refreshing. The two uninvited guests walked in as if they owned the place. Is that Song Ke? A special reporter in the media area covered his mouth and whispered to his colleague, "She looks quite approachable." "Don't judge a book by its cover," the colleague, a local, shook his head in disagreement, whispering with a hushed tone, "You know nothing about her brutality. How brutal is she? I don't believe it unless I see it myself. Do you have the video of the armored sea turtle?" "No, but I've heard of it. Isn't it too exaggerated? How could a level 5 ferocious beast be killed single-handedly?" "I'll send it to you." The colleague sighed deeply. The video was once so popular, but its popularity inexplicably plummeted after a couple of days, with no one interested anymore. Fortunately, he wisely saved a copy. "Wow, oh my god, I can't believe it." The reporter watched in awe, his words stumbling. "I was blind, she's so amazing. Why is she here today? Does she have any friendship with He Kai-yu-hung?" "Quite the opposite," the colleague wore a mysterious expression. "It's more like having a grudge. I heard, not sure if it's true, He Kai-yu-hung kidnapped this person." The journalist gasped, his expression puzzled and blank. Kidnapping S7? This would be an explosive piece of news throughout the entire alliance. Is He Kai-yu-hung out of her mind? As soon as the colleague's words fell, the tall man with his hands in his pockets walked past them, casting a cool glance. The journalist shivered and instinctively turned off the terminal playing the colorful video. Members of V587 sitting in the front row turned their heads in pleasant surprise, their eyes assessing, as if saying, "Captain, back to your usual self?" Song Ke made a shush gesture, playfully blinked, spun around to signify that she was unharmed, and sat next to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao casually extended his hand, and Song Ke touched her pocket, handing him the terminal for the routine anti-intrusion check. Then, she leaned in and spoke softly to Lu Xiao, their heads close together. From certain angles, their faces were very close, almost as if they were kissing. Zhuang Qingjian stretched his arm lazily, resting it on the back of Song Ke's chair, displaying both intimacy and possessiveness. Sharing a terminal among the three had become a habit, and they didn't think much of it. However, to others, it seemed somewhat scandalous. The eyes of two journalists next door widened. If they were from the crooked anecdotes of Awakeners, they would have already imagined a passionate and scandalous love affair based on S7's gimmicks, ensuring tomorrow's best-selling headline. However, they were from the Northern Base Legal Daily, an official and serious media outlet. The two exchanged glances and finally wrote down in a proper manner, on date, S7 level Awakener Song Ke attended the trial with 2 family members. Clang. The passage door opened, and 6 solemn-faced judges were escorted in by the Awakener guards. The chief judge in the center was a woman around 40, with a straight posture and deep eyes containing a glint of intelligence. As she scanned the spectator seats, people avoided her gaze, as if once seen by her, all secrets would be exposed. Song Ke's spirits lifted, sensing that this was a high-level Awakener. Tian Wenli, a 7-level mental type, ability, truth reconstruction, can make time and space flow backward, replay scenes that have happened before, and reveal the true psychological activities of the individuals involved, Zhuang Qingjian explained in a low voice, pinching Song Ke's ear. He was now a mobile central hub of resident information, knowing the background of every resident in the northern base. Tian Wenli's ability was somewhat similar to Bai Ruotong's lie detection, but unlike Song Ke's young senior sister, Tian Wenli, an experienced early awakener, had been working as a judge for over 17 years, a bona fide expert in interrogation. Back then, A-level Bai Ruotong couldn't extract much information from S-level Zhuang Qingjian's mouth, but today, a 7-level Tian Wenli against B3-level He Kai-yu-hung was almost a crushing blow. Now, the trial begins. Bring the defendant, Hikayu Hung, into the courtroom, Tian Wenli spoke in a deep voice after taking her seat. The law enforcement officers brought Hikayu Hung, whose hands and feet were bound by ability restraints, to the courtroom. After removing her high-ranking official uniform, she appeared frail, moving slowly. The deep lines on the sides of her cheeks had intensified, but her expression remained as calm as ever. Director He, on the spectator seats, Hikayu Hung's administrative secretary couldn't help muttering, quickly bowing her head amidst the surrounding glares. She was just a newly appointed insignificant figure, with little understanding of the crimes committed by her former superior. Her sigh at the imprisonment of her boss unexpectedly caused an uproar, and the secretary regretfully patted her mouth, not daring to speak further. In the front row, Yazime sat upright, her expression cold and concentrated. Today, she represented Yezheng and Baichi, witnessing Hikayu Hung's fate. Hikayu Hung, Tian Wenli, sitting in the center of the judge's bench, used her awakened energy and her voice resonated throughout the venue. You are accused of betrayal, treason, endangering national security, abuse of power, intentional murder, and a total of 13 charges. Do you have any objections? I have objections. Hikayu Hung's expression was surprisingly calm. I deny the unfounded accusations. I did not betray the northern base. Issuing the order for the residents of Qianzhan City to stay put was due to being controlled by an S-level parasite, not of my own volition. There was an uproar in the spectator seats, angrily cursing Hikayu Hung for being defiant and refusing to confess even at the brink of death. Spectators, please maintain silence. Tian Wenli knocked the gavel. You deny intentionally plotting against General Yezheng, but the order to prevent the entry of Qianzhan City residents was issued when you were conscious. Hikayu Hung hesitated for a moment and answered calmly, I did it for the benefit of the northern base. Tian Wenli's eyes were sharp, and she suddenly raised her voice, liar. I request the use of truth reconstruction. Approved. The decision was made after consultation among the 5 judges at Novel Bin at. Dong, dong. Like the striking of a grand bell, Hikayu Hung's face showed pain, completely defenseless, her consciousness thoroughly swept away, and scenes from the past unfolded. First was a cold voice, close all connection channels with Qianzhan City. Then came a mixture of contemptuous psychological activities. Those ordinary people? Useless waste, not worth mourning. It's their own bad luck. Awakeners, forget it, a group of eliminated people with no strength. Just clean them up, and issue a recruitment notice after the crisis is over. The scene fell into complete silence. Everyone was shocked by her disregard for life. Murderer? Despicable woman. Suddenly, from the direction of the witness stand, a rotten egg flew towards Hikayu Hung, landing at her feet. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to decide our life and death? Who the hell do you think you are? The law enforcement officers hurriedly intervened to stop the disturbance. The enraged man, seemingly using an ability, threw another rotten egg out of thin air, and this time, he was fortunate enough to hit Hikayu Hung's face. A gray-green, foul-smelling liquid oozed down, creating a nauseating odor. Please have the witness temporarily leave the stand. Tian Wenli raised her hand, signaling the officers to escort the man out. She then turned to the public and explained, the witness lost his parents in the ferocious beast tide, and his emotions are quite intense. Please understand. Song Kei rested her chin on her hand, her lips slightly curled. She initially thought the chief judge, Tian Wenli, was impartial, but she could see clearly that Tian Wenli had noticed the witness reaching for the rotten egg, yet deliberately waited 2 seconds before intervening. Hikayu Hung, you discriminate against ordinary people with an unequal perspective, causing a significant negative impact on the peace and stability of the northern base. The court has received additional information that former S4 level awakener Lei Zhao left for Tokushima with resentment due to your unreasonable arrangement for his family. The effect of truth reconstruction was still in place, and upon hearing Lei Zhao's name, Hikayu Hung's pupils contracted slightly, uncontrollably recalling the past. Lei Zhao grew up in the orphanage of the low-level district. His family consisted of disabled individuals. Because Lei Zhao was allowed to enter District B, Hikayu Hung, following regulations, assigned him a residence without considering whether it was appropriate. The community was full of awakeners, and a culture of comparison thrived. Lei Zhao's family suffered severe bullying, and he, busy with commissions, neglected them until incidents of self-harm forced him to wake up. Eventually, he left District B10. Another S-level weapon-type awakener, the chief designer of the Hellfire Arms, also left the northern base for ideological differences. Before leaving, he expressed to his friend, the original intention of designing the Hellfire Arms was to give ordinary people the ability to fight against zombies and ferocious beasts. If my weapons can only be provided to awakeners, I don't know what purpose they serve anymore. His friend asked, where did you get this information, and who talked to you? The chief designer sighed, shook his head with a bitter smile, unwilling to say more. A commotion spread through the spectator seats, with awakeners expressing their indignation. No wonder, all this time, the northern base had fewer top-level awakeners compared to other regions. Turns out it was because of Hikayu Hung, the troublemaker. Despite her lofty speeches about the importance of awakeners, in reality, she hadn't accomplished anything substantial. Ultimately, it was all about maintaining her own rule and power. Hikayu Hung's governing philosophy contradicted the entire northern base, and it's no wonder that talented individuals found it difficult to stay. V587 members in their seats couldn't help but smirk. Hikayu Hung had offended more than just these S-level awakeners, they had 3 more in their team. If it weren't for Ye Zhang's strong retention efforts, they might have left in a fit of anger, just like Lei Zhao. The trial continued, and Hikayu Hung's crimes were exposed one by one. When the charge of intentional murder was pronounced, Tian Wenli activated her ability again. The scene of Chen Suero's death emerged, revealing Hikayu Hung not only ignoring her life and death but also displaying jealousy and malice towards Chen Suero in the reconstructed psychological activities, intense to the point of pitch black. Chen. Commissioner Chen. Even some senior officials from the Awakener department couldn't sit still this time, tears streaming down their faces. Chen Suero, once the widely anticipated successor to Ye Zhang. The clamor echoed from all directions, and the condemnation against Hikayu Hung escalated. Tian Wenli pounded the gavel. Order, please maintain order. Criminal Hikayu Hung, do you have anything to refute? Hikayu Hung's gaze was numb, but she persisted. I do not admit guilt. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Wenli, mindful of her ability's 3 uses per day limit, decided to use her last opportunity. Disordered images alternated, revealing Hikayu Hung's dark life like a fast-forwarded movie, displayed in front of everyone. Unfortunately, there were no additional discoveries. In the spectator seats, Zhuang Qinjian caught a fleeting shadow among the chaotic images, subtly furrowing his brow. He turned his head, and Lu Xiao happened to look at him. They locked eyes for a second, and Lu Xiao leaned closer to Song Ke, passing the terminal to Zhuang Qinjian. In the adjacent northern base legal daily, the reporter, sneakingly perusing crooked anecdotes of awakeners, was caught off guard by this scene. Quickly averting his gaze, he whispered to himself, oh my, this S7 is not ordinary at all. Harmony in both main and side rooms, quite impressive. The court proceedings prohibited recording, but Lu Xiao, using special means, saved all the records of the truth reconstruction, including a startling conversation between Hikayu Hung and a central court official. Zhuang Qinjian's raven-like eyelashes drooped, concealing the cold brilliance in his eyes. Park Jae-woo. Because it wasn't crucial evidence, this part didn't attract much attention. Zhuang Qinjian played it frame by frame, deciphering the conversation based on their lip movements. From the timing, this call occurred shortly after Song Ke announced the news of S7. Park Jae-woo, representing the central court, called the northern base, seemingly interested in Song Ke's background. Hikayu Hung casually explained that Song Ke came from the low-level district and joined voluntarily in response to her recruitment order. Park Jae-woo repeated with a meaningful tone, oh, the low-level district? That's quite rare. Then, he smoothly shifted the topic, exchanged a few pleasantries with Hikayu Hung, and terminated the communication. If Park Jae-woo didn't know Song Ke, had never seen V587, everything would seem reasonable. However, the reality was quite the opposite. They had clashed violently during the Mu City incident. In front of Park Jae-woo, Song Ke killed the magistrate Nikong and S-level dual-system awakener punk, and if it weren't for Zhuang Qinjian's efforts, the situation at that time would have been irreparable. Given this context, Park Jae-woo's phone call became intriguing. He didn't disclose anything about his past with Song Ke, nor did he attempt to expel or recruit V587. It seemed like he only wanted to confirm their presence in the northern base. What exactly was he up to? Zhuang Qinjian subtly glanced at the adjacent Song Ke. The majestic S7, seemingly attentive to the legal proceedings, had her chin resting on Lin Yuyu's shoulder. However, in reality, her right hand subtly moved as she discreetly stuffed a piece of preserved fruit into her mouth, squinting her eyes contentedly. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes carried a smile, but his grip on the terminal gradually tightened. No matter what Park Jae-woo intended to do with Song Ke, as long as he was around, his plans wouldn't succeed. After nearly 2 hours of the lengthy trial, Tian Wenli solemnly stood up. Now, I declare that the defendant, Hikayu Hung, is found guilty of the 13 charges brought against her. She is sentenced to life imprisonment, with the deprivation of citizenship and the revocation of ability usage rights. She will be confined and monitored at a maximum security facility. As a first-degree offender, Hikayu Hung was required to undergo compulsory rehabilitation with a minimum of 100 hours of labor per week. Coincidentally, the northern base was expanding by 1/3, intending to accommodate more residents from the Qianzhan city, and Hikayu Hung would undoubtedly be assigned to perform laborious tasks. Upon hearing that it wasn't a death penalty, there was a murmur of private conversations among the audience, expressing some dissatisfaction. Only Zhuang Qinjian understood and smiled knowingly. This Judge Tian is very wise and insightful. How so? Lin Yuyu and the others in the front row turned curiously. Based on my superficial understanding of her, death penalty wouldn't be a punishment for Hikayu Hung. Instead, it would be a kind of disguised relief. Her twisted thoughts would make her believe that she was not wrong. It was the others who didn't understand her. She died for the northern base. After Zhuang Qinjian explained, the others shivered, realizing that, with Hikayu Hung's distorted personality, she might indeed think this way. So, the most severe punishment is not the death penalty, but the day-to-day despair, making her aware that she's an awakener but can only lower her arrogant head, surviving like the ordinary people she once looked down upon, using the rest of her life for redemption. Indeed, after hearing the verdict, Hikayu Hung's calm expression shattered. She struggled frantically, and the sound of the ability shackles echoed. I don't admit guilt. I want to see my teacher. I demand to see General Ye. Rejected, Tian Wenli decisively announced. The trial concluded. When Song Kei left, she coincidentally encountered Zhao Yuking outside. The indifferent water-type awakener lit a cigarette and took a long time before inhaling a puff. Hey, isn't that Zhao Yuking? I've never heard that she smokes. Someone nearby nudged their companion's shoulder, silently indicating with their lips Lei Zhao. They used to be in the same team before, probably that kind of relationship. What kind? Seriously. Don't stare. Let's go. Suddenly, Song Kei remembered the beach mission where Yin Xiao asked for her help, and Zhao Yuking mentioned that Lei Zhao was her partner. A slender figure stopped in front of her. Zhao Yuking looked up and saw Song Kei. Smoking is harmful to health, Song Kei advised with sincerity, taking out a lollipop with a happy pistachio flavor from her spatial storage. Alright, I won't smoke. Zhao Yuking obediently extinguished the cigarette. You seem upset. Is it because of Lei Zhao? Yes, but we don't have that kind of relationship, Zhao Yuking replied calmly, apparently aware of the recent discussions. She smiled faintly. Who says men and women must have emotional entanglements? I just feel guilty. As his captain, if I had paid more attention to him at that time, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Betraying the northern base, assassinating the District B magistrate, and then betraying Tokushima, Lei Zhao was ultimately sentenced to 20 years in prison. Fortunately, due to his voluntary confession, his family was safely escorted back and settled in the central antique street, where ordinary people lived. Currently, their lives were good. Don't be sad, the sun will come out again. Song Kei earnestly comforted Zhao Yuking. Turning around, she took Zhuang Qinjian to visit Lei Zhao. With his keen insight into people, if Lei Zhao wasn't as bad as he seemed, there might be a chance for him to redeem himself and seek a reduced sentence. Yeah, the sandstorm has ended, and everything will pass. I believe I can find a way. Zhao Yuking tore open the lollipop wrapper, put it in her mouth, and, along with Song Kei, looked up at the sky. The massive three-dimensional city was bustling as usual, with various flying terminals shuttling back and forth, and the bright sunlight was blinding. Summer was in full swing. 2 days later, Utopia issued a global announcement that they would officially host the first Awakener Challenge in a year. Based on this, they would distribute passes and select new residents for the floating cities. The news caused a sensation in the New Asia Alliance, the Cario Empire, and the Loose Federation. As Zhuang Qinjian expected, people on the ground erupted with great enthusiasm and eagerness. They geared up for the challenge, and conflicts between various regions even decreased. As days passed, peace gradually settled in, and time seemed to fast forward. V587 continued to focus on accumulating points, striving to become the top of the Alliance leaderboard. The notable difference was that one person was absent from their actions. Zhuang Qinjian no longer went on field missions. He immersed himself entirely in the genetic project with Ning Rong, working tirelessly. With abundant funds, sufficient data, and the support of a team of nearly 100 people, the organ regeneration project made significant progress. Ye Jing actively volunteered to be their first clinical trial subject. In the midst of a dense zombie wave, Song Kei danced with dual blades, swiftly beheading third-level zombies, while Fang's Higzo followed closely behind, skillfully extracting crystals. The surrounding team sighed in resignation, helpless against the norm. Everywhere V587 went, it was as if a bandit had passed through. No grass grew, or rather, no zombies remained. Blood splattered on Song Kei's cheek as she lowered her head to glance at the terminal, and her points skyrocketed significantly. You guys clean up, I'll head back first. Song Kei, remember to take a shower, or Princess Zhuang will throw a tantrum again, Lin Yuyo called out with a teasing tone. Song Kei paused, sniffed herself, and said grudgingly, understood. As the night fell, Zhuang Qinjian had just stepped out of the laboratory when he saw Song Kei sitting cross-legged on a floating supercar, holding a large bottle of honey and scooping it up with a spoon. The deadly amount of sweetness, which would be lethal for ordinary people, seemed to satisfy her. Addicted to sweets as if it were her life, a lingering side effect of the brown bear gene. Zhuang Qinjian shook his head inwardly, stopped in front of her, and saw Song Kei looking up at him, with golden remnants on the corner of her mouth at novel bin at. A faint, almost imperceptible laughter echoed as Zhuang Qinjian's slender fingertips wiped it away. After a few strokes in his palm, even though he hadn't tasted it, the sweet nectar seemed to soak into his heart. Why is it just you? What about the others? I'm here to pick you up, Song Kei replied confidently. Is that so? Then, let's go home quickly. Zhuang Qinjian smiled teasingly, joking with her. This car is quite expensive, the owner might ask you to compensate when they come. Upon hearing the mention of compensation, Song Kei's eyes widened. Like a feline creature, she lightly pushed him from behind. Run. Zhuang Qinjian laughed heartily, and the long-lost tranquility gradually filled his chest. Suddenly, he felt that this ordinary and warm life was quite good. Song Kei was responsible for slaying monsters and supporting the family, while he went to work as an ordinary researcher. Every evening, as the sun set, they would return home hand in hand, discussing what to eat for dinner. It was a life that Zhuang Qinjian had never imagined, but surprisingly, he didn't feel any rejection towards it. Song Kei, let's go, Lin Yuyu urged, leaning against the apartment door with her hands crossed. Her attire today was the same as when they first met, sporting a refreshing sports outfit. Her chestnut-colored voluminous curls were tied into a ponytail, exquisite makeup adorned her face, with plump red lips giving off a hint of her former sweet idol style. Behind her, Sucha was carrying 2 tactical bags with a single hand. He wore black t-shirt and long pants, wrapping around his well-defined and smooth muscles. Military boots landed silently, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. Su Xing, with a little yellow duck backpack on his back, fully equipped with sunglasses and a sun hat, was dressed head to toe in designer brands, happily bouncing out the door. Feng's Higzo shook his head with a tut-tut sound, and the braid at the back of his head swayed back and forth. Luxurious stuff, roll in the zombie pile, and it all has to be thrown away. You're jealous, I've got money. Su Xing snorted. Can money make you taller? When Tian Tian was 8 years old, she was already taller than you, Feng's Higzo muttered. Are you really that great? Only 1.7 meters. After spending a long time together, Su Xing had long abandoned the innocent and naive image, exposing the true face of a young lion, teasing Feng's Higzo and Song Ke occasionally. Feng's Higzo blushed, his neck stiff as he argued, I'm 1.75.6 meters, rounded up to 1.8 meters. With a swoosh, the 2.5 meters tall Lu Xiao's mechanical arms swung by, passing by the arguing duo. Feng's Higzo and Su Xing both went silent. This man has such an inexplicable desire to win. After checking her equipment, Song Ke pulled up the zipper of her jacket and turned to look. Zhuang Qinjian leaned against the bar, shirt tucked into his pants, two extraordinary long legs casually crossed, silently watching her. Song Ke was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that since she found Zhuang Qinjian in Hua City, this was the first time they were separating for an operation. The melancholic mood had just started to rise, and Zhuang Qinjian unexpectedly broke it. He held his chest in a dramatic manner, tearfully said, as long as you don't cheat outside, I can also endure being alone in an empty room. Song Ke remained expressionless, casually donning a hood with an air of indifference. Let's go. If everything went smoothly, the round trip would only take 3 or 4 days. Why make it so awkward? Even her goosebumps were rising. The brilliant sunlight pierced through the clouds as a special starship was setting sail. On the outer surface of the cabin, the words V587 were spray-painted in red and blue, each stroke exuding extravagance. Various types of weapons were graffitied alongside, intertwining in a display of boldness. On a massive billboard, the hotline for ordering Song Clan's spiritual weapons played in a continuous loop. Look, it's the exclusive starship of V587. Are they going on a mission? At Novel bin at. I heard V587 took on the commission from the Huangyuan Zombie King. They truly live up to the reputation of our B10 district. By the way, have you guys bought spiritual weapons? This thing is still unlimited edition. I've been squatting in the black market for a week and haven't managed to grab one. Cough, cough. Actually, I ordered a plum blossom hairpin, planning to propose to my girlfriend. Damn, when did you get a girlfriend? Amidst the gazes of numerous awakeners, a silver light flashed in the sky, and V587 departed from the northern base. Asterisk. At the residence of the magistrate, an unmanned floating car slowly came to a stop. As Zhuang Qinjian just arrived at the villa entrance, he heard Yazaime's roar. Captain Song, the starship is public property. How could you casually spray paint and modify it, and even put S on it? No, it's not about the division of profits. I can't accept a 3-to-7 split. It's about the bad influence. There has never been such a precedent. Whatever was said on the other end, Yazaime weakly massaged her temples. You want to save money to buy rhenium? To restore? Fine. If it can be restored, it's fine. No need for your compensation. Zhuang Qinjian's lips curled slightly. Knowing Song Ke as he did, at this moment, she must be tightly holding onto her purse, defending herself with a guilty face. Yearning began to sprout in his heart, but reason forcefully suppressed it once again. Zhuang Qinjian exchanged greetings with the exhausted Yazaime. With his information already saved in the access control system, he smoothly entered the front hall. Baichi, with both arms covered in numerous steel nails, was engaged in rehabilitation training alone in the courtyard. How's it going? Zhuang Qinjian stopped beside him, his expression indifferent, as if casually inquiring. Not bad, Baichi nodded. From the worldly perspective, Baichi's fall from S5 to S2 was lamentable, but he had never regretted it. There was no trace of sympathy or pity in Zhuang Qinjian's eyes. Baichi seldom spoke, expressing his gratitude to Yazhang for adopting him as a war orphan. Due to his personality, he wasn't articulate, only silently appreciating Yazhang's kindness. After awakening the S-level ability Determined Resolve during the apocalypse, his first thought was, I want to stand in front of General Ye, be his sword and shield. As for the levels that ordinary people cared about, he had already made psychological preparations and didn't value them so much. In the assassination incident, Baichi dropped 3 levels consecutively, delaying time to ensure Yazhang's safety. He genuinely felt that it was not bad. Zhuang Qinjian patted his shoulder. Old Fang is an orthopedic specialist. If you have any problems, you can always find him. Thank you, Baichi nodded solemnly. Yazhang was practicing calligraphy in the study. Although the aging process couldn't be reversed, his complexion was noticeably healthier, and his spirits were good. In the first phase of Ningrong's clinical experiment, Yazhang's crucial heart underwent short-frequency radiation stimulation. Although it didn't reach the level of regeneration yet, cell division promoted self-repair, and the surrounding organs were functioning normally. Combined with Yazhang's well-adapted S-level physique, there were currently no adverse reactions. Ningrong predicted that if the development continued successfully in the subsequent experiments, Yazhang could live at least another 10 years. Has Xiao Song and the others already set off? Ye Zheng asked without looking up. Yes, they left in the morning, Zhuang Qinjian replied. I asked you to stay, there's no resentment in your heart, right? General, your words are too heavy. Originally, Zhuang Qinjian intended to go to the Huangyuan with V587, but it was Ye Zheng who spoke up, requesting him to stay at the northern base. As Ye Zheng dropped his wrist to the pen, the strength penetrated the paper, and he seamlessly wrote 2 characters with a brush, Kangfeng, Hidden Blade. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean to separate or coerce you. I just want you to help me with something, Ye Zheng explained. Please speak, General. Zhuang Qinjian's gaze swept over the 2 characters, his expression impeccable. Ye Zheng put down the pen and looked at the young man in front of him. This person, intelligent enough and rational enough, had a heart too cold, distancing himself from the world, not wanting to get involved in anything. Without a bit of attachment, he might easily drift towards another extreme. A month ago, I asked about your impression of the northern base, Ye Zheng began slowly. At that time, it seemed quite unfavorable. Has your opinion changed now? Both you and District B10 are very admirable, Zhuang Qinjian replied affirmatively. Ye Zheng circled out from behind the desk, his steps steady without the aid of a cane. People like Xiao Song, awakeners with ideals and pursuits, can't be stopped from going out to explore. But when they're tired or in trouble, there must be a place they can return to with peace of mind. Don't you agree? Do you think the northern base can become a home? Ye Zheng asked. Zhuang Qinjian remained silent for a moment, not directly answering. Song Ke really likes it here. Ye Zheng smiled. With the recovery of his strength, the dignity he once held over the world was gradually returning. If you stay at the northern base and help the old man with some tasks, rest assured, as long as I'm alive, no one can harm you. The eyes behind Zhuang Qinjian's lenses flickered subtly, sensing that Ye Zheng might have guessed something. Ye Zheng tapped a few times on the terminal and pulled up several thick files. These days, I've had the Ling siblings follow you first to talk about official matters. I've been researching the things left by our ancestors, trying to extract some essence to use in practical combat. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at it and immediately recognized ancient civilization military strategies. Oh, you're familiar with it too? Ye Zheng expressed surprise. A little, just a little, Zhuang Qinjian modestly replied. Ye Zheng's lips curled with a smile, beckoning him to come closer. No matter how knowledgeable Zhuang Qinjian was, he was not omnipotent. With Ye Zheng's experience and wisdom, he was willing to impart some knowledge, making it a valuable treasure for anyone. Unconsciously, the two talked extensively throughout the morning, and Zhuang Qinjian gained a lot. After taking a sip of tea, Ye Zheng casually said, later, go to the city defense department for me and supervise the progress of the reconstruction project. Zhuang Qinjian hesitated to decline. General, it may not be appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? You did it last time, didn't you? Ye Zheng dismissed the concern. Last time, it was because you were injured, and I temporarily took over. It could only be considered a special circumstance. But today, you are perfectly fine. Zhuang Qinjian didn't let himself be drawn into it, calmly pointing out the logical flaw. Before Zhuang Qinjian could finish, Ye Zheng suddenly sighed and bent his waist. I'm getting old. Can't withstand any excitement. I've been talking for a whole morning, and my legs can't stand straight. The city defense department is buzzing with machines. Oh my heart, I don't know if it can take it. Zhuang Qinjian was speechless. He experienced for the first time what it meant to make one's own hands soft. Helplessly, he responded, understood, General. Ye Zheng instantly straightened his back, his waist no longer sore, and his legs no longer aching. He seemed poised to eat 2 more bowls of rice for lunch. Zhuang Qinjian. He had no choice but to make a detour to the city defense department. The staff there had long recognized Zhuang Qinjian. When they saw him enter, they quickly stood up and greeted, Good day, Chief Zhuang. On the day of the Crow Tide, he had managed the control panel, displaying dazzling and seamlessly coordinated operations, leaving everyone astonished. Zhuang Qinjian's expression remained cold. I'm not a chief. Just call me Xiao Zhuang. How can that be? The employees, being old-timers, love to observe expressions and guess intentions. Not everyone was qualified to enter the city defense department. For example, He Kai Yuheng had been the second in command for so many years, and she still couldn't make it. She had worked in the city defense department since graduation. Besides Chen Suero, who managed for a while, he was the second person in charge. The current young man was the second person, and the employees secretly glanced at Zhuang Qinjian, murmuring to themselves. It seemed that Ye Zheng had already chosen a successor. The employee ingratiatingly approached, Chief Zhuang, I am oldly responsible for the entry and exit registration. Li Pinggang, Zhuang Qinjian accurately called out his name, with a chilly look in his eyes. I personally dislike the title Chief. Chief. The meaning behind these 2 words always reminded him of some detestable faces in the upper echelons of the alliance. Old Li shot himself in the foot and awkwardly said, Then, can I call you Mr. Zhuang? After coming out, Zhuang Qinjian politely declined the warmly offered assistance from the staff and boarded an unmanned bus alone. When he approached Ningrong's laboratory, he suddenly paused. As an S-level awakener, he was exceptionally sensitive to fluctuations in awakened energy. Zhuang Qinjian felt the gaze of 2 pairs of eyes on him, scrutinizing and assessing. The Ling siblings wouldn't be in position so early, so these 2 people should have been lying in ambush here. It wasn't directed at him, evidently, they didn't know he was an awakener. Relying on their higher A-level status, they audaciously observed him. Pretending not to know, Zhuang Qinjian continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Asterisk. District E172, Huangyuan. District E was mostly an ecological landscape area, and Huangyuan was once a dense primitive jungle with complex terrain and rich biodiversity at Novel Bin Adat. The footage transmitted by the drone showed that the land in Huangyuan was now scorched, with everything withered. Giant mutated plants were everywhere, and countless faint red figures wandered and howled among the trees. Even inside the starship, one could feel the harsh environment. Members of V587, including Song Ke, had all changed into protective suits and isolation masks. Although low-level radiation had almost no effect on her, Zhuang Qinjian insisted that she be cautious until the unknown genes were understood. The starship descended slowly, and the emitted airflow bent large patches of vegetation. Due to radiation, various indicators on the control panel kept fluctuating. "Look there!" Feng Zhigzu exclaimed. Under their feet, hundreds of zombies were attracted by the intense movement and came rushing towards them. The group took a sharp breath, staring in awe at the scene before them. It wasn't fear, as V587 was accustomed to storms and challenges, it was just that the appearance of the Huangyuan zombies was beyond their expectations. Without exception, this batch of approaching zombies all had elongated limbs, entirely blood red. They were naked, with almost fused facial features, and thin skin revealed clear veins and organ tissues underneath, resembling the blood zombies in biochemical movies. Song Ke estimated that most of these zombies were at level 2 and 3, with particularly strong attacking desires, and no obvious signs of mutant zombies for the moment. She drew the dual knives from behind and succinctly said, "Clear the area." The others jumped down one after another. Song Ke swiftly maneuvered through the treetops, leaping over the zombies' heads with the agility of a monkey. With a swift motion, she swung her knife, and blood splattered everywhere. There were no cameras here, and no other awakeners. There was no need to be cautious, they could kill freely. Even Lu Xiao no longer hid his strength. His 6 improved mechanical arms danced wildly like snakes, and the integrated spiritual weapons at their ends swiftly harvested the zombies. Lin Yuyo glanced at him, puzzled. "Why haven't I seen you use your awakened abilities?" Hackers with awakened abilities had offensive capabilities. For example, they had encountered Lu Xinglan, a hacker whose code could materialize entities with various dazzling and versatile moves. Even Lu Xiao occasionally used his abilities in the lower districts. However, in District B, he seemed to have become completely ordinary, never using his abilities and focusing solely on being a professional driver. Lu Xiao snorted arrogantly as he dispatched the approaching zombies. "Is it necessary?" Lin Yuyu was left speechless and rolled her eyes at him, truly a good brother, acting just like Princess Zhuang when showing off. These two seemed like they were sealed by a mysterious force. One couldn't show their face, and the other couldn't use their awakened abilities. Song Ke had a thought. She remembered Zhuang Qinjian mentioning that Lu Xiao's awakened ability ultimately revolved around manipulating data. But any data could be traced back, especially in District B where the terminals were connected to the residents' shallow consciousness. Elite hackers like Lu Xiao were highly guarded against this. Feng Zhigzu skillfully dissected a zombie's head and suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, these zombies don't have crystal cores." V587 looked surprised. The pace of killing monsters slowed, and they checked several bodies, indeed finding no crystal cores. At that moment, a distant and eerie howl echoed through the woods. The zombies, as if summoned, abandoned their attacks and quickly retreated. Song Ke's heart sank. The only one capable of commanding the zombie horde was the level 4 zombie king. Judging from the situation, it had given the order to retreat. Suddenly, a few figures dashed out from among the trees and, unnoticed by V587, dragged the corpses away. If V587 was surprised just now, now there's a bit of horror. Group consciousness is not a feature ordinary zombies should have. Is this also the order of the zombie king? Lin Yuyu muttered. Song Ke furrowed her brows. Zombies without crystal cores, a zombie king that doesn't show itself. What initially seemed like a simple monster-killing mission now appeared more and more mysterious. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the front in the jungle. V587 exchanged glances with the team, all a bit surprised. The previous scream clearly came from a human, implying there was another team aside from them. This kind of challenging and high-risk mission is rarely accepted by teams in District B because of its high permissions and selectivity. They would rather take on tasks with higher returns. However, lower-level awakeners from the lower districts, due to the harsh environment, have a stronger desire for points and sometimes risk their lives to come here. Surrounding the District E172, C and D districts are prevalent. If nearby awakeners are not familiar with the Zombie King and think it's just a slightly more powerful level 3 zombie, they might underestimate the task. "I'll go take a look," Sucha signaled and blended into the shadows of the trees with his all-black figure. A moment later, he returned safely, his expression becoming grave. There are awakeners ahead, around 20 people, with an average level of C. They collided with the retreating zombie horde and got surrounded. Song Ke raised the back of her knife, tilting her head in thought for a second. "Let's go check it out. If there's no conflict, they don't mind lending a hand." V587 quickly approached the scene, hiding in the jungle to observe the battle. Various awakened abilities were chaotically released, strong winds howled, dust flew, and fierce thorns shot through the air. Several awakeners stumbled out, their isolation masks showing faint cracks. Song Kei focused her gaze at the center and saw a familiar face. Tian. Eating someone's food makes your mouth soft, taking someone's favor makes your hand soft. The meaning of this expression is that when benefiting from someone's generosity or receiving their kindness, one tends to become more compliant or accommodating. It implies a sense of indebtedness and the willingness to be more lenient or accommodating in return for the favors received. Shot himself in the foot, a person taking actions or making decisions that ultimately harm their own interests or goals, self-destruct. This was a lower-lying canyon, with waterfalls roaring on both sides and water splashing. A group of low-level awakeners were trapped in the middle by zombies, frantically dealing with the situation. Bang, bang, gunshots echoed around, not only failing to deter the monsters but also infuriating them as they retreated. Ferociously, they turned around to attack, and in an instant, 3 people were knocked down. Among the more than 20 people, only 4 didn't look so chaotic. A man in a blue robe manipulated a dozen thorny vines to control the battlefield. 3 agile teammates cooperated seamlessly, slashing and killing. Though it wasn't effortless, at least they could protect themselves. Hidden in the jungle, Song Kei also recognized them. They were their old acquaintance from the throne race competition, 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa. The figure in blue was Captain Duanmuki, and the 3 members were Xiao Chen, Fan Peng, and Kaiying Mingchang. V587 had dealt with them a few times, and Zhuang Qinjian's original words were, "The whole team is more pragmatic, but Duanmuki is relatively upright." Song Kei's impression of 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa was not bad, and in the end, they were the ones who attracted these zombies. After a moment of contemplation, she signaled her teammates to assist. "Don't try to trap me with love, let me be trapped in the bone-chilling swamp." Lin Yuyu's singing voice began, echoing ethereally in the forest. The ground in the canyon collapsed suddenly, and the zombies involuntarily fell in. No need for verbal communication, Su Xing's blizzard followed closely. Under the dual control of 2 A levels, the movements of the monster group were forced to slow down. Their blood-red appearance was wrapped in glistening frost, like a bunch of twisted candied haws. Song Kei and Sucha jumped into the battlefield, dual blades striking down. Luxuriant giant vegetation collapsed with a roar, carving deep gullies between the swamp and the flat ground. "Run behind me," she shouted. The trapped individuals awakened like from a dream, crawling and scrambling out of the immobile zombie group. Sucha swiftly cut through the mess, chopping off the tangled roots and branches, piling up numerous obstacles in the gullies. When the swamp and frost lost their effectiveness, seeing the prey had escaped, the zombies lost interest and quickly disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Song Kei crouched on the huge treetop, watching the backs of the zombies, lost in thought. Long and slender limbs, agile movements, completely devoid of the stiffness of ordinary zombies, but more like humans. She puffed her cheeks, the harder she thought, the more confused she became. No, she was about to grow a brain. If Zhuang Qinjian were here, it would be great. He was so smart, he would definitely analyze everything immediately. Song Kei lightly jumped down, and as she turned around, Duanmuki stared at her intently. "It's you? Thanks for helping." "You're welcome." Song Kei crossed her hands and sheathed her blades with a casual and graceful move. Time passed, things changed, and people changed. Duanmuki's mood was particularly complex. A year ago, they were evenly matched competitors. Later, V587 won the championship and went to District B unexpectedly. When they met again, everything was different. Like an insurmountable barrier, he and his teammates were trapped, but Song Kei effortlessly forced the zombies back. Even though he knew it was wishful thinking, Duanmuki couldn't help but sigh, if they had been the ones who won back then. The rescued awakeners gathered around, expressing their gratitude with lingering fear. "Heroes, thank you. Hey, you guys, look familiar. Uncle, we're V587. Have you heard of us?" Su Xing replied with a smiling squint. V587? Holy shit, the one who assassinated the Mu City magistrate. I know, the champion of the Ferrara throne race competition. I have a friend in District B who said V587 is famous, able to kill even level 6 ferocious beasts. Big brother, are you really not looking at the zombie guide and just making things up? Ferocious beasts are at most level 5. The person who was exposed blushed. I made a mistake. With Zhuang Qinjian absent, Fangs Higze, who looked kind, took the initiative to assume diplomatic responsibilities. He took out several new isolation masks and handed them to the injured. "Why are you here in the Huangyuan?" he asked. "To take on that A-level commission. Maybe we'll get lucky and kill the zombie king." "We're not after the zombie king, just hoping to get some loot." The group spoke in a lively manner. Fangs Higze sighed, took the opportunity to enlighten them about the risks of the mission. The survivors, who had just experienced an attack, were already hesitant. After his introduction about the zombie king and showing past videos, their faces turned pale. They unanimously declared that the A-level commission wasn't suitable for them, and their lives were more important at Novel bin Adat. Fortunately, their location was on the outskirts of the jungle, and they could still leave in time. After a while, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Duanmuki and the other 3. "Aren't you guys leaving?" Song Kei asked, showing a hint of surprise. Duanmuki shook his head, not leaving, still a few points short. Song Kei asked, "How many points do you need?" Duanmuki replied, a little over 40,000. Lu Xiao added quietly, 40,000 points, equivalent to 1,200 level 2 zombies or 200 level 3 zombies. Calculating based on regular monster killing tasks, reaching 40,000 points seemed distant. It could only be achieved quickly through task rewards. So, despite knowing the immense danger, 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa did not hesitate to come to the Huangyuan after receiving the all-area commission. Ever since Song Ke arrived at Ferrara, this team had been tirelessly climbing the rankings day and night. After a year, their conviction remained unwavering. Even though gaining points in the lower-level districts was more challenging, Duanmuki and his team were just a step away from the 500,000 threshold to District B. After careful consideration, Song Ke extended an invitation, when you have enough points, why don't you come to the northern base? Fan Peng, with a round face and a simple appearance, couldn't help but say, as long as you're an awakener, who wouldn't want to go to the northern base? But B10 is the most competitive among the popular districts. Our strength isn't outstanding, and Aki said the chances of getting selected are slim. Xiao Chen, with a determined face, patted Fan Peng on the shoulder to console him. Aki is considering Miaoying or Beishan, and they're not bad choices. Duanmuki nodded, these two areas have relaxed their B-level audits until autumn. We must accumulate enough points by then. All members of 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa were at B-level, with Duanmuki being the highest at B8, and the others ranging from B5 to B7. In the northern base, their capabilities might not stand out, especially considering the overcrowded situation in Qianshan City. Even if they were selected, they would have to wait in line for a long time. Song Ke turned to exchange glances with her teammates. Everyone more or less guessed what Captain Song wanted to do and nodded silently to show their agreement. To join the northern base, there was another way, a kind of internal recommendation. The success rate would be significantly higher, just like when Yin Xiao invited V587. However, the recommending person had to guarantee the recommended person for 5 years. Unless the relationship was extremely close or the person had an impeccable character, obtaining a recommendation letter was as difficult as reaching the sky. If you really want to come, I'll write a recommendation letter for you, Song Ke assured them, patting her chest. The throne race competition had intense clashes, yet 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa never attacked V587. Even Zhuang Qinjian praised Duanmuki for having a decent character. The 3 others also acted with camaraderie. Xiao Chen was steady, Fan Peng was simple, and Qingming Cheng, the youngest, had a cheerful personality. Writing a recommendation letter for them wasn't a big deal, but she was sure she wouldn't do a good job. She decided to ask Zhuang Qinjian to do it later. Really? Fan Peng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It looks like you guys are doing well. Average, just average, Song Ke waved modestly, then added proudly, except for being the top on the northern base rankings. Duanmuki and his 3 companions. With this newfound friendship, the 2 teams quickly formed an alliance and proceeded together. You guys are too bold, just 4 people daring to take on an A-level commission. Lin Yuyo casually mentioned on the way. Of course not, we're not stupid. We're not here to throw our lives away. Aki has a backup plan. Qingming's political savvy wasn't that deep. He considered them as close friends, and he inadvertently spilled the secret, realizing afterward, sorry Aki, can I say this? Duanmuki sighed. You've already said everything. If the other side had malicious intentions, they could easily kill them, and they wouldn't stand a chance. However, Duanmuki glanced at Song Ke's group. Besides curiosity, there was no greedy expression on their faces. He didn't hide anything and took out a device similar to a camping kerosene lamp. This is called a random anchor device. I exchanged it from an A6 level anchor type awakener. After using it, it can randomly teleport up to 4 people to a specific location, within a range of 10 kilometers. Random teleportation within 10 kilometers was an excellent escape tool. No wonder 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa dared to come to the Huangyuan. Good stuff. Any usage restrictions? Song Ke was quite interested. No, but each activation requires adding fuel. Duanmuki pointed to a small groove on top of the lamp, 1 level 4 crystal per use. Wow, using a level 4 crystal every time, that's quite extravagant. Song Ke's face showed a hint of pain. Even if someone gave her this, she wouldn't be willing to use it. Xiao Chen looked serious. We only have 2 level 4 crystals and plan to use it only once. Their original plan was to use the random anchor device to escape if they encountered danger, and having a second crystal was just a precaution. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, showed great curiosity about the random anchor device and asked Duanmuki to borrow it for studying for a while. The desolate jungle of Huangyuan was almost silent, with no birds, no beasts, and even the chirping of insects was sparse. Only the lush mutated plants covered the sky, and after a whole day of searching, Song Ke and the others found nothing. Not to mention the zombie king, even the previously blood-red zombies seemed to have collectively disappeared. Qingming couldn't help muttering, damn, where did all the zombies go? Duanmuki thought of something. It's very similar to the Mirror Lake incident. He was referring to the first round of the throne race, finding the flag, where the situation was also like this, with no sign of zombies anywhere. But I'm sure this time it's definitely not the city lord's doing, Qingming joked. Ilya? Song Ke casually asked, realizing he hadn't heard any news about the super AI for some time. Yeah, it seems like he went on a long journey, and now Ferrara is governed by other Ace taking turns. On a journey? Song K suddenly remembered the time when Ilya insisted on going to Tongwan with them. It seems that this super AI, after acquiring a physical form, has become more and more independent in its actions. Lu Xiao's wheelchair passed by the talking group smoothly, his tea-colored eyes blinking lightly, his expression unchanged. It was almost 7 o'clock, the narrow sky getting darker. Song K and the others gained nothing, and their points did not increase at all. In the end, they found an open space to camp and decided to make do for the night. Sister, there are tents over there. Su Xing ran down the hill to report. Song K went over to take a look and indeed found many messy tents on the dried riverbed covered with mud and moss. Roughly counting, there were about 100 tents, resembling a medium-sized team. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Has someone else been to this radiation-prone area? Sucha jumped down to inspect and returned after a moment, saying in a deep voice, no signs of fire, the tents were not set up temporarily, it's been a while. He picked up a piece of wood stake with numerous claw marks. From the construction method, it doesn't look like normal humans. If it were humans with wilderness survival experience, they would set up tents in a flat and open windward place. They wouldn't choose a dried riverbed with the risk of rolling stones in nearby canyons. Moreover, the openings faced in all directions without a scientific layout, seemingly just to satisfy the habit of living in groups. Not like normal humans? Haha, it can't possibly be zombies, right? Kaiying Mingcheng scratched his head and made a dark joke. Unfortunately, no one laughed. Oh my god, it can't be, right? Kaiying Mingcheng stared in astonishment. Did zombies really set up these tents? That night, a blazing campfire lit up the center of the camp, illuminating the camouflage tents. Ghostly shadows lurked in the distant dark woods, and the wind whispered. Everyone was solemn, taking turns on night watch. In the end, the night passed without any incidents. Oh, there was something, the sound of knocking and banging coming from Lu Xiao's tent for most of the night. It finally quieted down in the early morning. The pale-faced young man emerged and slipped into Song K's tent next door. They stayed there for several hours, only appearing together at dawn. When Lu Xiao entered, it was Fan Peng and Duan Muqi on night watch. Fan Peng, an honest person, didn't gossip behind their backs despite witnessing the whole thing. He just had a sudden realization about their relationship. Then, he asked in confusion, Aki, I remember there were 2 people in wheelchairs among them. Duan Muqi nodded uncertainly, they didn't mention them. Maybe, they sacrificed. In the apocalypse, farewells were often commonplace, and Fan Peng made a few remarks without dwelling on it. Early the next day, Song K gathered everyone and issued new instructions, continue moving forward. If you encounter zombies, don't attack. Notify Lu Xiao first. Today, their luck seemed better than yesterday. By noon, both Sucha and Xiao Chen had found wandering zombies. Lu Xiao spread open his palms, and 2 mechanical mosquitoes slowly took off, approaching the targets under his control. A faint mechanical sound arose as the lifelike mosquitoes extended their thin proboscises, biting into the translucent skin of the unfortunate zombies. The 2 unlucky ones paused for a second, looked around in confusion, finding nothing unusual, and lowered their heads again. After wandering around the area, they disappeared again before nightfall. What are they doing? Duan Muqi asked. Locators, with chips inside, Song K said mysteriously. It was an invention they had come up with during a sleepless night, with Lu Xiao handling the practical aspects while she proposed the mosquito-shaped design. Not long after, the moving positions of the 2 zombies appeared on Lu Xiao's screen. We suspect that these zombies have a tendency to gather, Song K explained seriously. Various signs, such as dragging away the bodies of their kind after death or building tents, indicated that Huanjiayuan's zombies had a clear sense of communal living. And, they are consciously avoiding humans. After Song K finished speaking, she paused for a moment. She hadn't deliberately connected the clues, but when these features were put together, why did it feel a bit familiar? It wasn't until nightfall that the 2 moving zombies finally stopped, surprisingly ending up in the same location. The 2 teams stealthily navigated through the silent jungle, eventually discovering that the location was a vast, open valley. Surrounding them was pitch darkness with no light at all, and the group put on night vision goggles. What they saw was an intense green, faces of zombies with indistinct features, countless thin limbs gathered together, forming an endless sea of corpses. Looking from a distance, it seemed like moving ghostly shadows, and the number was impossible to count. In the center of the zombie sea, there was a distinctively different zombie. Its size was considerably larger than its surrounding counterparts, and although its facial features were uneven, there were clear contours. Judging from its body curves, it appeared to be a female in its past life. When the other zombies returned, each one would approach it closely, affectionately nuzzling against it before running away in different directions. It was as if the returning children couldn't wait to be back in their mother's embrace. What was even more shocking was that there were many small zombies in the valley, some even shorter than Su Xing. They were protected by adult zombies, and behind them were tents similar to those seen on the dried riverbed. Song K silently stared at the leading female zombie, gradually understanding. It seemed like this was the zombie king of Huangyuan. Are these, really zombies? Fan Peng's voice trembled. The stereotypical image of zombies in the human mind is fierce, grim, constantly craving flesh and blood, irrational monsters. However, the peaceful coexistence of the zombie group before them, an unprecedented scene of tranquility, completely overturned their preconceptions. If this news got out, it would undoubtedly shock the world. Song Kei sighed silently, a certain intuition gradually becoming a reality. They are not zombies, they are the fallen. It wasn't simply zombies without crystals. Due to radiation effects, the humans here didn't mutate into zombies for some unknown reason. Instead, they became a third species, rejected by both humans and zombies, the fallen. Similar to the braided head and dirty chin that V587 had encountered before, but that time there were only a few scattered individuals. Unlike now, the entire Huangyuan was the headquarters of the fallen. Due to the shock, Fan Peng became distracted for a moment, breaking a dry branch underfoot, which rolled down the valley. It was a very faint sound, and considering the 100-meter distance, it shouldn't have been noticed. However, the zombie king in the valley suddenly lifted its head, and its crimson eyes stared straight towards the high ground, emitting a sharp, long howl. Oh no, Song Kei thought to herself. Tens of thousands of agile fallen rushed over, swarming like an endless army of the living dead. In a matter of moments, they surrounded Song Kei and the others, turning them into an isolated island in the sea of zombies. Asterisk. Northern Base. Zhuang Qinjian didn't see Ningrong until the next day. He had locked himself in the radiation laboratory for a whole day and night. Despite looking extremely tired, his eyes were bright. As soon as he saw Zhuang Qinjian, he couldn't wait to take off the entire set of isolation suits. I was just looking for you about the second phase of the clinical plan. Zhuang Qinjian raised his hand to stop him. Dr. Ning, how did you withdraw from the Eternal Life Project? Ningrong was taken aback. Just a normal resignation. And all permissions were revoked. Otherwise, my research wouldn't be so difficult. But I didn't sign any contracts to sell myself. You know, when old Zhuang invited me to join, it was still early, and there was no such thing. If I wanted to leave, they had no reason to stop me. Zhuang Qinjian took off his gold-rimmed glasses, rubbed his forehead. So, you voluntarily resigned, and it wasn't He Kaiyuhang who recruited you. Of course not. I signed a confidentiality agreement, the kind drafted by the Awakener department. She didn't know the details of my research. Ningrong honestly confessed, after regaining my freedom, due to financial constraints, I looked for a new place for almost half a year. Originally, I was thinking of going to Beishan. Before applying for an independent laboratory, I happened to see the recruitment notice from the northern base. I thought, experimenting where they pay so generously, what's the difference, right? I contacted He Kaiyuhang's secretary at that time. What was her name? Yes, something Mei. Zhuang Qinjian tapped his fingertips on the desktop, his eyes sinking into contemplation at novel bin at. Is there a problem? Ningrong asked in confusion. Zhuang Qinjian sighed softly. Dr. Ning, you're quite old, why are you still so naive? Ningrong, you also know I'm quite old, and now I'm being educated by this younger generation? Although He Kaiyuhang's personality was not great, she had always been cautious in her actions, with the necessary sense of vigilance. In the later stages of the Eternal Life Project, the entire project team split into several factions, and the research progress came to a standstill. Many senior scientists were poached by various regions. Zhuang Qinjian originally thought that Ningrong was also in this situation. If He Kaiyuhang had invited him on behalf of the northern base, she would surely have cleared any hidden dangers behind Ningrong. As a result, Ningrong turned out to be a freelance scholar who actively offered himself, even idling for half a year. So there was a significant possibility that He Kaiyuhang did not realize Ningrong's importance. She was probably unaware that he was once a core member of the Eternal Life Project. She likely considered him just a renowned biologist. Hence, He Kaiyuhang arranged Awakener guards for the laboratory to ensure Ningrong's safety but didn't assign anyone to track him. This led to several meetings between him and Ningrong without any apparent anomalies. You've been monitored. Zhuang Qinjian stood straight, speaking in a cold tone. Let's not meet again in the future. Zhuang Qinjian's demeanor was icy. Don't drag me down. His assistant, munching on a piece of bread, walked past, holding a transparent screen, and dropped everything upon hearing Zhuang Qinjian's scumbag remarks. Zhuang Qinjian added, stay in the laboratory. If there's anything, contact me online. Muttering, Ningrong said, I didn't plan to go out. It's you who insisted on calling me. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes flickered as he quickly recalled their few meetings. The first time was in this laboratory, amidst chaos, exchanging a few words in haste. Later, they communicated through terminals. The second time was in Qianzhan City, where Ningrong came and left alone. The third time, ding ding, ding ding. The temporary terminal, with only communication functions enabled, made a beeping sound, interrupting Zhuang Qinjian's thoughts. He glanced down at the incoming call, a gentle smile appearing in his eyes. Song Keek, has the mission been completed? Are you coming back tomorrow? About that, Song Kei's voice sounded a bit uneasy. It's just, it might take a little longer. Zhuang Qinjian furrowed his brow. How much longer? Isn't it 3 days as agreed? How long will it take? Song Kei seemed to be consulting someone nearby. 2 or 3 unfamiliar male voices followed, discussing, District C26, Fenak, quite far. If everything goes smoothly, it'll take around 10 days round trip. 10 days, Song Kei felt a bit flustered. I promise, as soon as possible. Zhuang Qinjian's sharp eyebrows slowly lifted, and he casually asked, who is talking? Are you sneaking a snack outside? Song K was shocked. No. The sound of the broken dry branches being stepped on was extremely subtle, but the zombie king's senses seemed unusually sharp, instantly locking onto Fan Peng's hiding place. The piercing howl tore through the night sky, and through night vision goggles, countless living dead rushed towards them. The hills were filled with ghostly green shadows, and the terrifying number was enough to engulf Song K and the others in a matter of seconds. Lu Xiao reacted the fastest. 6 mechanical arms rotated and extended, sweeping away the first wave. Go! Song K took the lead, Su Cha guarded the rear, and the others swiftly retreated. However, as they turned to run, their footsteps suddenly stopped. The movements of these zombies were incredibly fast, and they had already surrounded them from behind. No way to retreat. Duan Muki raised both hands, and dozens of thick thorns emerged from the ground, not attacking the horde of zombies from all directions, but instead enveloping the group, forming a huge cocoon, temporarily isolating them from external attacks. The slender hands and feet of the zombies kept hitting, angrily tearing, and pulling. After a while, dents appeared on the surface of the cocoon. No, there are too many, Aki cannot hold them alone. Xiao Chen roared. Just as he spoke, bang! A bloody hand reached in, wildly grabbing left and right, quickly digging out a bowl-sized hole. Song K looked through the faint crack and locked eyes with the zombie king on high ground. Hey, can we sit down and talk? Song K's gaze flickered. Based on past experience, fallen ones had a clear consciousness and could communicate with humans. We mean no harm. Lin Yuyu also shouted, please, give us a chance. The zombie king stared at Song K, standing straight at nearly 3 meters tall, thin, and narrow, like a lonely street lamp. Its eyes were full of vigilance and hostility, completely ignoring their negotiation requests, emitting a few short and sharp screams, making the zombie horde even more restless, desperately destroying the thorns. No, there's no way to communicate. Song K sighed. It seemed that the grudge between this zombie king and humans was deep at novel bin at. Bang! Duan Mu couldn't bear the pressure, and the cocoon shattered into pieces. The group was exposed under the night sky. Song K reluctantly drew his sword. Prepare for battle. Su Xing used his ability while moving around, rolling in the mud several times. His famous brand sunglasses and sun hat were long gone. Seeing Feng Higsu's leg being grabbed by a zombie and falling to the ground, he rarely didn't laugh at him, bravely rushing over and using an ice wall to block the fatal blow. The obstructed zombie's facial features twisted together, the expression blurry, emitting hoarse howls from its throat. Su Xing was stunned for a moment, as if guided by some inexplicable force. He inexplicably imitated the zombie's appearance, making some strange sounds from his throat. Due to the application of his awakened energy, his clear voice echoed in the dim valley for a long time. Song K sensed that something was wrong and quickly turned her head. Xiao Xing, what are you? She wanted to say, didn't you cure your fear of zombies a long time ago? Why are you making such weird noises? And why use awakened energy? Isn't that more stimulating to the zombies? But the next moment, the scene in front of her left her completely speechless. As if a spell of stillness had fallen, all the zombies, as if by agreement, stopped attacking, showing a hint of confusion in their movements. Su Xing, with a dirty face, persistently continued to shout at the zombies, "Ow! Song K!" The horde of zombies suddenly woke up, and once again approached. Several small creatures hid behind, showing their teeth, not fierce, but rather cute. Su Xing scratched his head and muttered with lack of confidence, did I get it wrong? He changed his way of shouting, Song K was baffled. Lin Yuyu and the others also looked at each other. After a moment of realization, they suddenly understood. Could this be the language of the fallen? After all, Su Xing had mastered the strange communication technique with zombies? The spacious valley fell into complete silence. The zombie king propped itself up with both hands, lightly jumping onto a rock. The strange horde respectfully made way for it, and it landed silently. Slowly approaching Su Xing, its slender figure cast a long shadow, completely covering the petite Su Xing. Duan Muqi and the other three's expressions changed dramatically, just about to defend themselves, but Song K stopped them. She gripped her twin blades, her gaze fixed on the zombie king, wanting to see what it was going to do. The zombie king circled Su Xing, suddenly leaned its head close, and the uneven facial features pressed against him. It gently sniffed, shook its head, lifted its foot to observe for a second round, looking somewhat uncertain. Su Xing pressed his hands against the seams of his pants, nervously frozen, and everyone held their breath. After a few seconds, Su Xing gathered courage and tentatively repeated, The zombie king's hesitant movements abruptly stopped, and then a tearing sound rang out, Who are you? Damn, the zombie can talk? The expressions on everyone's faces were diverse, revealing their individual thoughts. Su Xing struggled to recall and awkwardly called 2 more times. This was what Braided Head taught him before they parted in Hyman. It roughly meant friend. Have you seen our kind? The zombie king's every utterance was difficult, with lips barely visible, sounding more like it came from the abdomen. Su Xing shook his head first, then hesitated and nodded. Did Braided Head count as one of their kind? But Braided Head looked much better than the zombie in front of him, more human in appearance. However, since they could understand what Braided Head taught him, they should count. Explaining the past with Braided Head would be too complicated for Su Xing, who was just starting to learn zombie language. So, he could only switch to human language and enthusiastically recounted the story, using gestures to praise Braided Head and her brother's handsome appearance, particularly the dirty chin. V587 remained calm, as if this situation was nothing unusual. 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa was in shock, and Doonmuchi's eyelids twitched. He had almost thought he was on the brink of death just now. He could never have imagined that things would take such a turn, with this kid chatting with zombies. Who would believe it if word got out? After Su Xing finished speaking, he looked expectantly at the Zombie King. Leave, don't appear again. The Zombie King fell silent for a moment, issuing a vague warning. It turned around, uttered a few indistinct sounds, and the surrounding zombie horde shifted, creating a narrow passage. Including Songke, everyone displayed surprise. The Zombie King wasn't planning to attack? Just letting them go like this? Under numerous watchful eyes, the group cautiously left the valley. It wasn't until they had walked a considerable distance, confirmed that the zombie horde didn't follow, that Feng's Higso rubbed Su Xing's furry head with a lingering fear. Stinky kid, not bad, mastering a foreign language. This time, thanks to you, Xiao Xing. Songke also didn't hesitate to praise. Hehe. Su Xing proudly straightened his chest. The group found another open space, set up a campfire, and rested. Songke looked at everyone and took the initiative to speak. As for whether to continue the commission, let's vote by raising our hands. Su Xing spoke first. I object. Ada is not a bad guy, Lin Yuyu puzzledly exclaimed. Who is Ada? Ada is the Zombie King, Su Xing said matter-of-factly. You're really casual, giving people nicknames. Lin Yuyu felt speechless. I also vote against it because of Lin Xiu. I now unconditionally accept the diversity of intelligent species. I can't treat the fallen ones as just zombies. Sucha glanced at her and succinctly said, I'm with you. Lu Xiao shrugged indifferently, abstain. Feng's Higso, having treated his wounds, lowered his pants, I'm with Xiao Xing. V587 had a unanimous opinion. It was just an A-level commission. Even if they couldn't complete it, there were other ways to climb the rankings. When it came to 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa, conflicting opinions arose. Xiao Chen's tone was low. I support continuing the commission. Sorry, but the points are too important to us. Fan Peng and Kaing Mingcheng expressed, we'll listen to Aki. Doonmuchi looked at Songke. Even if I vote in favor, it won't change the final result, right? Currently, the votes were tied at 4-4. Lu Xiao made a disapproving sound, succumbing to his old habit of disliking losing. Change my vote, I'm voting against. 4-5, this time they won, right? However, Doonmuchi knew that the actual vote count didn't matter. The real decision-maker was Songke because their team didn't have the ability to kill the Zombie King. Yes, Songke nodded solemnly, I've decided to abandon the commission. When it gets light, we'll leave? This A-level commission was completely different from what she had originally expected. They could kill the Zombie King, but the one they just encountered was clearly the leader of the Fallen from Huangyuan, likely without crystal in its brain, not really considered a zombie. Moreover, they were let go. Understood, Doonmuchi sighed, I didn't have much hope to begin with. So, let's give up. Aki, Xiao Chen looked at him with concern. Doonmuchi held Xiao Chen's shoulder, his gaze firm. Believe me, we'll think of another way. We'll definitely earn enough points. The atmosphere fell silent. Suddenly, Songke spoke, I have a question. Why is the mission description about the Zombie King? She pulled out the commission description, which clearly stated, a suspected appearance of a Zombie King in Huangyuan. Can the system make a mistake? She asked. No, Lu Xiao said confidently. The commission system was jointly managed by the artificial intelligence group in District B. Humans might make mistakes, and a single computer might have a chance of error, but dozens or hundreds of super ace working together would not make such a basic mistake. Could there be another Zombie King in the Huangyuan? Fan Peng asked whimsically. Not very likely, Doonmuchi shook his head slowly. From the layout of the valley, these zombies live in tribal form, keeping to themselves. If there really is another Zombie King, there would be a deadly battle between them until one survives. Doonmuchi paused at this point. Actually, I've been wanting to ask since earlier, what do you mean by fallen that you mentioned? Songke was startled and suddenly remembered that the Alliance had not publicly acknowledged the existence of the fallen. Their information came from Zhuang Qinjian, an extraordinary bug. So, the platform's definition of a suspected Zombie King seemed somewhat understandable. The articulate Lin Yuyu explained the difference between the fallen and zombies to Doonmuchi and the others. Songke listened quietly, still feeling strange inside. Why not use special zombie or mutant zombie? Why insist on calling it a Zombie King? This artificially raised the threshold and excluded many qualified teams, didn't it? The Awakeners in District B all found the mission a thankless task, but V587, strong and experienced, was willing to take on this challenging task. She was just about to ask her companions when she turned her head and saw Lu Xiao focused on the screen. What are you looking at? Songke leaned over to Lu Xiao. When Su Xing was negotiating, I installed a few mobile cameras, Lu Xiao replied. On the screen, several zombies huddled together, trembling incessantly. Their skin was as thin as paper, and their grotesque internal organs were exposed. Even without sound, one could hear the painful wails. In just a few minutes, as if a balloon had been popped, the bodies of these zombies turned into a pool of pus and blood before everyone's eyes. The fallen leader called Ada, along with other zombies, sat together, silently watching the death of their kind. How could this happen? Lin Yuyu exclaimed. Probably because the radiation in Huangyuan is too high. Feng Higzo, with a medical background, pointed to his isolation mask. Even though the fallen can endure stronger radiation than humans, there's a limit. If it exceeds that limit and the exposure time is too long, it will inevitably cause catastrophic damage to their bodies. Why don't they leave then? Fan Peng asked in confusion. Kaiying Mingcheng muttered to himself, it's not that easy. Leaving would only make it worse, right? At least here in Huangyuan, no one usually comes in, but outside, the attitude towards zombies is merciless. Indeed, for the fallen, the most suitable living environment was in remote areas away from human activity. Even though the radiation in Huangyuan was intense, outside was the territory of humans, with no place for them to belong. So, they chose to stay here quietly, waiting for death. Song Ke looked through the screen at the leader, its slender arms embracing a few small peers, a fleeting expression of sadness on its profile. When the sky was faintly bright, Kaiying Mingchen's exclamation shattered the tranquility. Aki, Captain Song, quickly look, the commission has been updated. Song Ke, inside the tent, sat up and quickly opened the terminal to confirm. Indeed, the content of that A-level commission had changed. A-level commission, please kill or relocate the special zombies in Huangyuan, District E172. Remaining total, 13,299. Depending on different choices, different branches appeared below. Song Ke clicked on the relocation option, alternative location, Fenak, District C26. She thought for a moment, not fully understanding the intricacies, and decisively lifted the tent flap. Did you all receive the message? Members of V587 nodded, having encountered commission changes before, such as the side mission in the Elderly People's Nation or the City Defense mission when the northern base upgraded from B to A. So, they were not too surprised. Only Lu Xiao seemed thoughtful. Isn't it a coincidence? Captain just decided to leave, and the commission changes. Not a coincidence, it was me, Duan Muqi admitted candidly. I organized the information last night, uploaded it to the system, hoping to see if there's any turning point. The platform could issue private commissions, and it could also collect information provided by the commission recipients, automatically making analysis and adjustments. Lu Xiao glanced at Duan Muqi, non-committal, still frowning and staring at the platform page, tapping his fingertips incessantly. Now that the commission has changed, will you still do it? Duan Muqi took a deep breath, looking hopefully at Song Ke. The change from killing to relocating offered two different completion methods. The latter seemed simpler, but Fenak's location was near the eastern coast, leading tens of thousands of fallen, resembling zombies, through almost half of the Alliance territory. Wasn't that too exaggerated? Song Ke hesitated. That's how it is. Song Ke's explanation came through the terminal, short of breath. Zhuang Qinjian slightly lowered his eyes, silent. You're not speaking, do you object? Song Ke asked cautiously. No, Zhuang Qinjian paused. I'm thinking about Fenak. Why was Fenak specifically chosen as the alternative location? Compared to its original name, it had another prominent title in the Alliance. Lawson, District B25, and Fenak, District C26, were collectively known as the Loke region. It was once prosperous, but 15 years ago, a severe nuclear explosion occurred, forcing the area to be abandoned due to persistent radiation. It became an ignored ghost district. Transferring the fallen from Huangyuan to Fenak seemed reasonable. The radiation in Fenak had diluted over 15 years, still unsuitable for human habitation but within the fallen's tolerance range. Compared to Huangyuan, it was practically paradise. But for Zhuang Qinjian, Fenak held special significance. It was where the Fire Seed Project's laboratory was located, where Mingji escaped with LAC 0017, and more importantly, it should be a secret forever buried. Zhuang Qinjian regained his composure and sighed helplessly. Song Ke, how do you plan to move tens of thousands of zombies? Will you use a starship with V587's name printed on it to lead the way and then use a loudspeaker to announce, zombies passing through, bystanders please disperse? Little ancestor, do you want to make a spectacle throughout the entire alliance? Song Ke completely missed the sarcasm in his words and sincerely agreed. Great idea. With V587 leading the way, wouldn't that avoid conflicts? Zhuang Qinjian was truly impressive. He quickly resolved the issue that had been bothering her. Zhuang Qinjian choked for a moment. He was defeated by Song Ke's thought process. He loosened his collar with one hand to catch his breath. Have you asked them? Are they willing to go with you? What Song Ke wanted to do couldn't be described as anything less than mind-blowing. If someone with a weaker ability, like an owl or something, tried it, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Not yet. I'll negotiate with them later, Song Ke replied. Forget it. Regardless of whether the negotiations succeed or not, wait for me in the same spot. You're coming. Song Ke's eyes sparkled. Yeah, Zhuang Qinjian smiled. If I don't, you might pierce through the sky. Where did you get that idea? I'm consulting everyone's opinions. It's very fair, okay. Anyway, I can handle it with my ability. Yes, you can handle it with your ability. It's my fault for being useless. I missed you, Zhuang Qinjian interrupted her, the depth of his peach blossom eyes curved with longing. Song Ke, I missed you. I'm coming to find you. The chirping sparrows suddenly fell silent. After a while, Song K stammered, looking around and changing the subject. Oh, I'll go negotiate with Ada. At novel bin at. Click. The terminal was hung up. Song K stood still for 2 seconds, slowly raised her hands, and covered her cheeks. So hot. Before setting off for Huangyuan, Zhuang Qinjian paid a visit to the official residence of the magistrate and had a closed-door conversation with Ye Zheng for a long time. No one knew what they talked about, but in the end, Ye Zheng nodded and granted a few days off to this new appointee who was the subject of many rumors. A silver-white starship zoomed by, with the dark night outside the porthole. In the cabin, under the bright yellow reading light, Zhuang Qinjian's profile looked like a meticulously crafted perfect work of art. He was focused, fingers moving non-stop, and in his hands was a small precision instrument connected to a light screen, with the top bearing the logo of Kindlin, resembling a white egg. This was retrieved from Wu Yara's spatial necklace, a basic model, not connected to the internet, with average functionality, but excellent confidentiality that could only be unlocked with Kindlin's internal special methods. Ling Yan sat across from him, staring at him for a long time, and took the initiative to speak. Are you sure you just need to deliver it to Huangyuan? Ling Yu, after checking the autopilot route, sat down next to his twin brother and tossed him a bottle of special drink. Then, she glanced at Zhuang Qinjian. We don't have any missions recently. For safety reasons, we can continue to protect you. Although they were not clear about the abilities of the man in front of them, allowing 2 S6-level top-tier personal guards showed that it was Ye Zheng's direct order, so they had to be extremely attentive in carrying it out. No need. Zhuang Qinjian didn't look up, his thin lips curved slightly. The safest place in the world is by Song K's side. The Ling siblings, caught off guard by this unexpected statement, exchanged glances. Ling Yu, feeling uncomfortable, touched the chicken skin bumps on her arm. She was straightforward and said what was on her mind. Handsome guy, with your, relationship with Song K, can you say a few good words for us? Anyway, that kidnapping was just following orders. My brother and I don't want to be on bad terms with her. As the crisis at the northern base came to an end, the reputation of V587 soared. Now, the Ling siblings' visits to the Awakener department were particularly awkward, but they were not affiliated with Hikayu Hung. They had merely naturalized and wanted to integrate quickly, following the leadership's task assignments and executing them step by step. It's possible, but the decision is up to her, Zhuang Qinjian said indifferently. Ling Yu, with her mixed-race appearance, smiled and whispered to her brother, how about that? I told you the anecdotes was true, right? Zhuang Qinjian turned off the light screen, giving a final glance at the small central unit that stored research data on organ regeneration and some fire seed projects. Of course, the experimental subjects were excluded, and he set permissions so that only Ning Rong could activate it. Give this to Dr. Ning. Zhuang Qinjian looked quietly out the porthole, with 6 hours remaining until they reached Huangyuan, expected to arrive before midnight. These past 2 days, whether at the northern base or on the eve of departure, he no longer felt the scrutiny. The 2 prying gazes outside the laboratory, perhaps intended for Ning Rong, had coincidentally implicated him. Navigation alert, they were passing through a dark cloud with lightning, thunder, howling winds, and countless hailstones pounding down, causing the starship to sway slightly. In the flash of lightning, Zhuang Qinjian's expression became obscure and unclear. The future was uncertain. 6 hours later, a strong airflow rushed past Song K's ears, blowing her shoulder-length hair into the air. The resilient isolation suit clung to her body. With one hand, Song K held onto the shaking face mask, looking up at the starship hovering down. The cabin door opened, and a tall and straight figure appeared against the backlight. He, too, was wearing an isolation suit and face mask. Instead of choosing a stylish free fall, he descended steadily down the soft ladder. Song K, with a faint dimple, unconsciously wore a bright smile and thought to herself, Princess Zhuang is truly something, even descending needs a ladder. Zhuang Qinjian, with swift steps, had eyes only for Song K. Unable to restrain himself, he opened his arms and walked towards her with long strides, ready to embrace the slender figure he had missed for days. Just as he was about to hug her, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh, here he comes." Lu Xiao raised a mechanical arm and naturally shook Zhuang Qinjian's left hand, swinging it up and down. Sucha glanced at his open arms, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. He was not used to Zhuang Qinjian's sudden warmth, but he still pursed his lips and gave his right hand a high five. Pfft! Ha 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 ha! Lin Yuyo, who witnessed the entire scene, had her mouth twisted, laughing heartily until she couldn't straighten her waist. Zhuang Qinjian, who wants to shake hands and exchange pleasantries with you guys? Can't you have a bit of situational awareness? He stiffened for a moment, then quickly composed himself, as if nothing had happened, and stood in front of Song K. His fingertips itched, and considering the occasion, Zhuang Qinjian refrained from any overly affectionate gestures. Instead, he simply helped Song K brush away the dried leaves from her hair. How did the negotiations go? He asked. Song K's cheerful little face instantly wrinkled into a frown. Not well at all. Complete failure. The upgraded A-level mission seemed very simple on the surface, with only 3 steps to complete. First, persuade the fallen ones led by Ada to leave. Second, escort the fallen to migrate to Fenak. And third, submit the task. Song K never expected to get stuck on the first step. The first negotiation was attempted by Song K alone. Choosing the wrong moment, losing members of her kind made Ada in a bad mood. As soon as Song Kei reached the valley and hadn't said a word, Ada discovered her, angrily roared, and then a horde of zombies rushed over to beat her up. It was a genuine beating. They didn't intend to kill her, just drove her away with balls made of mud and plant leaves. Song Kei, feeling embarrassed, ran away with a dirty face. In the second attempt, having learned her lesson, she sneakily hid in the treetops, opened a loudspeaker, and earnestly advised, Ada, how about changing your place of residence? Have you heard of Fenak? It has less radiation, no people, especially safe. Come with me. There, you won't encounter zombies, so you won't have to feel sad anymore. Ada, feeling tired of talking, Song Kei picked up a row of drinks, took a sip, crossed her legs, and assumed a posture for a serious discussion. Rustling sounds came from all directions, and Song Kei suddenly turned her head. Amidst the vast canopy, numerous pairs of bright red eyes stared viciously at her, emitting low, hoarse roars from their throats. Oh dear, these zombies can climb trees? Song Kei slipped on the ground, nearly falling, and after a series of leaps, she clumsily escaped by grabbing vines. The zombies left behind in the area curiously picked up the drink bottles and took a sip. Excitedly, they communicated with their fellow zombies. On the third attempt, Song Kei, with the help of translator Su Xing, finally explained their intentions. Ada stared at them without speaking, and Song Kei keenly sensed that she seemed hesitant. There might be hope. However, before the excitement could fade, Ada let out a low growl, and dozens of small blood zombies swarmed over, similar to wild monkeys in Rainbow Cloud City. They pinned Su Xing to the ground, grabbing everything, leaving only a pitiful pair of yellow duck shorts. Experienced in escape, Song Kei slipped away quickly. 10 minutes later, when she returned, she faced Su Xing's reproachful and resentful gaze. Sister, why did you run away by yourself? Song Kei stuttered, I'll go back and buy you new clothes, again. Su Xing, teary-eyed, felt that Song Kei had changed. She must have been influenced by that person surnamed Zhuang. In the past, her sister would have definitely saved him. On the fourth attempt, both teams mobilized, taking turns to persuade, yet they returned without success. Ada looked at them warily and shook her head. Humans, don't trust. After hearing her pitiful recounting, Zhuang Qinjian calmly rolled up his sleeves and chuckled. Understood, leave it to me next. His deep gaze swept over the four people from Doanmuchi, recognizing them as the food thieves. Showing no outward reaction, he nodded reservedly at Novel bin Adat. However, Doanmuchi did not recognize him. The Zhuang Qinjian they had encountered before was weak, pale, and entirely dependent on a wheelchair. He had no presence within V587. But the man before them was tall, upright, full of vitality, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, speaking with a cold and arrogant tone. They heard that he was a foreign aide from the northern base. The moment he appeared, he brought immense pressure, making it impossible for them to underestimate him. After understanding the current situation, Zhuang Qinjian made a decisive decision. I will discuss a plan with Song Kei. We'll set out at 6 in the morning after dawn. Go where? Doanmuchi was momentarily confused, but he saw V587 on the opposite side looking perfectly natural, and even Song Kei nodded in satisfaction. Sorry, I didn't make it clear. I forgot you might not keep up with the train of thought, Zhuang Qinjian said with the aroma of tea filling the air. We're heading to Fenak. Doanmuchi was speechless. Were people from District B always so infuriating when they spoke? Zhuang Qinjian briskly walked towards Song Kei's tent, but before entering, he thought of something and lifted his chin towards Lu Xiao. Hey, come in by yourself. Do we have to wait for you? Lu Xiao snorted lightly and followed him in. Lin Yuyu extended her finger, waving it in front of Fan Peng's eyes. What are you looking at? The honest Fan Peng's face instantly turned red. Nothing, at Novel bin Adat. He quickly got up, turned around, and almost bumped into Doanmuchi. Lin Yuyu followed his gaze and happened to see two men and a woman entering the same tent. She shook her head with a wry smile. Well, the gossip in our team is getting more and more absurd. Inside the tent, Zhuang Qinjian took out a brand new light screen and threw it to Lu Xiao. With a serious tone, he said, currently, it seems that the fallen leader is very distrustful of humans. So, when your focus is on taking them away, the plan is difficult to execute. Song Kei tilted her head, thinking. It did seem that way. Every time she mentioned taking them away, Ada would become hostile. So, what should we do? She asked. We don't need to intervene directly. We'll present the advantages and disadvantages, let her take the initiative, Zhuang Qinjian replied. Song Kei's puzzled expression finally earned Zhuang Qinjian's long-awaited chance. He lightly poked her cheek. You said she has a strong sense of kinship and high intelligence. I believe she can make the best choice for her group. Asterisk. In the quiet valley, the melancholic atmosphere lingered. On this night, 8 more zombies exploded due to excessive radiation, adding to the somberness. Countless burying their own kind gathered together, some with numb expressions, not yet understanding what death meant, while others wailed and roared in frustration. Their lives were like flowing sand in an hourglass, visible to the end at a glance. When the countdown ended, no one could resist the arrival of fate. In the slight commotion, a drone wobbled its way closer to the sky. Snap! The flickering light screen landed on the ground, and the zombies roared in vigilance, circling around the unidentified object, occasionally reaching out their claws to scratch it. Ada gave 2 low calls, and one of the zombies picked up the light screen and brought it to her. After observing for a moment, Ada carefully opened it. Suddenly, the sound came from the light screen, causing the surrounding zombies to retreat in fear. A holographic projection lit up, and the Alliance map slowly unfolded before their eyes. A deep and pleasant male voice, reminiscent of a news broadcaster, clearly explained, "Currently, the radiation in Huangyuan exceeds 21%, and it is rapidly increasing at a rate of 2% per year. In a year, it will reach 23%, at which point all life will cease to exist." Without warning, a grim scene appeared. Countless animals and plants lying on the ground turned into ashes. The small zombies cowered in fear. Huangyuan has lush vegetation and a flat terrain, but District B is overcrowded. According to the latest information, the Alliance is considering a large-scale cleanup operation and plans to deploy a weather simulation system here in the future as the new homeland for survivors. In isolation suits, the exploration team, accompanied by heavy excavators, brutishly entered the jungle, destroying the ecosystem. The zombies howled angrily. In comparison, District C-26, Fenak, has been abandoned for 15 years due to its harsh environment, located in the remote east, with no attention for years. The radiation value is expected to stabilize around 17% in the next 5 years. Representations of Fenak slowly appeared, with vast gray expanses everywhere, dust-filled air, and an absence of birds and beasts. The zombies stared blankly at the deserted area, and their fused facial features made it hard to discern their expressions. "After daybreak, we will leave for Fenak." The pleasant male voice spoke with determination. The last image was a clear route map and a massive countdown, with red flashing dots representing the current location of the light screen. Ada extended her fingertip, swiped the light screen, and the program automatically played in a loop. When it reached the end, the route map and countdown appeared again. She pressed the light screen face down on the ground, finally shielding herself from the distressing images. However, it seemed that there was still an illusion in front of her. The small red dot on the map blinked, connecting to a place called Hope. Asterisk. At exactly 5 o'clock, the sun gradually rose. The morning mist retreated from the forest, the first rays of golden dawn spilled down, illuminating the overshadowed Huangyuan. A brightly painted starship was slowly ascending. Will they really be able to keep up? Fan Peng asked anxiously. "I don't know." Lin Yu lazily yawned and leaned against Sucha's back to catch some sleep. "Aren't you worried at all?" Duan Muqi glanced at her. "Of course, I'm not worried." Lin Yu's red lips curved slightly, and she pointed casually with her eyes closed. "See, in our team, we have a top-tier intellect, a top-tier warrior, and, well, myself, a top-tier beauty. Even if this plan fails, we can think of something else." Duan Muqi fell silent without words. "Here they come," said Lu Xiao, who was at the helm. Duan Muqi's group stood up and crowded by the porthole to look. Behind the starship, at a distant and endless distance, a blood-red tide rolled towards them. The radiance behind them even surpassed the rising sun on the horizon. With slender limbs, entirely blood-red, hideously ugly monsters, adult agile zombies carrying small ones on their backs, vigorously chased the starship. The leader running at the front occasionally took out a light screen to confirm, and the red dot on it kept moving towards the destination. "They really are coming?" Duan Muqi felt a mix of emotions, and for some reason, tears welled up in his eyes. This awe-inspiring scene far exceeded the significance brought by the points, and he might not forget it for the rest of his life. Song Ke clapped her hands proudly. "Get ready. Clear the way. Remember our slogan. V587. Safeguarding your travels." The team members, giving a face, answered in unison. In the open wilderness, a dozen or so awakeners were driving away zombies. Overhead, a starship flew by, and a nimble figure flipped to the top, raising a large megaphone and pressing the pre-recorded dissuasion message Lin Yu had prepared. "Attention, people on the ground. Fallen ones are passing through. Please do not attack, drop your weapons, be cautious, our friends from afar are very friendly, please do not be afraid. If you have any questions, feedback to our V587. We are here to coordinate." "What's going on?" someone shouted in confusion. Following that, the ground rumbled, and the group of awakeners changed their expressions drastically, panicking as they ran to the top of the hill. Then they watched helplessly as thousands of blood-red creatures passed by, completely submerging the zombies they hadn't had time to kill. After a moment, the dust settled, and the monsters disappeared, leaving behind several zombie corpses. The blaring megaphone faded into the distance. "Our friends from afar say they're sending you a little gift as a gesture of goodwill." The awakeners on the hill were bewildered. "What the heck is that? V587. What?" "Oh," I said, "it's written on the starship, V587. Within a day, the news of V587 leading a legion of monsters spread throughout the lower-level districts, and various sensational reports emerged. "History's strongest zombie tide is coming. Human shelters may be destroyed at any moment. Traitors? V587 leads thieves in, betraying all of humanity. Entering the study of zombies, exploring the possibility of humans commanding zombies using V587 as an example. 2 or 3 things that must be said about V587 and the fallen ones. Most cities were in confusion and chaos, unable to come up with effective countermeasures. Fortunately, Song Ke had evacuated and was commanding in real time, preventing any malicious incidents. Ada, with her kind, focused solely on the journey, remained indifferent to the external rumors. By the second day, the public opinion shifted, and there were fewer denunciations against V587. People turned their attention to the peculiar red zombies and wondered about their origins. The migration route happened to pass through Hyman. Lu Xiao contacted the municipal hall in advance, explained the situation, and the magistrate, Yan Biao, who had a good relationship with V587, immediately issued a city lockdown order, forbidding residents from wandering outside. However, the fierce people of Hyman couldn't sit still. If they weren't allowed to go out, they brought out stools, guarding the first line of defense, cracking sunflower seeds and gossiping. Heard today there's some fallen people passing through. They're called the Fallen. Don't know, what's that? Won't they come in? Don't worry, we've strengthened all 3 defense lines. This bunch of clueless guys, if they dare to come in, see how I handle them. Wang Hu, holding a beer bottle, his big gold chain shining brightly, waved his hand with great spirit. They had long moved into a large 500 square meter apartment, and each of them had a spiritual weapon, with a formidable aura that no one dared to provoke. They're coming, they're coming. With the exclamation of the guards, residents of Hyman stretched their necks to look. Overhead, a cool starship swiftly passed, and the massive fallen ones crossed the plains, congesting the Cross River Bridge. Astonishingly, they didn't even glance at the city gate and disappeared in the dust in an instant. Oh my god, is this shooting a movie? Muttered someone from another area. The people of Hyman suddenly realized the situation. They threw sunflower seeds away, took out their terminals, crazily filmed the scene, and uploaded it to the Star Network, making a good profit from the traffic. The human species is inherently diverse. Along the way, there were people from Hyman who joined just for the excitement, and others with malicious intentions hoping to take advantage. Ignoring the warnings from the megaphone, they secretly followed behind the fallen ones, intending to kill a few stragglers for some points. Unexpectedly, as soon as the attackers released their abilities, the group of monsters didn't scatter like ordinary zombies. At the front, Ada suddenly turned around, emitting a piercing scream. Thousands of fierce blood zombies swiftly changed direction, cooperating seamlessly, and instantly devoured the attackers mercilessly. Song Kei hung on the cabin door with one hand. Before she could jump down to assist, the crisis had already been resolved. She curved her eyes, shouting loudly, Ada. Ada seemed to know that Song Kei was calling her. Running cautiously, she looked up with vigilance. Song Kei gave her a bright smile and a thumbs up. Ada didn't respond, but her closed nostrils moved slightly. So, Song Kei saw a clear expression of snorting on her uneven face. Song Kei, what does that mean? Was she being mocked by Ada? 5 days later, District C26, Fenak, was just around the corner. On the vast wilderness, the vast and mighty blood-red fallen howled and swept across, stirring up rolling dust. Duan Muqi and his 3 companions each drove off-road vehicles, maintaining order in the rear of the strange group, preventing any fallen from falling behind midway. Song Kei, with a coat cushioning her bottom, sat at the cabin door scolding, sounding like she was quarreling with someone. Occasionally, when her voice rose, she unconsciously straightened her posture, even curling her toes. Zhuang Qingyan sat not far behind, a few strands of loose bangs on his forehead blown messy by the wind. The thick eyelashes covered a pair of smiling eyes as he quietly watched Song Kei's back, watching her inflate like a pufferfish due to her own anger. Alone in the northern base for a few days, Zhuang Qingyan appeared outwardly composed but harbored growing darkness within. He seemed to have returned to the state before the apocalypse, living aimlessly without purpose, walking without a soul, maintaining perfect social interactions with false enthusiasm. However, he couldn't experience the emotions of the people around him. He displayed a strong maladaptation to normal social life and interpersonal relationships, like an out-of-control car bumping along the edge of steep cliffs, ready to derail at any moment. When Zhuang Qingyan stood at the highest point of the city defense department and looked down at the multitude, the control center was within arm's reach. For a moment, a pathological personality floated in the air, cold and disdainful, looking down at the countless figures below, constantly questioning him. Why should you save them? What connection do you have with these people? You are not him, you cannot be a savior. Now, just input a simple command, and let this city be destroyed in your hands? His fingertips unconsciously typed out a letter. Fortunately, his rationality returned in the next second. He decisively pressed the delete key and turned around to leave. Psychopath, Zhuang Qingyan silently uttered a word. This was the diagnosis he received during his youth. He had suppressed it well since awakening his ability. However, after a sudden and unexpected upheaval, he buried all emotions in his heart, always wearing a smile on his face that no one could see through. Over the years, his behavior and actions were no different from those of normal people, but unexpectedly, in just a few days, they deteriorated abruptly. Zhuang Qingyan calmly explained to Yezheng that his current condition was very bad and he couldn't continue with the work. He needed to go in search of the calming agent. Yezheng stared at him for a long time, perhaps having heard something from Xiaolan, ultimately agreed. The moment he saw Song Kei, the destructive desire and weariness in Zhuang Qingyan's heart were miraculously smoothed out. Sacred hymns echoed in his ears, and his soul felt fulfilled, calming down after a long time. In his eyes, the sun high in the sky was not the true one, it was the backlit Song Kei. He opened a bottle of water and handed it to Song Kei's lips, speaking gently and tenderly. Are you tired? Do you want to take a rest? Song Ke took a couple of sips following his hand, shook her head, and lifted the horn with deep meaning. Ada, even as a fallen, one should be grateful. Ada, running swiftly, was irritated. Amidst her busyness, she raised her head angrily, baring her teeth. A light tapping sound came from the cabin wall. Zhuang Qinjian turned around, and Lu Xiao gestured at him. Understanding that he had something to discuss privately, Zhuang Qinjian nodded silently. The two of them walked to the front cabin one after another. Lu Xiao opened the little B terminal of Song Ke, skillfully infiltrating the commission platform. In the vast sea of data, Trojan programs were quietly operating, attempting to bypass the supervision of District B's artificial intelligence and steal backend information. Although it took some time, Lu Xiao, being a top-notch hacker, did it perfectly and covertly. I've checked. The second time is a targeted release. Lu Xiao pointed to the top-level A-level commission and affirmed. Zhuang Qinjian contemplated with narrowed eyes. Changing from a whole territory commission to a targeted distribution near Huangyuan for awakeners. This way, not only were there multiple completion methods to choose from, but the connected regions were also restricted, eliminating 99% of the awakeners in the process. What about traces? He wanted to know if there had been any tampering. None, Lu Xiao said. Zhuang Qinjian chuckled. Is it that you didn't find anything, or there really are no traces? Lu Xiao expressionlessly replied, of course, there are no traces. Do you think I'm you? Even repairing the T-014 takes 14 days. Zhuang Qinjian, is it interesting to say it over and over again? After that idiot, specifically referring to Duan Muqi, uploaded the data, the system adjusted the task content. Both the analysis process and processing paths align with the thinking pattern of artificial intelligence, with no abnormal data whatsoever. Lu Xiao's tone remained steady. But Zhuang Qinjian knew him too well. Your expression seems to suggest otherwise. A slight snort escaped from Lu Xiao's nostrils. Even if the idiot didn't act on his own, this commission will eventually point to District C26. How so? Because even if all the data is normal, there's still a possibility. Suppose the artificial intelligence handling the commission has no thinking process at all, but is directly given commands. Zhuang Qinjian suddenly raised his eyes. Lu Xiao spoke each word distinctly. I think she is involved. Zhuang Qinjian neither agreed nor disagreed. Do you have evidence? None, just intuition. Lu Xiao's response was firm. Zhuang Qinjian rhythmically tapped his fingers, not responding with his usual retorts. Where does your intuition come from? From Huangyuan to Fenak, the number of commissions along the way decreased by 2/3, including the most common private commissions. Lu Xiao's expression was unusually serious. It's like someone deliberately clearing obstacles. The entire task, from the beginning of the release, the zombie king, the fallen, killing or relocating, it all connects. Each step is a carefully designed trap. Only by stepping into it can you understand the true purpose of the other party. Zhuang Qinjian's fingertips moved slightly, and he wrote down a series of words in the air. Lu Xiao quickly recognized it as mother. Coming after you? Didn't hide your tail well, got discovered. During the time when Song Ke was kidnapped by Hikayu Hung, Lu Xiao connected to District B's terminal using S-level ability for data tracking. Although he immediately hid and erased all information in the consciousness of the super AI, the fact that he was fully exposed still inevitably got confirmed. Hiding like this all the time isn't a solution. Why not find some time to go back to Urgia and get rid of her? Zhuang Qinjian's demeanor was casual, as if he was talking about something inconsequential. Difficult the first time, easy the second. You can't miss this time, can you? Lu Xiao glanced at him. It was rare to hear such ruthless words from Zhuang Qinjian's mouth, but upon second thought, this was his true nature. He vaguely said, soon. In the only failure of his life, he paid a painful price, rendering him unable to walk independently. He was willing to lie in wait, only seeking a single, lethal strike. Just now, those were just my speculations. If the other party comes for me, I am confident I can handle it, but in case the target is you. A true friend is a true friend. The friendly atmosphere lasted less than 5 minutes. Turning around, they began bantering with each other. Lu Xiao asked lightly, can you handle it? Zhuang Qinjian's lips tightened into a straight line. For some reason, those two agents who were following Ning Rong left a faint haze in his heart. You have 6 legs, right? If they come for me, you should be the first one to run. Lu Xiao looked surprised. No way, did you really get discovered? Did you learn nothing from your elective courses? Zhuang Qinjian shook his head slowly. Not sure. After so many days, everything around him remained calm. If the target was him, wouldn't it be better to strike when he was alone at the northern base or even on the way, rather than allowing him to return to Song Ke's side? Lu Xiao understood and said knowingly, so you were scared and hid behind the captain, begging her to protect you, a notorious wanted criminal. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at him faintly. Song Ke still doesn't know. To explain his identity, he couldn't avoid the past of the Fire Seed project. Song Ke had already forgotten those painful memories, living carefree until now. Zhuang Qinjian never made up his mind on whether to tell her the cruel truth because Song Ke was his son, and he didn't want to take away her innocence and happiness. Or maybe, let it go for now, he sighed in his heart, adding casually, don't talk nonsense in front of her. Lu Xiao paused, and a suspicious dissociation flashed in his eyes. You're hiding something from me. Zhuang Qinjian narrowed his eyes. This unusual behavior from him wasn't a rare occurrence. No, dear friend, Lu Xiao said with an unchanged expression. Is your trust in me so fragile? I don't have that kind of trust in you. Mental ability can also extract memories. Do you want to be the first to try? At novel bin at. My firewall tells me it doesn't want to. Cold awakened energy surged forth, colliding head-on with the silver code wall. Two formidable S-level forces clashed in the air. Bang! The cabin door was forcefully pulled open, and Lin Yuyo, with a charming face, led three people behind her, all with angry expressions. Argue if you want, make noise if you must, but don't joke about awakened energy. I'm telling you guys, be considerate to us A-levels. It's a headache. That's right. It's so uncomfortable. Su Xing huffed. Fight, go ahead and fight. I refuse to treat any injuries caused by internal disputes, Fang's Higsa mocked. Continue fighting when we get back. We've reached Fenak. Even Sucha showed disapproval. Song Ke put away the horn, clapped her knees, stood up, and turned to see her team members gathered together, staring at each other. Concerned, she asked, what's going on? Are you fighting again? Zhuang Qinjian gave a deep look at Lu Xiao, pointed at him with his finger, silently threatening. You wait for me. Lu Xiao, unperturbed like a dead pig not fearing boiling water, shrugged his shoulders in a proud manner. 10 minutes later, the starship was the first to enter the Fenak City area, and a navigation prompt appeared. You have entered the radiation-affected area. Please be cautious, do not stay for an extended period. At novel bin at. The sky was filled with thick gray fog, murky dust particles penetrated into the respiratory tract. The visibility around was very low, abandoned buildings loomed indistinctly. Lu Xiao switched to manual control, slowing down the starship in the city to avoid accidentally colliding with skyscrapers. My awakened energy is more abundant now. Lin Yuyo clenched her fist, sensing changes in the magnetic field within her body. Low-level radiation could stimulate abilities to some extent. For Awakeners A-level and above, Fenak's current concentration was just right. However, they were still not suitable for prolonged exposure to the air. The starship landed on the rooftop. V-587 changed into isolation suits and masks, jumping onto the main road, patiently waiting. Duan Muqi and his group parked the off-road vehicle on the side of the road. After a while, Ada led her kind to arrive. Separated by 100 meters, the blood-red horde stopped abruptly, filling the streets and alleys, establishing a clear boundary between them and Song Ke's group. Ada growled softly, and two small zombies ran towards Song Ke, like cheerful little monkeys. Su Xing's eyes widened. These two zombies, one wearing a small yellow duck sun hat and the other in a brand-name t-shirt, not to mention being quite well-fitted, were both taken from him. The memory of that night when he almost ended up naked was vivid in Su Xing's mind. Thud. The light screen was thrown back in front of Song Ke. Ah! The little zombies squealed and gestured wildly, then turned back to stand beside Ada. No need to return it, consider it a gift. Song Ke generously tossed it back. A screen was something she could afford. Ada was too polite. Ada's bright red eyes glanced around, and she did not accept Song Ke's kindness. With a snap, she raised her hand and threw it back. Song Ke wasn't prepared to catch it, so the screen, having experienced a tumultuous journey, flew backward and landed on the ground with a crack. The screen displayed a spiderweb of cracks. Song Ke picked it up with a heartache and scolded, Ada, this is expensive. Ada's uneven facial features moved, vividly rolling her eyes. Zhuang Qinjian cleared his throat. Song Ke, there's a locator in the screen. Song Ke was puzzled. Huh. Immediately, she was rendered speechless. I forgot. Ada, worthy of being the leader with intelligence comparable to the Zombie King, was indeed very smart. Keeping this screen would expose their group's location to humans. Therefore, after reaching their destination, she decisively returned it to Song Ke. Ada looked up into the distance. There were no towering jungles here, no giant mutated plants. The vast expanse was filled with the ruins of the city, and the air quality was poor. However, her kind seemed fascinated and excited. The constant tingling sensation in their skin, present due to prolonged radiation exposure, diminished. Even the zombies, who were afflicted with radiation sickness and on the verge of death, stood up, marveling at their own veins and limbs. Undoubtedly, Fenak's environment was suitable for the fallen to survive, and humans didn't deceive them. It was a new home, a source of hope. Ada gracefully leaped to the top of an abandoned building, emitting a distant and long howl. All the zombies looked up at her. Then, as if understanding her command, they dispersed in all directions, blending like droplets into the ocean, disappearing into the depths of the grey mist in an instant. Treacherous and cunning humans and zombies without intelligence were not their companions. The remaining journey could only be walked by the fallen themselves. Thank you. Ada looked deeply at Song Ke and the others, then hoarsely said. Then, with a leap, her slender figure melted into the thick fog. Goodbye, Ada. Song Ke waved sadly, feeling a sense of loss. The red dot on the screen stayed in place, and Song Ke lost track of Ada's location. However, she believed that Ada could lead her kind to survive. After the last zombie disappeared from their field of vision, Song Ke clicked to complete the mission. This A-level mission was almost entirely taken care of by V-587, and the rewards were astonishing. Their ranking instantly surged to the first place in the entire alliance. 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa also had some soup and earned 110,000 points, far exceeding the threshold of 500,000, securing their place in District B with ease. We're first. Song K happily bounced around, hugging each team member one by one. Finally, she jumped into the arms of Zhuang Qinjian, who held her tightly. The terminals of Lin Yuyu and others started beeping. There were changes in the top 10 rankings. An announcement would be made on the mission platform. Now, proudly hanging at the top of the New Asia Alliance leaderboard was V587, with a substantial lead in points. In the Northern Base's mission group, there was a lively discussion. Yin Xiao was the first to speak up. Please call me S Xiao at Song K, the best in the world. Congratulations, Captain Song. Does anyone have plum blossom hairpins in stock? We'll pay a high price at you, your app trainee. You're amazing. Zhao Yuking, congratulations, congratulations, bringing glory to the Northern Base. Moon.Lin, congratulations, from me and my brother. Thank you all. While Song K was replying to each message, Duan Muqi stepped in front of her. Xiao Chen, Fan Peng, and Kaiying Mingcheng also followed, expressing their sincere thanks. If it weren't for Song K leading them on missions and a bit of luck, they might not have reached the required points before the arrival of autumn. Song K remembered something. By the way, the recommendation letters. Someone is here. Su Cha frowned slightly. Dozens of strong-figured awakeners emerged from the corner, surrounding them. The leading man, in his 30s, with a piercing at the corner of his eye, looked fierce. After glancing around, he whistled provocatively at Duan Muqi. Brother, just finished a mission, right? We're here too, part of the achievement. How about sharing some points with us? Points could be circulated in two ways, signing a transfer agreement witnessed by the platform, with the system extracting a certain intermediary fee, or converting them into rewards through private missions. However, the latter couldn't specify the beneficiary and relied on completing tasks to obtain points. After V587 had been pushing for the leaderboard for so long, it was the first time they encountered someone directly trying to snatch points from them. Who are you guys? Song K blinked, bewildered and speechless. The group opposite had varying strengths, from A to D levels. They all seemed to be from the lower-level districts, displaying an unfounded confidence as they brazenly attempted a robbery. They are bounty hunters, Duan Muqi said solemnly. Bounty hunters sounded glamorous, but in reality, it wasn't a favorable term. This label specifically referred to a group of bandits who took risks for points or alliance coins after the apocalypse. They were ruthless, disregarding any means, and their sole driving factor in all actions was profit. There was an information gap between B and C districts, and these bounty hunters clearly didn't recognize V587, who had just risen to prominence. Instead, they arrogantly shouted at Duan Muqi because he had casually mentioned the words 500,000 points earlier. The leading bounty hunter greedily sniffed the air, his expression intoxicated. I smell the scent of gold. Lin Yuyu shook her head and chuckled. Have you guys not been keeping up with the news lately? Even as bandits, you should stay informed about current events. Sorry to have made you laugh. We'll take care of this, Duan Muqi said. As soon as he spoke, thick thorns snaked towards the group, instantly trapping more than 10 people, including the boastful leader. Xiao Xing, lend a hand. We're in a hurry, Zhuang Qinjian urged softly. A one-level Su Xing was quite formidable against this group of novices. He lifted his right hand, and a hailstorm descended. The bounty hunters' limbs turned icy, and their movements gradually slowed down. Some were pierced by the fierce thorns, while others were swiftly dealt with by Xiao Chen and others, targeting their throats. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of bodies lay on the ground, none left alive. Feng's Higzu searched around but couldn't find even a valuable third-level crystal. He sighed in disappointment, taking off his gloves. As he was about to say something, he saw everyone's expressions change dramatically, prompting a quick retreat. Feng's Higzu looked puzzled. What are you guys hiding from? The next moment, he suddenly turned around, and the bodies on the ground were rapidly expanding, bursting into a fountain of blood in an instant. Bang, bang, fragments of flesh and organs sprayed out like a fountain, and the strong smell of blood hit them. Song K pinched her nose and approached, handing Feng's Higzu a towel because he had unknown intestines hanging on his head. You guys are heartless. Feng's Higzu stared at her for a while before reluctantly taking it. Just as Song K offered a comforting smile, her expression suddenly froze. She turned back, staring in a certain direction with a serious look. Thump, thump, the clear sound of footsteps came from the depths of the grey mist, echoing in everyone's ears. Who could it be this time? Another new bounty hunter? Amidst the attention of the crowd, on the rooftop of a building across, a middle-aged man with a suit, mixed-race features, and a hooked nose slowly appeared. His eyelids were drooping, and he looked proud as he gazed down on everyone. Speaking, are you Song K? The S7 level strong attack type awakener. Song K replied politely, yes, that's me. And you are? Half a year ago, you killed my favorite dog, the man said. The man's shiny leather shoes stepped over the blood pool, leaving half a clear footprint. I've been looking for you for a long time. Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao exchanged hidden glances, both frowning. He came for Song K? Could it be that all their speculations were wrong? Song K looked innocent. How is that possible? I never bully dogs. 10 days ago, District A1, Central Court. In the spacious conference room, empty and void of any person, several holographic projections sat or stood on both sides of a long table, engaged in hushed conversations. S7 level is rare, but not unique. As far as I know, besides the publicly known Song K and former Special Operations Unit member Punk, both Azure Phoenix and Vulture have 2 internally known figures each, right? Xiao Lan, the leader of Azure Phoenix, was not invited to today's secret meeting. Everyone turned their gaze towards the end of the table, where the highest-ranking officer of the 6th Division of Fuerche. He didn't activate his holographic projection and spoke with a hoarse voice. It's a tradition in Vulture that only death can reveal the code names. In other words, he wouldn't disclose any information as long as those 2 S7 levels were alive. Others exchanged glances, tacitly understanding, and no longer pursued the matter. Unlike Azure Phoenix, a regular military force, the 6th Division of Fuerche, Vulture Unit, specialized in intelligence and assassinations. Offending these rats in the sewer could lead to a grim fate, and one might not even be aware if their throat was silently slit one day. There are indeed many S7 levels, but as for S-level dual attribute, so far, only one has appeared in the entire alliance, and that is the Bloody Hunter, Punk. Park Jae-woo gazed towards the main seat, a fleeting desire for supreme power flickering in his eyes. Mr. Gu, after Punk was expelled from the Special Operations Team, he sought refuge under Commander Simon and has been a loyal dog under his command, serving diligently and wholeheartedly. This is the recording of Punk's death, and the one who killed him is Song K. The participants sat up straight, their attention fully focused on the screen. The video provided by Park Jae-woo came from the miniature camera inside Punk's confinement collar, cutting off any irrelevant parts and leaving only the final scene. As the image lit up, it was filled with the impact and shock of a first-person perspective. Song K, wielding the Overlord Spear, aggressively advanced with a deathly expression. The two clashed with powerful abilities, and Punk, unable to withstand, retreated. Song K first pierced his intact right eye, then severed his hands and feet, ultimately forcing Punk to self-destruct. The brutal combat prowess left everyone in a bone-chilling silence, sinking into a prolonged contemplation. For this person, is there a possibility of surrender? Mr. Gu, the head of the meeting, asked calmly. A profound silence followed, and no one dared to answer. After a while, a certain official nervously said, "This S7 level comes from a low-level district, and I'm afraid, it may be challenging to control." Punk's death might not be of great significance, but it proved one thing: Song K's strength far surpassed everyone's imagination. Intelligence indicated that she came from the impoverished digital area, shrouded in mystery, with unknown parents, and had never received any favors from the Alliance. Yet, she was inseparable from the key, making it challenging to persuade her. Song K was like a ticking time bomb, ready to become the greatest obstacle to the reboot plan at any moment. Mr. Gu sighed deeply. What a pity. The attendees fell silent and bowed their heads. This former leader had already made a decision, and unfortunately, the Alliance was about to lose an S7. The only one who can kill a dual ability is another dual ability. Simon, with a hooked nose, stood up with a gloomy expression. He noticed that Song K's right arm had been blown off before but quickly regained combat capability. Simon coldly glanced at the smug Park Jae-woo, a despicable and shameless person who deliberately brought up the only S-level dual ability in the Alliance. He had long sensed something was amiss and dared to hide such important footage until now, building his own ladder to success. Simon chuckled inwardly. Let it come, let's see who will be the ultimate winner. He respectfully bowed to the main seat. Mr. Gu, no one understands S-level dual ability better than me. I am willing to personally confirm the opponent's second ability. Asterisk. Phenac City. Simon, dressed sharply in a suit, stopped walking forward and couldn't appreciate Song K's cold humor. He aimed at the bounty hunter's body and, without warning, it exploded several times. Deep red blood sprayed into the air like a fountain and showered down. Do you remember now? Simon kindly reminded. In Song K's pupils, the fireworks like bloodlight reflected, and the familiar scene gradually made her realize. Blood explosion, Punk's ability. Oh, it's really a dog. She killed a dog, and the owner came for revenge? Simon's gaze swept over Zhuang Qinjian and then returned to Song K. You've caused me a lot of trouble. After Punk's sudden death, Simon lost his executioner, and with no one to handle the dirty work, he was tied up and oppressed everywhere. His political rival, Park Jae-woo, took advantage of the situation and rose steadily. Is it you who led us here? Song K frowned and asked, the fallen of Huang Yuan, did you release the bait? Simon smirked sinisterly but didn't answer. Swoosh, swoosh, slight sounds of breaking air. Sucha reacted quickly, pushed Lin Yuyu aside, and swiftly rushed forward like a whirlwind. He turned around and delivered a fierce side kick, and with a clatter, the chain with high-voltage electricity was kicked away. Damn, have some shame, launching a sneak attack. Lin Yuyu cursed loudly. Since he was discovered, Simon gave up the pretense. He raised his hand, and more than 10 figures jumped down from the rooftops on all sides, 3 of them S-level, and the rest A-level. The entire street was covered with the bright light of abilities, and mixed awakened energies, under the influence of radiation, collided and roamed recklessly. The V587, all S plus a level, managed to endure, but the 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa were on the verge of collapsing, their vision darkening, cold sweat flowing. The 4 of them resisted the overwhelming pressure with all their might. Step back, Song K helped them block and said, this has nothing to do with you, we'll handle it. She slowly drew the twin blades from her back, the cold blades pointing forward, aiming at those 3 S-level individuals. At first glance, Simon had the numerical advantage, but V587 showed no fear. Lin Yuyo took the initiative, and an ethereal singing voice resounded. The chaotic mist of the blade descended, thickening the surrounding fog. Both sides lost sight, unable to see each other. Indeed, the opponents lost track of Song Ke and the others, but V587 could see them clearly because they had an S-level mental awakener in their ranks with exceptionally keen senses. While Zhuang Qinjian directed, Su Xing laid down ice rings, and Su Cha released poison. Despite the assailants being quite cautious, under Zhuang Qinjian's calculations, they still stumbled like headless flies, willingly walking into traps. Legs frozen and unable to move, they then convulsed and fell to the ground, pierced by sharp ice blades. Rumble, rumble. Continuous gunfire erupted, prompting Feng's Higzu to sprint desperately. Tall office buildings collapsed around him, anyone a fraction of a second slower would be crushed into pulp. An awakener carrying a mortar cannon maneuvered for support. Lu Xiao, who had disappeared since the start of the battle, suddenly peeked his head out from the thick fog. His 6 mechanical arms, like claws, swiftly dismantled the core components, rendering the cannon silent in an instant. The agile Lu Xiao spun around, waved his sleeve, and took away crucial parts from the enemy. Su Cha appeared mysteriously, constantly reaping lives. Once injured, he vanished into the mist of blades, only to reappear with wounds already healed, thanks to Feng's Higzu's treatment. Under Zhuang Qinjian's directing gaze, the infiltrators' every move was exposed, and V587 collaborated seamlessly, effortlessly dealing with the A-level opponents. With the odds against them, it was a crushing victory. V587, the team ranking first on the Alliance scoreboard, lived up to its reputation. The 3 S-level individuals gained no advantage. Even when working together, they couldn't withstand Song Ke. Amid the chaotic intervals of abilities, Song Ke resisted their attacks and, with a kick, toppled the first person. She then kicked the opponent's chest, causing it to collapse. The twin blades crossed, and the second person's head was chopped into a gory mess. Flames erupted, burning Song Ke's shoulder, but she seemed impervious to pain, silently grabbing the last person by the neck and snapping it with a crunch. A piercing roar echoed, and Song Ke abruptly turned around. The awakener with the concave chest staggered to his feet, blood vessels bulging all over, veins popping. He charged towards the fog where Zhuang Qinjian and others were located. Song Ke realized he intended to self-destruct and hurriedly rushed to stop him. Simon closely watched the actions of the two, his eyes bursting with a dazzling light. In the nick of time, the dying S-level twisted his body, the rapidly swelling blood sphere abruptly shrinking, changing direction eerily. Song Ke's pupils contracted. This person wasn't going to self-destruct. It was too late for any reaction, she could only dodge to the extreme. The ball of light grazed her abdomen, splashing blood. Song Ke thrust a knife through the back of the opponent. The person's mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly and hoarsely said, "For the future of Utopia." "For your ghostly future," Song Ke coldly interrupted, beheading him with a backhand swing. She touched the wound on her abdomen, blood flowing incessantly, staining her hands crimson. All of Simon's men brought in had fallen, but he remained unfazed. His gaze remained fixed on Song Ke at Novel bin Adat. "Your life will end today. I will sing a dirge for you in advance," he declared. So much nonsense. Song Ke raised her hand and threw a blue blade, piercing Simon's heart. However, the expected scene of flesh and blood flying did not happen. Simon's figure swayed as if shattered glass, disappearing on the spot. Song Ke was momentarily stunned, then realized that because of the fog's concealment, she hadn't noticed. This person wasn't a physical entity, he only appeared through illusion ability. No wonder he didn't dare to approach for fear of revealing himself. But, wasn't he seeking revenge for the dog? Did he just run away like that? Song Ke pursed her lips. Even the favorite dog was just saying nice words. Zhuang Qinjian hurried over and knocked on her forehead. Thump. With a stern expression, he pulled out a bandage to stop the bleeding. Despite the cut on her abdomen, Song Ke acted as if nothing happened. However, when her head was knocked, she complained with a hint of grievance, "That really hurts." Zhuang Qinjian carefully wiped away the blood splatter on her cheek. "Go back and whine. Let's leave this place first." As Feng's Higzu swiftly cleaned up the battlefield, Lu Xiao had already activated the starship. After a moment of thought, Song Ke turned to Duan Muqi and the others. "Originally, I wanted to give you a ride, but now, it's better to go your separate ways." She wasn't sure if the crisis was over, and she didn't want to involve Duan Muqi and the others. "See you at the northern base," Song Ke nodded at them before leaving. After the two teams hastily departed, the bodies of over 10 awakeners, like the bounty hunters, suddenly burst into blood fireworks. Faint fluctuations of awakened ability dissipated in the air. Inside the starship, the injured Song Ke was firmly pressed onto her seat to receive treatment. She spread her hands and feet, revealing her injured abdomen. While petting Su Xing's furry head, she drank water from Zhuang Qinjian's hand. She even rested her lower legs on Lin Yu's knees, enjoying a massage from the beautiful older sister. She waved her hand casually. "I'm really fine, not hurting much. Don't move around." Feng's Higzu pressed down her eager head, swiftly cleaning the wound. A clear, white ability flowed in, but it seemed to be sucked into a bottomless pit, having no effect. It was the first time he encountered a situation where his healing ability was ineffective, and his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. "Why isn't it working?" Fang's Higzu brought another injured person, Sucha, and treated him effortlessly, even healing the minor scratches on the back of his hand. He muttered to himself, "This works pretty well, doesn't it?" Perplexed, he looked at Song-K. The gruesome wound inflicted by the S level was like a stagnant pool of water, resisting any external treatment. "I've seen this kind of injury before," Sucha unexpectedly spoke. "The last time was during a mission in the rainforest. Special bullets were used, causing non-stop bleeding from the wounds, and they couldn't heal no matter what. During that mission, everyone except him died." Sucha clenched his fists tightly, his spine slightly trembling. Lin Yuyu held the back of his neck, stroking it in a comforting manner, and Sucha gradually loosened his clenched fists, returning to calmness. "The ability that wounded the captain is probably similar to those special bullets, making all healing ineffective. The heart is dark enough," Fang's Higzu spat. If Song-K were an ordinary awakener, there would be no solution to this situation. She could only bleed to death. Fortunately, Song-K's second ability kicked in just in time. The originally deeply visible wound slowly healed, and it was estimated that it would scar over in a few hours. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his eyes, pinching Song-K's finger bones, lost in thought. Suddenly, from the cockpit, Lu Xiao clicked his tongue. "We've got trouble." Everyone looked up and was surprised to find that, through the thin fog, they had unexpectedly returned to the location where they had just fought. Navigation malfunctioned. Zhuang Qinjian frowned. "No," Lu Xiao quickly checked, "the device is working fine." He thought for a moment, then turned off the automatic mode. "I'll drive manually, you guide." Zhuang Qinjian had seen the map before, his memory was almost photographic. Upon hearing this, he sat in the passenger seat, acting as the manual navigator. An hour later, V-587 returned to the starting point. "Could it be a ghost wall?" Lin Yuyu exclaimed. "It's an awakened ability," Zhuang Qinjian said in a deep voice. He opened the hatch, and bodies lay scattered on the ground. In the distance, the abandoned city's horizon stood oddly, like a mirage in the desert. The skyscrapers on the edge were half normal, while the other half were pieced together with elevated walkways. S-level territorial ability, blood-red building blocks. The wielder can control the blocks within the territory, stitching different scenes together by changing their positions. However, activating the ability requires life force as a sacrifice, Zhuang Qinjian explained slowly. "Do you still remember those bounty hunter bodies? They should be the driving medium. The more people die, the larger the range of the building blocks." "I have a question." Lin Yuyu turned around and glanced. Song-K had expended some awakened energy due to injuries and was now sleeping soundly with closed eyes and slightly open mouth. She lowered her voice. "The person just now, did he really come for Song-K?" The more Lin Yuyu thought about it, the more strange it seemed. Even if he didn't know that Song-K had already advanced, trying to kill an S7 with those people is just a joke, right? "What's the point of trapping us here?" Zhuang Qinjian looked at her without saying anything. Lin Yuyu looked embarrassed and scratched her cheek. "We heard your conversation with Lu Xiao. Actually, we all heard it." Zhuang Qinjian was not surprised. Entrusting trust was a difficult thing for him. As teammates, they didn't deliberately avoid Lin Yuyu and the others when talking, but there were many things he didn't plan to disclose proactively. "If there's danger, you guys can run first." Zhuang Qinjian smiled as if bathing in a spring breeze. "No one will blame you. Anyway, it's not the first time." It took Lin Yuyu a while to react. "Hey, you. Always touching the sore spots, poking knives into people's hearts." The betrayal at Mirror Lake was like a thorn stuck in Lin Yuyu's heart. Even if no one mentioned it, it didn't mean she didn't care. Fenak's outskirts. Kaiying Mingchang, with his arm around Duan Muqi, envisioned the future, his eyes filled with longing. "What do you guys think District B will be like? I heard it's similar to before the apocalypse. No zombies, no fierce beasts, and no need to live in fear every day." Fan Peng squeezed in between the two. "When we get rooms, Aki and I will share one." "Go away." Kaiying Mingchang pushed away Fan Peng's head. "You go live with brother Chen. Aki is mine." The four of them grew up in the same neighborhood, attended the same school, worked in the same company, even awakened their abilities around the same time. Although they often bickered, their friendship was deep, and they were all willing to listen to Duan Muqi. Xiao Chen, the calmest among them, said calmly, "There's no need to discuss this. I'll live with Aki." Fan Peng and Kaiying Mingchang instantly changed their expressions, rolling up their sleeves ready to fight him. Duan Muqi helplessly rubbed his forehead. "The matter hasn't even been settled, and you're already celebrating halfway." Kaiying Mingchang grinned. "Why hasn't it been settled? Didn't Song-K say she would write a recommendation letter for us?" They were moving forward at a not-so-slow pace, just a few hundred meters away from leaving Fenak. Fan Peng even took off his isolation mask ahead of time. Due to the weakening radiation, occasionally, fierce beasts would dart across the road, and busy ability users followed behind to capture them. Duan Muqi sighed lightly. "They helped us even though we're not close. We can't just accept it without giving anything in return, right? We need to think about what gift to send." Kaiying Mingchang added, "But I don't see them lacking anything." As Duan Muqi was about to speak, the sky darkened suddenly as ominous clouds covered it. He raised his head, sensing something. A massive spatial tunnel cracked open, and a fully armed fleet jumped in. These starships were pitch black, different from any style they had seen before. The turbulent air scared away zombies and fierce beasts. Everyone stopped in their tracks, looking up in astonishment. A group of figures in black uniforms descended from the sky. We have eyewitnesses on the scene. Roger, eliminate them all. At novel bin at. Like a grim reaper wielding a scythe, before anyone could react, the passing awakeners had already fallen. Their legs went weak, minds blank, utterly unable to resist. A terrifying pressure overwhelmed them, and in their moments of death, the despair in their pupils reflected the pattern on the ruthless vulture emblem on their assailants' uniforms. It was the emblem of a merciless vulture. Duan Muqi felt a chill in his heart, his face filled with horror. These people, astonishingly, were all S-rank. The black-clad woman in the crowd noticed them. She slightly raised her right hand, and an invisible kite string flew out, cutting off the heads of awakeners along the way. Due to inertia, the headless bodies stumbled forward a few steps until they collapsed with a resounding crash, and blood slowly gushed out. Next, the kite string flew towards Fan Peng and Xiao Chen. Get out of the way, Xiao Chen roared. The two rolled on the ground, and Xiao Chen managed to avoid it with some difficulty. However, Fan Peng wasn't as lucky. He happened to be in the same straight line as the person in front of him. As a B-level, he felt powerless against the S-level ability. Although he avoided a fatal blow, his entire arm was still severed. Ah! A scream rang out, and Xiao Chen and Qing Mingsheng quickly helped Fan Peng up. People around them fell one after another. Duan Muqi cursed under his breath, no longer hesitating. He took out a camping lamp, inserted a bright red crystal, then pulled his companions. The four shadows flickered and disappeared in an instant. After the leading man slaughtered the awakeners on the scene, he looked towards a certain direction. Bloodbat, you made a mistake, 4 of them escaped. The other party has a spatial teleportation device, the black-clad woman said. The domain has already been activated, they can't escape. Wolf Spider, as instructed from above, there can be no witnesses this time. The man with the code name Wolf Spider nodded. Understood. He turned around, his tone cold and emotionless. Find them, and kill them. Asterisk. At an abandoned school, Duan Muqi and his 3 companions appeared out of nowhere. The glow of the level 4 crystal faded, turning into an ordinary stone. Fan Peng lost an arm, his breath was like gossamer, and his face was as pale as gold leaf. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, bandaging him. Fan Peng, listen carefully. You're not allowed to sleep no matter how tired you are. Fan Peng, covered in cold sweat, managed to force a smile. I won't sleep. Aki is right. How can we celebrate halfway, opening champagne? Who are those people? Qing Mingsheng's eyes were bloodshot. Why do they casually kill people? Duan Muqi's face turned pale, forcing himself to calm down. I'll contact Song Ke immediately, they have healing-type awakener. He took out his terminal, but his actions suddenly froze. No signal. The random teleportation range was only 10 kilometers. Waiting in the same place was equivalent to waiting to die. The enemy would catch up soon. First, figure out how to get out. Xiao Chen carried Fan Peng on his back, and the 4 helped each other leave. Duan Muqi tightly gripped the last level 4 crystal in his hand. Asterisk. 3 hours had passed since V587 left the trapped street. Zhuang Qinjian's original words were, take Dao Tao, for example. Territorial abilities are not flawless. As long as you continuously attack the weak points, you can determine the location of the initiator. So, relying on careful calculations, he finally found the approximate location of the territorial awakener. Only by killing the owner of blood-red building blocks could they leave. Zhuang Qinjian drew a cross on the map, eliminating incorrect options. It's a 50-50 chance. Song Ke, come and draw lots. Song Ke, wearing spiritual weapon knuckles on the top of the starship, took a deep breath and threw a punch towards the distorted boundary. Boom! The earth shook, rocks shattered, and the heavy iron fist ruthlessly smashed the weak point of the territory, forcefully disrupting the stability of the magnetic field. The scene changed, blood-red building blocks reassembled, and V587 was teleported back to the previous checkpoint. Zhuang Qinjian sighed helplessly. Even with a 50-50 chance, we can still be wrong. Song Ke, wasn't it you who asked me to choose? However, thanks to Song Ke's relentless attacks, the territorial awakener was probably spitting blood at the moment, experiencing fluctuations in his awakened energy. Zhuang Qinjian drew another cross on the map. Although they wasted some time due to bad luck, they were getting closer to the target. In the outskirts of Fenak, in the desolate radiation pit, V587 found the owner of blood-red building blocks. The opponent was not alone. A row of pure black starships was parked in the distance, and over 100 awakeners were staring intently, as if waiting for a long time. Song Ke noticed that besides the middle-aged man leading the group, there was also a thin and weak young man with a pale face and bloodstains around the collar, staring fiercely at them. It seemed to be the unfortunate territorial awakener. Long time no see. The sickly middle-aged man took the initiative to speak. He carefully examined Zhuang Qinjian's face, from facial features to every detail, couldn't help but sigh, so alike, really alike. No wonder for so many years, no one could find you. Lin Yuyu and Fang's Higzo had puzzled expressions on their faces. What was the old man muttering about? Zhuang Qinjian's face remained cold, silently looking at him. The man coughed twice, his face waxen. What? Your appearance has changed, and the etiquette you have had since elementary school has been lost? I came all the way from Utopia, and you're not even willing to call me uncle. Song Ke slightly widened her eyes. This person claimed to be from Utopia, the floating city that countless people admired. Zhuang Qinjian's lips curled up, casually speaking, long time no see, uncle. Is he really a relative? Lin Yuyo thought inwardly, but judging by the situation, it didn't seem like a reunion between relatives. Since you still acknowledge me as your uncle, then do what you should do. The man breathed heavily, as if he might not catch his breath in the next second. He struggled to lift his hand. One of the starship's rear compartments opened, revealing a giant apparatus with the logo of Kinglin on it. This thing has been sealed for 13 years. If you unlock it, I'll let you go. What is that? Song Ke secretly asked the mechanical expert, Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao answered, obviously, it's a storage hub. Song Ke exclaimed in surprise, so big. Zhuang Qinjian looked at the familiar hub, and his smile gradually disappeared, his eyes deepening. Seeing that Zhuang Qinjian was still not making a move, the man looked up at the sky. Anxious and excited, his voice trembled as he urged, hurry up, unlock the hub before they arrive. Uncle, don't bother, Zhuang Qinjian mocked with a smirk. You're so afraid of death, but aren't you living quite well? I remember you like philosophy, right? Life is just an illusion, death is the only truth. Don't believe those rumors. Dying early or dying late, you'll still die. Why not retire peacefully in Utopia and stay away from these matters? The man couldn't contain his anger and shouted his name in utter frustration, Xiezhou, Xiezhou. These two words were like a spell, casting a momentary silence over the entire scene. Zhuang Qinjian's heart skipped a beat, and he reflexively looked at Song Ke. But soon, he froze. Song Ke was surprisingly the calmest among everyone. There was no hint of surprise on her face, as if she hadn't heard those two forbidden words. She waved the blade threateningly at the territorial awakener. Xieping trembled all over, his face turning purple. He was on the verge of fainting, and his assistant quickly handed over a respirator. Do you, after 13 years, have you never felt any guilt? He exclaimed. The Eternal Life Project has stagnated because of you. The entire Beijing has remained secluded because of you. Are you so selfish and indifferent, disregarding your father's wishes, insisting on going your own way, and watching humanity march towards destruction? Uncle, please step aside. Song Ke spoke softly, and a burst of blue light flashed in her palm. The blade flew out of her hand, the threat of piercing through the heart of the initiator of blood-red building blocks. At the critical moment, another awakener used his body to block the attack. Song Ke smiled innocently, her dimples showing. Hurry up, go home. Xieping's fingers trembled as he pressed down on the face mask, taking a deep breath. The exhaled hot breath blurred the sight, and Song Ke's figure alternated between clarity and fuzziness. In both appearance and temperament, she didn't seem like a powerful S7 level. Song Ke had slender shoulders, a small face, and large, round eyes with a standard almond shape. Her smooth chin was tucked into the collar, and her jet-black shoulder-length hair was casually scattered, with a few mischievous strands sticking up. She looked like an innocent girl who was unfamiliar with the ways of the world, rather than a ruthless killer who could snap an enemy's neck with a single move at novel bin at. However, she was indeed the biggest obstacle, standing in front of Zhuang Qinjian. The fingertips that had just thrown a deadly knife still emitted a chilling murderous intent. Xieping took a deep breath, his tone somewhat nostalgic. You and your father both know how to cozy up to powerful figures. Zhuang Qinjian's graceful thin lips curved slightly, as if he couldn't hear the sarcasm. Thanks for the compliment, uncle has a discerning eye. He never felt ashamed of clinging to Song Ke's thighs. Instead, he considered it an honor. Xieping slowly shook his head, his sickly eyes staring at the familiar face in front of him. It's a pity that even if you cozy up to powerful figures, the result is still the same. Your father, until death, no, even after death, can't find peace. Zhuang Qinjian stopped smiling, and his cold eyes were as calm as a deep pool. What time is it? Xieping didn't look at him again, turning his head to ask softly. 17:58, it's almost dark, the attendant answered considerately. Xieping breathed heavily, lifting his eyelids to glance at the sky. Nightfall was imminent, and the radiation concentration continued to increase. Accustomed to the fresh air of Utopia, the pollution and dust in Fenak were too heavy for him. I waited here to persuade you in advance, but now, it seems unnecessary. Xieping let out a sigh and turned back to the starship. Take action. Dozens of agile figures rushed towards V-587 like tigers descending a mountain, their sharp eyebrows lowered. They pulled out triage military daggers from their back waist and charged forward with Song Ke. In the melee, Song Ke noticed that the giant central hub was still in place, unable to be retracted into the rear compartment in time. She stared at it directly, contemplating for a moment. The goal of this group of people seemed to be getting Zhuang Qinjian to use his authority to open the central hub. Even at the cost of a significant price, they brought this massive machine from afar. If they didn't want them to succeed, there was actually a simple solution, like, what if the central hub accidentally got damaged? Song Ke tightened her waist and abdomen, her back muscles taut. Suddenly, she stepped on the head of a pursuer, leaped high, and the long knife in her palm was about to slash down towards the central hub. Xie Yinkai, who had long since hidden in the starship and was the user of blood-red building blocks, made eye contact with Song Ke through the porthole, his mouth quirking strangely. Song Ke's eyelids twitched slightly, and she abruptly turned around. She had rushed too fast and had distanced herself from Zhuang Qinjian and the others, but turning back would only take 3 or 4 seconds. However, at this moment, there was a drastic upheaval in the surrounding scene, like disassembled scattered building blocks swiftly moving and reassembling. In the next second, the central hub disappeared, Xieping and the others disappeared, Zhuang Qinjian also disappeared. It was as if different layers of a Rubik's Cube were turning, and everyone was moved to the front, leaving her alone at the back. Xieping's final words, "Take action," were not meant to kill Zhuang Qinjian at all. It was an order to the blood-red building blocks. No wonder the awakeners who blocked the knife just now was willing to sacrifice himself to protect Xie Yinkai. In the vast desolate crater, only Song Ke remained, holding her knife and looking around with a bewildered heart. Xiao Xing, Old Fang, Yu, Sucha. She called out the names of her teammates one by one, but the surroundings were empty, and there was no response. Zhuang Qinjian. Song Ke looked to the left, where a tilted skyscraper hung in midair with dust falling. Looking to the right, a half-cut ship rushed up a rugged mountain top, and rocks rolled down. The scenes were surreal and disjointed. Song Ke took out the small B terminal, opened the group chat for V587, but there was no signal. Communication in C26 Fenak, and even B25 Lawson, the entire Lok region, was cut off. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to calm down. Suddenly, she thought of something and without hesitation, pulled down the zipper, dragging the jacket along with the shirt to her shoulders. On the inner side of her left arm, a lifelike mechanical ladybug embedded in the skin tissue, its protruding compound eyes turning slightly. It works, Song Ke sighed in relief. She then reached for the black collar around her neck and found the microphone, pressing it down. Lu Xiao. Russell, Russell. After a chaotic wave of sound, a familiar voice came through. Captain. Where are you guys? Song Ke asked urgently. Lu Xiao's response was intermittent, and his tone was not as casual as usual, instead filled with seriousness. I've located your position, 30 kilometers away from us. Zhuang Qinjian speculates that the cooling time for the blood-red building blocks is around 10 minutes. The longer it takes, the farther you might be teleported. Listen to my directions, try to meet up with us as soon as possible. All right, you guys hold on, I'll be there soon. Song Ke was anxious, running in a certain direction. In just 2 seconds, in the midst of Lu Xiao's series of reversed, she swiftly turned around. Taking a lesson from Ye Zheng's assassination, which couldn't be reported in time, Lu Xiao had taken precautions and improved their communication devices. Each person had a modified tracking and positioning ladybug implanted in their bodies. This new device he tinkered with used an independent communication frequency, unaffected by terminals, ensuring that V587 could contact each other even in the absence of signals. The scene changed, and Zhuang Qinjian's group of 6 was teleported elsewhere. At the same time, a deep spatial crack was torn open in the surrounding building blocks, and hundreds of black starships teleported in. What's that? Lin Yuyu's eyelids twitched incessantly, and the addressing system was temporarily confused. You, Xie Zhuang. What kind of trouble did you cause? What, are you scared? Zhuang Qinjian chuckled. Lin Yuyu choked in her throat. Not really, it's not like I haven't seen the world. Zhuang Qinjian's expression was surprisingly calm. I told you that you could run anytime, but it's not safe now. Hold on until the captain arrives. The standard starships of the Alliance were uniformly silver-white, while the black starships were reassigned after the retrieval by Yaya, the exclusive symbol of S-level city like Utopia. Why do you always say such pessimistic words? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Lin Yuyu stomped her foot in annoyance. Not pessimistic words. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes gradually darkened. Be mentally prepared for the worst. The opponent won't come empty-handed. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly 100 awakeners jumped down from the sky. Prepare for battle, Zhuang Qinjian said coldly. Due to the randomness of the blocks, Su Xing happened to be standing at the edge, facing a young man in a white sportswear with hands in his pockets. Su Xing didn't dare to be careless. His awakened energy formed into a blizzard, blocking the opponent's way. A cold-blooded assassin would naturally not show mercy to a child. Oh, ice element. The young man glanced at Su Xing with interest and then swiftly made his move. Rocks shattered, hail the size of cannonballs poured like a torrential rain. Su Xing condensed an ice shield to withstand the damage, maneuvering and dodging amidst the loud cracking sounds. This young man turned out to be an Ice Element Awakener too, and an S-level 1 at that. Su Xing treated him as a formidable enemy, his lips turning pale from the pressure. Sucha was blocked by a group of all A-level Awakeners. Their faces were unfamiliar, but their aura was very familiar, the cruelty of mercenaries. The leading middle-aged woman glanced at the black snake tattoo on Sucha's neck and snorted coldly. Are you a deserter? The rainforest is ashamed of you. I'm not, Sucha said, his spine straight, each word enunciated. People who legally leave the rainforest will have their tattoos erased. Do you have the face to say you're not? Another person looked at him disdainfully. Doesn't matter. Consider it cleaning up a traitor. Our mission this time is to kill you. Veins bulged on Sucha's hand as he swiftly swung his knife. Nice to see you again. A familiar young man surrounded by the ability prism greeted them. Lu Xiao's gaze fell on his special operations uniform, and after a moment of thought, he suddenly realized, I don't remember. Who are you? Roy, who had clashed with V587 in Mu City before, fell into silence. Then, he spoke in a deep voice, I've checked you, Lu Xiao. The genius rarely seen in a century, from the Urgia's Lu family, the first successful modification of the initial genetic selection plan. The last test record was 6 years ago when you were S5 level. What about now? Been in prison for too long, forgot, why don't you take a guess? Lu Xiao replied nonchalantly. His jet black hair receded like a tide, revealing a defiant silver glow. His tea-colored eyes turned into inorganic ice-blue pupils, as if a dormant withered tree had awakened. Behind Lu Xiao, a towering network of data branches, with a code flood of 101,010, emerged. Roy, a mere S3 level awakener, was utterly powerless to resist. The prism shattered with a thunderous noise, and he fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Korda, Zhuang Qinjian looked at the approaching awakener and calmly spoke. V587 members moved their palms simultaneously, showing a well-coordinated action. Each of them pulled out a large-sized loudspeaker that resembled a sound system, standing apart from each other. The 6 of them acted in unison, first quickly inserting something into their own ears, then pressing the play button. The mysterious Korda wave was triggered. The 6 loudspeakers played simultaneously, making it difficult even for an S-level awakener to resist. Their consciousness gradually dispersed into nothingness, and their steps became stiff, resembling the walking dead. The one in the front clutched their head in pain and stumbled down in an instant. The 6 surrounded individuals finally had a moment to catch their breath. Squeak clang! The ear-piercing noise abruptly stopped. Smoke rose from the 6 loudspeakers, and the playback program was completely destroyed. A person walked slowly from the distant landing starship, or rather, it shouldn't be called a person because he was just a clear holographic projection. A man with silver hair, ice-blue eyes, wearing frameless glasses, appearing to be around 40 years old. He exuded an elegant temperament, but at this moment, his brow was furrowed, and his face was filled with anger. You evildoer, why don't you come back with me and confess your sins? Lu Xiao's movements halted, and he sneered mockingly, lifting the corner of his mouth. Hey, Mr. Patriarch. The person who arrived was none other than the magistrate of District B8 Urgia, Lu Qiuzhuo. Lu Qiuzhuo no longer had a physical body. He could manifest as a solid projection here, and there was only one possibility. Lu Xiao thought of this and looked up at the starship he came out of. There was a chilling gaze through Lu Qiuzhuo's eyes, accurately locking onto him. I see you. A sigh seemed to resonate from the depths of the soul. Clearly gentle, yet it made Lu Xiao's hair stand on end. Su Xing rolled backward, trying to evade, but he didn't manage to completely dodge it. A sharp pain surged like an electric shock to his ankle. With a thud, he fell awkwardly to the ground. His entire lower leg was frozen in place, and due to the freezing effect, he didn't feel anything at first. Until a clear crack sound came, Su Xing knew that his lower leg was broken. Like a young lion resisting stubbornly despite numerous wounds, Su Xing struggled to climb up. Without shouting or crying, his big eyes held tears. He knew it wasn't the time to cry now, enduring the urge to drop golden beans. He just stared fiercely at the white-clad youth. Not bad, stronger than I was at your age. Give you another 10 years, maybe you can reach S level. Unfortunately, not all children are fortunate enough to grow up. The white-clad youth squatted in front of him, gripping Su Xing's chin. His words were venomous, like snake hisses. You can only live until today. Sharp ice blades condensed into a massive pair of scissors, aiming at Su Xing's tender neck. It was about to fall when, thinking of you, every day is sunny, casting warmth into my heart. At a critical moment, an ethereal voice rang out, and a golden sun rose in the area where the two were, growing increasingly hot. In an instant, it melted the scissor made of ice and snow. The scene of a sun rising in the dark night was already incredibly strange. With the glaring light becoming more and more dazzling, the white-clad youth sweated profusely and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. It was then that Fang's Higzu rushed over, scooped up Su Xing, and ran away with him in his arms. Su Xing hugged his shoulders, unable to hold back his sobs. I can't beat him. I'm so useless. Fang's Higzu awkwardly patted Su Xing's head, and when he touched his dislocated leg, he quickly fixed it with a click. Xiezo, I'm here. I'm here. Someone was calling his name. Across the distant space, Zhuang Qinjian met the gaze of a brown-haired, green-eyed woman holding a slowly swinging clock in her hand. In that instant of eye contact, ripples appeared in Zhuang Qinjian's pupils, and his gaze couldn't move away. Gentle mental power, like a tiny brush, resonated in his mind. The other party should be an S-level awakener of the mental ability. Ability, hypnosis. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes were clear, and he smiled at her. The corner of his mouth was cold. In the next moment, the cold and merciless mental power entered her mind, crushing everything ruthlessly. No one noticed that 2 mental awakeners were engaged in a life-and-death battle. The brown-haired woman on the starship had her pupils shrink, gradually turning into a straight line, and she fell backward stiffly. The clock in her hand hit the ground, stopping its ticking. Zhuang Qinjian's blood surged, suppressing the bloody air in his throat. Mr. Gu, Sophia is dead. The scene was transmitted back to a seemingly inconspicuous starship in the fleet. The shadow silently waved his hand, and the guards took away the body of the deceased hypnotist. The communication interface sounded, the key has participated in the genetic optimization plan. The registration information at that time was unsuccessful. Now, it seems that he should be an early awakener. Mental awakeners lack effective attack methods. They only gain the ability to deliver a fatal blow when condensing their abilities to a certain degree. Sophia, the deceased hypnotist, was an S5 level awakener in Utopia. The fact that the key was an awakener had already surprised them, but no one expected his level to be above S5. Mr. Gu, do you need me to take action? The shadow interrupted the person on the other end of the communication. No, extracting memories from him will result in loss. I need complete information. I want to clearly understand what the core secrets of the fire seed were back then. Yes. What about the storage hub of the Xia family? Arrival in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Every time the blood-red building block was activated, it required a 10-minute cooldown. After the next recombination, Xia Yinji would teleport the hub. 2 minutes later, the space twisted again, and more than a dozen starships appeared in the sky. Another secret communication connected. Mr. Gu, Xia Ping has made some moves behind the scenes. He wants to contact the key privately. Mr. Gu's voice was calm. Let him be. Xia Ping doesn't understand his nephew, and even less so his niece. Even if they have blood ties, the other party won't surrender peacefully. Another recombination occurred, and 5 S-level awakeners descended from the sky, rushing towards Zhuang Qinjian. Their hair and eyes varied, but without exception, they were powerful attack-type awakeners, with levels ranging from S5 to S6. In the dim light, half of Zhuang Qinjian's face was shrouded in shadow, and a handsome smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you all international mercenaries? Let me guess, you received a commission from Utopia? Why are you meddling in the internal affairs of the New Asia Alliance? This mission is tough and unrewarding. Be careful, there might be no return, and the reward might be your life. Think about it carefully. If it were really easy, why wouldn't the Alliance take it, and instead it falls to you? His words seemed to carry an inexplicable fascination. Those who heard them felt their minds confused, their thoughts swaying as if there was a twisted logic. Zhuang Qinjian observed the surrounding environment intently, preparing to find an opening to escape when his pupils suddenly contracted. A metal cable pierced through the air, moving at an extremely fast speed with no escape possible. At the critical moment, Lin Yuyu applied a speed boost buff, and Zhuang Qinjian rolled in a distressed manner, his shirt stained with blood and stains. The fierce iron chain brushed past his ear, turning sharply and stabbing straight at him. Golden-rimmed glasses fell to the ground, shattered in the chaos, and Sucha emerged from the shadows, blocking with a sword. His 6-foot-tall figure flew out like a cannonball, rolling dozens of meters away and crashing heavily to the ground. The iron chain gradually condensed into a human shape, and a teenager wearing a vulture uniform appeared before everyone. Don't be fooled, he's just a smooth talker, a voice warned. The teenager's eyes showed no emotion, his skin pale, and the emblem on his chest so dark it seemed to have absorbed much blood. Zhuang Qinjian frowned deeply, he couldn't sense the teenager's awakened energy, and a chill climbed up his spine. This is an S7. Feng's Higze helped up the fallen Sucha and quickly treated him. Kill the healer, the teenager said coldly. Surrounding awakeners woke up like from a dream, launching attacks without hesitation. The short Su Xing suddenly rushed over, desperately creating an ice wall to block the attacks. However, being only A1 level, even if he exerted all his strength, how could he withstand a group of S-level individuals? The ice wall shattered into debris in less than a second, and both Su Xing and Feng's Higze were sent flying. The S-level ice element awakener's eyes erupted with cruel light. Little brat, die. Swish. A dark blue spear descended from above, piercing through the heart of the white-clad youth, pinning him in midair. The fierce force dragged him for over 10 meters, finally deeply embedding him into the soil. The man looked in shock at his chest, gasping in pain. Before he could catch his breath, his breathing was cut off. Dead. The whole scene was shocking. A slender figure appeared at the edge of the building blocks, with 2 huge spiritual weapons originally crossed on her back, one now missing. She had already taken off her coat, drenched in sweat, her jet-black hair sticking to her fair neck, showing signs of exhaustion from a long journey. It was Song Ke. The building blocks had a sequence of movement, and Xie Yinquan couldn't assemble all the blocks to the desired positions at once. He had exhausted all his efforts to minimize the time, but Song Ke's pursuit speed far exceeded his imagination. Awakeners on the scene stared at the panting S7 level in disbelief, involuntarily taking a step back. Song Ke helped up Sucha, Feng's Higze, and Su Xing, then turned her head and gave Zhuang Qinjian a seemingly indifferent glance. Zhuang Qinjian, you know. Song Ke raised her hand to interrupt him. Who, I know. Zhuang Qinjian paused, shook his head with a smile. When did you know? Song Ke tilted her head. Well, that someone, Lu Xiao, told me. Lu Xiao, who finally arrived and saw the captain. The air seemed to freeze as Song Ke casually walked to the side of the ice element awakener's corpse, slowly pulling out the dark blue spear. 1, 2, 3. She even earnestly counted a circle, creating a more imposing scene than when she fought against Ye Zheng's assassins. The blood-red building blocks refresh time arrived, and another scene was pieced together, with a dozen or so awakeners jumping down. Real Simon sat in one of the starships, eagerly watching Song Ke. Because she wasn't wearing a coat, the wound on her abdomen was clearly visible, with only a gruesome scar and no bleeding. Strange lights flickered in Simon's eyes as he muttered to himself, I know what her second ability is. Simon had conducted a thorough study on dual ability awakeners, including his subordinate Punk, and the diviner Veronica. Dual abilities, one manifest and one hidden, would not be of the same type due to magnetic field relationships. If the manifest ability is an attacking type, then the hidden ability could only be support, control, or body enhancement. Based on existing evidence, Song Kei couldn't have awakened two powerful attack abilities. It was deduced that her hidden ability was the body enhancement ability, body healing. This meant that their originally planned conventional methods couldn't kill her. However, Punk had almost killed Song Kei before, and Simon's fingers spasmed with excitement. The other person present at that time was Azure Phoenix. With strict military discipline, Azure Phoenix hadn't disclosed the secret, meaning he was the only one here who knew how to kill Song Kei. Simon's hooked nose twitched rapidly, his legs shaking on the seat. "Commander, do you want to contact Mr. Gu for communication?" the secretary beside him asked softly. "No, wait for a while," Simon subconsciously stopped her. "Wait for the best opportunity." Approaching 6:15, the sky had turned completely dark, and a resonant synthesized voice echoed through the loudspeakers for everyone to hear. As per the approval of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office of the New Asia Alliance, the first level wanted criminal Xiejo, male, 28 years old, biological ID, NOC 11000520, native of Beijing, born on September 15, new calendar year 19, is now under arrest. Xiejo, 13 years ago, illicitly fled with classified information. With conclusive evidence, based on legal standards, you are charged with crimes against humanity, antisocial crimes, illegally exploiting state secrets for personal gain, with extremely heinous circumstances never seen before. You will be arrested and sentenced to 500 years of imprisonment. The sky was filled with black starships, and below was the abandoned city of Lok. This place was far from the mainland, remote and desolate, devoid of any signs of life. 7 figures stood within the encirclement, destined for a confrontation with a vast difference in strength at Novel bin Adat. Song Kei regained her composure, wiped the blood off the long spear, and chuckled softly. 500 years, that's a bit much. She turned her head, clear eyes looking at Zhuang Qinjian, with a small dimple forming on her cheek. "There's something I lied about. Sorry." Zhuang Qinjian raised his gaze to meet hers, his handsome features deep and profound. His voice was husky, and facing Song Kei, he found it difficult to speak. "What is it?" Song Kei didn't answer immediately. She turned her head to stretch her shoulders, muttering continuously, "Blame you. I rarely lie, but because of you, I've been corrupted." A year ago, that night they returned from the ULab laboratory. The two who hadn't yet become close sat side by side at the end of the apartment bed, looking at the hazy night outside. Zhuang Qinjian asked her, "If one day, the entire alliance is after me, everyone wants me dead, what would you do? Would you save me? Would you?" At that time, Song Kei looked into his eyes and shook her head firmly. "No." A year later, Song Kei slowly removed her isolation mask. The slight radiation stimulation caused her blood vessels to burn, and her awakened energy kept surging. The environment here faintly brought back a familiar feeling. Her eyes glowed with a blue light. Song Kei no longer restrained herself. The terrifying pressure erupted like an explosion, magnificent and vast. The world changed its colors, the instruments inside hundreds of starships went haywire, lights flickered, and the awakeners paled. "This is S8. For a while, terrified shouts echoed through the sky. As night fell, with dim moonlight, District C-26 Fenak fell into a silent stillness. 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa dashed along the border but always inexplicably shifted, unable to leave for a long time. Fan Peng was alternately carried on the back by Xiao Chen and Ming Chang, and the straight back of Duan Muqi appeared intermittently in front of them. Although he had lost his right arm, Fan Peng could still feel the phantom limb's piercing pain. Fan Peng sweated profusely and smiled reassuringly at his companions. "I remember, when the apocalypse just arrived, you guys carried me like this." At the beginning of the apocalypse, Fan Peng lay in bed with a high fever. His mother went out to find medicine and never came back. Outside the bedroom were zombies banging on the door. When he was desperate and ready to die, his childhood friend Duan Muqi, with Xiao Chen and Ming Chang, smashed the anti-theft window and broke in. The 3 of them were also feverish, but without saying a word, they picked him up and escaped. Xiao Chen's legs were shaking when he carried him, and Ming Chang even held a rolling pin. Fan Peng lived in a densely populated old city area, and looking down from the window was full of zombies. They supported each other and fought their way out. After finally finding a shelter, the 4 of them collapsed on the ground, each more miserable than the other. The roar of zombies echoed in their ears, and Fan Peng, who still had a persistent fever, thought in a daze, "This damn life is too bitter. If I can survive this, I'll definitely find a quiet place to sleep." However, the world is tough, and even such a simple wish is hard to fulfill. Even though they awakened supernatural abilities, they were not omnipotent. The refuge they found soon fell victim to the zombie tide, forcing Fan Peng to wander, but fortunately, the 4 of them always stayed together. Ming Chang clenched his teeth, patted Fan Peng's back, and said hoarsely, "Pengzi, you are not allowed to sleep." They had been on the run for more than half an hour, experiencing 3 scene changes. Because he didn't receive any treatment, Fan Peng's breath became weaker and weaker. Fan Peng mumbled, "Brother Chen, let's discuss something. When we get to District B, let me share a room with Aki." Xiao Chen suddenly lowered his head, his voice choked. "Okay, I'll let you." Fan Peng's consciousness was already hazy. District B, after a year of struggle, they finally accumulated enough points to go to District B. In a vague hallucination, Fan Peng saw the bonfire burning on that night in Huangyuan, and heard Song Ke vividly narrating. She said that people could sunbathe in the sunshine at the northern base, the garden apartments were given for free, big and beautiful, the three-dimensional subway was easy to get dizzy on, it's best to sit in the back row for the first time. What else was there? Oh, remembered, there's also an underground entertainment space specifically for activities of awakeners, but you have to follow the rules, or else an organization called the Awakener Department will take you away and lock you up. Fan Peng silently grinned, he was sure to follow the rules. In the 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa, he was the most rule-abiding. Approaching the Fenak border once again, triggered by an unknown factor, the surrounding scenes rearranged like building blocks, and the 4 were transported to an unfamiliar place. Oh, damn it. Duan Muqi abruptly stopped, cursing with red eyes because in front of them, there were pursuers dressed in vulture uniforms. The black-clad woman with the codename Bloodbat squinted her slender eyes. Without a word, an invisible kite string slipped from her hand. Remember, go to District B for me. No one expected that Fan Peng would suddenly slide down from Kying Mingchen's back and forcefully push the 3 of them, saying, go quickly. His awakened energy erupted, bravely rushing towards the opponent. Bloodbat raised her wrist, pulled inwards, the kite string tightened, instantly cutting through the skin, severing veins, embedding deeply into flesh and blood. Fan Peng's robust body was dismembered inch by inch, and the pieces of flesh fell like flower petals. Those kite strings were finally dyed a blood-like crimson, the attack trajectory revealing no escape. Fan Peng used death to exchange a glimmer of hope for his companions. Xiao Chen and Kying Mingcheng dodged with difficulty, their eyes almost tearing apart. Pengzi. Duan Muqi's heart was twisted like a knife, but he still gritted his teeth and took out the last crystal quickly, swiftly inserting it into the groove. A flash of light, the camping lamp came into play, and the 3 were about to escape. The wolf spider's gaze turned cold, lips moving, a phantom of a patterned spider shrouded the camping lamp, spitting out a strong corrosive secretion from its silk sac. Tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the level 4 crystal, and spatial ability faintly fluctuated. Kying Mingchen's pupils contracted, swinging his knife to shatter the patterned spider. The phantom screamed in agony, and its pincers pierced through his fingernails. Random teleportation took effect, and the 3 disappeared on the spot. The wolf spider reported hoarsely, 2 left, continue the pursuit. He nonchalantly considered Kying Mingcheng as good as dead, having been affected by the corrosive toxin of the patterned spider. That guy wouldn't survive. Bloodbat retracted her ability, her expression indifferent. The activation condition for that device is a level 4 crystal. They won't escape many times. Just an ordinary B-level team, how many precious level 4 crystals could they possibly have? They were destined to die sooner or later. Gazing coldly at Fan Peng's mutilated corpse, Gustav, who was observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but frown. The special task force was also mobilized to participate in this siege, and he wasn't clear about the full details of the mission. However, he felt sincere disgust at working alongside the vultures. These people were cold-blooded and selfish, resorting to any means necessary. Compared to the highly esteemed Azure Phoenix, they were like rats in a gutter, always criticized and despised. In the 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa, they fell into an abandoned radiation sinkhole, quickly getting back on their feet. No more crystals, Duan Muqi said with a solemn expression. Don't head towards the border. There's a domain-type awakener here. We must figure out a way to break through first. Xiao Chen wiped his face and saw Kying Mingcheng on the opposite side seemingly lost in thought. Mingcheng, what's wrong? Nothing, Kying Mingcheng replied, clenching his fist behind his back. After investigating separately, Xiao Chen and Duan Muqi reunited. Aki, there are signs of a battle nearby, like those left by V587. Duan Muqi thought for a moment. The land should be randomly shifting. Let's try to stay at the edge, maybe we'll run into them. Xiao Chen nodded. No time to waste, let's go. Just as the 2 were about to find Kying Mingcheng, someone softly called their names from behind. Aki, Brother Chen. Kying Mingcheng, half of his body melted into the shadows, unmoving, his face unusually pale. Mingcheng, come over quickly, let's leave this place, Duan Muqi urged. Kying Mingcheng grinned, looking worse than crying. I might, like Pengzi, not be able to go to District B either. Duan Muqi and Xiao Chen's expressions froze. What nonsense are you talking about? Kying Mingcheng took a step forward, revealing his entire figure, and in a short time, half of his body had turned into corpse water. What was initially just a minor wound from piercing his fingernail, the intense corrosion had taken away his life. Kying Mingcheng, with tears in his eyes, looked at his dear friends with a smile. It's better now, no need to argue. The 2 of you can share a room. You must strive to survive. The corrosion speed increased rapidly, and the 2 helplessly watched as Kying Mingcheng turned into a puddle of corpse water before their eyes. No. With companions dying one after another, the instantaneous despair overwhelmed Duan Muqi. He screamed, and thorns uncontrollably slammed into the ground. Xiao Chen's chest heaved, tightly holding on to Duan Muqi's shoulders. Aki, don't let them down. Duan Muqi clutched the camping lamp, his fingertips trembling. After a long silence, he said, let's go. Asterisk. Song Ke stood in front of Zhuang Qinjian, facing the siege of 5S5 to S6 awakeners alone. She carried 2 enormous weapons on her back, standing still like a trapped beast. However, her expression remained calm, and although the trapped beast trembled, the Awakeners were shocked and speechless. S8, the powerful attack type Awakener. This would be an unprecedented fierce battle. They were all foreign mercenaries, well aware that, not only the New Asia Alliance but the person in front of them probably represented the world's highest combat power at Novel bin at. No one dared to take it lightly. The five simultaneously launched their strongest attack abilities, deadly attacks aimed at Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian. The overlapping brilliance of their abilities made it impossible to open their eyes, instantly engulfing Song Ke's slender figure. 5 super attacks, a surging tide of energy, enough to level everything. Even the strongest defense-type Awakener would likely be crushed into pieces. Boom boom! The collision of multiple attacks produced an earth-shattering explosion, and dense black smoke rose into the night sky. It worked. The Awakeners rejoiced, blurting out. The world's first S8 level, killed so easily by them? But in the next second, a faint blue light streaked through the rolling thick smoke. A massive shield appeared out of thin air, rotating rapidly, absorbing all the damage in an instant. The violent explosion subsided abruptly, and the remaining awakened energy crackled. Then, a fair and beautiful hand extended from the edge, snapped its fingers, and the shield split into numerous arrow feathers, sweeping forward. The 5 Awakeners retreated in a panic, looking at her in disbelief, exclaiming in shock, "How is this possible? No medium transformation." Metal manipulation was universally recognized as a powerful attack-type ability. They had seen Awakeners who could transform objects into weapons, but without exception, they required a medium. However, Song Ke was different. It was as if she had transcended this limitation, exhibiting a mesmerizing control over awakened energy. Even without direct contact with objects, the surrounding radiation could be utilized by her to condense into any weapon according to her will. The smoke cleared, and Song Ke stood in place. She casually patted Zhuang Qinjian's dusty shirt. "It's going to get messy, stay back a bit." Zhuang Qinjian rubbed Song Ke's burned back with his fingertips, his eyes darkened. Still, he obediently responded, "I'll listen to you. Be careful." Song Ke moved forward slowly, adjusting her neck and wrists as she walked. "It's my turn now." As soon as she spoke, she effortlessly pulled out a long spear with one hand. Like a cheetah, she swiftly pounced forward. With extreme speed and strength, the opponent had no time to react. The sharp spear had already pierced through the enemy's throat, blood splattering. "First one," Song Ke counted. A yellow earth ring rose from under her feet, firmly imprisoning her arms, making her unable to move. Song Ke's foot tapped lightly, quickly stepping forward, and with the explosive power of her waist and abdomen, she bent her knee, kicked the opponent's chin. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and broken teeth mixed with half of the tongue fell. The lower half of the person's face instantly became a bloody mess. Although Song Ke's arms were bound, it did not affect her movements. She pivoted on her foot, performing a quick turnaround like a swallow. She leaped into the air and executed a spinning kick. The third person was kicked away, and the sole of her foot suddenly revealed a shiny wolf-tooth knife. She fiercely chopped down. The opponent was cut off from bottom to top, the spine severed, blood and internal organs spurted into the air, dripping down in a mist of blood. In the blood mist, Song Ke's expression was icy, her face like a fierce demon. Second one, she continued to count. Her feet never stopped, and her hands were not idle either. She held a blue blade between her fingertips, cutting back and forth, skillfully carving out a small opening with her powerful ability. Then, she freed up her hand, drew a cold and elegant jagged blade, and with a swift motion, the blade glittered with cold light. Overwhelming with absolute force, the sturdy earth ring crumbled. The earth element awakener spat out blood from his mouth, and Song Ke, with a swift motion, cut off his head. Third one. The desperate mercenary turned the surroundings into mud. Song Ke lifted her leg to sweep away the mud, covering everyone's vision. She hooked the dropped long spear with her toes, kicked it up, and grabbed the collar of one person with her hand. Head down, she pressed it into the muddy ground. The spear tip pierced through his chest. Fourth one. The awakener with the mangled chin tried to turn and run, but suddenly his mind went blank. Zhuang Qinjian remained calm, and with one stroke, he stabbed into his head. Blood soaked through the light-colored shirt, and the handsome face revealed a hint of cold ruthlessness. Fifth one. Zhuang Qinjian followed Song Ke in counting. Shaking off the mud, Song Ke looked at Zhuang Qinjian with a playful smile, as if to say, "You're dirty too." With bodies strewn about and blood forming a river, the 5 top-level awakeners died on the spot. Who was the hunter? Who was the prey? Just as a slight smile appeared on Song Ke's lips, her expression froze in an instant. A deadly iron chain swooped down, its chilling murderous intent almost tangible. Song Ke shifted her body to dodge, and the chain quickly turned back, heading towards Zhuang Qinjian. Hindered by the heavy mud, Song Ke jumped out without hesitation, throwing herself to protect Zhuang Qinjian. The spikes on the chain grazed her left shoulder, tearing off a layer of flesh. The S7 teenager from Vulture appeared in place, his emotionless gaze fixed on Song Ke. In Standard Alliance language, he said, "You have weaknesses, and those with weaknesses are destined to lose." The blood from her shoulder dripped onto Zhuang Qinjian's jade-like face. Song Ke smiled at him and used her sleeve to wipe away the blood. She rolled over and stood up. "I won't lose." In the high-altitude starship fleet, an impromptu command meeting was underway. At the moment, it seems that Song Ke's desire to protect the key is too strong. It's challenging to interrogate her by bypassing this. She registered as an S7 not long ago. How could she rise so quickly? Could there be a breakthrough in Ningrong's research? Someone murmured. The promotion of S-level awakeners not only relied on accumulated strength but also on opportunities. The average time for each level from S1 to S5 required 3 to 5 years. S6 and above levels were even more unpredictable. Song K, not being an early awakener, started at S7. Yet, who could easily ascend from S7 to S8 within just a year? The shadowy figure, Mr. Gu, gazed at the ever-changing spiritual weapons in Song K's hands through the screen. We can't let her freely transform. Iron chain will be used to restrain her first. Is flame on its way? It's on the way and expected to arrive in 17 minutes and 31 seconds. 17 minutes and 31 seconds, roughly the gap between two activations of blood-red building blocks. Bang, bang. The bodies on the ground constantly exploded with blood blossoms, and the sharp edges of the surrounding scenes diminished, becoming more rounded. Zhuang Qinjian's expression became solemn. As long as the blood-red building blocks existed, everything happening here would remain unknown, and they had to find a way to decipher it. The teenager, Iron Chain, stared darkly at Song K, and a strange smile curled on his lips. Is that so? But your teammates have already lost. Song K abruptly turned her head. The situation of Lin Yuyu and others was indeed not very good. It turned out that Fangs Higze and Su Xing were like little white rabbits in a pack of wolves, huddling together trembling. A group of fierce awakeners rushed over. Lu Xiao wielded the mechanical arm, while Zhuang Qinjian attacked with mental power to both attack and rescue. Iron Chain spoke and transformed into a weapon again, entangling her like a shadow. She could only defend while saving others. Song K rushed in front of Su Xing like lightning, using a horizontal slash to force the enemy back. However, in a moment of distraction, the dark tip pierced through her right forearm. Ignoring the injury, she swung the cold and jagged blade steadily, cutting through the chains with a deafening roar, and both of them retreated. Song K looked down, and Su Xing's fair arms were covered in scars, dripping with blood. Does it hurt? She asked softly. No, it doesn't hurt. Su Xing replied resolutely. Can you still walk on your legs? Su Xing's lower leg had just been dislocated by the ice ability. Even though Fangs Higze helped to set it back, he couldn't use it forcefully for a while. It hurt when he tried to stand. Sister, I'm fine. Su Xing shouted loudly. He knew the situation was critical, so he comforted Song K in return. Song K patted his fluffy head, looked up at Fangs Higze. His face was somewhat pale due to excessive use of abilities. You're injured, let me treat you, Fangs Higze said hastily. No need, save some energy. Song K pressed down his hand. The small wounds on her back had already healed. She placed the two of them next to Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao, turned around to support Lin Yuyu. At this moment, Lin Yuyu was too busy to take care of herself. Her face was full of shock and anger. There was actually a sound-type awakener specifically countering her. Her ability relied on lyrics, but as soon as she sang a few words, the opponent wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Lin Yuyu's lips were forcibly sealed, and she struggled to speak. Without support, Sucha struggled alone against A-level and S-level opponents, covered in wounds. Fangs Higze couldn't treat him in time. Song K descended from the sky, kicking away the strongest S-level with one foot. As soon as she landed, she pressed the face of the middle-aged woman targeting Sucha into the ground, snapped her neck, and then with a quick turn of her hand, thousands of plum blossom darts condensed out of thin air, piercing through the opponents instantly. 1215, 675, 988, 771, 1008, 321. In the earpiece, Zhuang Qinjian suddenly reported two coordinates. These were the calculated coordinates of the blood-red building block's linked core. Once one set of coordinates moved, the other set would be next. If they wanted to escape, they just needed to wait for the blocks to move and seize the opportunity to step into another edge, immediately teleporting away. Song K turned her head to meet his gaze. Apart from the two coordinates, Zhuang Qinjian didn't say anything else. Lin Yuyu and others looked confused, but Song K instantly understood his intention. Perhaps during this trip, Zhuang Qinjian had already sensed something, which was why he repeatedly reminded his teammates, if there's danger, you can escape. Even in dire situations, he would find a way to create opportunities. At a distance neither too far nor too near, Song K nodded firmly at him. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes softened, and he smiled beautifully. Crash! The ruins underfoot collapsed. Song K blocked a fatal blow for Sucha, but her thigh was grazed by an iron chain, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Captain! Song K! Song K! 3 different exclamations sounded simultaneously. Clatter! The blood-red building blocks reconfigured. Following the sound, Song K looked toward the third voice and coincidentally locked eyes with the dazed Duan Muqi and Xiao Chan. In an instant, she understood their situation. Duan Muqi suddenly realized that the mission target of these people was V587, which is why they were treated as witnesses and eliminated. Song K also understood. Once a domain-type ability descended, it would form an independent space. 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa failed to escape in time and were implicated by them. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Duan Muqi again. Duan Muqi tightly held the camping lantern in his arms, covered in cutting wounds all over his body, with pursuers vaguely visible behind him. Originally, he was silently screaming, "Save, save," but upon seeing the scene before him, he suddenly fell silent, his eyes revealing despair. V587's situation was not much better, no, even worse. In less than a fraction of a second, Song Kei made a decision. She raised her hand, conjuring a giant fan. With a heavy sweep, dust and smoke filled the air, further blurring the already chaotic vision. Song Kei gripped Lin Yuyu's hand and quickly said, "Next teleportation, go to the coordinates and leave." "Song Kei, why are you like this too?" Lin Yuyu's cheeks flushed. "No, I won't go. What is this? This is betrayal." With Sucha's talent for hiding, blending into the environment was not a problem. He could keep Lin Yuyu safe for a while, and as soon as the user of the blood-red building blocks died, they could escape. Song Kei looked at her calmly, shaking her head earnestly. "The Mirror Lake matter has been settled, you don't owe me. We are teammates." Lin Yuyu's tears blurred instantly. Song Kei knew, even after so long, there had always been a knot in her heart. "I can't protect everyone. Listen to the captain and leave first." Song Kei smiled at Lin Yuyu, like the adorable appearance she had when they first met. "Find a way to send a message." Sucha wanted to say something, but Song Kei slapped him on the forehead and pushed him to Lin Yuyu's side. "Wait for me outside." Watching the two run towards the coordinates, Song Kei turned to find Lu Xiao. "Lu, I'm not going," Lu Xiao spoke first. "I have something I must do. Don't stop me." His gaze was incredibly calm, faintly revealing an extreme madness. As the dust settled, endless attacks continued to approach. Song Kei no longer insisted, pressing down on Fang's Higso and Su Xing's wrists. In their moment of distraction, she lifted one with each hand. Pass. Two people were thrown into Duan Muqi and Xiao Chen's arms, subconsciously catching them. Bloodbat and Wolf Spider chased after them. Without a second thought, Song Kei's upper arm muscles surged, and the cold and jagged blade flew into the air, sweeping through the enemy. Faced with absolutely domineering awakened ability, the kite string and corrosive spider were nothing, all shattered to pieces. Reaching into the space, Song Kei pulled out a tightly sealed hemp bag, tossing it to Duan Muqi. "Take them and leave." The crimson light almost pierced through the surface, shocking Duan Muqi into a daze. It was clearly at least 200 or more level 4 crystals. As they proudly displayed the life-saving treasure, Song Kei wrinkled her small face, tightly clutching her own purse, and grumbled, "Too expensive? I won't use even one of them." The penny-pinching captain, without hesitation, emptied all of her resources to ensure the escape of her teammates. "Run first. I will take care of the domain-type awakener," Song Kei said to Duan Muqi with a serious expression. Duan Muqi choked up and nodded. "All right." Su Xing realized what was happening, flailing his limbs, tears and snot smearing his face. "No, I won't go. I want to be with my sister." "Xiao Xing, be good," Song Kei smiled. "Sister is strong. Go outside and wait for me, okay?" "No, I don't want to." The child refused to listen, struggling incessantly and being tightly held by Xiao Chen. Duan Muqi inserted crystals into a groove, activating random teleportation. The four of them disappeared on the spot. Click, the blood-red building blocks moved again. Zhuang Qinjian's calculations were correct. Sucha and Lin Yuyu, standing on the edge, were smoothly teleported away. Two unfamiliar starships appeared, and the doors opened. S-levels, extending endlessly into the distance, stared menacingly below. The previous attack was indeed just a probe. With the final puzzle piece in place, the entire pursuing team revealed themselves. Zhuang Qinjian's heart sank gradually. This quantity. Did they transport all the S-levels from Utopia here? On the starship hovering in the sky, cold commands were issued one after another. Prepare for a total assault. Prioritize killing the S8. 6 people are escaping. Vulture team, clear them immediately. No witnesses. Mr. Gu, Flame is here. The chaotic scene now only had 3 people left, 1 S8 and 2 S6. Song Kei's skin was covered with dreadful lacerations, crisscrossing all over. Only her left leg remained intact. Having spent too much awakened energy in the recent rescue, Song Kei reached into her pocket, pinched something inside, and looked ahead. The second S7. A stunning woman sat at the door of the starship, around 20 years old, wearing vulture uniform, with a flame totem on her forehead. Her gaze firmly locked onto Song Kei. She was the highest-ranking awakener among the opponents, codenamed Flame. The awakener codenamed Flame lightly opened her crimson lips, chanting a requiem for the departed souls. Before this operation, they carefully studied the report of the assassination attempt on Ye Zheng. Even when Song Kei was still S7, she could single-handedly take on hundreds of opponents. Surrounding her with a crowd tactic would not work unless her ability was severed. But maintaining the severance of the ability of an S8 continuously was far beyond her ability. With the chant of flame, a continuous stream of crimson crystals was delivered into her hands, providing her with a source of energy. Song Kei raised the cold and jagged blade to the level of her eyebrows, confronting the opponent head-on. Flame's ability was very simple, just flame. She didn't even have an offensive means, only serving as a support. However, with the most basic fire ability, she reached the level of S7, making her strength something that no one could underestimate. Boom! A towering flame engulfed Song Kei. Jennifer's intense fire was nowhere near comparable. This was a fire attached deep within the soul, capable of burning away the source of all evils in the magnetic field. When it blazed, it could incinerate everything. Blisters formed on Song Kei's hands, and she quickly realized that she couldn't condense the spiritual weapon into shape. Worse still, after the surrounding air burned away, it formed a vacuum-like area, isolating radiation. For a moment, Song Kei couldn't even sense her own awakened energy. Fire overcomes metal. When an ability is refined to the extreme, even facing an S8, it can temporarily suppress it. In terms of strength, Flame was not Song Kei's match, but her role was only to restrain and prevent Song Kei's ability from taking effect. Losing the formidable spiritual weapon and the domineering awakened energy, Song Kei was just an ordinary person with bare hands. Song Kei's pause was only a moment, but it was enough. Hundreds of S-levels rushed over like wolves. She shattered the abdomen of the opponent in front of her with a punch, cleanly killing a dozen people. However, without weapons, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Iron chain pierced through the wheelchair of Lu Xiao, the dense code wall disappeared, and Lu Xiao fell to the ground in a sorry state. The frail young man, who had lost his legs, couldn't stand on his own and could only crawl on all fours. Like a slow-motion scene from a movie, Song Kei rolled on the ground, the clear sounds of every rib breaking in her body echoing distinctly. A foot stepped on her head, applying force downward. The sharp iron chain pierced through her shoulder blades. It was Iron Chain. His shape-shifting ability could transform any part of his body. The youth coldly said, "You've lost?" As the iron chain was about to pierce through Song Kei, a bony and slender hand gripped the middle section, preventing it from taking the next step. Blood flowed down the chain, hot liquid dripping onto Song Kei's eyelashes, turning her vision crimson. It was Zhuang Qinjian. He knelt in front of Song Kei, holding the wound that pierced through her, and said heavily, "Stop." Zhuang Qinjian looked towards the sky, his voice light and steady, "I can activate the central hub, but the condition is, release her first." As this statement was uttered, countless people in the starship instantly sat up straight. Iron Chain received the order and reluctantly retracted the chain. The central hub with the Kindlin logo quickly appeared and smoothly stopped in front. Zhuang Qinjian took out a new wheelchair from the space and helped Lu Xiao sit back. Then he returned to the battered Song Kei, gently holding her and whispering by her ear like a lover, "Song Kei, at 3 o'clock direction, the third ship from the right, the user of the blood-red building blocks is there. I'll control Flame. You have 30 seconds to kill him." Song Kei nodded silently. Zhuang Qinjian lifted her face, lightly kissed her forehead, and then stood up, striding towards the central hub. "My father, the father of the Alliance's genetic engineering, the founder of the Kindlin Research Institute, Vincent Zhuang, sealed all his life's efforts and research results in this central hub. The core of the eternal life plan that you want." Zhuang Qinjian lightly tapped the shell with his fingertip, and the small sound echoed in the entire open space, along with permanent life, powerful abilities, and clear consciousness. "Everything you desire. It's all inside here." Zhuang Qinjian actually disclosed the secrets of the central hub. The Awakeners' expressions on the scene changed in an instant. Many of them were not clear about the true purpose of this operation. Now that the mystery was revealed, greedy eyes stared closely at his every move. Meanwhile, Song Kei and Lu Xiao in the back row were being ignored. Zhuang Qinjian calmly scanned his iris, fingerprint, and entered the authorization password. The giant central hub that had been silent for 13 years, under his operation, successfully rebooted. 2 lines of text appeared successively. Recognition successful. Root. Soft white light illuminated, and after the startup music, the central hub entered the main page. Someone couldn't restrain themselves and stood up. That was the secret about eternal life? The Awakeners, each harboring their own intentions, were restless, eager to take advantage and sneak a peek. Xieping's voice trembled. Quickly connect, copy everything. Even Mr. Gu was no longer calm. Synchronize the main page immediately. The artificial intelligence operated rapidly, extracting relevant data. At the same time, Song Kei took something out of her pocket, bit open a vial, and injected herself with a sealing agent into her neck. This was a miraculous potion developed by an A5-level healing awakener, capable of revitalizing the combat capabilities of disabled individuals. After the loading of the page was complete, the entire area was filled with endless silence. How is this possible? Xieping's hoarse exclamation cut through the night sky. In Vincent's preserved central hub, there were no files whatsoever. An empty space. Was it deleted? It can be restored. It must be restorable. Amidst the chaotic background noise, Flame suddenly experienced a splitting headache, and her feet slipped, falling into midair. At the same time, an agile figure leaped high. Song Kei pounced towards the third starship on the right, a huge hammer appearing in her hand, and with terrifying strength, she shattered the porthole. Boom! Xia Yinkai met a pair of cold eyes. Sucha lay low in the darkness, carefully observing the surrounding environment, a solemn shadow falling on his slightly pursed lips. There was a faint movement above his head. His gaze sharp, he grabbed Lin Yuyu's wrist and swiftly entered an abandoned house. A dark, heavily armed fleet flew past, heading in the same direction. Sucha opened the terminal, attempting to communicate with the outside world, but the signal remained blocked. His heart sank, and he realized that the person behind him had been silent all along. Sucha turned around, Lin Yuyu's eyes lowered, her expression unclear. "What's wrong?" "I was thinking, actually, I don't have many friends." Sucha looked at her quietly. When Lin Yuyu spoke, he was always a good listener. "I sing well, considered successful as a celebrity, and many fans claim to love me, but they are too far away from me." Lin Yuyo murmured softly. After Lin Xiu's incident, I became selfish, always considering myself first. I know, I have a bad personality, so for a long time, I thought I wouldn't have friends, lovers, or family, wouldn't establish stable intimate relationships. The confident and radiant big celebrity now looked incredibly lost. Sucha opened his mouth, unsure of what comforting words to say. He hated his own clumsiness for the first time. Lin Yuyo was silent for a moment, then took out a clear white crystal, which was only level 1. No one would take a second look at it in today's V587. However, Sucha instantly realized that this was likely the one they snatched from Song Ke during the throne race. After all this time, Lin Yuyu had been carrying it with her. Song Ke said we are teammates. But teammates, clearly, are even more intimate than friends. It's a relationship worth entrusting your back to, a bond of trust. Lin Yuyu slowly clenched the crystal in her palm. During the Mirror Lake incident, I could find excuses for myself because I had to save Lin Xiu. But now, if I run away now, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Lin Yuyu sniffled, her voice choked. She lied to me. She can't come out. Zhuang Qinjian is the Xiezhou the entire alliance is looking for. They can't escape. Tears uncontrollably fell, and Lin Yuyo cried without making a sound, but it caused a painful twist in the hearts of those who witnessed it. Subtle emotions kept assaulting Sucha. He slowly raised his hand, the rough fingertips clumsily wiping away her tears. The moist sensation penetrated through the black fingerless gloves, reaching deep into the skin, creating an entangled and unresolved feeling. Let's go back, Sucha sighed. Lin Yuyo looked up, revealing a damp face, her throat feeling sour and difficult to articulate. Sucha focused on her, his young face resolute and calm. I'll accompany you back. You don't have to accompany me. Do you know what we'll face if we go back now? Lin Yuyo held his broad hand, lingering on her cheek. There are probably hundreds of S-levels there, and going back might mean giving away our lives. So, you don't have to be so obedient. It's not like you've sold your life to me. You can have your own thoughts. Lin Yuyo's tearful eyes shook, and she shook her head with a smile. How long has it been since I paid you a salary, silly dog? Sucha's shoulders were broad, his back straight. His black shirt was soaked with dark-colored blood, his gaze clear and determined. The captain has already paid the salary. I want to go back. After joining V587, Sucha's pocket money was indeed always stuffed by Song Ke, but they tacitly understood that their return was not for the money. Do you not regret it? Lin Yuyu confirmed. I don't regret it, Sucha nodded. Lin Yuyu traced the tattoo on Sucha's nape, applying a slight pressure. She had to tiptoe to reach his cold forehead. All right. Years ago, during a heavy rain, she had found a soaked puppy. Now, that little dog had grown into a loyal knight. Lin Yuyu wiped away her tears, found a quiet place, clapped her face with both hands. A female celebrity's facial expression management was unparalleled. In a blink, she put on a radiant smile and carefully took out a light screen. A holographic projection appeared, and Lin Xiu lazily lounged on the sofa. Lin Yuyu, your wings have gotten stronger, huh? You haven't said hello to me for several days. Lin Yuyu smiled. Lin Xiu, I'm going on a long journey. We might not see each other for a while. Entertain yourself. Lin Xiu instantly sat up. Where are you going? Can't you take me with you? What kind of place doesn't even allow the use of a light screen? She suddenly approached. Wait a minute, something's not right. Did you cry? Who bullied you? This light screen is the latest model, and I've granted you all the permissions, Lin Yuyo said casually. Watch some shows, play some games during your free time. Don't get bored, quickly catch up with the pace of the times, don't be like an outdated little old lady. You brat, you better explain clearly to your sister. Where are you going? Lin Xiu stomped her foot, feeling inexplicably anxious. Sis, I love you so much. Lin Yuyu leaned in and kissed her on the cheek in the void. Then she made a tough decision, cut off the projection, switched to low power mode, bundled the light screen and locator together, wrapped it in isolation clothing, dug a deep hole, buried everything underground, silently thinking, Lin Xiu, if I can come back, I'll dig you out and apologize, okay. Lin Yuyu stood up, looked at Sucha, her eyes, washed by tears, shining and beautiful. Let's go. Asterisk. The deafening roar of artillery echoed at Novel Bin at. Simon wore a command headset, his eyes cold and excited. Gu Hongii handed over the command of the aerial bombardment to him, and he didn't hesitate to choose the magnetic burst bomb. This type of projectile was specifically designed for individuals with awakened abilities. Once it hit the target, it not only shattered the body but also forcibly blocked the magnetic field within the body, making it an excellent weapon against Song Ke's second ability. Open maximum firepower, blast her to pieces. The scorching air currents brushed against Song Ke's hair. She narrowly avoided it, weaving through the intermittent explosions. Facing hundreds of S-ranks alone, she remained calm, with metal fragments flying and blades shooting out, knocking down opposing awakeners. Various spiritual weapons spun around her. Song Ke stood alone at the front, like a tower constantly battered by waves. Those who collided with her met only a fate of being crushed into pieces. She raised her hand and wielded the scythe of death, penetrating the bodies of the enemies instantly. Simon, frustrated, shouted, aim and shoot, hit her heart, hit her limbs. No matter how powerful an S8 was or how incredible their self-healing abilities, once their body turned into debris, there was only one way to go: death. Zhuang Qinjian ran while restraining flame. Suddenly, a pitch-black iron chain approached him. His eyes narrowed, swiftly evading it. Ding! A shockwave resonated in his consciousness. Zhuang Qinjian raised his head abruptly, looking toward a seemingly inconspicuous starship in the sky. Aaron had used knowledge deprivation on him? Zhuang Qinjian's expression turned icy. He separated his mental ability to counterattack. The fierce mental force pierced back, and Aaron hastily evaded, reluctantly stopping. His gaze showed a hint of regret. Breaking through the mental barrier of an S6 was too difficult unless he could make the opponent's mind chaotic. However, during this pause, Iron Chain seized the opportunity, piercing through his right shin mercilessly. Blood sprayed like a fountain, and he staggered to the ground. Simultaneously, numerous magnetic burst bombs targeted him, raising a dense cloud of smoke over a dozen meters high. Boom! In this critical moment, Song Ke flew over, rolled, and caught him in a waist embrace. A dark blue giant umbrella appeared in the nick of time, shielding both of them from the exploding shells. She then reversed her hand to cut the chain. Iron Chain shrieked in pain, struggling violently. The tip withdrew from between Zhuang Qinjian's legs. Song Ke pressed down on his wound, about to counterattack. However, the moment she stood up, she suddenly swayed. The next second, a 2-inch thick, ferocious chain pierced through her shoulder blades. Song Ke blinked slowly, realizing belatedly that the sealing agent's time limit had passed. Snap! The wheelchair shattered into pieces, and Lu Xiao once again rolled onto the ground. The 101,010 branches and twigs dispersed, Lu Qiaozhuo strode forward. The solidified phantom reached out and grabbed his silver hair, forcing him to lift his head, his expression twisted yet pleased. I've been looking for you for a long time. Vast amounts of data condensed into a long spear, thrusting into the connection point of Lu Xiao's external arm. Crack! The first, the second, the third connection broke. You are my most beloved child. Even if you commit heinous crimes, I've given you opportunities. You should have obeyed, stayed in the death prison and never come out. Lu Xiao's eyes revealed undisguised mockery, just a bunch of basic level codes, thinking of being my mother. Ugh. The fourth mechanical arm was broken, and he writhed in pain, curling into a ball. Lu Qiaozhuo's movements paused for a moment, a hint of struggling pain flashed across his expression. Xiao, get lost. Lu Xiao's face turned pale. He tapped the code with his fingertips, and a data wall rose out of nowhere, forcefully pushing Lu Qiaozhuo away. Using the remaining 2 mechanical arms to support himself, he stood up. Due to the physical mutilation, the position of his legs was empty. He staggered back 2 steps and collided with Song Ke, both falling to the ground. Within the encirclement, the 3 members of V587 were isolated and helpless, covered in wounds. In the midst of the rubble and wreckage, thick smoke billowed into the sky, and the long night seemed endless. At this moment, a pair of gentle hands grasped Song Ke's shoulders, slowly helping her up. Song Ke turned around vigilantly, unexpectedly seeing Lin Yuyu and Sucha. Didn't you guys run away? We came back, Sucha replied quietly. Song Ke was a bit angry. Why come back? Didn't I tell you to leave? Lin Yuyu playfully tapped her forehead. Throwing a tantrum now? We're still teammates. Song Ke, do you know what teammates are? Teammates are meant to fight side by side until the last moment. You invited us to join V587 back then, and now, don't even think about chasing us away. Song Ke was anxious. Lin Yuyu interrupted her. It was you who said welcome to join V587. We will forever be part of the team. I won't betray you again. Before heading to District B, Song Ke extended her hand with a radiant smile. Welcome to join V587. From that moment on, the destinies of the 7 of them were tightly bound together. Lin Yuyu's attitude remained firm, and Song Ke, feeling helpless and bitter, sniffed lightly and muttered, "Fool." But she didn't insist on asking them to leave. Zhuang Qinjian staggered to his feet. After a year, he limped again, the same leg, an unfortunate twist of fate. All right, we can catch up on old times later. For now, listen to my command. He gazed deeply at a certain direction. Kill Flame first. A needle sealed the blood vessels, and both Song Ke and Sucha rushed forward. Flame, who could erase their abilities, began to burn fiercely again. It was about to pounce on Song Ke when a cage made of woven data suddenly dropped, forming an immense density of code that the flames couldn't instantly burn through. Lu Xiao seized the opportunity, established a deep-level connection through the terminal, and invaded the consciousness of Flame. With a perfect coordination, Song Ke closed in instantly. In the vast world of data, Flame sweated profusely, unable to move. In a crucial moment, the firewall swiftly counterattacked, keeping Lu Xiao's Trojan horse outside. The super artificial intelligence forcibly awakened her. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sucha's tri-edged military dagger pierced the Flame's forehead, twisted it around, the blood vessel soaked with blood. Almost simultaneously, Song Ke severed Flame's head. Violent attacks rained down on the two, and the magnetic burst bombs illuminated the entire area with a white light, making it impossible to open their eyes. Under the overwhelming firepower, they couldn't last more than 5 seconds. Lin Yuyu took a step forward. Her lips were still restricted, unable to sing any lyrics. But she took a deep breath and sang a wordless ethereal song. Even she didn't know what would happen. Iron Chain ahead looked up. Whoosh whoosh. A deep roar echoed from the distant sea, and colossal waves surged into the sky. It was as if a boiling oil pot had exploded, turning the entire area of Lok into chaos. The surging sea water turned into scattered water splashes, and a massive tsunami with a tremendous momentum suddenly struck. The imminent magnetic bomb explosions were silenced, and there was a vague sight of some gigantic creature flying high above. The land shook incessantly, and eerie auroras flashed amid the intense radiation turmoil. Splash! Splash! Countless people were lifted into the air by the waves, then fell back into the water. Even the starships hovering at low altitudes were engulfed, and the backflowing sea water submerged the entire area. What the heck is this? Isn't she an A-ranker? Adat novel bin Adat. Kill her quickly. Awakeners changed direction and rushed towards Lin Yuyu. Song Ke took the lead, blocking all attacks with sheer strength. A black iron chain broke through the waves, precisely finding Lin Yuyu, and rapidly thrusting towards her. Lin Yuyu's pupils contracted as she was paralyzed by the terrifying pressure, unable to move her feet. In the nick of time, Sucha suddenly appeared and pulled her into his arms, shielding her completely. In the confrontation between S7 and A8, there was no chance of victory from the beginning. The icy tip of the chain pierced Sucha and penetrated Lin Yuyu unstoppably. When it was about to go further, a sharp pain suddenly came, and Zhuang Qinjian firmly stepped on the end with his left foot. Sucha's blood flowed profusely as he tightly gripped the chain, letting the blood soak into the deadly weapon. Lin Yuyu's eyes teared up as she took a spiritual weapon plum blossom hairpin from her hair and fiercely stabbed the iron chain. A howl echoed as the young man transformed back to human form in a miserable state. You all deserve to die. His hoarse threat abruptly stopped. The young man suddenly lowered his head, his expression becoming extremely ugly. From head to toe, a dark green color emerged, a sign of poisoning. You did it on purpose, poison. Before finishing his words, the neurotoxin invaded his brain, and he collapsed. The top assassin of the Vulture, S7 codenamed Iron Chain, unexpectedly died at the hands of the relatively unknown A8. At the moment of the overwhelming tsunami, Lin Yuyu smiled at Sucha. Are we going to die? Sucha pressed down on the bleeding wound in front of her, silent. Lin Yuyu held his hand, signaling him not to waste his efforts. Before we die, can you say something nice, just to make me happy? As life rapidly slipped away, Lin Yuyu's consciousness became somewhat hazy, but she couldn't help teasing the solemn figure in front of her. Be honest, do you like this, sister? Boom! The seawater rushed into their nostrils, and the two were separated by the waves. Lin Yuyu's limbs were cold and powerless, drowning in the suffocating sensation of water. A pair of strong arms securely held her, and Sucha embraced the most precious person in the world, gesturing slowly. I like you, you gave me a second chance at life. I love you. Lin Yuyu genuinely smiled, and Sucha lowered his head to her lips, resuscitating her. The two sank together in the midst of their intimate moment. Lu Xiao was left with only a damaged silver mechanical arm. Lu Qiuzhuo stepped on his face, and in his identical ice blue eyes, a faint trace of pity flashed. A useless waste who can't even stand. Still want revenge. Lu Xiao lowered his head in silence. The last mechanical arm was located at the back, and in order to pull it out, Lu Qiuzhuo had to bend down and reach behind him. At this moment, a certain old terminal lit up. Lu Xiao's eyelashes flickered slightly. Ha! With a faint sound of skin being pierced, the silver-white robotic arm suddenly extended, piercing into Lu Qiuzhuo's back. Lu Qiuzhuo's movements froze, not because the program was damaged, but because he lost connection with the super artificial intelligence. For a split second, there was a disturbance in all District B terminals, the system commissioning platform, and electronic devices of the Alliance. It was brief and went unnoticed by anyone. Asterisk. In the distant District B8, Urgia, a young man with ice blue eyes, hands in his pockets, gazed up at the highly virtual city in front of him. So, this is the paradise of artificial intelligence. A playful smile appeared on his lips. The direct descendants of the Lu family had already ascended to Utopia, leaving only distant branches and maintenance personnel here. With fewer people, the environment was quiet and withering. The young man brushed past a passerby. The person suddenly turned around, stared at his face for a few seconds, and exclaimed, Xinglan? How come you're back? Lu Xinglan smiled at him, exuding elegance in every gesture. Feeling a bit confused, wanted to see mother. The passerby didn't doubt him. After all, the Lu family's knowledge came from the super artificial intelligence, and all members regularly underwent mind connections. Still, he joked, you've been out for quite a while, remember the password? Of course, Lu Xinglan smiled faintly, eternal and unforgettable. 7 firewalls, 7 different passwords. Lu Xinglan strolled leisurely, smoothly entering the greenhouse without hindrance. Then he stopped, looking at the withered tree in the center, his handsome profile expressionless. The withered tree flickered, showing signs of intense emotion, apparently caught up in some kind of turmoil, unaware of his arrival. Lu Xinglan gazed silently for a moment, seeming a bit puzzled. For artificial intelligence, exposing the true self is a taboo, but you've never had this trouble. Let me think, you're the first AI born with autonomous consciousness. What do they call you? The respected mother? Such grandeur. But I don't understand one thing. If you're so powerful, why seek a replacement? Too bad, I can't kill you alone. Lu Xinglan shook his head, fingertips gracefully writing down fluent code. But please witness the moment I become the next messiah. He smiled and gently called out, Mean Mutter, my mother, ... A red Trojan horse poured out from within him, flowing towards the withered branches of the tree in front of him. A moment later, a sharp alarm echoed through the entire greenhouse, and a phantom figure emitted agonizing screams. The world went offline for a second. Asterisk. The image of Lukiajuo flickered like snowflakes, dissipating in front of him. The signal in the Loke region was restored. Lu Xiao retracted the rhenium arm, revealing a calm smile. He had never smiled so happily before. But then, his expression changed drastically. Captain. Boom! Song Ke was hit by the magnetic burst bomb, and her entire body flew backward. Bones and muscles cracked, and her left leg disintegrated into fragments in the dazzling light. Good, direct hit. Simon exclaimed excitedly. Song Ke. Zhuang Qinjian's pupils contracted. He jumped into the sea to hold her, his fingertips trembling. A continuous flow of fresh blood spread out, shockingly dyeing a large area of the sea red. The magnetic field at the severed limb was blocked. Song Ke's awakened energy was blocked, making it difficult for her to concentrate for a moment. Zhuang Qinjian's chest heaved, randomly touching her cheek, from ribs to cavity, abdomen to spleen, all shattered by the bombardment. He buried his face in the nape of Song Ke's neck, and in that instant, pain flowed from limbs to heart. I'm sorry. Zhuang Qinjian cried. It's okay, it can grow back. With one hand, Song Ke comforted him, smiling and pointing to her severed leg. I'm very, very powerful. Zhuang Qinjian's voice choked. Do you blame me? Blame me for not saying what they wanted. In fact, lack 0017. Don't say it. Song Ke interrupted, patting his cheek. It didn't hurt at all. She looked at him with clear and determined eyes. Zhuang Qinjian didn't say it, and Xiezhou also can't say it. Here, the Zhuang Qinjian she was referring to was Vincent. Zhuang Qinjian opened his mouth to say something, but those words were too difficult, and they choked in his throat before being spoken. She understood everything. I seem to have heard Xiao Xing's voice. Song Ke raised her head in confusion and looked into the distance. Zhuang Qinjian focused his mind and listened for a while. It's not an illusion, I heard it too. The first ray of dawn appeared on the horizon, and the magnificent silver-white starship was rapidly approaching. Sister, sister. A familiar shout echoed faintly. The powerful gravity ability descended, the tsunami gradually receded, and Song Ke struggled to recognize the person. It seems like General Ye. Zhuang Qinjian, as if sensing something, raised his eyes. Apart from Ye Zhang, he also met another gaze. The figure was backlit, and the face couldn't be clearly seen, but the military uniform was discernible. The clear voice echoed in the high sky. I am Xiao Lan, as the Supreme Commander of the Azure Phoenix Army, and the Acting Chairman of Amira, District A2, I order all personnel on site to cease all military operations. Violators will be executed. Half an hour ago, Fenak border. Duan Muqi held Su Xing, and Xiao Chen and Fang's Higzo closely followed. The four moved constantly in the wilderness. After the blood-red building blocks disappeared, they were no longer trapped in one place, but due to the randomness of teleportation, they had to reconfirm their direction each time they landed. No, it's reversed. Xiao Chen lowered his head to check the navigation and quickly reminded them. They had just crossed the border, and unexpectedly, they were teleported back. Duan Muqi's fingers moved mechanically, faintly beginning to cramp, but he dared not stop, urgently activating the camping lamp second by second. Swish! Random teleportation took effect. In the frozen moment of the scene, Duan Muqi's heart stopped suddenly. This time, the teleportation had brought them right in front of the enemy. Bloodbat and Wolf Spider looked unexpectedly at them, less than 10 meters away. They didn't expect the prey to deliver itself automatically. For a moment, they were caught off guard. Duan Muqi's breathing became rapid. He quickly reached for another crystal, but Gusta's reaction was faster. His S-level ability Biological Electric Current was activated, and Duan Muqi trembled all over as the bag filled with crystals suddenly slipped from his hand. A silver arc of light cut through, an invisible kite string severed the woven rope, and the bright red crystals scattered on the ground. No! Duan Muqi's scream stuck in his throat. Thick thorns burst from the ground, futilely trying to retrieve the scattered crystals. Su Xing's pupils contracted, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, and ice needles shot out towards the opposite side. Bloodbat hastily evaded. Meanwhile, Fang's Higzo, relying on his proficient technique of picking up crystals for a long time, quickly grabbed one. Just as he was about to put it into the camping lamp, a group of corrosive spiders appeared out of thin air. They were about to bite his wrist. The kite string of impending death cut through the throat, and Duan Muqi closed his eyes in despair. In the end, was there no way to escape? Ayah! A piercing scream tore through the air, but it did not come from their side. Duan Muqi suddenly opened his eyes and saw a piece of flesh and blood flying off the back of the wolf spider, and blood splattered out. Around them, countless fallen of Huangyuan, their long and ghostly figures bathed in blood red, emerged all over the mountains and plains. Duan Muqi, in disbelief, widened his eyes. No, they were not zombies. In the distance, on a tall tower, a figure stood, letting out a distant and prolonged howl. Bloodbat and Wolf Spider were already heavily injured by Song Ke, their strength dropping to almost A level. These blood zombies, like locusts, incessantly emerged, attacking them. Even with their abilities, they couldn't kill them all. Limbs and heads were bitten off alive, and the gruesome scene of blood and flesh was horrifying to the point of nausea. Not long after, the pursuers turned into blood mud on the ground. Su Xing's eyes were swollen like peaches, crying so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. Ada. Ada didn't approach. Across the distant space, she growled a few times. The remaining blood corpses retreated like a tide, disappearing from view. Duan Muqi was filled with tears, choked with grief. This A-level mission had completely changed his fate. He successfully obtained qualifications for District B but lost 2 close friends. He could never have imagined that one day he would be saved by zombies. With the crisis averted, the 4 were exhausted, dragging their heavy bodies to pick up crystals scattered on the ground. The whistling of engines came from above, and a familiar voice sounded, "Descend in altitude, survivors found ahead." Ye Zime squinted to identify and then exclaimed, "Su Xing? Dr. Fang? It's V587. Come quickly to save them." Ada's blurred features glanced at them deeply. Against the sunlight, she turned and disappeared on the horizon. Asterisk. The silver-white starship countered Utopia's Black Fleet. In District A2, Amira, the military center of the New Asia Alliance, was of importance second only to the Central Court, yet it was not directly under its jurisdiction. Amira had its independent garrison. Once a war broke out or an emergency occurred, it could mobilize the armed forces of the entire alliance. After Utopia ascended, following a power struggle, the original president was forced to step down. The new ruler rotated among the magistrates in District B, with Xiaolan assuming the first rotating presidency. Xiaolan brought not only the Azure Phoenix army but also top-level awakeners from places like Kongsang, District B7, Esker, District B9, Northern Base, District B10, and Minlan, District B16. If Gu Hongii had mobilized half of Utopia's S-class, then Xiaolan led the assembly of the strongest ground-armed forces, causing the awakened energy concentration in the entire Lok region to reach a frightening threshold. The tense atmosphere was on the verge of eruption. Xiaoyan's orders were concise and to the point, and her tone could even be considered calm. However, under the powerful force of intimidation, no one dared to act rashly. Ye Zheng used gravity to make the tide recede, and the battered trio of Song Ke stumbled to stand firm. Countless familiar awakeners jumped down from the silver-white starship, Ling siblings, Bai Qi, Zhao Yuking, Yin Xiao, and members of the Tustan team. Held by Fang's Higzu, Su Xing was anxious. Finally reaching Song Ke, he saw her broken leg, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. He cried loudly, as if he had grown up overnight, feeling his own powerlessness. But Song Ke had no time to comfort him. Anxiously, she shouted to everyone, "Go find Yuyu and Sucha." Lin Yuyu's singing triggered a tsunami, but she couldn't swim at all, and the two never surfaced after falling into the sea. Jennifer's eyes were red. "I'm going right away." Zhao Yuking stood up, "I'll go with you." She was a water-type awakener, making it easier to find people in the sea. Yin Xiao's face had no previous carefree expression. His lips were tightly pursed, and he looked unusually serious. "Your injuries cannot be delayed." The 3 were lifted onto stretchers and connected to medical pods for treatment. Feng's Higzu, with depleted awakener abilities, helped them bandage their wounds. Zhuang Qinjian quietly raised his eyes, looking towards a high place. After many years, he and Xiaolan, his mother, met again. Xiaolan looked at his unfamiliar yet familiar face, her gaze complicated. Zhuang Qinjian didn't know what expression to make. He stared at the other person for a moment, smiled slowly, and lowered his gaze. A tall young man in Azure Phoenix uniform crossed the battlefield and crouched down in front of Song Ke. Sensing someone approaching, Song Ke instinctively looked up, then exclaimed in surprise, "And Quen." And Quen's eyebrows and eyes relaxed as he nodded calmly, "Long time no see, Song Ke." His face showed the joy of meeting an old friend, but also, an enduring sorrow. "Take good care of your injuries, leave the rest to us." And Quen patted her shoulder and then looked towards the sky where Simon was, a dark fire burning in his eyes. According to intelligence, this was the owner of the Bloody Hunter, the man behind sending Punk to Ferrara. Team 11, all members, follow my orders. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, Song Ke's thoughts were a bit hazy. Through in Qwen's back, she vaguely saw another person. In the tense atmosphere, the two confronting sides entered a stalemate. With tubes all over her body, Song Ke leaned closer to Zhuang Qinjian's ear and whispered, "Is that your mom?" She had seen images of Xiezhou when he was a teenager. Although it was a fleeting glimpse, the memory was deep. They looked too similar, same black hair and dark eyes, distinctive facial features, unforgettable at a glance, even the teardrop mole at the corner of their eyes was identical. Zhuang Qinjian nodded silently, "Yes. Adat novel bin adat. Your mom is really beautiful," Song Ke sincerely praised. Zhuang Qinjian sighed silently. The little girl seemed to have learned the habit of admiring beauty from someone. It was deeply ingrained. In the center of the battlefield, a sudden change occurred. Several resentful Utopia awakeners, taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, launched a sudden attack. "I said, violators will be exterminated." Xiaoyan's eyes and brows chilled. With the prohibition of Azure Phoenix's command, those offenders were instantly blasted into debris by awakener abilities. Song Ke shrank her head, feeling a chill on her neck. She's a bit fierce." The scene froze again, a deathly silence. At that moment, the authoritative voice of Gu Hongii echoed through the speakers. The two generals arrived very quickly. His words had an underlying meaning. The signal block in Lok had just been lifted, and they arrived on the scene. Surely, they didn't just receive the message, it was highly likely that they had been hovering nearby for a while, hindered only by the blood-red building blocks from entering. Xie Yan's gaze swept over the disheveled and breathless Xie Ping in the corner, her eyes filled with coldness. Gu Hongyi noticed her glance and spoke slowly, General Xie, no need to be angry. This person underneath also comes from your Xie family. His name is Xiezhou, the key to the eternal life plan. Carefully speaking, you should be the person most aware of his identity. Xiezhou is a first-level wanted criminal in the Alliance, and I have the right to arrest him. Xie Yan's expression turned icy. May I ask, former leader, what crime has he committed? Gu Hongyi needled subtly, anti-human crimes. You cannot arrest him. An elderly voice spoke up, and Ye Zheng casually dropped a bombshell. He is the next magistrate of the northern base. The charges you mentioned do not hold. Gu Hongyi was momentarily stunned, never expecting that Ye Zheng would use this method to protect Xiezhou. He felt absurd, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Ye Zheng, the northern base is said to be humanity's last hope, but the person you chose would rather witness humanity's demise with open eyes. Ye Zheng, accustomed to verbal sparring, was unfazed by his mockery. A few days ago, Xiezhou voluntarily approached me and submitted Dr. Zhuang Qinjian's research results before his death, including parts related to the eternal life plan. Under the guidance of Dr. Ning Rong, the northern base, in collaboration with 12 other district BS, is conducting in-depth research on organ regeneration. So, Xiezhou is innocent. As soon as these words fell, the listeners erupted in uproar. Utopia's command channel was in chaos. What? Ye Zheng already has the data. What right does their District B have to conduct independent research beyond Utopia? No, this can't be private. Make them hand it over. Ye Zheng's words brought back reason that had been swallowed by desire. The awakeners on the scene collectively stopped their actions, their expressions hesitant and uncertain. Gu Hongyi was too taken aback. He looked at Zhuang Qinjian in silence for a long time. He never expected that he would be one step ahead and hand the materials to Ye Zheng. Is this your way out? Lu Xiao, leaning wearily against the medical pod, tugged at the corner of his mouth. Kind of. After careful consideration, Zhuang Qinjian decided to let some of the information see the light of day. He organized the content on the way here, had the Ling siblings deliver it to Dr. Ning Rong, and confessed to Ye Zheng that the journey was fraught with danger. If he lost contact for more than a day, something had happened. While speaking, Song Ke tugged at Fang's Higsu's sleeve, with a shy face extending her hand. Old Fang, get me another sealing agent. Fang's Higsu shook his head solemnly. Stop injecting, it's useless. Fang's Higsu had given 2 sealing agents to each person of V587, not because he was stingy, but because the third dose was ineffective. This type of potion relied on short-term stimulation, not to mention the severe side effects. If injected frequently, it would develop resistance, rendering subsequent doses nearly ineffective. Song Ke pursed her lips, showing disappointment. Her awakened energy was in turmoil, unable to find an outlet. She couldn't use her awakened abilities, and her fingers were difficult to control, sometimes twitching involuntarily. The confrontation continued. Utopia demanded data sharing, but Ye Zheng only said, relevant research will be conducted on the ground. The other side immediately erupted in anger. Ye Zheng, what do you mean by this? Ye Zheng remained calm, and the S-level pressure filled the entire room. Utopia does not represent the Alliance, nor does it represent District B. Before Gu Hongyi could respond, the more impulsive Minlan magistrate already cursed loudly. So, the meaning is, I've had enough. Go to hell, Central Court. From now on, the sky belongs to you, the ground belongs to us, and no one should interfere with each other. The vulgar declaration plunged the scene into silence. However, the other District B magistrates remained calm, apparently having reached a consensus. Is this your determination? Gu Hongyi surveyed the surroundings, asking in a deep voice. Mr. Gu, something bad happened. District B has declared independence, a high-ranking official muttered. A few hours ago, an explosive news appeared on the Star Network. 13 District BS, including Beijun and Kongsang, issued a joint statement declaring their separation from the former Central Court, now under the jurisdiction of Utopia. They declared autonomy as an independent coalition. Whispers came to a sudden halt, and the air fell into an eerie silence. After a while, Gu Hongyi seemed to smile faintly. A holographic projection descended, revealing the appearance of this former figure of the Alliance. He was well-dressed, spirited, and he gazed at the battlefield full of devastation. He looked at more than 10 magistrates on the opposite side, and finally, his scrutinizing gaze landed on Zhuang Qinjian. After a moment of silence, he spoke. 13 years ago, in the laboratory of the Fire Seed Project on this land beneath my feet, a perfect living being was born LAC-0017. It possessed eternal life, powerful awakened abilities, clear consciousness. It was the best gift that technology bestowed upon humanity and a major reason for Vincent to restart the eternal life plan. Gu Hongyi was an outstanding orator, capturing the attention of all listeners with just a few words, causing them to change expression one after another. Xie Yan's eyes flickered, suddenly looking up at Zhuang Qinjian, only to find him also gazing back, his expression surprisingly calm. As long as we fully analyze the genetic map of LAC-0017, replicate the DNA sequence 1-to-1, humanity can achieve true immortality. No longer plagued by aging, diseases, and death, we can enter the next era of great development. As you can see, what I want to achieve is the goal of benefiting all humanity. We, this generation, could have had eternal life. Are these key data in the information given to you? Of course not. Zhuang Qinjian's face remained calm, and a stormy gloom filled his pupils. Those who played with power had a black heart. Gu Hongii chose this moment to publicly reveal the existence of LAC 0017, and his despicable intentions were evident. He used the most cunning provocation, causing even the magistrates of District B to discuss it incessantly, questioning Ye Zheng if what Gu Hongii said was true. And inside the venue, Zhuang Qinjian undoubtedly became the target of criticism. Zhuang Qinjian had a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, which should have given him a gentle and affectionate appearance. However, his eyebrows were long, his nose bridge straight, and his jawline sharply defined. When not smiling, his light-colored pupils always exuded a cold and indifferent sense of world weariness, making it difficult for people to approach. Benevolence for all humanity? Do you think you can hide your dirty nature with some flowery words? Zhuang Qinjian exposed the truth with a single sentence: you just want to control the switch of immortality in your own hands, artificially manipulating the survival of the fittest. In your eyes, do ordinary people need immortality? No. Do violators need immortality? No. Not to mention the entire alliance. I'm afraid that half of the people here can't enjoy your so-called benevolence. The other half can only crawl at your feet like dogs, begging for your favor, and hoping for immortality that is impossible to achieve. Zhuang Qinjian's mouth was indeed too sharp, hitting people right where it hurt with every word at novel bin at. The opposing awakeners, enraged and ashamed, sent a flurry of black blades towards him. Zhuang Qinjian evaded in a distressed manner, blood streaming down from his mouth. Song Ke sat up abruptly, the tubes swaying on both sides, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on his figure. Zhuang Qinjian maintained a calm tone, a cool smile hanging on his lips. Do you know why the Eternal Life Plan failed? Because LAC 0017 cannot be replicated. What? Everyone, including Gu Hongii, was shocked. Zhuang Qinjian sneered. One-to-one replication? LAC 0017 has dozens of extinct replicative genes in its body. Do you have the original samples? Replicative genes had disappeared from the Alliance for over 20 years, and they were even more untraceable after the outbreak of the apocalypse. The so-called immortality is just a bubble. Zhuang Qinjian cruelly revealed the truth. The venue fell silent for a second, followed by an explosion of condemnation and questioning. Angry awakeners overwhelmed Zhuang Qinjian's lonely figure. Lies? You're talking nonsense? Who gave you the right to deny immortality? I don't believe it. If it's meaningless, why did Vincent insist on researching? Gu Hongii shook his head slowly. Xiezhou, do you think you can just make up some words, and everything will be fine? Let me tell you, it won't pass. As long as I live, as long as utopia exists, I will tirelessly dig out the secrets from your mind. You will face endless pursuit, hiding in the dark, unseen, becoming utopia's eternal enemy. Xiezhou, you can't escape. The political situation in the alliance was complex. Although Gu Hongii had stepped down, the power structure he left behind remained intact, exerting a dominating influence. The new leadership was practically marginalized, having no real say in utopia. Song Ke slowly clenched her fist, gazing at Zhuang Qinjian's enigmatic profile, his deep eyes concealed by his eyelashes. She looked for a long time, then averted her gaze and nudged Lu Xiao. Projection relies on consciousness, right? Lu Xiao suddenly realized, yes, using terminals for deep-level connections. The old man seems to be in poor health and can only manifest himself using this method. If the projection dies, I can cut off his consciousness, preventing him from returning. He gestured with his damaged bionic arm, indicating his capability. The balance between the two sides was precarious due to Zhuang Qinjian's revelation. Breaking the equilibrium, Xiaolan issued the command, attack. A deafening roar, rolling smoke, and Song Ke gently called out, Zhuang Qinjian. Zhuang Qinjian turned around, limping over to her. I think, Song Ke gestured for him to crouch down, and she touched his eye corner. The original tear mole was charming. She murmured softly, bring it back when you have the chance. Okay, Zhuang Qinjian replied hoarsely. Despite his heavy heart, he smiled and agreed with Song Ke, I'll listen to you. After looking at him for a few seconds, Song Ke suddenly leaned in, pressing her lips against his. Both of them had blood on their faces, and the kiss carried a hint of the metallic taste. Zhuang Qinjian was somewhat surprised and reached back to hold her wrist. Song Ke affectionately rubbed her cheek against his and then turned around, pressing him onto the medical bed. She swiftly removed the tubes with one hand and stood up. They bullied you. It's okay. It's not okay, Song Ke said seriously. If you don't fight back, they will keep bullying you. I don't want that. She turned around, and her formidable awakened energy cut through the booming artillery, her voice echoing clearly in everyone's ears. Hey, what you said doesn't count. Both sides in the fight looked at her in astonishment. Song Ke stood upright, looking up at the projection of Gu Hongii. If you die, utopia is gone, and what you just said doesn't count. From adolescence to adulthood, half of Zhuang Qinjian's life was spent as a fugitive, constantly hiding, never having a moment to possess his true name, never experiencing a peaceful sleep. He carried the secret of all humanity, like a suffocating mountain pressing down on him. But why? When this mountain fell, did anyone ask for his opinion? Song Ke took a step forward, pulled a crystal from the space. It radiated dazzling golden light, with abundant energy flowing within. This was a level 5 crystal produced by the armored sea turtle, the only one in the world. She had it tested in Grace's lab in Qianzhan City, and it triggered a red alert due to its dangerous radiation, equivalent to a medium-sized nuclear bomb. It was strictly prohibited for use. First time taking Dr*GS, I'm a bit nervous. Despite missing a leg, Song Ke stood firm. She decisively crushed the crystal. A brilliant golden light soared into the sky, causing violent turbulence in the upper atmosphere, tumultuous waves in the sea, and a trembling ground beneath. Song Ke's whole body shone with dazzling brilliance, like flowing gold, and even the morning glow paled in comparison. Her frail body couldn't absorb such a colossal amount of energy. Her veins and blood vessels swelled, and the magnetic field, which had been sealed, forcibly expanded several times. If there were an R-type tester here, the alarm would undoubtedly be blaring. People would be astonished to find that Song Ke's level had skyrocketed from S8 to S9, then surpassed the detectable limit. Beyond S-level awakener, Song Ke's pupils turned to pure gold, and she soared into the sky towards the starship where Gu Hongii was located. No one expected her to be so reckless, assassinating the former leader in broad daylight. Everyone rushed to intercept, but Xiaolan made a decisive decision: protect her. Azure Phoenix soldiers and District B awakeners joined the battlefield. Hurry, all artillery aim, stop her. Simon was restless, couldn't help but extend his body to observe the situation. Suddenly, a gap tore open in midair, purple lightning flashed, a tall figure fell with thunder, illuminating his alarmed pupils. Simon kept retreating, horrified. No, protect me. Boom, boom, magnetic storm bombs engulfed Song Ke's figure. The world became bright, all sounds disappeared, quiet and desolate. Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian limped into the battlefield, various awakened abilities raining down on him. Disregarding them, he plunged forward headlong, no different from walking into death. Yin Xiao, currently in combat, furrowed his brows as he saw projectiles descending. Swiftly, he grabbed Zhuang Qinjian, who was unresponsive, and in that moment, Zhuang Qinjian's right leg gave way, kneeling down on a single knee. His thoughts were rarely blank, a powerful palpitation pierced through him. Aaron, who had been watching him closely, brightened his eyes, and knowledge deprivation was activated. A second later, Aaron was elated beyond measure. He had succeeded. As the artillery fire scattered, Song Ke's figure still hung in midair. The illusionary golden armor inch by inch shattered, her entire body damaged and incomplete. Her left arm was only half remaining. However, from within her, a torrential awakened energy rushed in all directions. A hurricane suddenly arose. The frontmost S-level awakeners emitted fearful screams, torn apart by the terrifying energy. Organs and brain matter splattered everywhere, sweeping backward. The elites of Utopia dispersed like a bursting dam, evaporating instantly. As if a humanoid nuclear weapon, wherever she passed, there were bloody fireworks. Stepping on shattered limbs and bones, amidst a sea of blood and corpses, Song Ke condensed a golden spear, 5 meters long, in her incomplete palm. Intense radiation surged towards all limbs and hundreds of bones. At the unseen nape of her neck, a string of cold code slowly appeared. LAK 0-0-1-7. LAK 0017. Aaron was pushed back by telekinesis, retreating like a drowning person, sweating profusely. But he acquired a portion of Zhuang Qinjian's knowledge and looked unbelievably at Song Ke. L.A. Mr. Gu, she is the experimental subject. Gu Hongii suddenly looked up. What did you say? Fragmented information flashed in his mind. S8 level awakener, dual ability, body healing, no known parentage, mysterious origins. Burning with a terrifying light in his eyes, Gu Hongii grabbed the communicator, about to speak when the cabin suddenly shook. The all-annihilating golden spear penetrated the starship with a force like thunder, irresistibly piercing through Aaron and Gu Hongii's projections. Song Ke locked her pupils on the two, threw a punch, a vast energy enough to obliterate souls. The terminal carrying Gu Hongyi's consciousness disintegrated, the sturdy starship cracked into two, completely out of control, rapidly rotating and crashing to the ground. Boom! Smoke and flames catalyzed into a mushroom cloud. In the S-level Sky City Utopia, a technologically advanced skyscraper, heavy security guarded the office. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded, and people rushed into the room. The old man inside slowly fell, life indicators completely silent, brain activity completely ceased. Song Ke, with bloodshot eyes, wildly swung the long spear, piercing through the hearts of awakeners, twisting off their heads. Hundreds of black starships were simultaneously annihilated, S-level members of Utopia dying almost to the last. The radiation within her body also accumulated to its peak, uncontrollable chaotic energy. Boom! A high-frequency sonic blast erupted, rendering everyone instantly deaf. A silence enveloped the surroundings, filled with the piercing noise. With a loud clang, the golden spear dissipated, leaving Song Ke dizzy and her vision blurred. Her organs were corroded, and her final thought was that she couldn't explode. If she did, no one else would survive. With strong willpower, the rampaging energy was inexplicably suppressed, careening wildly within the magnetic field. Puff. A slight sound, like a punctured balloon. Song Ke realized something, lowering her head to see her awakened energy leaking uncontrollably from within her. Her body shattered bit by bit into ashes. Song Ke blinked slowly, the side effects more severe than she had imagined. Grace was right, level 5 crystals should not be used recklessly. She lifted her gaze satisfied. Luckily, the goal was achieved. Song Kei landed weakly, steadying herself with a stagger. She touched the black collar with trembling fingertips and pressed the microphone. Zhuang Qinjian's shirt was soaked in blood, his head throbbing, and his vision hard to focus. He spat out a dry blood foam. In the earpiece, Song Kei's cheerful voice rang out, "Zhuang Qinjian, there is no need to hide from now on." Zhuang Qinjian's face turned pale, crawling forward with bloodstains, and, relying on his senses, grabbed Song Kei's hand. "Song Keek, you, don't be like this. Didn't we agree? Don't save me, don't care about me. No, I care about you." A smile appeared in Song Kei's eyes, the dimples on her cheeks forming a small curve. She stubbornly called his name, Zhuang Qinjian, "Thank you, you are free now." Intense energy suddenly erupted, flowing elegantly like auroras. Sparse electromagnetic waves lingered around Song Kei. It was a breathtaking sight that couldn't be described in words. Her body quickly disintegrated, eroded by radiation. With a gust of wind, the ashes scattered over the sea. "No," Zhuang Qinjian murmured, panting, "come back, Song Kei, Song Kei." An unbearable pain pierced his mind, and he fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. In the last lingering moment of consciousness, a clear and melodious bird's cry echoed through the sky over Lok, resonant and delightful, like jade breaking in Kunshan. Because it was too ethereal, amid the incessant piercing noise, it seemed as elusive as an illusion. Asterisk. In a laboratory filled with instruments, Zhuang Qinjian stared at the screen with dark circles under his eyes, muttering to himself, "Not good sounding? What's wrong with the name Fire Seed? The flowers that bloom in the ashes, like the phoenix in ancient civilization myths, have great commemorative significance. Yeah, a unique limited edition worldwide, using the phoenix gene that cost my mom a whopping 50 million alliance coins, and you failed to integrate it." The young man with a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye flipped through the light screen in his hand, casually pouring cold water on his father. "Not only did you fail, even the experimental subject is scrapped. Indeed, it has great commemorative significance. You, get out, just get out." The side effects of knowledge deprivation took effect, and Zhuang Qinjian's entire world suddenly collapsed. Asterisk. As the sunset approached, the sky suddenly started pouring rain. The sea surged, and the dim vision couldn't see 5 meters ahead. New Asia Alliance, an isolated island in the east. In early autumn, it shouldn't have been rainy, but a week ago, a storm inexplicably swept across the sea, and it hadn't dissipated until today. A stiff little zombie buried its head in the sand, digging for shells. After a while, it suddenly ran out, stumbling, and hugged another figure sitting on the beach, shouting, "Ah, ah, 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 ah." The figure with a headscarf slowly stood up, pulled by the little zombie, and walked towards the treasure it had found. On the beach lay a pile of something. This something could only be described as an unidentified object, resembling fresh red meat, or a lump of soft and squishy seafood, twitching and wriggling. The sea breeze blew off the headscarf, unexpectedly revealing its face, with a bluish-gray complexion, cloudy pupils, and grim undead markings covering the cheeks to the neck. Clearly, this was a fallen, who had forgotten their name but vaguely remembered that when they were still human, people used to call them Aunt Ching. Aunt Ching's eyes stared blankly, with the excited little zombie beside her, drooling. Aunt Ching bent down, picked up a broken fishing net, wrapped the soft flesh in it, and hung it around the little zombie's neck. Two shaky figures walked through the dense crowd of zombies, disappearing into the depths of the lonely island. In the 17th year of the new calendar, early spring, District B9, Usker. A high-definition advertising screen scrolled and played a passionate speech. Genetic engineering will effectively repair embryonic and human defects, resist the invasion of genetic viruses. It is a milestone development in DNA editing technology and the gospel of human evolution in the post-radiation era. High above the starship harbor, a slender figure stood quietly. Xiaolan, dressed in regular clothes, with her jet-black long hair tied into a low ponytail behind her head. Her appearance was beautiful and charming at first glance, but if you lingered for a moment, you could feel a cold and sharp aura. Even standing still, there was a hidden but palpable sense of pressure. On the screen, academician Bob, being interviewed, continued to speak expansively. "Unfortunately, the success rate of this technology is currently unstable, hovering around 30%. Some subjects experience severe adverse reactions. My team and I are working hard to overcome these challenges. Colonel, a total of 380 people, everyone is present." The adjutant approached from behind and reported in a low voice. Xiaolan nodded slightly. The purpose of her trip was to bring a group of physically fit soldiers selected from Beijing for genetic enhancement experiments. In the past 2 years, there had been continuous border conflicts in Beijing, and the Kario Empire, with its evolvers, had repeatedly provoked them. They had suffered quite a bit in the shadows. If this mission succeeded, the Xie family could truly have super soldiers. The 380 people sent to Isker all volunteered for the experiment and wrote their wills in advance. With a success rate of 30%, the prospects were too uncertain. No one knew whether they would achieve evolution or become sacrificed martyrs. "Let's go." Xiaolan withdrew her gaze and put on an isolation mask. The post-war environment was deteriorating day by day, the air was polluted, and the ubiquitous nuclear remnants made it difficult for her to breathe. She had to wear a mask when traveling. Research Center. The receptionist respectfully led Xiaolan to the office, saying, Colonel Xie, academician Bob is currently in Liapony for academic exchange, so Dr. Zhuang, his student, will be leading the genetic enhancement experiment. Xiaolan halted her steps, a storm brewing in her eyes. I haven't received any information about a personnel change. Beijun had invested a significant amount of money and manpower for this venture, and at this crucial juncture, Bob dared to change personnel on the spot, seriously crossing her bottom line. Xiaolan didn't mind personally going to District A4 to invite him back. The receptionist was sweating profusely. The intimidation brought by Xiaolan was too strong. Fearful, he didn't dare to lie, but certain things couldn't be explained too explicitly. He could only offer a vague explanation. Actually, whether academician Bob is here or not is not important. Dr. Zhuang is the core. Please rest assured, everything will be fine. Xiaolan furrowed her brow, speculating on the unspoken meaning in his words. She had heard about some unwritten rules in academic circles, but who held the title was not important to her. What mattered to Xiaolan was how many people she could bring back. The automatic door opened slowly, revealing an empty room with scattered papers, and instruments quietly humming with occasional beep sounds. The receptionist, accustomed to this sight, looked around and called out softly, Dr. Zhuang. Before his call was answered, an angry figure pulled open a side door with a loud bang. The light screen fell heavily on the table. Zhuang Qinjian, are you using my authority? You even wrote comments for the interns I brought, don't be too arrogant. The documents on the floor shifted, and suddenly, a head emerged from the pile of papers. A man sat up, rubbing his forehead, his voice slightly hoarse. I casually flipped through last night, and there are 25 logical flaws in your group's model. It's really unbearable to look at. 25 flaws? Is that true? A person named Ningrong doubted, muttering. He casually flipped through the paper, and the comments inside were infuriating. Fortunately, only you and I have read this paper. This section is well written but needs to be entirely deleted. Who taught you to use formulas like this? Please do not create, no, transport academic garbage. Towards the end, the comments became sharper. Is your brain 99% water? My silence is deafening. Ningrong. Despite those interns idolizing him, did they know he had such a sharp tongue? The man yawned, folded up his bed, casually put on a white coat. Tall and handsome, despite the tiredness showing in his dark under-eye circles and stubble. Your research project can't proceed. Don't waste your time, abandon it early. Why can't it proceed? Ningrong refused to accept it. No money, no personnel, the man said lazily at novel bin at. Ningrong was momentarily speechless. He was right. Once it entered the practical stage, the funds were like pouring into a bottomless pit, and investors expected returns. Young scholars like them, unknown and unproven, found it challenging to get 100% support. But Ningrong still held on to his fantasies. Maybe one day, an investor will appear, recognize my talent, and be willing to climb the research peak with me. The man chuckled softly, rummaged through a drawer, found the instant coffee empty, and helplessly closed it. Are you sure you're talking about investors? Ningrong blushed. What do you, a lonely researcher, understand? I curse you to be forever single. The man raised an eyebrow. I don't need such unnecessary things. Research is my partner, and I'm willing to dedicate my life to it. He said it with conviction, leaving Ningrong speechless. I'll take a nap, you watch over things. Seeming quite tired, the man yawned again, swayed towards the side door. Dr. Zhuang, please wait a moment. The receptionist stepped forward to explain the situation. After listening with bowed head, he glanced at the unexpected visitor at the door. The receptionist warmly introduced, this is Dr. Vincent Zhuang. Dr. Zhuang, this is Colonel Xie from Beijun. Vincent's slender fingers flipped through the appointment records. Genetic enhancement experiment. 380 people. Xiaolan, behind her mask, stared at him. I hope to complete it as soon as possible. Cost is not an issue. Vincent straightforwardly refused. Can't be done. Xiaolan frowned. What? The receptionist hadn't expected him to offend someone with his first words, and his face turned pale. Vincent and Xiaolan locked eyes for 2 seconds. Patiently, he repeated, I said it can't be done. Please leave. Without a second thought, Xiaolan drew her gun, pressing the cold mechanical device against his mouth. When I paid the deposit, the answer I heard was not this. Behind her, the tall figure raised their weapons, aiming at Vincent's head, creating an instantly tense atmosphere. Ningrong was terrified, holding on to Vincent's arm, shouting, No, 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 don't be impulsive, let's talk. Vincent calmly glanced down at the gun at his mouth. The genetic enhancement plan you received is the version approved by the Alliance, but it's not my best plan. If you insist on experimenting, perhaps you can only take away 100 people. Even so, do you still insist? Xiaoyan's eyelashes flickered slightly. What is your best plan? Vincent, surprised by her keen focus, replied, the best plan, because of lack of funds, it's not ready yet. So you're playing games with me. Xiaolan showed a hint of displeasure, and her fingertips on the trigger moved slightly. Ningrong, panicking, exclaimed, No, no, no. Vincent spoke before she could act. 1 week. 1 week, and I can provide you with the best plan you want. The condition is, you pay for it. The receptionist gasped, weakly asking, Dr. Zhuang, is this too risky? What if it fails? They would be in big trouble with Colonel Xie. He had a premonition, they would definitely be. Vincent stood his ground confidently. Failure is inevitable. I've experienced at least 10,000 failures, but as long as I succeed once, it's worth it. The receptionist felt a headache and toothache and his entire body ached. These research geniuses were all oddballs? Speaking arrogantly about failure as if it were a matter of course, wasting a week with Colonel Xia, who would undoubtedly let him off easily. Xiaolan carefully observed the man in front of her. There was a lingering chemical smell on his white coat, not pleasant. His hair was messy, his appearance untidy, giving off an aura of unreliability. Only his face seemed somewhat presentable. What's the success rate? Xiaolan slowly raised the gun, pressing it against his Adam's apple. 45%. Vincent replied instantly, as if he had deduced it countless times. Xia Yan's mind raced. It was close to half. What if the subjects are military personnel? Allow me to correct you, without data to support it, physical fitness and genetic strength are directly related. Vincent's deep brows stretched as he smiled, radiating a handsome glow. How do you prove yourself? Xiaolan cast a light glance at him. Those soldiers were her subordinates, her personal guards, she had to be responsible for them. Their eyes met again, and a hidden wave surged between them. Vincent quietly gazed at her and suddenly smiled. How about this? Give me another week, maybe I can increase the success rate to 65%. Ning Rong exclaimed, hey, don't go crazy. Vincent remained composed. Give it a try. Xiaolan, without changing her expression, stared at the man in front of her. He had attractive almond-shaped eyes, shallow like they couldn't contain anything. However, her intuition told her that when he mentioned 65%, he wasn't joking. I'll give you half a month. During this half month, I will investigate your background thoroughly. From your birth, growth, education, to this moment standing here, I will have a clear understanding of your past. I'll review every detail of the plan you propose, and any changes must have my approval. Vincent nodded calmly. You pay, you decide. The adjutant, with a worried expression, whispered, Colonel. At the border of Hid Island in Beijing, conflicts were escalating, and war was imminent. Half a month was too risky for them. If any issues arise, I'll take responsibility, Xiaolan asserted with her characteristic decisive demeanor. But, achoo, a sneeze disrupted her authority. Vincent glanced at her and turned around, rummaging through a cabinet full of potions. He pulled out a small green bottle. Anti-allergic spray, an adjunct product of one of my projects. The packaging was rudimentary, with a handwritten signature on the bottle, depicting a majestic character, vaguely resembling the character Yan. The adjutant's expression turned serious. What is this? Do you have approval from the Drug Administration for this? Xiaolan, with her background, wouldn't use such a dubious concoction. Xiaolan holstered her gun, pondered for a moment, and reached out to take it. The soft fingertips and Vincent's slightly cool palm met briefly and then parted. As she left, faint, fragmented sounds could be heard in the room. Young miss, delicate. Ning Rong sneakily glanced at Xiaolan and pulled on his sleeve desperately. Could you say a few words less? She's carrying a gun. In the following half-month, Vincent, except for eating and sleeping, rooted himself in the laboratory. Xiaolan set up a simple office in the outer area, staying close to supervise him. Finally, she understood what the receptionist meant by Dr. Zhuang is the core. The results of the experiment were unexpected. Out of the 380 people Xiaolan brought, astonishingly, 288 successfully underwent enhancement, showing early awakening symptoms. The success rate exceeded 75%. Once this news spread in the alliance, it caused a massive stir. Without a doubt, Vincent had made history. News in various districts enthusiastically reported on the achievements of Bob's team, with Vincent's name only mentioned once in a corner. However, when he saw the news, he just yawned, his handsome face showing signs of fatigue with dark circles under his eyes. He cared little about the fleeting fame. On the day of the return journey, Vincent's gaze fell on Xia Yan's face. She wasn't wearing a face mask, and the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye added a touch of charm. Used it. Their abrupt conversation left onlookers confused. Vincent's eyes revealed a faint smile, and he looked at her a bit longer before saying nothing. She used the anti-allergic spray he gave her, and it worked. She believed in the optimal plan he adjusted, and it succeeded. Xiaolan returned to Beijing with the 288 awakened individuals. 6 months later, Beijing. Xiaolan had just come out of her father's study when she encountered her half-brother, Xiaping, in the corner of the staircase. I heard you're planning to form an army composed of awakeners? Ambitious, aren't you? Xiaping's expression was peculiar, with a touch of both mockery and seriousness. This sister of his surpassed everyone by far. With extraordinary abilities, she had long been selected as the next master of Beijing. Xiaping had tried to vie for her position, but Xiaolan was strict in her selection of soldiers and governed with discipline. Her troops not only had fierce combat capabilities but also unwavering determination. Moreover, they only followed Xia Yan's orders. Half a year ago, she brought back nearly 300 awakened individuals from Askar and decisively won the border ownership in Hid Island. Now, her position was secure, and no one could shake it. Xiaolan casually replied, heard the private doctor came yesterday? Big brother, take care of yourself. Xiaping's expression changed abruptly. Back at the military headquarters, the terminal beeped, and her mother's projection appeared, her tone as lamenting as ever. When are you getting married? Accompanying the communication were numerous profiles of potential marriage partners. Xiaolan only glanced at them briefly and quickly closed it. Did you have another argument with someone? Yes. I'm all alone in this, no one helps me when I argue. Her mother, with delicate makeup, sighed while covering her chest. You can choose the person, but you must get married. I've been wanting to hold a grandchild for a long time. Xiaolan looked helpless. The internal relationships of the Xie family were complex. Her mother was the fourth wife of her father, but Xiaolan knew her mother's combat capabilities well. She could scold 10 people by herself without fear. It seemed like she just felt lonely. Born into the Xie family, Xiaolan had a detached view of marriage. Since her mother wished for it, she agreed to get married. She opened the folder, sifting through the potential suitors one by one. The more she looked, the more discerning she became. This one wouldn't do, too chubby. That one wouldn't do, too short. This one had a vacant gaze, clearly untrustworthy. And this one, a bit too simple. She did have certain expectations for intelligence. Her thoughts drifted away, and a pair of light-colored eyes flashed by. When she tried to recall them, the memories seemed a bit blurry. Xiaolan began frequenting blind dates, but unfortunately, she didn't find any of the men in the folder appealing. In the last blind date, she met the young master of the Su family, said to be pursuing a PhD. Maybe Xiaoyan's aura was too strong. The young master seemed a bit awkward, wearing glasses, shy and timid. Surprisingly, Xiaolan didn't get up and leave. She even made a joke. Do all you researchers have such dark circles under your eyes? The young master appeared bewildered, not quite understanding whom she referred to as you researchers. Nevertheless, he honestly replied, no, it's because I've been working on my thesis recently, pulling several all-nighters. I'm not a genius, so writing is quite painful for me. Xiaolan was curious, how do you define a genius in your academic field? Talking about a familiar topic, the young master's words flowed. We do have geniuses in our field? Vincent Zhuang, around my age, but he earned 2 PhD degrees in biology and genetics before turning 20. He made a name for himself in the field of genetic engineering. Do you know Professor Bob? Xiaolan nodded. I've heard of him. She didn't have a favorable impression of this particular professor. The young master's face lit up with admiration. Professor Bob leads the Genetic Enhancement Project, now called the Genetic Selection Project. Vincent is also part of it, and it's really amazing. Over the past 6 months, the concept of genetic selection had gained immense popularity, maintaining a success rate of 65%. Families in District B had started experiments, but due to the high cost, only a very small number of people could enjoy the benefits of awakening. Xiaolan listened absent-mindedly, her mind gradually focusing on the clear and handsome face at Novel bin Adat. After chatting for a while and realizing there was no spark between them, they parted amicably. Before leaving, Xiaolan jokingly said, I don't know if your thesis will pass, but I'm sure the dark circles of a genius are heavier than yours. The young master was momentarily stunned, only to belatedly realize that, ignoring Xiaoyan's strong aura, her beauty was also top-notch. That night, Xiaolan huddled on the sofa, opened the projection, and meticulously read Vincent's information, from his complex and profound papers to his image. She didn't understand a single word of his lengthy and intricate articles. When she reached his image, she lingered for a long time. On a rainy day, Xiaolan returned to District B9. It coincided with the graduation season at the Isker 1st Military Academy, and she had to personally select non-commissioned officers. For some reason, the weather wasn't favorable both times she visited. Last time, dust filled the air, and this time, it was a drizzly day. Xiaolan arrived alone at the research center, peering inside through the transparent glass. Vincent, wearing experimental goggles, was focused on the instruments, head bowed attentively observing the data while jotting down notes with a stylus. Only half of his profile was visible, his complexion pale, features handsome. He had shaved this time, but his thin lips were pressed into a straight line, giving him a somewhat stern appearance. At the spacious rooftop, the same receptionist from half a year ago sighed beside Xiaolan. Dr. Zhuang's application for an independent project got rejected. He hasn't been in good spirits lately. On the empty rooftop, Vincent took off his white coat, leaving only a black shirt, unbuttoning it to let the air circulate. The misty raindrops tapped on his shoulders as he gazed into the distance with a somewhat absent-minded expression. A cup of warm Jade Estate coffee was handed to him, and when he turned his head, he recognized the person, Colonel Xie. Xiaolan, holding a black umbrella to shield them securely, asked, "What is the direction of your research?" Vincent's expression twitched slightly. He hadn't expected this beautiful and authoritative senior military officer to be interested in a small scientific project. However, his research hadn't reached a classified level, so he truthfully replied, "Gene fusion." Following that, Vincent explained the specific content using detailed professional terms. Xiaolan remained silent for a long time, her eyes revealing a hint of emptiness. It was too professional. Honestly, despite reading the papers in advance, she still didn't understand. Vincent noticed her confusion and, for some reason, felt a bit relieved. In simple terms, it's about using gene fusion to resist diseases like cancer, extending the average human lifespan. Oh, Xiaolan sneezed again. Achoo. Vincent's lips moved, and he sighed almost inaudibly, delicate. Xiaolan stared at him expressionlessly. Vincent paused for a moment, then casually spoke, "Your allergies seem quite severe. Xiaolan nodded. I'm sensitive to nuclear residue. Although nuclear warfare had ended, the lingering pain remained, needing time to heal. As cities prospered, the environment deteriorated, and extreme weather became more frequent. The spray I had is finished. If you need it, I can give you the formula. No need. It's not very convenient for me, Xiaolan replied. Being a military officer, she couldn't exactly ask the enemy to wait a moment during a battle while she retrieved her spray. Vincent glanced at her frosty profile and took a sip of his coffee. Actually, there's a better solution. What solution? Xiaolan raised her gaze. Do you know about air conditioning? It's an outdated relic from the old civilization, but its principles are quite fascinating. I can install a large-scale air conditioner in the sky, automatically adjusting the climate through artificial intelligence calculations. By then, extreme weather will be under control. You won't need to wear a mask and can move freely anywhere, Vincent explained, his eyes sparkling with countless stars. As long as there's sufficient funding and a team, give me 5 years, no, 3 years, and I can make it happen. However, as he finished speaking, he thought of his recent failed project, and a sense of melancholy crept into his expression. His lowered eyelashes concealed all emotions. Xiaolan felt a subtle shift inside her, a mysterious thought surfacing. Having encountered numerous prospective spouses, she had never experienced such a feeling. An inexplicable impulse made her speak. Come back to Beijing with me. Vincent stared at her in surprise. It was an impulsive statement without much thought, but after saying it, the feeling of destiny settled. Xiaolan spoke again, her tone firm. You, come back with me to Beijing. Turning around, she stood on the steps, her gaze meeting Vincent's at eye level. Come with me. The laboratory, personnel, money, whatever you want, I'll handle it. You choose the research topic, and you'll be in charge. The autumn rain dampened the corners of their clothes, and the gentle wind intertwined their breaths. Under the umbrella, in this small space, the atmosphere was unusually romantic. Vincent kept one hand in his pocket, tightening the grip on the coffee cup with the other. Are you going to be my investor? Why? He recalled Ning Rong's frequent mention of sugar daddy with a soft laugh. Or, benefactor? Are you going to raise me? Xiaolan remained silent, unexpectedly grabbing the collar of his shirt without a word and yanking it down. A few drops of scalding coffee splattered, landing on her fingertips and leaving faint red marks. With calloused fingertips, Xiaolan boldly traced along his Adam's apple, caressing the smooth chin, and then firmly held his jaw. She tilted her head up, repeatedly and gently biting those thin lips. This was a moment, flavored with the rich taste of coffee. When they parted, both of their breaths were in disarray. Vincent's Adam's apple slid as he sensed his own rapidly beating pulse. Xiaolan slightly lifted her chin, her eyes carrying an unmistakable dominance. I'm not an investor, and I'm not a sponsor. I'm a marriage partner. They had known each other for half a year, strictly speaking, having met only twice, and exchanged only a few words. Yet, some emotions came fiercely, unreasonably, and some people, you just knew from the first moment you laid eyes on them this was the one. In the 17th year of the new calendar, Xiaolan assembled a force of awakeners, and the formidable Azure Phoenix army, which would later shake the alliance, made its debut. In the same year, in Beijing, the relatively unknown Kindlin Research Institute was established. Facts proved that Vincent never spoke empty words. In less than 3 years, he resolved the issue of nuclear hypersensitivity for Xiaolan. In the 20th year of the new calendar, the independently developed weather simulation system by Kindlin amazed the world. T001 successfully operated in District A5 of the elderly people's nation, officially ushering the alliance into the era of artificial climate. Vincent Zhuang's name became widely known. Dr. Zhuang, who once aspired to dedicate himself to research, now faced a new worry: his son, Xiezhou. Bringing a baby into the laboratory was undoubtedly the biggest mistake he had ever made in his life. Vincent looked at the mess on the floor, the instruments beeping alarms, and the young master Xia sitting among the scattered papers, chin raised in arrogance. It gave him a splitting headache. Who could tell him why an infant less than a year old possessed such destructive power? An assistant stifled a laugh. Dr. Zhuang, maybe young master Xia can earn a couple of doctorates too. No, from now on, don't let him near any devices, Vincent said with a cold expression, sealing his son's path to a career in research with his own words. In the era of the old civilization, there was a saying, all roads lead to Rome. But for Xiezhou, this saying needed a modification. This young master was born in Rome. Young master Xia has been the center of attention since childhood. He was born during the glorious 30 years, 0636, of the Alliance's golden development, in the peak period, new calendar year 19. His father was a rising genius scientist, and his mother was the formidable leader of the Azure Phoenix army. As for himself, inheriting the superior genes of his parents, he possessed top-tier beauty resembling Xiaolan at a young age: silky black hair, captivating brows and eyes, and a disdainful gaze when he lifted his chin, mirroring his father. Being good-looking was one thing, but what was infuriating was that he also inherited Vincent's extraordinary intelligence. Before turning 1, he could tamper with and destroy sophisticated instruments, things ordinary people couldn't even turn on, using a baby bottle to dampen crucial data manuscripts, causing his biological father to stay up for nights. As he grew older, Xiezhou's talents manifested in various aspects. In the complex family relationships of Beijing, whom to approach and whom to distance himself from, he handled with ease. The cryptic and intricate city defense codes became familiar to him after going through them with Xiaolan, rightfully earning him the title of the child from another family. Everyone praised him, but Xiaolan faintly sensed that something was amiss. Xiazhou was too intelligent, to the point where he easily lost interest in everything, making it hard to figure out what he liked or disliked. Whenever asked about his thoughts, young Master Xia casually propped up his chin and lifted his eyelids slightly, saying, "Boring, not interesting." This speculation became a reality when Xiazhou was 10 years old. Xia Yian's father, Xiazhou's grandfather, died due to a sudden heart attack, and the rescue efforts were in vain. The members of the Xia family, upon receiving the news, rushed to the scene, filling the spacious room. Regardless of genuine or fake emotions, they all wailed and expressed their grief. Feeling something amiss, Xiaolan turned his head to look into the distance. Young Master Xia, well-dressed, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. His backlit face appeared unusually indifferent. There were no emotions such as fear, worry, or tension in his pupils. They were deep, like the unfathomable depths of the sea, and he even lazily yawned. He silently gazed at death, even too lazy to pick up the first aid kit that rolled to his feet amid the chaos. An angelic face with a devilish heart. Xiaolan took a quick step forward, using her body to shield him, and picked up the back of his collar and casually tossed him to her adjutant, saying, "Take him back." If he stayed a few more seconds, young Master Xia would probably have coldly commented in front of everyone, "Boring, not interesting." Back at home, Xiaolan asked him, "Why didn't you cry just now?" The younger members of the Xia family were frightened. His overly calm demeanor seemed out of place. Xiazhou, not lying to his mother, calmly spoke the truth. "Isn't he dead at just the right time? If he were alive, he would continue causing trouble for you. The Azure Phoenix is growing stronger, and he can't control the situation in Beijing. Several times, he secretly conspired with Uncle, wanting to reclaim your military authority." Xiaolan, listen, can a 10-year-old say such things? At that time, Colonel Xiaolan, having already been promoted, took a deep breath, pulled out the tactical whip from her waist, and placed the cold firearm on the table. She gazed frostily at the third person in the room, "Dr. Zhuang, what should we do with your son?" Vincent cleared his throat a couple of times, quickly signaling to his son, and then took a step forward. Daringly, he pushed aside the whip and the gun barrel, bending down to embrace Xia Yian's waist. "Major General Xia, don't be angry. I'll handle this." Young Master Xia silently rolled his eyes and, seeing that neither of them paid any attention to him, sensibly left. Though he was cold-hearted, he had a good relationship with his parents. Conversely, because of the support from Xiaolan and Vincent, he lived freely and recklessly. Early the next morning, the arrogant young Master Xia was taken by his old man for a genetic test. The results were not surprising. Xiazhou was diagnosed with a cold-blooded mental condition. His amygdala was 1/3 smaller than that of a normal person. The amygdala is responsible for generating, recognizing, and regulating emotions. As a result, Xiazhou severely lacked empathy, making it difficult for him to empathize with others. He was adept at concealing himself, habitual in lying, and had no moral or shame feelings. Without proper guidance, he would engage in high-intelligence crimes in an extremely calm and composed state in adulthood. After discussions between Vincent and Xiaolan, they decided to have him undergo genetic optimization. The exact words were, "He can choose not to accept intervention, but he must learn to restrain himself." In the new calendar year 29, the genetic optimization technology controlled by the Alliance had already been widely spread in District B. Despite the enormous cost, the success rate remained stable at around 70%. It not only corrected some genetic defects but also had a chance to awaken extraordinary abilities. The awakening level varied from person to person, with some strategically stopping at C level, while others astonishingly reached A level. Young Master Xia's protests were in vain, and the next day, he was escorted by his mother to the Kindlin Research Institute, where his father personally conducted the experiment. After awakening, Xiazhou initially showed no abnormalities, appearing nothing like a person with extraordinary abilities. "Did it fail?" the adjutant asked, rubbing his chin. Xiazhou casually propped his legs on Xia Yian's office desk, playing with her terminal, randomly inputting city defense codes. If any member of the Xia family saw this, they would undoubtedly be terrified. If this boy pressed the wrong key, the entire Beijing might explode. "Impossible." Xiaolan, without any mercy, confiscated his toy and replied firmly. With a 70% success rate, there was a possibility of failure, but if it involved Vincent, the chances of failure would approach zero. He said he would handle it, and she believed him. The verdict on whether Xiazhou's awakening was successful came quickly. Vincent discovered that his mental power and brain activity showed extraordinary growth, making him a monster in reasoning, memory, understanding, and strategy. However, existing instruments couldn't determine his level. Vincent had a premonition, and soon after, the R-type awakened ability measurement device was introduced. Xiazhou's initial awakening level was conclusively determined, S4 level mental ability, omniscient and omnipotent. Whether young Master Xia's condition was cured was unknown, but he definitely achieved restraint, as others couldn't see through it. He became more and more elegant and charming, as if the demon who coldly observed the death of loved ones was just a fleeting illusion. Later, Xiaolan officially took control of Beijing, while Vincent remained busy with projects. With Xiazhou's agreement, they decided to send him to study at Liapony. At the age of 15, Vincent finally relented and agreed to let him intern at Kinglan after graduation. Young Master Xie, who scorned everyone equally in his lifetime except his parents, found rare interest in Vincent's research field. Unfortunately, since the incident of destroying the lab as a baby, Vincent never allowed him to touch any equipment again. At that time, the Fire Seed project was in full swing, and young Master Xie abandoned his studies, falsely claiming to have graduated early, and arrived in Lok. It was here that he first encountered LAC 0017. With Vincent having the highest authority at Kinglan, Xiaozhou often took liberties and easily took over his terminal, freely roaming the laboratory. Finding a quiet place to study, he had just settled down when a sudden loud noise interrupted him. Bam! 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 Being interrupted while reading was extremely unpleasant, especially with Vincent's demanding tasks. If he slackened even a bit, he wouldn't be able to complete them. Xiaozhou made a light clicking sound, his attractive brows slightly furrowing. Just as the quiet resumed for a moment, the annoying noise reappeared. Bam! 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 Xiaozhou, impatient, stood up, and with a sweep of the terminal, the wall turned transparent. The spacious, temperature-controlled room was filled with capsule containers. He quickly located the source of the noise within the sea of white. With a gentle touch of his slender fingertips on the control panel, a sealed capsule slowly slid out and stopped in front of him, separated by glass. A pile of flesh, soft and pressed against the capsule wall, undulated on the smooth surface, its rough features somewhat resembling a lizard-like creature. Xiaozhou glanced at it and disdainfully averted his gaze. Too ugly, it was practically an eyesore. Bam! Bam! The little creature persistently hammered the wall. Quite spirited, Xiaozhou raised an eyebrow, lowering his gaze to glance at the label, LAC 0017. Be quiet. He casually pressed a few buttons on the control panel, and dozens of colorful nutrient ampoules dropped within the capsule. The complex composition of these nutrients made them expensive and could only be procured through special channels. Researchers had to be frugal with each use. But who was Xiaozhou? Young Master Xie spent money like water, never feeling the pinch. After all, his biological father's terminal balance was practically limitless. Xiaolan spent every military expense wisely, but oddly enough, she never hesitated to support Vincent's research. She could be considered the most extravagant and generous patron. Xiaozhou smiled and switched the projection recording vital signs to a cartoon and changed it to playback mode. The little creature finally quieted down, slipping to the ground quietly amid hypnotic makabaka sounds, eagerly sucking up the nutrient ampoules. Xiaozhou spent a quiet afternoon. He stretched his arms, resting them on the edge of the control panel, lightly tapping the air rhythmically. The graceful lines from his shoulders to his jaw were so exquisite that even the most renowned painters would find it challenging to depict. The teardrop-shaped beauty mark at the corner of his eye outlined a faint sense of detachment. The creature's body moved, mimicking his actions, trying to extend forward. Separated by glass, their fingertips touched. He revisited this serene reading spot several times later, always encountering LAC 0017. Sometimes it aggressively pounded the wall, while other times it remained motionless, displaying various bizarre shapes due to continuous genetic fusion, which were never pleasing to the eye. However, Xiaozhou got used to it. He skillfully fed it nutrients, opened an animated cartoon, treating it like a mascot for his studying. One day, he heard a soft tapping on the glass. Xiaozhou looked up and saw the little creature sitting among empty shells, wagging its tail obsequiously. Oh, finished your drink, huh? Did you finally learn to ask for it yourself? Although the Fire Seed project was dedicated to human cancer research, it did not involve human experimentation. The primitive cells of these experimental subjects were cloned or synthesized human-like embryos to circumvent ethical risks. Strictly speaking, they could only be considered artificial life forms with rudimentary consciousness but lacking rationality. Xiaozhou interestingly stared at LAC 0017 for a couple of seconds. The little creature's round head bumped against the empty nutrient pouch, making its desire clear. Do you want more? Too bad, none left, Xiaozhou mischievously said. The little creature couldn't understand, looking dull. After a while, it disappointedly drooped its head, and the empty pouch plinked onto the ground. Xiaozhou's mood suddenly improved, and he generously clicked the control panel, dropping another pitifully lonely ampoule. This time, the little creature learned to cherish it. Listening to the makabaka sounds, it sipped the nutrient ampoule with small sips. The liquid-like body slowly repaired itself, emitting a faint glow from the inside out. A month later, when Xiaozhou returned to the capsule storage, he found that the little creature was gone. Upon checking with his permissions, the system informed him that LAC 0017 had been transferred to the third-stage laboratory. The time for reading and companionship felt unusually quiet that day. After completing his tasks, Xiaozhou inexplicably went to the new residence of the little creature. To his surprise, he wasn't the only one visiting. There was also a man dressed as a researcher, secretly wiping tears while facing the capsule. Xiaozhou observed coldly. Gene fusion failures were common, and Lok's experimental subjects went through multiple phases. Making it to the third stage was rare, so he took a look around, found a familiar number, and showed a hint of surprise. LAC 0017's third stage experiment had actually succeeded. Even though it succeeded, the little creature's condition was not good. It curled up on the brink of death, with a deformed body that now had 2 heads, 5 hands, and 3 legs, looking even uglier than when he first saw it at Novel bin Adat. Xiaozhou glanced at the sobbing man, thinking he might be crying over the experimental subject. Humans were so weak and sentimental. What's your name? Xiaozhou asked coldly. Ming. I'm a breeder from Group G, the young man with a delicate face replied honestly. Young Master Xia was also a celebrity in the laboratory. Ming didn't know why he came here or what he intended to do. Feeling intimidated by his aura, he mustered the courage to say, it's very well behaved. Xiaozhou couldn't help but sneer. Well behaved? Who was the one making loud noises by banging on the wall in the first place? Who shamelessly asked him for nutrient ampoules? If it were well behaved, then all the experimental subjects would be well behaved little garden babies. However, at this moment, the little creature looked a bit pitiful with its drooping appearance. Even if you cry bitterly, it won't improve its condition, Xiaozhou casually mocked. Save your tears. He skillfully brought up the control panel, hesitated for a moment, and then fed 50 ampoules. Ming glanced at him in surprise, hesitated, and then said, Comrade Xia, each nutrient ampoule has a stock. It must be taken according to the standard. Your excessive use is against the rules. Who gives dozens of nutrient ampoules to an experimental subject? Even raising a child isn't this indulgent. Young Master Xia arrogantly lifted his chin. Just nutrient ampoules. I can give them if I want to. I can afford it. He effortlessly manipulated the panel and added another 50, completely burying the little creature under the fancy packaging bags. LAC 0017 slowly wriggled, with a clear goal as it burrowed into the small mountain and rolled around. Xiaozhou chuckled lightly. Ming was dumbfounded. You're a breeder. These 100 will be charged to my account, young Master Xia said confidently as he walked away. Ming crouched in front of LAC 0017, watching it seemingly regain some vitality, and muttered to himself near the glass, hang in there, survive. Perhaps his blessing came true. LAC 0017, as one of the earliest human-like embryos, after nearly 1,000 fusion experiments, surprisingly did not die. It became the longest surviving experimental subject. At the same time, it possessed almost perfect immunity, a stable composite gene chain, effectively bypassing genetic diseases such as metabolism, asthma, cancer, and showed excellent immune response to superbacteria. During this period, the Fireseed team achieved numerous scientific breakthroughs, including preliminary gene immunity for various hereditary diseases, various mental illnesses, and cancer. The significance of these achievements was immense, with Vincent making outstanding contributions to the advancement of human evolution. He was hailed as the greatest scientist of the new era. Simultaneously, the Fireseed project entered its fourth and crucial phase, the replication of gene fusion. Among all replicated genes, the most precious was the Phoenix gene, also known as the Firebird, believed to possess the power of immortality. There was only one publicly known original sample in the world. The Alliance had acquired it from the Tianyi organization for 50 million Alliance credits, and it had been stored in the gene bank until Xiaolan purchased it. The experiments in the fourth phase unexpectedly progressed smoothly, and the dawn of victory was within reach until a glitch occurred during the fusion of the Phoenix gene. Fusion failures were common, but this time, the experiment led to the death of LAC 0017. LAC 0017 was the only experimental subject to reach the fourth phase, and its death meant, at the current stage, the Fireseed project had failed. Tian. The child from another family, it's the child your parents always compare you to. It's like Stephen He's cousin, Timmy. XD. Before it was destroyed, Xiaozhou took a look. Ming, the breeder, was also there, his face pale and his eyes swollen. The little creature inside the capsule had closed its eyes tightly, resembling an embryo curled up in amniotic fluid, emitting a faint white light due to light reflection. Xiaozhou gazed at the lifeless vital signs on the projection, remaining silent. The red light locked onto the target, and he manipulated the mechanical arm to turn it over, but there was no response. Hundreds of nutrient ampoules poured down from above, flooding the tiny body, yet there was still no reaction. It's useless. The primitive cells have already died. A choked voice sounded from behind. Ming was on the verge of tears. Xiaozhou stared at LAC 007 for a long time, then chuckled belatedly. Spent over 50 million on you, who allowed you to die? Young Master Xia had no feelings of pity, only some regret. He enjoyed witnessing death but disliked the feeling of losing control. Calculating the value of the nutrient ampoules he had fed the creature over the past 6 months, it had long exceeded the worth of the Phoenix gene. The little creature owed him so much, and this was how it repaid him? For some reason, Xiaozhou was getting angrier. A fiery rage flickered in his heart, and the repressed violent tendencies surged through his veins. What should be done with the discarded experimental subject? Centralized destruction, Ming answered hesitantly. Oh, then destroy it, Xiaozhou nodded. Awaiting confirmation from Vincent for the destruction, Xiaozhou took out his terminal and coldly lowered his gaze. Do you confirm the destruction program? Confirmed. Thursday, November 7th, 33rd year of the new calendar, the fixed date for the centralized destruction of LAC 0017 arrived. However, due to Xia Yian's birthday, Vincent and Xiaozhou returned to Beijing 1 day earlier. Perhaps fate allowed them to avoid a disaster, as the next day, a shocking nuclear leak occurred in the Loke lab, reducing the entire facility to rubble. Upon hearing this tragic news, the entire scientific community sighed in regret, lamenting the years of effort Vincent had poured into the project, only to see it go to waste, postponing human evolution for decades. Unbeknownst to anyone, Xiaozhou had already recorded all the data using his omniscient and omnipotent ability, and the Fire Seed project could be continued at any time. However, Vincent did not immediately restart the research. A month after the accident, he seemed heavy-hearted, appearing silent and defeated. It wasn't until one day that Vincent received a timed experiment log. Despite the damage to the machinery, this monthly summary report still made its way to him. In this report, Vincent discovered a startling fact. LAC-0017 had actually shown signs of recovery 6 hours before the nuclear incident. The gloom of the past month dissipated, and Vincent finally slept soundly. He began to review the relevant data. Had the central data been lost? No problem, Xiaozhou had a backup in his head. He requested the restoration of all records related to LAC-0017, exposing the clandestine nutrient feeding sessions conducted by young Master Xie. How many nutrient ampoules did you feed in total? Vincent stared sternly at his son. 521 Xiaozhou handed over a table, detailing when and how much nutrient solution was given, providing a clear account. Even Vincent, accustomed to the costs of scientific research, was taken aback. Not because of the money, as research always consumed funds, but because he had forgotten how Xiaozhou, even before turning 1 year old, could disrupt his experiments. The boy was used to doing as he pleased, capable of anything. However, why did LAC-0017, having absorbed an excessive amount of nutrients, show no abnormalities? No, there was an abnormality. How did it manage to persist until the 4th phase? Vincent considered a possibility, a terrifying one. It awakened. What? Xiaozhou was taken aback. Vincent carefully examined the changes in the vital signs of LAC-0017. From the time points, every fusion experiment after feeding, its state returned to its peak. It probably awakened the ability to self-heal long ago, but it needed nutrient solution to activate it. Xiaozhou's unintentional actions had inadvertently served a purpose. If he hadn't given it so many nutrient ampoules, perhaps LAC-0017 would have died in one of the fusion experiments. It was precisely because of its self-healing ability and sufficient nutritional support that LAC-0017 survived thousands of fusion experiments and reached the 4th phase. It doesn't matter anymore. Xiaozhou fell into silence for a moment, his eyelashes casting shadows. Indeed, Vincent sighed. It was impossible to determine whether LAC-0017 possessed the self-healing ability. Even if it had truly awakened, the program had been destroyed long ago, erased by the nuclear explosion in Lok, leaving no traces behind. Xiaozhou fiddled with the feeding chart, lost in thought. Vincent patted his shoulder. This matter, aside from you and me, don't tell anyone, including your mother. The awakening of abilities in the experimental subjects of the Fire Seed project, especially a unique self-healing type like LAC-0017, even though it had died, was like Pandora's box. Once revealed, it would bring catastrophe. The alliance would be thrown into chaos, and those in the know would find no peace. Xiaozhou felt a heavy mood and nodded slowly. I understand. The failure of the Fire Seed project became a lingering burden on Vincent. A year later, he decided to restart the project, facing strong opposition from Xiaolan. Exhausted from the prolonged effort, Vincent's health was in jeopardy. While the Fire Seed was closely watching his research progress, Xiaolan cared more about his well-being, going so far as to forcibly halt funding. They erupted in their first and only Cold War, with the relationship between Azure Phoenix and Kinglan reaching an icy point. However, everything couldn't come to a halt. The Alliance's high command suddenly intervened, and Gu Hongyi, then head of the Central Court Council, became the new financier. The Fire Seed project was renamed the Eternal Life Plan, and the new research facility was built in Beishan. Gu Hongyi stated that he would fully support Vincent's research. Internally, Kinglan divided into different factions. The idealistic faction, led by Vincent and Ning Rong, aimed to continue the Fire Seed's cancer research. In contrast, the radical faction, turning to human experimentation, pursued immortality more fanatically. In the end, Xiaolan conceded. Vincent was a stubborn person. Without her, he would undoubtedly follow through with a lifetime devoted to research. Xiaolan was attracted to him because he had a soft heart and couldn't bring himself to sever his ideals. She assigned the best doctors and her most trusted guards to accompany Vincent. It served both as protection and a deterrent. She also stopped bringing Xiaozhou back to Beijing. Despite her busy military duties, she dedicated time every month to be with Vincent in Beishan. Vincent immersed himself day and night in the laboratory, becoming increasingly elusive. No matter how many times he replayed it, success with LAC-0017 always eluded him by a small margin. The experimental process, the gene fusion sequence, and the quantity of nutrients at each stage were all exactly the same. What was the missing piece? Though he had been absent for a long time, the daily operations of Kinglan continued. Vincent was the greatest genius and also the purest madman. He made an astonishing decision, to merge his own genes with Xiaozhou's, temporarily overlaying Xiaozhou's biological information, and replacing the root, super-administrator, authority within Kinglan. All right, you're me now. Vincent breathed a sigh of relief after completing everything. I won't be Vincent. Xiaozhou examined himself in the mirror. After the gene fusion, the color of his pupils had noticeably lightened. If you have to call me something, it should be Zhuang Qinjian. As you wish, Vincent smiled, the dark circles under his eyes deepening. Xiaozhou pressed his lips tightly, turning to gaze at him. Is it worth it? You've sacrificed so much for them, and the people outside won't appreciate you. Vincent calmly shook his head. I'm not doing it for them, and I don't need anyone's gratitude. Xiaozhou could never fully comprehend Vincent's dedication, but it didn't stop him from respecting his father. At the age of 16, Xiaozhou had the highest authority in Qinglan. He monitored laboratories across the region for Vincent, handling all daily tasks. This was a talent he was born with, and Xiaozhou could even remember the name of each researcher, matching it to every face. On his last visit to Beishan, it was already late at night, and the lights in Vincent's office were still on. Take a break. Xiaozhou walked in without an invitation, a hint of the same firmness as Xiaolan in his eyebrows and eyes. All right, Vincent looked up at him, momentarily dazed, before slowly responding. Xiaozhou made 2 cups of Jade Estate coffee. It was Xiaoyan's favorite flavor, but Vincent was not picky about coffee, having previously consumed the cheapest instant coffee. The father and son, rarely meeting, sat down. Their similar high intelligence made their conversation equal and smooth. How is it going? Only 2 variables are missing, lack 0017's original cells and the final fusion experiment with the Phoenix gene. But both of these cannot be replicated. Yeah, Vincent sighed wearily, rubbing his temples. Lack 0017 was already dead, Tianyi organization remained hidden, and the whereabouts of the Phoenix's original sample were unknown. His research progress was at a standstill. I had a dream last night, a dream where Lack 0017 didn't die, Vincent spoke with a faint smile. The laboratory was at the center of the explosion, Xiaozhou ruthlessly pointed out. You were daydreaming, weren't you? Besides, Xiaozhou paused, then spoke with difficulty. The destruction program, I confirmed it using your authority. Vincent stared at him curiously. You feel guilty? Do you understand the emotion of guilt? Xiaozhou remained expressionless, truly his son. Don't mind it. The destruction requires a secondary confirmation, and the final decision was made by me. Vincent took a sip of coffee, feeling a bit better. I've been thinking lately, what would be the expression of the Phoenix's gene? Does the broad concept of fusion failure apply to it? Xiaozhou was taken aback, and the father and son shared a glance. A glint of light flashed in their similar light-colored eyes. Just as Xiaozhou was about to speak, he sensed an awakener's presence and abruptly turned his head. Someone was eavesdropping. He gestured to Vincent to stay silent, quietly opened the door, and signaled the elite soldiers of the Azure Phoenix army outside. Well-trained soldiers with awakened abilities stealthily moved, quickly capturing the startled eavesdropper at the end of the corridor at Novel bin Adat. Xiaozhou slowly walked up, towering over the person whose tag read, Pan 2, Intermediate Researcher. Pan 2's tears and snot were smeared together. I'm sorry, I just awakened my ability, couldn't control it. I didn't mean to. Kill him. Xiaozhou's eyes were emotionless. However, he couldn't execute Pan 2 because Guhong Ii's people arrived in time, taking Pan 2 away on the pretext of interrogation. The coffee smoke curled up, and Vincent's expression remained indifferent. Xiaozhou's eyes narrowed slightly. He had sensed Pan 2 activating his ability just now. Although he couldn't hear anything, the person from Guhong Ii's side, before leaving, gave him a deep look, seeming to be puzzled by Xiaozhou's decision to kill the Awakener. The next day, Vincent grandly brought in a giant storage hub, announcing that he would place his research results inside for future study. Inside, the members of Azure Phoenix were curious, some even displaying greedy expressions. Only Xiaozhou knew that it was empty. On the day Vincent passed away, the weather was overcast. He collapsed suddenly due to heart failure, and despite the doctor's efforts, they couldn't save him. Xiaozhou calmly informed Xiaolan about Vincent's death. As soon as he put down the terminal, the laboratory was surrounded, and Guhong Ii's people forcefully entered. Vincent was dead, and they were bound to rush to the central hub. After some thought, Xiaozhou decided to hide. However, he didn't expect that Guhong Ii brought along Aaron, an S-level awakener with mental ability, to perform knowledge deprivation on Vincent's body. The strong awakened energy caused the ground to tremble slightly. Guhong Ii's voice was urgent and excited. Quickly open the central hub. The key? What about his son, Xiaozhou? He must know the whereabouts of the key. Then, after Aaron said something to him, Guhong Ii's expression became particularly strange. Seemingly puzzled, seemingly suddenly enlightened, he muttered 2 words in disbelief, fire seed. Xiaozhou stared at the monitoring screen, his nails digging into his palms, the dripping blood forming a small pool. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins and gloom. The human heart is always ugly, and he was not surprised by this revelation. Aaron used knowledge deprivation 3 times, and Xiaozhou experienced the pain of having his heart cut out 3 times. For the first time, he could not look at death indifferently. It wasn't until Xiaolan arrived with her people that a fierce armed conflict erupted between the 2 sides. The laboratory personnel were slaughtered, and Aaron escaped with Guhong Ii through a spatial rift. Xiaolan searched for Xiaozhou in vain and took Vincent away. Xiaozhou remained silent, like a statue. Then he turned around and entered the underground laboratory. He forever changed his biological information, enabling the fusion gene to take effect within him. His glamorous face transformed into another familiar and handsome visage. Wearing a mask and a cap, Xiaozhou left Beishan amidst the chaos. From today onward, there was no more Xiaozhou in this world, only Zhuang Qinjian carrying the key. He would never open the Pandora's box again. In the autumn of year 46th of the new calendar, the apocalypse arrived. In District D99, Hua City, the quaint sign of Qingsong Biotech was washed by heavy rain. A handsome young man gently knocked on the door. "Excuse me, is Pan 2 here? Is Mr. Pan here? Who are you?" The person in uniform looked up in confusion. Zhuang Qinjian smiled faintly, brushed off the rainwater and the tainted blood from the zombies on his body, and spoke leisurely, "I'd like to find him to settle some personal grievances." The former eavesdropper, who suddenly struck it rich, changed his name and came to the low-level district, opening a biomedicine company. But where did he get the money? 2 men and a woman came out from inside, all wearing white coats. Zhuang Qinjian looked up and was surprised to see Pan 2, an A7-level awakener, and his 2 students, Wu Yara and Yangbo. "Mr. Pan, this person is looking for you," the person who just asked said, pointing casually. Pan 2's pupils slightly widened, and his whole body trembled with fear. "Zhuang. Zhuang, Dr. Zhuang." "Yes, it's me." Zhuang Qinjian smiled gently. "Without the star network, it's indeed challenging to find you." The icy mental attack pierced through the top of Pan 2's head, and the overwhelming pressure descended with a deafening roar. Pan 2 resisted stubbornly, but today, no one could save him. In less than 5 seconds, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and slowly fell down. The chilling awakened energy spread outward. In a factory not far from Qingsong Biotech, a girl suddenly raised her head. After all, Pan 2 was an A-level awakener. Although Zhuang Qinjian could condense his mental ability, he was not a combat-type awakener. He suffered some losses, but fortunately, using the price of his right leg, he killed Pan 2. Wu Yara and Yingbo had heard of the key, but they were half in the dark about it. They questioned him forcefully, "Where is the thing? I advise you to hand it over quickly." They were just 2 C-level awakeners. What qualifications did they have to act arrogantly with him? Zhuang Qinjian smiled sarcastically, sitting in the blood pool, just about to take action. Suddenly, his keen mental ability detected a strange and powerful awakener. He calmly withdrew his hand. "Who's there?" Wu Yara turned around alertly. A girl with almond eyes peeked out from behind the window, showing half of her head. Locking eyes with Zhuang Qinjian, she obviously froze for a moment. Lac 0017 and young Master Xie, strangers to each other, inadvertently changed each other's destinies. As for Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian, their fates intertwined due to the torrential rain in Hua City. It was both a first meeting and a reunion. Tian. This series is almost over, so I started tealing another one link. 1 year later. In the faint morning light, a starship filled with passengers glided through the vast sky, its silver-white tail trailing a blossoming wreath of redbud flowers. Inside the quiet rear compartment, a sudden announcement echoed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have encountered a medium-sized zombie tide ahead. There will be continuous turbulence. Please remain calm, stay seated, fasten your seatbelts, and our security personnel will do their best to ensure everyone's safety." The lightly sleeping passengers woke up one after another. Through the portholes, they could see on the distant horizon the dark, densely packed zombies crowding the rooftops, blocking the low-altitude track. Most of these passengers were wanderers, leaving their hometowns, prepared to head to nearby shelters. "Mama, I'm scared. Can we still go to our new home?" A little girl with braided pigtails snuggled into her parents' embrace. "Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Mommy is here with you. Adat novel bin adat. After this stretch, it'll be fine. We'll soon reach Lok, the controlled area of the Bauhinia Alliance." The father comforted his daughter while holding them close. Swish! The cabin door opened, and security personnel raised their submachine guns, firing towards the distance. The zombies in the front fell, and those attracted by the gunfire rushed forward eagerly. Smoke filled the air, bullets flew, and as the distance closed, the battle intensified. Thud thud! The starship maneuvered automatically, swaying from side to side. In the luxurious cabin compartment, a young man lay on a reclined seat, his face covered with a thick zombie language, from beginner to mastery manual. The holographic game controller slipped from his hand as he stirred, sleepily lifting his head to look outside. He then unfastened his seatbelt and stood up. The young man was around 1.60 meters, slender and tall, dressed in branded clothing. He wore expensive headphones, and a large luxury logo adorned his slung bag. Despite a hint of childishness in his facial features, his overall demeanor exuded confidence. Moving lightly, he passed through the anxious passengers and joined the security personnel, naturally striking up a conversation. "Can it be resolved? How many evolved zombies are there? Has an emergency commission been issued?" The security personnel, subconsciously firing their submachine guns, replied, "The system reported a sea level, the others are manageable. There are 2 level 3 zombies causing trouble. With the current firepower, it will take about an hour." Casually turning back, catching a glimpse of the speaker's face, the security personnel immediately raised their tone. "No, kid, who let you out? Quickly go back and sit down." "An hour, so slow." The young man impatiently furrowed his brows. Casually picking up the newly refreshed sea-level emergency mission, the young man raised his head and coincidentally locked eyes with the teary-eyed little girl. He flashed a brilliant smile, defying the airflow as he took a step back. His oversized t-shirt fluttered, and he leaped straight out of the starship. Bang, 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 bang. The dense bullets paused for a moment, and everyone's faces turned pale. "Hey, what are you doing?" The security personnel failed to catch him in time, watching helplessly as the young man soared like a seagull, then free fell with a thud, into the pile of zombies. Just as everyone worried about him, the temperature around plummeted, frost danced in the air, condensing into numerous sharp ice blades. Like slicing through watermelons, all the zombie heads, including the 2 level 3 ones, exploded, instantly clearing the blocked track. Mom, Big Brother is an awakener. The little girl clapped excitedly. A high-level awakener, passengers murmured in disbelief. 2 years into the apocalypse, the existence of awakeners was no longer a secret. However, the lower-tier districts mostly had D and C-level awakeners. Occasionally encountering a B-level was considered strong. Easily wiping out a medium-sized zombie tide like this, only B-level or higher or even A-level awakeners could achieve. The young man tilted his head back, his fluffy curly hair standing on end, and his smile as pure as an angel's. Uncle, I'll get off here, no need to worry about me. The perplexed security personnel holding their guns, there's no stop here at all. Report the condition of the damaged cabin and continue forward, a mature voice came from the broadcast. Captain, what about that kid? The security personnel hesitated. He's from V587, an A3 level ice element awakener. Even if you want to manage him, you can't. Now, information flowed between District B and the lower tier districts. Some people, as if waking from a dream, pulled out their terminals, only to see the top of the Alliance's leaderboard prominently displaying V587. This was a mysterious team, rumored to be all strong men with exceptional abilities. Though they hadn't shown themselves for a long time, their ranking remained unshaken, consistently holding the top spot on the leaderboard. For those newcomers, a glance at the terminal always showcased the prominent name of V587. Alone, Su Xing walked through the ruins. In accordance with the post-apocalyptic survival rules released by the Bohemia Alliance, the Fallen, as a new species with intelligence, has attracted widespread attention. There is currently no consensus on how to coexist with them, so the general approach is to avoid interference and live alongside each other. The Loke region has been officially designated as a gathering place for the Fallen, and ordinary humans are strictly prohibited from entering. A year ago, 13 B districts, represented by Beijing, Kongsang, and the Northern Base, issued an independent declaration, announcing their departure from Utopia's jurisdiction and forming a new destiny community called the Bohemia Alliance. As of now, more than half of the 180 districts in the former New Asia Alliance have chosen to join because the highest principle of the Bohemia Alliance is that everyone has the equal right to live. Su Xing found an open space, set up a loudspeaker, clicked play, and a hoarse frequency resonated, spreading into the distance. The origin of this device is also intriguing. Similar to the zombie language, from beginner to mastery, it comes from a renowned zombie language expert in Kongsang. This expert believes that through dialogue, humans can achieve peaceful coexistence with the Fallen. Su Xing waited in place for a while. The air gradually thickened, the ground shook incessantly, and hordes of zombies, attracted by the special frequency, roared ferociously as they surrounded him. However, this time, Su Xing didn't attack. Instead, he stood there with a cheerful smile. The small zombie at the forefront leaped onto his back, affectionately nuzzling against him, attempting to steal his slung bag. Su Xing held onto the strap tightly and, with a pleading expression, looked into the distance. Ada, please control them. The fallen leader, approaching 3 meters in height, made a choking sound twice. The excited zombies slid off Su Xing's back and, in turn, curiously examined the loudspeaker. Just passing by after completing a mission, came to see you all. Su Xing pulled out a makeshift, wobbly-legged chair from the rubble, struggling to maintain balance. Several small zombies jumped onto his knees, tugging at his t-shirt. Oh, a new member. Su Xing tilted his head, looking towards the back. A group of clearly different types of fallen, resembling zombies more closely, with limbs exposed and covered in rotten cracks, were cautiously wandering in the outer circle, avoiding getting too close. Su Xing took out several baskets of green apples from his pocket and pretended to reluctantly push them out. The zombies scattered, rushing to grab the apples. Su Xing protected his branded t-shirt, then took a moment to talk to Ada. Ada, have you found my sister? Ada shook her head, having searched every nook and cranny of Loke without any success. Song Kei had been missing for almost a year. Yes, not dead, but missing. Despite turning into ashes in front of everyone, leaving no trace behind, Zhuang Qinjian still firmly believed that she was alive. Every member of V587 was waiting for her return. However, their situation was not good. Sucha became a patient in a vegetative state, covered in tubes and barely alive. Lin Yuyu looked sickly, never leaving his side. Feng Zhigzhou, who went on a business trip to Urgia, hadn't returned, and the remaining one. Su Xing held his chin, sighing like an old man. Sigh. Zhuang Qinjian seemed the most normal on the surface, but Su Xing's intuition was accurate. He felt that he was the most abnormal one. Since that day, he hadn't smiled. Sometimes the madness and stubbornness in his eyes were so intense that it sent shivers down one's spine. While immersed in melancholy, his terminal beeped, and Feng Zhigzhou's loud voice echoed, "You brat, the location is drifting again. We agreed you'd come back after completing the mission. Where did you run off to? Hurry up and come home for dinner." Su Xing pursed his lips. He, a 12-year-old child, had independently completed an A-level mission, the pillar of V587 at such a young age, working to earn points and support the entire family? Sister, where are you really? The sunlight above was a bit dazzling. Su Xing lay among the fallen, closing his eyes slightly. I miss you so much. Asterisk. District F-177. The gentle sea breeze caressed the rocks, causing ripples on the water's surface. Splash. Fully soaked, Song Kei floated to the surface, slowly opening her eyes. Once a girl with shoulder-length black hair, almond eyes, and dimples, she now appeared entirely unfamiliar. Resembling a patient with albinism, her skin was pale, her long hair pure white head to toe, she was entirely in white. Only her irises and pupils were a bewildering light pink. When she stood up, her figure reached close to 1.7 meters. The translucent cheeks seemed like porcelain washed by water, fragile and delicate. Song Kei pulled her left hand out of the seawater, and her wing-like white eyelashes drooped slightly, staring at it for a few seconds. 5 fingers. This time, it was correct. After a year, the missing body parts had regrown, leaving smooth skin without any scars, tender and akin to newborn. The only aftermath was a condition resembling a genetic defect, albinism. Song Kei bent down to pick up her clothes on the beach, quickly putting them on in a few moves. She wore a hood, covering herself completely. The sun was about to set, but the light still caused a stinging sensation on her skin. A faint roar of zombies echoed from behind. Dozens of ragged undead creatures rushed towards her. District F-177 was an abandoned island, and monsters could be encountered with just a few steps. It was nothing unusual. Song Kei raised her eyes and, with barely any movement, the ferocious zombies were instantly cut into pieces by a golden stream of light, blood splattering across the sky. With her body reshaped, the flow of her magnetic field unhindered, and awakened energy control increasingly precise, Song Kei had become a true Super S-level awakener. She no longer needed to transform a spiritual weapon because she herself was the most powerful humanoid weapon. Song Kei returned to a dilapidated house by the seaside. The neighbors had long turned into zombies, their whereabouts unknown. There were faint noises coming from the courtyard. Aunt Qing scavenged some scraps from the garbage mountain and was stiffly washing them by the water pool. Xiao Bao squatted, 4 paws on the ground, crawling around the doorway. Accidentally bumping into Song Kei's shin, he let out a yelp. Just as he was about to open his mouth to bite, Song Kei kicked him away like a soccer ball. Song Kei found a stool and sat down. Her face under the setting sun was pale and indifferent. I'm leaving? Due to not speaking for a long time, her voice sounded hoarse, and her use of the Alliance language was a bit rusty. However, once she started speaking, she was fluent, without a trace of stuttering. Xiao Bao, still dizzy, rolled back, and noticing Song Kei's arm, which had grown back, he drooled and tried to bite again. This time, his sharp teeth pierced the thin blood vessels, causing blood to flow. Pig trotters, delicious. In a daze, Xiao Bao remembered a dish he had eaten when he was still human. His saliva secretion became even more vigorous. Really asking for trouble. Smack. Aunt Qing slapped him on the head. Smack, smack. 2 more consecutive slaps, and Xiao Bao cried out in pain. He had to release his bite, rolling over with all 4 paws in the air. Even after turning into a zombie, mother is still mother. Xiao Bao touched his head in grievance, questioning why he couldn't eat. Last time, he was allowed to eat with 2 fingers. Why couldn't he eat with 5 fingers? Clearly, it was his found backup food. A year ago, Xiao Bao dug up a blob of pink seafood on the beach, excited to bring it home for a meal. Unexpectedly, the meat started moving on its own and even bit him. Unable to eat for the time being, they had to keep it in a water tank. Day by day, the piece of meat grew larger, gradually taking on a vague humanoid shape. Then one day, the seafood started speaking. It hurts. When the painful groans began, Xiao Bao had caught a mutated squirrel and was considering where to start eating. However, he was startled, and the squirrel scurried away. Xiao Bao angrily stomped his feet. The seafood joined in the roar. Aunt Qing protected Xiao Bao, vigilantly watching the convulsing seafood. It hurts, so much. Thud, thud. The seafood began desperately slamming into the tank. Aunt Qing grabbed Xiao Bao and ran, slamming the door shut, not coming out for a whole week. The tank was smashed, and the seafood, exposed to the scorching sun, was barely alive, wriggling to the door and fiercely pounding on it. Thud, thud. What are you? Aunt Qing's vocal cords had long been ruined, only producing incomprehensible low growls. But the seafood seemed to understand and weakly said, Song Kei. I am Song Kei. After hearing this, Aunt Qing fell silent. In the end, Aunt Qing dragged the piece of meat into the house and kept the seafood that called itself Song Kei. Time flew by, and Xiao Bao couldn't remember things, gradually forgetting about the existence of the seafood. However, his instinct to bite remained, and he always wanted to take a bite out of the humanoid creature in the house. The only successful time was when Song Kei mistakenly reshaped the left hand with only 2 fingers and offered it to him to eat. After Song Kei mentioned leaving, Aunt Qing nodded and murmured a few grumbles from her throat. After spending a long time together, she could understand Aunt Qing's meaning. I know, it's just a matter of time. Song Kei's face was blurry under the hood. You said, I have saved you before. Aunt Qing recounted the experience at Fool's Wharf when the apocalypse had just erupted. When she was still human, her character was selfish and harsh. After becoming a fallen, everything became chaotic, and her mindset became much more open, becoming indifferent to everything. Song Kei stared at her left arm absent-mindedly. In just a short while, the wound bitten by Xiao Bao had already healed. But I don't remember much. Her brain was like a rusty machine, losing a lot of information due to the reboot, and even emotions became slow. Song-K only remembered being trapped in a laboratory from the moment she became conscious. Everywhere was a vast expanse of snowy white and crimson lights. The endless torment and the excruciating pain from 1314 experiments occupied her mind. Later, Grandpa took her and escaped. After that, her memories became intermittent and blurry. What had happened over these years? Why did she die? Occasionally, familiar faces flashed in her memory. When she tried to grasp them, they slipped away. The process of rebuilding her body was exceptionally long, and Song-K had fallen into nightmares countless times, seeing a pair of familiar peach blossom eyes staring at her. Sometimes they were charming, sometimes filled with sorrow, and the teardrop-shaped mole at the corner of the eye seemed like scalding droplets falling into her heart. But she didn't remember any of it. But there was a voice in her heart, insisting that she must find him. Song-K stood up and said, "I'll leave today." Aunt Qing said, "Take care." Song-K remarked, "Xiaobao always bites people, not cute at all." Aunt Qing exclaimed, "Get out of here," with a fierce expression. Expressionless, Song-K asked, "Do you want to come with me?" After hesitating for a moment, Aunt Qing shook her head and said, "No, the outside world cannot tolerate us." Song-K nodded, "I understand." Before leaving, Song-K went back home. Passing by the half-slope, she surprisingly found Aiming's tombstone still there. Song-K glanced at it without any ripples in her heart, then turned into the dilapidated house, where the wind seeped through from all sides. Driven by instinct, she went to a certain wall, initially thinking of punching it, but after a moment of consideration, she switched to using a knife. In the depths of the wall, there was a sealed box. Opening it, Song-K found neatly arranged blocks of rhenium. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly, but soon drooped down again. Why did she come looking for this? Song-K's eyes looked bewildered, as if there was someone who liked it very much, always pestering her for it. Can't remember. External traffic in District F-177 had long been cut off. In the past year, not to mention outsiders, not even mutated mosquitoes from other areas could fly in. To leave, she would have to make some effort. Song-K embraced the box, walking towards the beach in the night. Her pupils contracted rapidly, and the number on the back of her neck flashed by. The DNA sequence was once again rewritten. A dragon-like tail emerged, and golden scales appeared on both sides of her cheeks, extending from her collarbone to her waist. The past Fire Seed project saved a large number of experimental logs, among which was an inconspicuous one. Experiment subject number, LAC 0017. Biological prototype, humanoid embryo. Experiment record, August 10, new calendar year 34, 222nd successful gene fusion, replicating the hornless dragon gene. Objective status, alive. With a powerful plunge, Song-K dived into the sea, disappearing in the undulating waves. Asterisk. 10 days later, District D118, Zhilian. The dilapidated highway intersection was the only remaining safe passage out of the city. At this moment, roadblocks and spikes surrounded the service station, with several off-road pickups parked horizontally in the middle of the road. 5 bare-chested men sat on the car roofs, playing cards. 3 of spades. King. Are you crazy? I play 3, and you play the king? Do you even know how to play? I'm sorry, boss. Amidst the arrogant curses, a group of refugees, dirty and disheveled, approached the intersection, stopped by the roadblocks. Where are you going? The bald man playing cards asked with a sideways glance. District C75, Hongchang Shelter. Hongchang was the most famous shelter nearby, with many people with awakened abilities, good security, and a rebuilt city area known as the Little Bagua. Toll, 3 level 2 crystals each. The bespectacled and cultured man pleaded in a low voice, "Can we negotiate? We'll pay 2 each." The bald man grinned, "I haven't finished yet, 3 each." The men were furious, and one of them said, "You're pushing it too far. Husband, don't." His wife quickly held him back. He's a high-level awakener. The wife, a low-level E-level empathy, felt the oppressive awakened energy from the opposite side and shivered. This group of people was notorious in Zhilian. Their team was called Collecting Toll, consisting of 4 C-levels and 1 B-level awakener. They usually didn't take on missions but made a living by forcefully collecting tolls and selling crystals. Unfortunately, they occupied the road leading from Zhilian to Hongchang. After the end of the world, order collapsed. They relied on their fists to speak. With no powerful awakeners in District D118 to restrain them, the refugees had no choice but to endure. "Why don't you just rob us directly?" a young and spirited student complained. The bald man laughed, "You're right. So, am I not robbing right now?" He swung his right hand, and the student was blasted away by an invisible force, spitting out blood. AHH. The frightened refugees scattered. The bald man and his followers stood up, ready to resort to violence and robbery. Stop. At a critical moment, a scorching whip swung through the air with a snap, separating the 5 awakeners and the panicked crowd. Sharp-eyed refugees excitedly shouted, "I know him! It's Zhang Rui from the Hongchang shelter." Everyone looked up to see the young man leading the way, with a commanding presence and followed by a dozen ordinary people holding weapons. Zhang Rui first helped up the injured student and whispered, "Hongchang has healing awakeners. Can you hold on? I'll take you to her." The student nodded in pain. Zhang Rui looked coldly at the bald man. Illegally collecting tolls violates the post-apocalyptic survival rules. Remove the roadblocks and let them pass. The bald man sneered. Kid, who do you think you are? The two groups instantly clashed, and the refugees avoided the scene. Zhang Rui's fire-based abilities were highly offensive, but facing 4 opponents was challenging, and his movements gradually slowed. Step aside, please. When the situation reached a stalemate, a slightly hoarse voice spoke up. Wearing a hood tightly wrapped around, Song Ke walked from behind, traversing the battlefield as if no one was around. The whispers around faded, and the warring side stopped as Song Ke was intercepted in front of the roadblock. Hey, tolls, 3 level 2 crystals each, the bald man shouted at her while still fighting. None. Song Ke checked her pockets, completely clean except for the box in her arms. If you don't pay, you can't pass. Stay aside. The oppressive air smacked toward her, but Song Ke casually dodged it, revealing a cluster of pure white bangs as her hood moved slightly. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. This person seemed not to be messed with. Boss, look at what she's holding. Low temperature freezer, definitely something good. The bald man's eyes gleamed. Damn, this is a jackpot. Song Ke ignored them, or rather, didn't care at all. She lifted her foot gently, and with a bang, the roadblock shattered. Spikes flew in all directions, puncturing the tires of the pickup trucks, clearing a passable path. You damn woman, are you going to ruin the place? The bald man couldn't contain his anger, and a burly awakener rushed towards her, unleashing various attacks. Watch out. Zhang Rui suddenly spoke, his voice tense. A gentle breeze passed by, lifting the snow-white strands of hair beneath the hood. The bald man saw a pair of pale pink pupils, devoid of any emotion, like staring at a dead person. A chill suddenly pierced through his heart, and a bone-chilling shiver emanated from his core. Under the terrifying pressure, his B-level awakened energy was crushed to pieces. Song Ke looked at him expressionlessly, and as the bald man resisted on the ground, he pleaded, Please don't kill me. A Super S-level awakener dealing with a B-level was like squashing an ant. A golden light pierced through their mouths, and the 5 who had just been arrogant instantly fell dead to the ground. It took a few seconds before the crimson blood began to flow. The entire service station fell into silence. Song Ke stepped around the bloodstains beneath her feet, wordlessly continuing forward. The people from Hongchang were too frightened to speak and automatically cleared a path for her. Thank you, a round-faced chubby guy at the end of the group whispered. Hey, why are you talking to her? It's creepy, his companion jumped in fright. Song Ke glanced at the chubby guy, paused on his face for a second, and then casually looked away at Novel bin at. Wait a moment. It's not wise to flaunt your wealth. Holding that box like that is very dangerous, the chubby guy kindly reminded. It doesn't matter, Song Ke replied nonchalantly. Anyone daring to rob her would face the consequences. The chubby guy looked back at Zhang Rui, who confirmed the urgent mission was completed, nodded at him, and then took out a silver ring from his pocket. You helped us out. Take this. It's a spatial item, but it's small, only 2 square meters. Tianyi, can you stop being overly kind? Tianyi staggered as he was pulled, and a blue light flashed around his waist. He said in a somewhat aggrieved tone, but she helped us complete the mission, and besides, this ring is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. Song Ke's fingertip moved slightly, and the throwing knife at Tianyi's waist fell into her palm. A clear memory surged into her brain. Tianyi stammered, You can't. This is my best friend's legacy, I can't give it to you. These spiritual tools were mass-produced, used for 2 years, and their energy consumption was more than half. Song Ke reinforced it, and the indigo blade was now covered in a faint golden light. It could now last for 100 years, making it a perfect heirloom. Consider it an exchange. Song Ke took the ring, tried it on each finger, and found that it fit perfectly on the ring finger of her left hand. Tianyi stared at her dumbfounded. Why you? Zhang Rui walked briskly over, and if you listened closely, you could hear a slight tremor in his voice. Have we met somewhere before? No, we haven't. Song Ke lowered her head to fiddle with the ring. In just a couple of moves, she mastered how to use it and smoothly stored away the box. Then, may I ask if you know someone named Song Ke? Zhang Rui glanced at her face and felt his own question was foolish. I don't know. Song Ke answered without a change in her expression. Zhang Rui looked disappointed, sighed silently. He was too impulsive, perhaps it was just a similarity in awakened ability. It had been almost 2 years since they parted ways in Hua City, and he wondered how Song Ke was doing now. Can I ask, what is your name? Zhang Rui paused in his actions, looking up at her with a blank expression. For a moment, Song Ke's movements halted, and she looked up with a blank expression. Just a moment ago, a strange slogan flashed through her mind. Who's the coolest among V587? Silent but cool, I'm called Sucha, remember that. This slogan was ear-piercing, unforgettable once it appeared. After a second of contemplation, Song Ke blurted out, Sucha. My name is Sucha. Hongchang is the largest shelter in the southeastern region of the Alliance, with many awakeners coming and going. Whether you want to find someone or inquire about information, you should be able to get some clues. Zhang Rui turned his head from the co-pilot's seat, explaining confidently. Well, I hope so. Song Ke's tone remained unchanged. Affected by the apocalypse, most cities along the way were destroyed. She traveled for 10 days using the hornless dragon gene, finally finding the surviving Hylian. Several modified off-road SUVs raced on the highway, the surrounding scenery rapidly receding. Tianyi, leaning on the front seat, asked curiously, "So Cha, what level are you?" "Brother Zhang just advanced to B level, but I think you're even more powerful than him." Song Ke, for some reason, the address Sucha made her feel a bit uneasy. "I think it's a level." Excitement filled the person in the same car. "Maybe it's S level." A gaming enthusiast's eyes sparkled. He had never seen a live S level before. It was all because Song Ke's recent debut was so imposing, like a high-level player descending on a newbie village, effortlessly knocking out 5 bald guys with a snap of her fingers. No, Song Ke's face hid under the hood, only revealing slightly pink lips. "I'm stronger than S level." A super S-level awakener. As far as she knew, the Alliance seemed to have no conclusive evidence. Not even the most advanced R-type mutant detector could measure it. After Song Ke spoke, the car fell silent for 2 seconds. After a while, someone dryly chuckled, "Master, you're oddly humorous." Song Ke. She was just telling the truth. District C-75, Hongchang Shelter. Song Ke got off the car with the refugees. Looking into the distance, the complex building structure in front of her had different gates corresponding to different entrances, like a maze. If someone came here for the first time without a guide, they would definitely get lost. A small wave of zombies rushed into the periphery, and the walls automatically changed, clanging. They were all sealed into a secret room without missing one, and the guards jumped onto the wall, easily killing them with their abilities. The sound of roaring thunder, Sunfen advance and retreat. 3rd Gen, 4th Sun, then rotate to the right and move out. In the depths of memory, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. In the depths of Song Ke's heart, there was a subtle movement, as if she had once again seen those peach blossom eyes. The person speaking sighed helplessly at her. Who exactly was it? Zhang Rui walked at the forefront, patiently introducing to everyone, the designer of Hongchang and the creator of the Hua City, District D99, Bagua Array, Li Tong. The main buildings here are underground, with the surface mainly for functional and commercial areas. Follow me closely, and don't get lost. Song Ke snapped back to reality, realizing her sense of direction was extremely poor. She quickly lifted her legs to catch up. After wandering in the maze for half an hour, the scene suddenly cleared up. A lively street appeared in front of them, bustling with activity and filled with the scent of fireworks. Freshly harvested potatoes, corn, and chili, all from our own greenhouse. Taste it as you pass by. Anyone completed the sea-level monster hunting commission? We need 2 more AoE awakeners. Join the team, and we'll set off. Several men and women stood on the roadside, relaxed and chatting. Captain Zhao, how have you been lately? Ha ha ha, how did you know my wife gave birth? The city area evaluation is coming up soon. Do you think Hongchang can move up to District B after joining the Bauhinia Alliance? Forget about moving up to B class. Shifting our trailing position forward might be possible. But I heard the biggest hope this time is in She, District D88. Their leader, Kainki, is an S-level awakener, and their development momentum is too strong. They're likely to directly jump from D to B. Song Ke passed by silently, and the people talking couldn't help but glance at her, murmuring casually, "Who's this? Why is she bundled up so tightly in the middle of summer? Is she mutating? Shouldn't be. It seems like she came back with Zhang Rui. Go straight ahead, and you'll reach the registration area. Tianyi, take them there first." After arranging the refugees, Zhang Rui led the injured students to the medical station. At the entrance, a group of volunteers in uniform were busy. One of the girls looked familiar, surprisingly the long-unseen Zhou Ankai. She had undergone significant changes, the arrogance and dominance on her face had long disappeared due to the blows of the apocalypse. Busy and fatigued, she had no time to think about trivial matters of love. Her gaze towards Zhang Rui was particularly open and sincere. "Zhang Rui, is something wrong? He got injured by an awakened ability. Could you take a look and help?" Following the request, Zhou Ankai inquired a few questions from the injured person, helplessly shaking her head. "I can only treat external injuries. It's better if you see Dr. Liu, he's a C-level. Let me help you get an appointment." "Thank you. Have you seen Zhang Hao? He's out on a commission with his girlfriend." Zhang Rui nodded without saying much, turning back to assist Tianyi. With his tall and handsome appearance, distinct facial features, and a rare poised and stable temperament, he was like a stable star with high popularity in the shelter. Song Ke heard their conversation clearly, her expression thoughtful. It reminded her of some past events, but she had no intention of approaching for recognition. "This is fine. Everyone is striving to live, and that's good." After strolling through the functional area and entering the awakener rest area, Song Ke took off her hood. Her snow-white hair cascaded down, and she sat quietly, closing her eyes, resembling a valuable figurine. Because of her unique appearance, people around kept stealing glances at her, and hushed whispers ensued. "Look at that person, is it albinism? I heard they can't be exposed to sunlight, or their skin develops red spots and blisters. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Radiation is already severe enough, and now a genetic disease too. But she's quite pretty, doesn't look entirely human." Song Ke's eyelids twitched, and her pink pupils turned towards the person who spoke last. "I am human." The discussion quieted down, and the guy with dyed hair sheepishly smiled at Song Ke. Seizing the moment, Song Ke stood up and approached them. Up close, her appearance had a more significant visual impact, translucent skin like washed porcelain, with feathery eyelashes forming a graceful curve. I want to ask about something. Do you know V587? In that unforgettable slogan, besides Sucha's name, V587 also appeared. The three of them were stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise. V587? Are you talking about the V587 who's ranked first on the entire Alliance leaderboard? You can see it on the commission platform. The guy with dyed hair operated the public projection, and sure enough, V587 was prominently displayed at the top. Who are the people in V587? Songke asked. I don't know that. We can't get in touch with the Awakeners in District B. I have some insider information. The girl among the three, dressed in a tank top and hot pants, leaned in. I heard they are all super attractive guys, the kind that scares kids and affects the city's aesthetics. So, they rarely show their faces and just focus on accumulating points. Songke, it sounded a bit absurd. Is it really the person she's looking for? Where can I get a terminal? Songke awkwardly changed the topic. I accidentally lost mine. At Novel Bin at. You can buy one in the commercial district here, but the Awakener ID can only be bound at the registration center. Judging by your appearance, you're an Awakener, right? Yes. I'll help you check. The nearest Awakener center is Ferrara, District C72. Ferrara? Neon signs, a giant Ferris wheel, massive advertising screens, slaughter, blood, competition. Fragmented memories flashed by. Songke remained silent, and for her, Ferrara seemed like a familiar place. Thinking she might be facing some difficulties, the guy with dyed hair, after discussing with his companions, took the initiative to invite. Actually, we've taken a commission, and we're leaving Hongchang tomorrow. We'll pass by Ferrara along the way. Do you want to join us? Songke was straightforward. I don't have money. Friend? Talking about money hurts feelings, especially in the apocalypse. We should all help each other. But if we encounter zombies, you have to help us fight, okay? Songke smiled faintly. Sure, I'm strong. Ha ha ha, you're quite confident. The three burst into laughter. This team with an average level of only D level might never know that they once used their extraordinary luck to hire the strongest force in the Alliance, a Super S-level Awakener, as their free bodyguard. Asterisk. District C72, Ferrara. Songke strolled through the streets in the late night, passing various humanoid AI and creatively dressed ace. Despite hiding her face, she didn't stand out. A redhead girl on the street was sobbing uncontrollably, her Vine's ability tightly embracing a high-end sign. Kinghe, Wivyua, my Kinghe. What's wrong with Chihori? Why is she going crazy? Haven't you heard? Luo Kinghe announced his retirement from the music industry, planning to enter politics just like Ilya. Oh my, won't his girlfriend fans be devastated? Of course, look at Ilya, he hasn't shown his face in a year. The elegant gentleman Luo Kinghe, now Ferrara's most popular virtual idol, his withdrawal meant tonight would be a sleepless night for many heartbroken fans. Songke adjusted her hat brim and continued forward. The clamor of ass drifted by. Annual throne race competition is open for registration. Completely reshuffling the top 10 emerging stars, reviewing those top idols that disappeared over the years. On the crystal clear floating screen, a female star with a princess-style pink dress sat amidst a sea of flowers. The voiceover introduced her as Lin Yuyu, one of the former emerging stars, with hit songs like Thank You for Loving Me and Light Rain with billions of views on StarNet. Fans were worried about her situation due to her prolonged absence. Songke stopped, staring at the sweet face for a couple of seconds. Seemingly familiar, yet something was off. Was it the smile? At the entrance of the luxurious Sikara Theater, an AI in a tailcoat warmly greeted her. Beautiful lady, would you like to attend a unique concert tonight? Special floating VIP tickets are only 3,888 Alliance coins. I don't have money, Songke sighed softly, as if she had been repeating this sentence all along. The AI's expression changed instantly, mocking and fluctuating as it said, oh that's truly unfortunate. Art also has its thresholds. To experience the most immersive and safe audio-visual feast, one must pay the price. Songke wasn't angered. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Does false advertising also come with a price? The AI hesitated for half a second. Artificial intelligence only speaks the truth. Please refrain from defamation. We had zombies underneath us, Songke interrupted. Didn't you mention the safest place? There was a huge group of zombies. Is that your definition of safest? The AI froze in place, error messages beeping. The greeter's data had been updated, and this one clearly lacked the memories of its predecessor. Songke patted its shoulder, humming a tune off-key, and continued on her way, hiding her merit and fame. At the deserted administrative desk in the Awakener Center, Songke knocked on the table. Hello, I want to reissue my documents. The staff on duty was a glasses-wearing girl. Upon hearing the voice, she quickly sat up, using one hand to turn off Ilya's cherished edition stage highlights, her expression serious as she briskly tapped the keyboard. Name and ID, please. Songke, I don't remember the ID. Songke, found it. The girl rubbed her tired eyes, taking in a sharp breath. Is there a problem? No, but your household registration has already moved to District B10. I don't have direct operational authority, so I can only help you apply above. District B10. Yes, the northern base, one of the founding areas of the Bauhinia Alliance. You're quite impressive, it's challenging to get in there. Songke remained silent. In her memory, she had always been an unregistered person. When did she obtain a household registration in District B? Please help me with the application. Alright, I need to collect your biological information first. Handling the biological information collection was a tablet named Mini, an artificial intelligence. Precise instruments scanned Song Kei's irises, and a holographic projection with countless microlights suddenly appeared, analyzing and overlapping in the air. Recognition failed? Error code, CK007. What does that mean? Song Kei looked puzzled. Mini's synthesized voice came from the tablet, CK007. Target object is non-human. Please refrain from teasing the machine. The girl who had casually come to watch was jaw-dropped. You're not human? I'm sorry, I didn't curse at you, but you're not human. She sneaked a glance at Song Kei's face, hidden under the hood. After careful observation, she whispered, her skin is so pale, and the color of her pupils is off. No wonder she refuses to take off the hat. So, is she an artificial intelligence, or an animal turned intelligent? It seems. Tonghua next door has an animal awakener. Song Kei remained silent for a while, then said, sorry. Forgot that after the reconstruction of her body, all hidden genes were activated. In her current state, she couldn't exactly be considered human. The girl hesitated and asked, so, are you still reissuing it? If you're an animal awakener, you'll have to wait until tomorrow when the human verification room is open. Song Kei cleared her throat, do you know where to get fake IDs? The girl's face was blank. I'm an official personnel, you know? Is it appropriate for you to ask me this? She turned off the camera, bit her lower lip, and stared at Song Kei with a conflicted and struggling expression. Well, technically I shouldn't tell you this, but a couple of days ago, when I was at a concert, I encountered someone using a fake ID. It was so well made that even the servers in District C couldn't detect it. The person bragged about it to me accidentally, and of course, I, with a strong sense of professional ethics, reported him. According to his confession, he got the fake ID in Sin City. 6 months ago, the Bohemia Alliance had found an alternative energy source, and the low-level district starships gradually resumed operation. However, the route to Sin City in District F-180 was still infrequent. The latest trip was scheduled for the early morning, and missing it meant waiting for another week. Song Kei stood by the platform, hands in her pockets, and brushed shoulders with a hurried passenger, quietly disappearing. On the luggage of that person, a chameleon had perched at some point. Its protruding eyeballs slowly turned, seamlessly blending with the surroundings. The cabin door closed slowly, heading towards the distant Sin City. In Ferrara, ruled by the super AI, everything operated normally, and nobody knew that there were actually two masters here. Cameras were everywhere, capturing blurry silhouettes, connecting through the vast data world with a certain silver branch at Novel Bin Adat. Asterisk. Northern Base. The Tranquil Garden Apartments. A communication request forcefully connected, and the silver-haired, ice-blue-eyed Lu Xiao suddenly appeared in the projection. I have good news. Do you want to hear it? A slender figure stood by the French window, swaying strong liquor between fingers, silently overlooking the night view below. Speak. Last night, at the Awakener Center in Ferrara, someone attempted to activate Song Kei's credentials. The glass suddenly stopped, and a few drops of golden liquid spilled. The shadow cast on the half-obscured side of the face, with a teardrop mole near the corner of the eye, seemingly on the verge of dropping but didn't. Send me the footage. The screen automatically played the recorded footage from the camera. A tall figure appeared from various angles, fully covered from head to toe, making it impossible to discern the face. The person disappeared at the Starship port. There were a total of 31 flights that day, heading to 17 destinations. I still have some loose ends to tie up here. Should I wait for you, or do you want to check on your own? A silver cane leaned against the ground. The speaker was tall but had a slight limp in his right leg. It doesn't matter, just one less driver. Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes and ended the communication with an expressionless face. Asterisk. District F-180, Sin City. Filled with violence and crime, a chaotic underground city. There was no natural light here. Song Kei took off her coat, maneuvering through the thugs who were engaged in a brawl, and turned into the depths of the street. According to the intelligence she had obtained, she quickly found the target person. Boss Cheng? I heard you're the most famous merchant in Trading Street. Cheng Yi, with half of her head shaved and the other half adorned with long purple hair, lifted her head. You flatter me. What business does the guest want to do? Create a fake ID. So coincidental. Cheng Yi surreptitiously sized her up, his eyes glinting sharply. If you place an order now, I'll give you a 10% discount. 1 level 4 crystal or 10 level 3 crystals. Pay half the deposit today, and I'll deliver it tomorrow. Song Kei nodded. Okay, there should be many fierce beasts and zombies in the desert. A level 4 crystal might be difficult for others, but for her, it was easy. Cheng Yi was satisfied, spreading her hands. I like straightforward people. Come, the deposit. Song Kei hesitated for a moment. Can we do it tomorrow? I don't have the money right now. Guest, I'm not rushing you. Cheng Yi shook her head, but if you want a fake ID, today is the last chance. Why? Song Kei frowned. I won't hide it from you. I stumbled upon this business opportunity a few months ago because of some bugs in the AI group in District B, taking advantage of the loophole. But now the bugs are about to be fixed, so I say it's a coincidence. Once this opportunity is gone, there won't be another one. Cheng was indeed a cunning merchant, effortlessly playing the game of hunger marketing. She even pretended to sigh, I see you really want it, so I'll wait for you until it gets dark, no later than that. Song Ke glanced at the artificial clock above. There was less than an hour until the sunset in the city of Sin. A penny really stumps a hero. Time is so tight. Where can she get a level 4 crystal? Wait a minute, something's not right. Why does she vaguely remember that she was once wealthy too? In her memories, she could easily pull out handfuls of vibrant level 4 crystals. Where was her money? Where was the empire she had built with her own hands? Song Ke walked through the streets in frustration and settled in a trendy cafe. She knew there was no time to head to the desert, so she had to figure out a solution in the city. Approaching her was a fair-skinned young man, delicately cradling a cup of coffee, walking with confidence without spilling a drop. He chose a seat right across from Song Ke, sat down, savored the aroma of the coffee, closed his eyes, and took a small sip. Song Ke's gaze fell on the coffee cup, bearing the cursive words, Jade Estates Selected Summer Coffee. Glancing at the holographic signboard with prices, she realized he was a wealthy individual. Observing the young man in front of her, his attire seemed simple, but on his left hand, he wore 4 dazzling crystal rings, 3 blue and 1 red, with a large pigeon blood gem on the middle finger. They were level 4 crystals. Song Ke glanced at the artificial clock again, realizing she was running out of time. What if she borrowed one? Perhaps her gaze was too intense. The young man slowly lifted his head. His expression darkened slightly, but the moment he saw Song Ke's face, his eyes widened. He stared for a few seconds, then quickly lowered his head, took a sip of coffee, glanced at Song Ke, took another sip, resembling an introverted otaku encountering a new anime figurine, instantly captivated. A cute robot brought a cup of Jade Estate coffee and placed it in front of Song Ke. I didn't order this, Song Ke said. It's right, table 25, the robot tilted its head in confusion. I'll treat you. Enjoy the coffee, the young man across from her spoke slowly, a suspicious blush appearing on his cheeks. It's delicious. Song Ke, what should she do? She initially wanted to snatch the crystal from this unsuspecting victim, but it seemed difficult now. Hey, Jorik, did your brain just grow? Learning to chat up a girl, a passerby laughed mockingly. The young man swiftly turned his head, half of his face covered in thick fur, transforming into a wolf-like appearance, threatening with a low growl. The mocker shut up awkwardly, walking away and shaking his head, muttering, the heavens are blind, such a rich idiot. Jorik turned back satisfied, returning to his shy demeanor, smiling awkwardly at Song Ke. Internally anxious, Song Ke glanced at the artificial clock for the 3rd time, closing her eyes and gathering her courage. Can you lend me this level 4 crystal? Jorik looked confused. Huh? Before Song Ke could speak, a piercing citywide alarm sounded. Oh no, someone's pet has escaped. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A large group of sandy yellow mutant scorpions dashed through the streets, spewing bright yellow flames everywhere. Pedestrians dodged and cursed as the chaos unfolded. Truly the city of sin, where all sorts of bizarre things could happen. Song Ke sighed deeply, stood up, ready to deal with the trouble first, and then have a serious conversation with Jorik. Ding! The elevator arrived, and a group of people in military uniforms emerged out of nowhere. Glancing around, they were all high-level awakeners. Disciplined and without a word, they cleared the entire street. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of a cane striking the ground echoed as a handsome man with a limp walked slowly out from behind the group. He wore a purple Bauhinia wreath on his collar. People from the Bauhinia Alliance. What are they here for? Maybe they're here to see Warden Hu, trying to persuade us to join. Don't overestimate our importance in District F. When did we become so significant? Song Ke was pushed to the back by the onlookers. Peering over the sea of heads, she saw the man with the cane. He had a breathtaking face, with deep and handsome features. There was a tiny mole at the corner of his eye, adding to his enchanting charm. Song Ke's mind buzzed, and her thoughts blurred. She felt a strange familiarity with this man, yet he was also a stranger. Her arm was gently tapped, and in her confusion, Song Ke turned around, coincidentally missing the man's gaze. Jorik took off his crystal ring and held it up to Song Ke. It's for you. Zhuang Qinjian noticed a burning gaze and, with a slight movement of his mind, subconsciously followed the direction. Through the noisy crowd, he saw a youth with dark hair holding a large pigeon blood ring, looking at the astonished white-haired girl. The excitement rendered her speechless. The people around them clapped and cheered, and gave out enthusiastic encouragement. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his eyes, indifferently retracting his gaze. He didn't want to witness these beautiful scenes of mutual affection. It annoyed him. Tian. My baby Jorik is fine? I'm glad he's free now. His relatives should rot in death prison. Humph, death prison. Hu Yang pushed open the door to the office, where someone was already waiting for him. A tall young man sat on the sofa, rhythmically tapping his cold white fingertips, looking silently out the window at the deep sea, his side profile melancholic and profound. Hu Yang's gaze lowered, and he noticed a silver cane placed beside the sofa. The young man's right leg seemed not very agile, just like the last time they met. Several people were scattered around the room, appearing calm and casual. Near the door were twin siblings with similar facial features but different genders. Two military personnel with insignias embroidered with the pattern of an azure phoenix were wandering by the window, their presence barely noticeable. Having dealt with criminals for most of his life and with the characteristics of being half human and half AI, Hu Yang keenly discerned that these people had special identities. They bore the burden of taking lives and were highly likely to be awakeners, perhaps even S-level. Having exchanged greetings in advance, even though their appearances were vastly different, he accurately called out the young man's name, Zhuang Qinjian. Zhuang Qinjian nodded gently. Long time no see, Lord Hades. No, Warden Hu. Hu Yang took a step forward. The twin siblings eyed him warily. He paused, circled back to his desk, and sat down at a distance from Zhuang Qinjian. Rarely do prisoners voluntarily come back, Hu Yang sighed, let alone those who escaped from prison. Zhuang Qinjian showed no embarrassment at having his dark history exposed. He got straight to the point. I came to invite Sin City to join the Bauhinia Alliance. Hu Yang remained impassive. The alliance has more than one prison, and District F is not that important. Zhuang Qinjian smoothed out the non-existent wrinkles on his sleeves and smiled. That was in the past. Because of you, F-180 is now crucial. A district magistrate leaves a strong personal style in the city he governs. Nikong is cruel, Mu City people is miserable, and in anger, the citizens overthrow his rule. Chen Ziwei is kind, Tongwan stands united, and the whole city gathers strength to withstand the onslaught of the zombie tide. After taking over the death prison, Sin City remained chaotic, filled with violence and crime. However, the arbiter tilted towards fairness and justice. Hu Yang re-evaluated sentences, punished criminals severely, and also released many innocent people. Zhuang Qinjian's exceptional memory allowed him to recognize Jorik in the trading street just now. His gaze was clear and cold, like a born negotiation expert. If I'm not mistaken, in the past year, although death prison appears stable on the surface, it has long lost financial support, and the number of prison guards has dwindled significantly, right? After the Lok War, Gu Hongii died violently, and many core officials of the Central Court were killed or injured. The alliance's influence in Utopia suffered a severe setback, and the once tripartite situation fell apart. Now, the higher UPS were preoccupied and had no spare time to deal with a mere District F. If another malicious prison break occurs, can you handle it? Zhuang Qinjian hinted with a purpose. Sin City had once experienced a sensational news event. A team called V587, using some unknown method, flipped death prison 180 degrees and successfully escaped from it. This was the only successful prison break event since the establishment of death prison. Hu Yang was speechless. Weren't you the one who escaped in the first place? How can you act like nothing happened with a different face? Zhuang Qinjian's face was as thick as a city wall, showing no signs of abnormality. He remained calm and said, the apocalypse not only brings crises but also creates opportunities. Whether to seize the opportunity, lead Sin City against the current, or continue to drift with the tide, Warden Hu, it depends on your choice. Why choose me? Hu Yang's voice was low and hoarse. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at him intently. There was a rare steadiness about Hu Yang, and his emotions seemed never to spiral out of control. Death prison is a necessary product of the Alliance's development at a specific stage. Its functionality is irreplaceable, and staying here is your lifelong mission. Zhuang Qinjian recited calmly, is that still your belief, or have your thoughts changed? Hu Yang shook his head slowly, never. Zhuang Qinjian smiled, the selection for the new city district is about to begin. There are no registration restrictions this time. The classification will consider various aspects, and all C-level cities will receive resource support. I look forward to a story of F rising to C. Hu Yang remained silent for a while before speaking. I have a question. Even if I am not human, is it acceptable? He spoke vaguely, but Zhuang Qinjian understood. Among the members of the Bauhinia Alliance, you are not the only non-human magistrate. Ferrara is controlled by a super AI, Lok is even ruled by the fallen king. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, the definition of being human will be rewritten. Hu Yang nodded solemnly. Thank you, I will consider it. Knock, knock. Urgent knocking sounded from outside the door. Warden, something's wrong in the desert. Zhuang Qinjian stood up gracefully, casually gripping his cane. You take care of that first, I won't disturb you. After watching the group depart, Hu Yang turned to the prison guard and asked, what happened? All the prisoners released yesterday were killed. For what reason? Hu Yang asked calmly. It was a vicious group fight. The prison guard sighed with frustration. In the end, it's their own fault. They were seeking death. They were sand bandits before they came in, saw someone kill a level 4 scorpion, got envious, and tried to rob it, only to be counter-killed. How are the casualties on the other side? The other side, they're fine. The prison guard's expression was conflicted, struggling to speak but hesitating. Warden, when I said group fight, it's a situation where one person is beating up a whole group. Asterisk. In the scorching desert, the sun hung high, and the air was so hot it distorted. Song Kei's back was drenched in sweat, her wet white hair sticking to her collarbones. The hood seemed about to catch fire, and her skin, marred and broken, quickly healed due to her second ability, leaving only traces of pain that didn't have time to linger. 2 mutant scorpion carcasses lay by her feet, and even a slight movement caused the burning heat to engulf the surroundings. Jorik, equally sweaty, panted in the heat but continued to follow her at Novel bin at. Here's yours. Song Kei handed 2 crimson crystals to him. Thanks to this foolish but righteous helper, she paid the money to Cheng Yi on time, catching up with the deadline. Jorik took a step back, shook his head quickly, and awkwardly looked at her, stammering, "Buy you coffee, ring is for you, go home. I'll leave tomorrow when I get the goods. You go get the ring yourself." The weather was too hot, and every second was torture. Song-K, with patience worn thin and not understanding what he was saying, spoke with a commanding tone. Jorik, looking dazed, after several signals from Song-K, finally took only one crystal and stored it away. "Go home," he began saying, but his ears suddenly perked up, and he looked towards the distant sand dunes with a dark expression. The sandstorm raged, and the sandy dunes undulated in shades of brown. Bang! Bang! Explosions erupted as over 30 sand bandits, lying in ambush, sprung out and surrounded Song-K and her companion. "Since this fool doesn't want it, why not give us the crystal?" The speaker exuded the aura of a desperate outlaw, with a sinister smile, reaching out without hesitation to activate the awakened ability grabbing objects from the air. Zhang! Mental power hit an iron plate. Song-K's crystal remained unmoved in her palm. The opponent was only at the sea level, the power gap too vast for them to even get close. The sand bandits, shocked, abandoned their playful expressions, stared menacingly at her, revealing their cruel true selves. Hot sweat dripped down the chin, instantly evaporating in the scorching heat. Song-K felt a bit dizzy, wishing to return to the cool underground city. Her voice dry, she spoke slowly, "Give you 3 seconds, hurry up and leave." "Well, look at the attitude. Brothers, kill her, take the crystal." Over 30 people rushed forward, their various awakened abilities stirring up the sandy ground. Roar! Jorik roared in anger, transforming into a werewolf, aggressively pouncing, clawing and biting fiercely. However, due to his usually pampered lifestyle and thick, dense fur, the wealthy man suffered heat stroke immediately upon transformation, collapsing with a thud. The sand bandits burst into laughter, restraining him. A curved knife poised at Jorik's throat, ready to strike. Song-K slowly raised her gaze, and her pink pupils flashed with dazzling golden light. A surging and domineering awakened energy shook the earth, raising a massive sandstorm from all directions. Countless thorned arrows shot out from behind her, piercing through the bandits. In an instant, the sand bandits had limbs severed, bodies dismembered, each pierced through the heart, and they fell dead. The sandstorm subsided, corpses scattered, and all sound disappeared. A pin could be heard dropping in the silent scene. "Come out," Song-K coldly said to the deserted desert. After a while, a group of trembling locals emerged from beneath the sand. After a while, the mirage of an oasis appeared, and another wave of timid awakeners emerged. Praying mantis hunts the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, truly the most chaotic and sinful city in the entire alliance. In this small battlefield, 3 waves of people were lying in ambush. Song-K raised her hand slightly, and the 2 groups of orioles immediately knelt on the ground, pleading, "Mercy, heroine, mercy. We didn't intend to act." Song-K, indifferent, wiped her face as hot sweat dripped into her eyes, causing her vision to blur. "Just leave." The crowd narrowly escaped punishment, collectively retreating. Seeing that Song-K had no intention of killing them, someone nervously asked, "May we ask the heroine's name? In the future, we'll definitely go around when we see you." In Sin City, a reputation is the easiest thing to spread. They wanted to figure out whom they offended to avoid stepping into trouble in the future. Song-K pulled the unconscious Jorik from the pile of bodies, lifting him with one hand. Almost instinctively, she blurted out her habitual alias, "My name is Sucha." As the words fell, everyone on the opposite side collectively fell into a state of stupor. "Did I hear it correctly? She said her name is Sucha. Is it the Sucha? Who else could it be? It's her." A tremulous explosion echoed in everyone's ears. The ambushing individuals halted their steps, their faces showing astonishment. Upon closer inspection, a hint of worship could be seen in their eyes, as if gazing upon a god. Song-K was taken aback, it was the first time she encountered such a situation. "Do you know the name Sucha?" We know. Who's the coolest in V587? It's Sucha, remember that. You gained fame in the desert back then. This is your happy hometown? Who doesn't know the legend of V587? At novel bin at. Song-K. But I remember, Sucha is a guy. Amidst the noisy background, someone hesitated to speak. They received a hard knock on the forehead, and a companion frantically gestured at him. "Shut up. Sucha can be a brother or a sister, whatever she says she is." Song-K had a splitting headache and dismissed the chattering group of orioles. A silver-white starship flew across the sky, its tail adorned with a sparkling purple bauhinia wreath. Song-K glanced at it and then turned away, heading towards the underground city in the opposite direction. Thunk! Song-K threw Jorik on the ground and knocked on the counter. "I'm here to pick up the goods. Here, for use in District C and below only." Cheng Yi tossed a terminal, poking her head out to look. "Isn't this Jorik? Did he get heat stroke?" "Yeah." Song-K carefully checked the functions, finding no issues. "I'll be leaving soon. Can you keep him here?" "Sure, of course." Cheng Yi tossed aside half of her purple hair, smiling with satisfaction. Jorik, a wealthy man, would be another profitable deal. Song-K touched the silver ring absent-mindedly. "I heard you're the most informed trader in the trading street." Cheng Yi replied arrogantly. She placed the level 4 crystal on the counter. "I want to buy some information from you." Cheng Yi's eyes lit up, instantly pulling out a magnifying glass. "What kind of information is worth a level 4 crystal? I'm quite curious." Song K said, about V587, tell me everything you know. Cheng Yi's smile faded at the mention of it. Customer, I don't do all kinds of deals. V587 is my regular customer, and I don't sell their information. What if you turn around seeking revenge? They've made enemies, you know. Song K calmly stared at her. I'm not seeking revenge. I just forgot a lot of things. Only remember that V587 is supposed to be my friend. I want to find them and clarify things. Please, any information is fine, even just a name. Cheng Yi scrutinized her back and forth, really not seeking revenge. Song K affirmed, yes. Cheng Yi, exposing her true nature, as if afraid Song K would regret it, quickly grabbed the crystal and took a bite. Just a name. I won't disclose details about others, but the captain of V587 is named Song K. The captain of V587 is named Song K. Song K slightly widened her eyes. From Sin City to Northern Base, it almost spanned the entire New Asia Alliance. It took Song K a whole half-month to reach Tianjin City, and then she was helpless. According to the rules, the first entry into the Northern Base required approval from the Immigration Center. But the crowd here was beyond imagination. Ordinary awakeners had to wait in line for half a year, and there was almost no place to step inside. For those with slightly weaker lung capacity, they could start gasping for breath at any moment. Her ID was fake, as Cheng Yi mentioned, it could only be used in District C. Once she reached District B, it wouldn't work. Since the official method was not feasible, what about unconventional methods? Song K approached a loud hawker, lowering her voice as if making a secret deal. What business are you in? How much does it cost for SM***ing one person? The hawker was shocked and turned pale. Don't set me up, are you a decoy? Get away, get away. No amount of money is acceptable. Don't you know how strict they are about SM***ing now? I don't want to end up in the Awakener Department's big prison. The self-righteous hawker didn't control his volume well and forgot that he was still wearing an amplifying terminal on his collar. The roaring sound spread layer by layer, and everyone within a few miles turned their heads, staring at Song K with looks as if she were a fool, pointing and whispering. Song K covered her face and fled in embarrassment. Half an hour later, she crouched in the corner of the wall, hesitantly glancing at the transparent barrier within arm's reach. This was the final stop for the city bus. As long as someone got off casually, she could use that method to stealthily infiltrate without anyone knowing. It shouldn't be discovered. Song K took a deep breath, another deep breath, finally making up her mind and hiding in the shadows. The upcoming genetic changes were truly pushing the limits, requiring significant psychological preparation that she had been working on for a long time. Boom! An awakener moved faster than her, hitting the barrier above. Bro, isn't this too risky? A furtive voice came from the other end, sounding like 3 or 4 people. What's there to be afraid of? Takushima's applications to join the Bohemia Alliance were rejected several times. It must be the Northern Base playing tricks. I'm just giving them some trouble. Don't stop. Whatever top-notch defense they have, we're taking it down today. A blaring alarm sounded, triggering the defensive mechanism of the attacked barrier. Song K watched helplessly as holographic signs displayed text. Due to route malfunction, today's bus service is cancelled. Suppressing her anger, she walked up to the group of people and asked expressionlessly, "What are you guys doing?" "Crap, there's trouble going on. There is a situation in Channel 201. In the City Defense Command Center, monitors locked onto the terrorists causing damage, and an employee connected to the internal channel, Mr. Zhuang. Someone is intentionally damaging the city defense system. The target has been located." "Huh? The target has been dealt with." A blurry figure with a hood approached, the scene flashed, and several terrorists' heads burst open. 2 seconds later, a spray of bright red blood arced through the air. Death came too quickly, no one could see what had happened. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at the floating screen, his eyelashes lowered. "Send a patrol team over." He stood up to leave, but when he reached the door, his footsteps suddenly halted. Like a gust of wind, he rushed back and trembling fingertips pressed the pause button. The mouths of those people showed clear signs of knife wounds. The slow-motion replay, Zhuang Qinjian spoke urgently, his voice revealing a sense of urgency. The surveillance looped back to the recent crime scene. Even at a slowed speed, there was still no clue to be found. Slow it down further. Slower. Until the frame froze, and the crowd struggled to see. Just before the terrorists' deaths, faint golden lights appeared around them. These lights rapidly converged, forming a cold and brilliant blade shape. This was a transformed awakened energy? "Mr. Zhuang, should we keep slowing?" Zhuang Qinjian remained silent, expressionless for a long time, then suddenly shook his head with a helpless smile. This was the first time the City Defense Department personnel had seen Zhuang Qinjian smile. In an instant, it was like ice melting, spring winds and rain, intoxicating and unforgettable. The bus was gone, and Song K turned around in frustration. Suddenly, her back tensed. The sky tore open with a pitch-black crack, an invisible and majestic force descending from above. An S-level spatial ability? Following that, another S-level ability, draw the ground as a prison, isolated the air around Song K, trapping her in a confined space. Song K frowned at her forehead. Was this coming after her because she had just killed someone? Were they going to fight at the entrance of the northern base? That wouldn't be good. She still wanted to get inside. Wait, there might be an opportunity? With little time to think, Song K had no choice. She gritted her teeth, transformed into the pre-planned genetic form, and disappeared on the spot. A group of awakeners appeared out of thin air. The crowd split on both sides as Zhuang Qinjian, leaning on a cane, strolled forward. Despite his disabled right leg, he was broad-shouldered and tall, handsome, and elegant, a flawless young nobleman. Facing the empty passage, Zhuang Qinjian's emotions were complex, ultimately turning into a gentle sigh. Under the puzzled gaze of everyone, he threw away the cane, knelt on one knee, and lowered his head to gaze at the crawling flea on the ground. Song Keek, is that you? The tiny flea paused for a moment, its tail wagging vigorously. The awakeners behind Zhuang Qinjian were silent, their expressions collapsing. They watched as the successor of the northern base, in a hurry, mobilized S-level awakeners just to exchange feelings with a suspicious-looking flea. However, Zhuang Qinjian seemed oblivious. He slowly reached out, the teardrop mole at the corner of his eye shining with brilliance. Let's go home. Whoosh, the flea disappeared. Zhuang Qinjian's pupils contracted, and regardless of the dust, he moved forward. Song Ke. The next moment, his words abruptly stopped, and his scalp tingled slightly. Mr. Zhuang, do you need me to pursue? At the entrance of Channel 201, the bewildered and puzzled awakeners looked around. Where was the suspect? Where was the flea? The air was as quiet as death, and Zhuang Qinjian remained motionless, his silhouette resembling a frozen statue. As if a long century had passed, or perhaps just a few seconds, his expression transitioned from an indescribable blankness, shock, and patience to the calmness of still waters. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and a hoarse voice squeezed out from between his teeth. No need. Clever as he was, Zhuang Qinjian had already confirmed that the flea was undoubtedly Song Ke. However, for some reason, she couldn't enter the city through normal means, leading her to resort to such unconventional methods. When Zhuang Qinjian stood up, his right leg, numb and tingling from kneeling for so long, swayed slightly, and a cane was quickly handed to him by someone nearby. His voice regained composure, and he said casually, as if nothing had happened, "Clean up the scene, I will explain this matter to General Ye." After dispersing the patrol team, Zhuang Qinjian called for a driverless hovercar and entered the northern base from Channel 201. Just as he entered the city, the roots of his fluffy hair moved, causing a slight itch. Zhuang Qinjian's 5 fingers holding the cane tightened suddenly, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. If you dare to run, I will spray the entire city with Beibu tincture. Beibu tincture, a type of pesticide, primarily used to kill insects and relieve itching. The diluted spray had a stunning effect on various parasites. The flea suddenly froze, apparently understanding human speech. Zhuang Qinjian revealed a faint smile, but as soon as he thought that the little thing was still perched on his head, his mouth quickly straightened into a tight line. So, you plan to enter the city this way? I'll help you, don't run again. The last few words were as light as a sigh. Garden apartment. Zhuang Qinjian's face was as calm as water. Limping hastily through the living room, he arrived at the private bathroom. His fingertips swiftly operated on the panel, and with a snap, the lights went out. The door locked, the windows sealed shut, creating a completely enclosed space. Then, he began to undress, suit, tie, trousers. With one hand, he unbuttoned his shirt, pulled down the collar, revealing a slender and slim neck. He commanded, somewhat stiffly, "Change back." No one responded, and silence filled the surroundings. Zhuang Qinjian helplessly rubbed his forehead. Since you dare to use this method, there must be a way out. At least prove that you can control the time of genetic existence. There are no outsiders here, change back. After a brief standoff, a tiny flea fell to the ground, emitting a faint radiation. The blurry figure gradually solidified. Zhuang Qinjian quickly grabbed a towel and threw it over Song Ke's head, covering her completely. In the dim natural light, a pair of white and luminous slender ankles were exposed, like polished jade, smooth and delicate. Clothes in the second compartment of the cabinet. Zhuang Qinjian frowned repeatedly at his brow, unable to endure any longer. He forcefully opened the glass door, diving into the shower, and the sound of rushing water immediately filled the air. 2 fair fingers pulled down the towel from her head. Pink pupils observed the surroundings vigilantly. After confirming it was safe, Song Ke turned and opened the cabinet door, pulling out an oversized t-shirt and putting it on casually. A moment later, the sound of running water gradually ceased. Zhuang Qinjian reappeared, his black hair soaked, his features clear. Clad in a thin bathrobe, uncleaned water droplets trickled along his collarbone into the neckline. Paired with his handsome and cold face, there was a subtle and dangerously alluring charm. Song. A concealed sleeve sword pressed against his throat, the blade glinting with a cold and chilling light. One step forward would result in blood splattering on the spot. The two confronted each other, facing each other, and their faces were reflected in each other's pupils. Then, a bit of astonishment and surprise gradually surfaced. Zhuang Qinjian illuminated the lights with one hand, staring intently at the person before him. The cold face, snow-white long hair, nearly transparent skin every inch between the brows and eyes presented a completely unfamiliar appearance. Rarely rendered speechless, he looked somewhat dazed. Song Ke blinked slowly, recognizing him as the man she saw briefly in Sin City. However, with close contact, a strange emotion surged within her. She gazed at the peach blossom eyes, vivid teardrop mole, and well-defined chin of the person before her. She felt as if every feature was somehow familiar. "Who are you?" Song Ke murmured. "Zhuang Qinjian." I am Zhuang Qinjian. Zhuang Qinjian stared at her, unblinking, enunciating each word. Zhuang Qinjian. Song Ke unconsciously repeated. Those 3 words lingered on her lips, as if she had uttered them countless times before. Have you always looked like this? Song Ke's eyes were filled with confusion. Zhuang Qinjian slowly raised his hand. When Song Ke came to her senses, the blade pressed an inch, leaving a faint bloodstain on his neck. Ignoring it, he spoke in a gentle, almost humble tone. You mentioned that you liked the original mole. During the time you were away, I modified my genes. His current appearance embodied both Zhuang Qinjian and Xiezhou, growing in accordance with Song Ke's preferences in every aspect. Did she say that? Song Ke's consciousness felt somewhat hazy. She couldn't remember, but indeed, it looked pretty good. Zhuang Qinjian's slightly cool palm held the hilt, gently pressing it down. After a brief moment of surprise, he began to think quickly. Due to the activation of the Phoenix gene, not only did the body undergo reconstruction and the appearance change, but even memories have experienced some loss, right? So, in this past year, you haven't shown up. I thought you were intentionally avoiding me. Song Ke stared at him intently, honestly admitting, Actually, it took almost a year just for the reconstruction. Are you affiliated with V587? She asked softly. Zhuang Qinjian sighed softly. You can't remember anything. Song Ke lowered her eyelashes, her agile fingertips spinning the sleeve sword, but she showed no intention of attacking the person before her. Let me tell you then, Song Keek. Clang! The sleeve sword fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Zhuang Qinjian lifted her up, placing her on the half-height sink. His hands rested on her waist, and his thin lips, almost touching her nearly transparent earlobe, said, I am the first member of V587. You saved me with your sacrifice, and since then, I pledged my life to you, holding on to your thigh, wholeheartedly following you. Song Ke slightly opened her mouth, chilled to the point of speechlessness. Zhuang Qinjian chuckled lightly, abandoning his playful thoughts. He leaned down, resting his head on Song Ke's neck, his tone exhausted and sorrowful. All that was nonsense. I'm your teammate and boyfriend, the person closest to you in this world. Every day for the past year, I dared not sleep because once I closed my eyes, I would return to that day in Lok, and you completely disappeared before me. Their breaths were close, with no space for avoidance. Song Ke turned her head, gazing at his eyes. A wave of confusion washed over her mind. In the deep recesses of her consciousness, she inexplicably believed every word he said. Song Keek, I really miss you. In this position, Zhuang Qinjian held her waist, embedding Song Ke in his arms. He then pinched her chin, forcing her to tilt her head. Disregarding everything, their lips and tongues intertwined, leaving a moist impression. Song Ke's eyes widened, her pulse suddenly quickened, her heart pounding as if it were about to leap out of her chest, yet she had no resistance in her thoughts. However, Zhuang Qinjian quickly stopped. His thin lips retreated slightly, and his expression became complex and indistinct. Sorry, the genes from earlier were too extraordinary. I have some psychological shadows. Song Ke. Her wrist was tightly gripped as Song Ke staggered into the shower. The Shuriad turned on again, and warm water cascaded down, soaking both of them. The face-to-face position heightened a certain emotion, and Zhuang Qinjian's breath was so scalding it made Song Ke tremble. He cupped Song Ke's face with both hands and descended once again. The sound of rushing water masked the subtle movements. The steaming heat blurred the frosted glass, and the intertwined silhouettes of the man and woman reflected an ambiguous light. Outside, there was a bustling three-dimensional city with incessant aerial traffic. Inside, it was 2 souls consoling each other. Bam! A muffled noise interrupted the warmth in the bathroom. Okay, now let's talk. How much do you remember? 10 minutes later, Zhuang Qinjian's cheekbone was red. He was beaten by Song Ke who couldn't bear it anymore. He pressed his forehead and asked in a low voice at novel bin at. A little bit, only memories from childhood. Song Ke pinched her thumb and forefinger, making a gesture the size of a grain of rice. The pink petals of her lips revealed a suspicious crimson, particularly noticeable against her skin tone. It was the look of someone who had done something mischievous. Zhuang Qinjian stared for a moment longer, then awkwardly shifted his gaze away. Was increasingly messy and blurry, with a complete blank about the events that occurred afterward. Zhuang Qinjian nodded. I informed the others from V587. They'll be back soon. Maybe then you'll remember something. Song Ke crouched in the corner of the sofa, creating a distance between them, her eyes filled with skepticism. How can I be sure you're not lying to me? Your language ability has recovered. Zhuang Qinjian tapped his fingertips, calmly analyzing. The manifestation of the Phoenix gene is rebirth. As long as there are residual cells, one can infinitely regenerate using them as a medium. However, your 2 triggers had no external guidance, resulting in after effects. The first rebirth was during the Lok incident, damaging your language center. This is the second time. He shifted forward, kneeling on one knee on the sofa, his long fingers threading through Song Ke's hair. Albinism is a hereditary disease. From a broad perspective, this type of genetic mutation cannot be cured. Previously, whether it was the hook snake, wildcat, or chameleon gene, you couldn't transform back voluntarily, you needed radiation stimulation. But now, you can control all genes, indicating that the fusion level has exceeded the threshold, losing the characteristics of a human. You've been to Ferrara, wanting to activate the Awakener certificate, but without biological information, this path was simply impassable. So, you had no other choice but to use special means to infiltrate the northern base. Throughout the alliance, no one understood the Fire Seed project and LAC 0017 better than Zhuang Qinjian. With just a few words, he deduced the truth. Impressive, he got it all right. Song Ke stared at him in astonishment. Zhuang Qinjian calmly continued forward, their noses almost touching, but this is very dangerous. All genes are in high-speed operation, the DNA chain constantly changing, causing a disturbance in your magnetic field. Over time, the part of consciousness belonging to humans gradually diminishes, and you'll forget everything. Tomorrow, let's conduct a full-body examination to see if there's any way to restore you to normal. Oh, Song Ke nodded quietly, discreetly distancing herself from him. Zhuang Qinjian noticed her subtle movement, smiled with restraint, and held her hand, rubbing it until he felt the ring on Song Ke's ring finger. His smile vanished instantly. What's this? He held it up expressionlessly, his tone icy. Where did this ring come from? Activating the omniscient and omnipotent ability, scouring every corner of memory, Zhuang Qinjian quickly recalled the glimpse in Sin City, regret and anger simultaneously surging. Given to you by Jorik? Did he propose to you, and you agreed? Not even a decent diamond, and you consider this worth showing off. Why did you go to Sin City for him? How long did you stay, and why didn't you contact me? The man, overwhelmed by jealousy and clouded judgment, completely lost his sanity. His voice carried a hoarse tone with gritted teeth. It's not, Song Ke tried to explain, but the spiritual power in the ring was too weak. Zhuang Qinjian, stubbornly, didn't perceive it as a spatial item. Take it off, Zhuang Qinjian was firm, not allowing any refusal. I'll buy you a bigger one. Is 10 carats enough? At novel bin at. Are you crazy? Song Ke was speechless, kicking him in the abdomen. Zhuang Qinjian grunted and raised his eyes, the depths of which were terrifying. He reached over to remove Song Ke's ring. The two wrestled on the sofa, the situation intense and unrestrained. Ding ding. Just then, the apartment door opened. 3 people rushed into the foyer urgently and froze in place. They saw Song Ke with disheveled clothes, an oversized t-shirt slipping off her shoulder, her lips slightly swollen and reddened from rough kissing. Zhuang Qinjian's shirt was in disarray, buttons broken, and several scratches on his thin abdominal muscles were particularly prominent. He was pressed onto the sofa, with a strange woman straddling him. His workout pants awkwardly revealed an embarrassing shape, and the two were in an ambiguous position, closely pressed together. 2 and 3, everyone looked each other, and the atmosphere solidified for a few seconds. Thump. The food that Su Xing held dropped, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Oh. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Su Xing. Comrade Su Xiaoxing directly broke down. You, shameless. Where's my sister? How can you mess around with someone else? The slender teenager, furious, erupted with awakened energy. Dozens of ice blades shot towards the two. No matter what, he was an A3 level awakener. With a burst of awakened ability, the temperature in the living room, along with the foyer, plummeted. The floor, along with Lu Xiao's wheelchair, was instantly covered in thick frost. Song Ke flipped over and got up. Her fingertips moved slightly, and a dazzling golden shield appeared out of thin air, blocking Su Xing's attacks. Just as she was about to lament why all the kids she encountered were not quite normal, with Xiaobao always wanting to gnaw on her arm, and this one always resorting to violence, she noticed the opposing teenager's expression becoming blank. Su Xing's eyes quickly filled with tears, and he sobbed twice. Like a runaway wild horse, he rushed over. Sister. Song Ke was shocked. She flipped over the sofa with a backflip, landing lightly on the other side. Su Xing watched helplessly as he missed his target, unable to stop in time, and crashed into the sofa corner. His head bumped into Zhuang Qinjian, who looked up in annoyance, rubbing his bright red nose. With teary eyes, Su Xing said, Sister, you don't love me anymore. You never used to avoid me before. Zhuang Qinjian slapped him on the head, stood up, nonchalantly buttoned up 2 buttons. Enough already. You were 1.3 meters tall before, and now you're 1.6 meters tall. Don't you know how big you are? Su Xing suppressed his resentment, leaning his elbow on his knee, supporting his chin, sulking alone. Feng's Higzu touched his chin, circled around Song Ke, and commented, Captain, you've changed too. I almost didn't recognize you. Song Ke has lost some memories. Introduce yourselves. Zhuang Qinjian explained the situation in a few words and gestured to Song Ke. You were looking for V587, right? They are all members. Su Xing eagerly raised his hand. I'm Su Xing's sister, I'm the first one who met you, and we're the closest. The highly skilled young man in the eyes of outsiders was still a child who didn't grow up and knew how to act cute in front of Song Ke. With a slight pout at the corner of his mouth, Su Xing was still upset about not being able to hold Song Ke just now. Song Ke couldn't resist and patted his curly hair, feeling a pleasant touch. Good boy. Feng's Higzu, you can call me Old Feng. We met in Tongwan. At that time, I was desperate for death, and you saved me and helped me avenge my wife. Feng's Higzu spoke about the past, including the assassination in Mu City, and his wife Ayao. Song Ke listened quietly, patting his shoulder when he finished. Feng's Higzu touched the glass bottle around his neck and smiled. I'm doing well now. Ayao and Tian will surely be satisfied. Next was the silver-haired, ice-blue-eyed young man. Song Ke's gaze lingered for a second on his missing legs, and her eyes looked somewhat dim. Lu Xiao calmly let her scrutinize him, although being a tree is quite good, thanks for bringing me out of the death prison. Song Ke gazed at him silently, and behind Lu Xiao were 6 mechanical arms, each with a different color, one of which emitted a cold silver light. A light bulb lit up in her head, and the next actions were purely instinctive. Song Ke took out the box of rhenium blocks from the ring, carefully opened it, and the bright light illuminated everyone's faces. She pushed it solemnly in front of Lu Xiao. Although I don't remember why I need to find it, my intuition tells me that it should be for you. Lu Xiao was first surprised, then fell into silence, and finally revealed a somewhat awkward but sincere smile. Thank you, Captain. He turned proudly, like a child who got a beloved gift, eager to show it to the whole world. Rhenium blocks enough to transform all the mechanical arms. Did you see that? 14 days. Zhuang Qinjian lightly sneered, a rare moment without a retort. Why does only he have a gift? Su Xing complained, drawing circles with his fingers, and his grudge notebook started rearranging. You're so rich, shouldn't you give your sister a gift? Feng Higzu educated him. Oh, right. Sister, what do you want? I'll buy it for you. Quick, go wash the vegetables. I'll cook tonight. What? I already took commissions today. Do I have to wash vegetables too? While the apartment was bustling with noise, Song Ke's heart gradually settled into reality. This indescribable feeling persisted since she woke up in District F177. For nearly a month of wandering, loneliness surrounded her at every moment. It wasn't until now that Song Ke truly found a sense of belonging. She was sure that she was the captain of V587, and these people were important to her. Leaning against the bar, Zhuang Qinjian quietly watched her. A faint smile adorned his young and handsome face, and the lingering melancholy finally dispersed with the wind. This unfamiliar face merged with the deep-seated figure in Song Ke's memory, becoming the same person. The person she was looking for. Song Ke thought of something and cleared her throat to speak. Actually, there's one more thing. As soon as the captain spoke, the other 4 immediately quieted down, all looking at her. Song Ke earnestly asked, Who is Socha? Northern Base, 7 o'clock in the morning. Specialized hospital for awakeners. Hospitals were always busiest in the early morning. Small robots filled with medicines flew unsteadily through the lobby, preparing to take the elevator upstairs. At this moment, a patient who had lost control of his awakened ability unleashed a barrage of shining wind blades wildly. The walls around lit up with white light, and a defensive barrier absorbed all the attacks. Agile doctors swiftly subdued him, one of them turning and shouting, Sedative. The raging storm suddenly ceased, but a small robot lost its balance and flew backward, disoriented. A pale hand caught it just in time, straightened the medicine bag hanging on its back, placed it on the medical guidance platform, and then walked past. The data eyes of the small robot flickered, and it turned its head to lock onto a kind passerby. It was an odd-looking group, led by a tall woman with white hair and pink eyes, her features cold as snow. Despite the hot weather, she wore long sleeves and pants with a hood. Following her were companions of varying heights, one with a limp, one in a wheelchair. The group turned a corner and entered the special care ward. These delivery robots lacked independent consciousness. After observing for a while, following the established program, it continued to move forward. The special care ward was a spacious suite with 2 single beds placed side by side and numerous life support devices. Song Ke finally saw the remaining 2 members of V587, a weak and beautiful sister, and a figure lying quietly. Lin Yuyo had already heard the news of Song Ke's return and looked toward the door with anticipation. She looked pale and haggard. If Song Ke's paleness was due to a lack of melanin, Lin Yuyo was clearly in an unhealthy state. Indeed, you've changed. She stared at Song Ke, slowly opening her arms and revealing a soft and joyful smile. Welcome back, Song Ke. Song Ke bent down and gently hugged her. Yuyo, at novel bin at. Do you remember me? Lin Yuyo was surprised. Wasn't her memory supposed to be missing, not even remembering Princess Zhuang? Not only does she remember you, but she also vividly remembers Sucha. A cool voice sounded at the door. Zhuang Qinjian had one hand in his pocket and the other holding a cane. His tone was flat, showing no joy or anger, but his face seemed a bit sour. This mood had persisted from last night to today, emanating a displeased low pressure. Song Ke glanced back at him with a puzzled expression, completely not understanding what he was trying to achieve. She could recognize Lin Yuyo because she had seen a documentary about her in Ferrara, the top idols that disappeared over the years. At that time, she found the sweet smile of the female star somewhat awkward, but now, seeing Lin Yuyo in person, everything clicked. The sweet image was just Lin Yuyo's persona. She was mature, stable, and rational at her core. A simple welcome back sentence made Song Ke extremely certain that she liked having teammates like this. As for Sucha, Song Ke lowered her gaze to the person on the other hospital bed. Due to a deep coma, Sucha had become extremely thin, with sharper facial contours. His eyelids were peacefully closed, resembling someone deep in sleep. However, there was a horrifying wound at his chest, just a hair's breadth away from his heart. The hollow space continuously oozed black blood, and various life support devices sustained his bodily functions. We arrange a consultation every month, and all the healing-type awakeners in District B have come. But we are helpless, Feng Higzu spoke with a heavy tone. As an A5-level healer, Feng Higzu had exerted all his efforts to snatch Sucha from the hands of death, saving his life. However, he was powerless against the wound at Sucha's chest. Why can't it heal? Song Ke asked softly. Do you remember the injury to your abdomen during the Loke incident? Feng Higzu reminded. Song Ke shook her head. The closer the time got to the present, the more blank her memories became. Feng Higzu briefly described the events of that major battle and said in a heavy voice, the S7 level that injured Sucha had a transformation ability, but the iron chain attached to it carried the same real damage. It cannot be treated, and at that time, you used your second ability to heal. However, for other awakeners, even S-level ones cannot resist it and will slowly bleed to death. He saved me that day, Lin Yuyu spoke hoarsely. She untied the hospital gown, revealing a fist-sized hole at her collarbone. The bone was visible, and prolonged blood loss had rendered her unable to stand, leaving her bedridden. Lin Yuyu touched Sucha's eyebrows and eyes, tightly gripping his hand hanging by the bed. The nightmare of that day resurfaced once again. When the iron chain struck, Sucha's pupils constricted. Disregarding everything, he held Lin Yuyu tightly as they both fell into the water. Lin Yuyu thought she wouldn't survive, but her singing summoned the mutated Kun, whose vast wings covered the sky and lifted them out of the water. Later, Jennifer and Zhao Yuking found them in time, but Sucha never woke up. She always liked teasing him, forcing him to speak the truth, enjoying his awkward and embarrassed expressions. But now that Sucha had truly confessed his love, Lin Yuyu wanted to respond, only to find that she no longer had the chance. Song Ke watched their intertwined hands in silence for a long time. Then, she thought of something and turned to Feng Higzu. You just said that my second ability can heal this kind of wound. Yes, Feng Higzu confirmed. Song Ke tightly squeezed her hand and looked at everyone. Though she couldn't recall many things, they were all her teammates. According to Feng Higzu, Lin Yuyu and Sucha were injured because they saved her. She couldn't stand idly by. Gathering her thoughts, Song Ke uttered a shocking statement, then use my flesh and blood to fill the wounds. Even without her memories, she remained the reliable captain of V587. Everyone was shocked, and the room fell into silence, with only the rhythmic sounds of the instruments. Song Ke pointed to her collarbone and mouth, in the same places, take them out and fill the holes in Sucha and Yuyu, and the wounds will heal. She spoke casually, but her suggestion was chilling. Sucha's wound was in the chest, and he had lost some internal organs. If Song Ke's flesh and blood were replaced before the abilities took effect, the rapid stitching could fill the void. Similarly, Lin Yuyu could also recover using the same method. As for Song Ke, her cells could regenerate endlessly, and the lost flesh and blood would grow back, albeit with some pain during the process. She had long been accustomed to enduring pain. When she first woke up in District F177, her head was still foggy, and her reshaped body had only 2 fingers. Song Ke calmly chopped off her left hand and fed it to Xiao Bao, causing the forgetful Xiao Bao to incessantly crave fragrant pig trotters. In theory, it's feasible. Feng Higzu was taken aback, but the instincts of a doctor made his eyes gradually light up. We can conduct small-scale clinical experiments first to see the results. No, a cold interruption came from Zhuang Qinjian amidst the joyful atmosphere. Why? Song Ke glared at him, displeased. I'm not opposed to the plan itself. Zhuang Qinjian, unable to withstand her accusing gaze, sighed softly. It's your current condition that's the issue. Don't forget, all the hidden genes in your body have been activated, putting you in a highly active state. Transplanting such flesh and blood to Sucha might cause his immune system to collapse before the abilities take effect. Song Ke had experienced more than a simple fusion experiment. Her body contained over 100 types of biological genes, including replicated genes. If those active viruses invaded a regular person's body, it would bring about catastrophic harm. Then what do we do? Song Ke stammered, unconsciously seeking help from Zhuang Qinjian. Zhuang Qinjian pondered for a moment. First, find a way to restore you to normal. On the floating car heading to the laboratory, Zhuang Qinjian's 2 terminals kept lighting up with various pending messages. Since he voluntarily submitted partial research data, his key identity no longer existed. Regaining his freedom, he no longer had to hide like he did in the past. The new city defense modifications have been approved by General Ye and will be implemented effective immediately. I won't return to Beijing temporarily, just inform General Xia of that. A series of zombie outbreaks? Let the 27th Squad handle it. Isn't Sanada Nobumasa a metal element awakener? He's suitable for the role of a cleaner. If Song Ke still had her memories, she would recall that Sanada Nobumasa was the other squadron leader of Azure Phoenix they encountered the first time they met Punk. Due to conflicts with Wu Juemin, the vengeful Zhuang Qinjian had made life difficult for this former squadron leader, and now, the entire squad had been scattered into disarray. Song Ke rested her chin on her hand, curiously observing Zhuang Qinjian. Feng Higzu leaned in mysteriously, lowering his voice to gossip. Our Princess Zhuang is in quite a situation now. He's simultaneously in charge of affairs in the northern base and Beijing, and the 2 generals have fought over him several times. Song Ke glanced at the elaborately crafted silver cane. Is his leg very serious? Why hasn't it been cured? Feng Higzu's expression was peculiar as he stammered. His leg, well, it's quite serious. Song Ke looked skeptical. Aren't you an orthopedic doctor? Feng Higzu responded. You can criticize Princess Zhuang's character, but you can't question my medical skills. Song Ke raised an eyebrow, confused. Feng Higzu found it hard to explain. Zhuang Qinjian, the scheming green tea male, insisted on keeping his lame leg until Song Ke returned. He thought she would feel sorry for him when she saw it, refrain from making trouble in the future, but who would have known that when Song Ke returned, her memories were completely gone. Zhuang Qinjian's plan fell through, and his pitiful look was thrown to a blind man. Unaware of their hushed conversation, Zhuang Qinjian continued to work. He handed a light screen to Song Ke, showcasing various dazzling pictures of diamonds, saying, "Pick one you like, and I'll have it customized." The space sculptor has already been contacted. Song Ke's expression remained blank. Zhuang Qinjian's deep eyes gazed at her, and his awakened energy silently activated Song Ke's silver rings. "Look, the ones given by wild men are just not good enough. The quality is rubbish, and they can't hold much. Let's get a bigger one." Unable to bear it any longer, Song Ke took off the ring and tossed it at his handsome face. Impossible. This guy was definitely not her boyfriend. Her taste couldn't be this bad? Zhuang Qinjian caught the ring smoothly, smiling with a satisfied air. "Got it. I'll dispose of it for you." Song Ke remained expressionless and stood up to change her seat. "Xiao Star, what are you looking at?" Su Xing confidently propped his legs on the vacant seat in front, with 3 or 4 varieties of special fruit juices within easy reach. He took a sip and switched to a different cup. "Sister, I'm watching the auditions for the Awakener Challenge," he replied, sharing the light screen with Song Ke. Song Ke lowered her gaze, and the screen displayed the latest popular matches. 11-year-old prodigy Dylan from the Cario Empire showcased S2 level skills, completing a series of 10 individual challenges and setting the current record for solo performance. Song Ke noticed that Su Xing had donated quite a bit of money to Dylan's support channel. After a year of intense preparation, the first Global Awakener Challenge was finally underway, a grand event on a worldwide scale. The ultimate reward included substantial alliance coins, crystals, and the qualification to reside in an S-level city, Utopia. Observing Su Xing's excited profile, Song Ke couldn't help but ask, "V587 isn't participating?" "No, I hate Utopia." Su Xing's eyes flashed with a hint of shadow, but it quickly disappeared. "And since sister isn't here, we won't go. All of V587's actions are decided by sister." Song Ke smiled without saying anything. Indeed, now wasn't the right time. If she could heal Sucha and Lin Yuyo, and regain her memories. Actually, the other rewards of the competition were quite substantial. Asterisk. In the busy laboratory, Dr. Ning Rong, wearing a white coat, and with graying temples stared fixedly at Song Ke. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Song Ke used her eyes to ask the people nearby, "Is he reliable?" Zhuang Qinjian shook his head with a smile. Ning Rong did seem a bit out of sorts, but it was normal. "This is Dr. Ning Rong, the lead of the organ regeneration project. She's the fire seed." Old Zhuang's dream actually came true. Dr. Ning Rong wiped away tears and reached out to hold Song Ke's hand. Zhuang Qinjian's cold cane directly blocked him. "Dr. Ning, don't touch her randomly, let's do the examination first." Song Ke sat quietly in the isolation room, with electromagnetic sensors attached to her head, limbs, and heart, connected to an external gene spectrum analyzer. Zhuang Qinjian sat across from her, holding Song Ke's slightly cool hand, and brought it close to his lips. "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. I'm here with you." Staring at the beauty mark at the corner of his eye, Song Ke raised 2 fingers and pushed him away without mercy. "I suddenly remembered some things." What is it?" Zhuang Qinjian's voice was gentle as he gazed at her affectionately at Novel bin at. "Before, also in the laboratory, there was someone who always said I was ugly," Song Ke asked seriously. "Do you know who he is?" Zhuang Qinjian's spine stiffened, silent for several seconds. After a moment, he kissed Song Ke's fingertips and casually said, "Really? I don't know, but he must be annoying. I'm different, I always find you cute. Look, no matter what you turn into, I can recognize you first, even if it's a flea." Song Ke turned her head slightly, her lips subtly curling. The researchers outside were fully focused on recording data, too busy to lift their heads. However, the small isolation room was tranquil, as if only the 2 of them existed, holding hands tightly. Song Ke not only underwent genetic testing, but her awakener level also needed to be re-evaluated. Director Grace from Qianzhan City came over to help. When the values on the connected R-type tester reached the maximum, she was shocked into silence. "Oh my god. A year ago, Song Ke was an S8 level awakener. Now, her awakened energy had surpassed S9. A super S-level awakener, unprecedented in the world. The existing instruments could no longer reach Song Ke's limits. The full-body examination continued from morning till evening, until the sunset shone through the window. Ning Rong hurriedly approached with a light screen containing hundreds of pages of reports. "All the gene types have been determined, a total of 237, including 45 replicant genes, including the phoenix." He trembled with excitement as he spoke. Due to the success of the fire seed experiment, her fused genes cannot be deciphered, eliminated, or separated. The best solution is to freeze them, making them lose their activity. This way, not only can her body recover, but there's also a possibility of curing albinism. "But there's a problem." Ning Rong hesitated. "To freeze the genes, we need to obtain the complete DNA sequence first. Ordinary genes are easy, but for those replicant genes, the original samples are not in the data, and we know nothing about their composition. Do you have information on replicant genes in your head?" Zhuang Qinjian frowned and shook his head. Back then, Kinglin procured replicant genes for the fusion experiment, and there was no specific attempt to decipher their DNA sequences. The reason replicant genes were precious was that the organisms from which they could be collected had long been extinct in the natural world. In other words, using one original sample meant one less, and the supply would continually diminish. I remember that an organization was responsible for preserving replicant genes. Ning Rong tried to recall. Tianyi, Zhuang Qinjian squinted and whispered, but Tianyi disappeared from the alliance a long time ago. The situation once again fell into a deadlock, and everyone was at a loss. If we need to find someone, I should be able to help. Lu Xiao suddenly spoke, confidence shining in his unique ice blue eyes. As long as it existed, there must be traces left behind. After returning from Urgia, it seemed that his awakened ability had made a breakthrough, and his mindset had become more open. Give me 4 days, no, 3 days, he declared. 3 days later, in the Special Protection Ward, V587 sat in a row, listening to the good news brought by Lu Xiao. Tianyi, originating from the ancient civilization era, was a Taoist organization. Its philosophy advocated following the principles of nature, the unity of heaven and man, and respecting the vitality of all living things. They were skilled in using talismans to counter enemies, producing many ancient martial arts experts over the centuries. Replicant genes were extracted by the founder of Tianyi and have been preserved by inner disciples ever since. Unfortunately, in the year 47 of the new calendar, the year of the apocalypse, Tianyi organization completely perished, leaving no one behind. Is this your idea of good news? Zhuang Qinjian mocked coldly. Instead of immediately countering, Lu Xiao used a strange look to assess him. Among the bad news, there's a piece of good news. Even though everyone in the organization is dead, I found out that the last registered disciple of Tianyi, Lu Xiao paused, looking at Zhuang Qinjian meaningfully, is named Zhang Ting. Master. Song Ke was also very surprised. In her limited memory, grandfather Song Ziwen and Master Zhang Ting were the two most important people in her life. One raised her, and the other taught her martial arts. Song Ke had heard her grandfather mention that Zhang Ting was the heir of a lost martial arts sect, seemingly with a significant background. However, he had lived in seclusion on Yu Mountain for many years, never voluntarily mentioning his past. He gave the impression of a hot-tempered old man who was skilled in combat. No one would have thought that he was actually the last disciple of Tianyi, and the replicated genes that V587 urgently needed were under the care of Zhang Ting. Fate truly takes unexpected turns, with hidden brightness emerging from the darkness. But, Master has passed away. Song Ke's eyes dimmed, her shoulders drooping like a fragile figurine, soft and sorrowful. Zhuang Qinjian's heart softened in an instant. He reached up to her cheek in front of everyone, gently comforting her. The old man may have left, but Zhang Ci, senior brother Zhang is still here. He might know something. Hiss. Song Keek. Song Ke tilted her head and bit down on his hand, leaving a moist tooth mark, while accusing him with her eyes. Can't you pay attention to the occasion? Are we that familiar? Did you hurt your teeth? Zhuang Qinjian smiled, not at all angry. He took a tissue elegantly and wiped his hand. Cough, cough. Lin Yuya weakly coughed, unable to resist commenting. This worthless look, really shameful. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, solemnly dismantled the conversation, speaking of senior brother Zhang, who doesn't know the name of Shays Kaing Chi. This time, District D88 is sure to be upgraded. With his good reputation, strong abilities, and being well liked, he'll probably become an official magistrate soon. He's much stronger than a certain successor, I guess. Zhuang Qinjian's eyelid twitched, then twitched again. There are some things I haven't settled with you. You don't think they've just been forgotten, do you? The two who had been at odds since their youth locked eyes for a second. Lu Xiao sensed the atmosphere and smoothly changed the subject, understanding the unspoken agreement between them. Back then, Song Ke had extracted Xiezhou's identity out of his own mouth. Zhuang Qinjian was well aware of the little schemes between him and Ilya in Urgia, seeing through without exposing them. He even provided assistance, but if pushed too far, this guy would definitely turn his back on them. Lu Xiao seamlessly shifted the topic. Anyway, I suggest we go to Shay. What does the captain think? Sure, Song Ke nodded willingly. Wait, I'm going too. Lin Yuyu propped herself up, her lips devoid of any color. Old Fang, give me a sealing agent. No, considering your current condition, it's best not to move. Fang's Higsa decisively refused. It's okay, leave it to us. Su Xing also chimed in. Lin Yuyu shook her head firmly. I've always been accustomed to enjoying protection behind Sucha. This time, I want to do something for him. She looked at Song Ke, revealing an expectant smile. Besides, it's the first collective action after the reunion of V587. I don't want to miss it. Song Ke decisively concluded. Then let's go together and come back together. Asterisk. Beneath the vast sky, a silver-white starship glided through the long expanse. Prior greetings with Zhang Ci and the green lights along the way from the outposts made way for V587 to smoothly enter the territory of Shay. The winding highway divided the wilderness in two, with ones teeming with zombies and ferocious beasts on both sides. Every passage through used to be nerve-wracking, but now it was cleared of monsters, and hardly any could be seen beneath their line of sight. Approaching the base, a steel fortress connected by a dozen iron cables appeared in front of them. Its scale had expanded more than 3 times since they left, and various flying terminals shuttled through the air. A bustling crowd flowed incessantly, and even the surrounding areas had spawned numerous small shelters, forming a sharp contrast with the desolate and dilapidated Mu City on the other side. Today's Shay was reborn, a Shay bathed in the light of dawn. Although it couldn't match large cities with deep foundations like Beijing, Urgia, and Northern Base, Shay's development had reached a medium level of District B, surpassing areas like Miaoying and Tokushima constrained by terrain and climate. The watchtower flashed the arrival signal, and the canopy at the top of the base slowly opened. Lu Xiao controlled the starship, smoothly landing it indoors. A young man in a black Taoist robe stood ahead, his robes fluttering in the strong wind. He stood firm like a pine tree, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding a cold and steady temperament. Song Kei took off her hood and leaped down from the cabin door. Little junior sister. Mo Yan and Rita flew towards her, one wrapping an arm around her shoulder, the other patting her head. When they watched the holographic video, they couldn't believe it. After asking about various internal gossip in the martial arts hall and confirming Song Kei's identity repeatedly, now that they saw the real person, they were filled with enthusiasm. You've grown taller, and you're thinner. Adat novel bin adat. Wow, who did you go to for that hairstyle? And your eyelashes? So cool. Song Kei lowered her head, good-naturedly letting her senior brother and sister tease her. Then, she looked up at the young man in the Taoist robe in front of her and obediently called out, "Senior brother. Good to have you back." Zhang Xiai nodded slightly, his gaze exceptionally gentle as he looked at her. "I told you, Shay will always be your home." A long arm wrapped around Song Kei's shoulder. Zhuang Qinjian, dressed in loose white casual wear, lazily spread his hand towards Zhang Xiai, revealing a brilliant smile reminiscent of a magnificent peacock. "Long time no see, senior brother. You still have your charm." His current status was not ordinary. He was Song Kei's officially recognized boyfriend. He didn't care at all about the label of a former fiancé or anything like that. Zhang Xiai remained unfazed, showing no intention of reaching out. He left Zhuang Qinjian hanging in place. "Back then, Song Kei wanted to leave with you. She left Shay in a good condition. What happened? Disappeared for a year out of thin air and came back with an illness. I actually hope that you two never meet again." Zhuang Qinjian's smile froze for a moment. Zhang Xiai, with his ink-like pupils, scanned up and down and delivered a precise blow. "Is your leg going to heal?" "Zhuang Qinjian, can I say this is my second injury? Senior brother, do you believe me?" Pfft. Feng Higze and Su Xing couldn't help but laugh. The corners of their mouths leaked out laughter. Princess Zhuang, trying to act cool, ended up lifting a stone to smash his own foot. Huh? Normally, if it were anyone else, with Zhuang Qinjian's sarcastic and proud personality, he would definitely retort back. But unfortunately, it was Zhang Xiai. Song Kei currently didn't remember him, only remembering Zhang Xiai and holding great respect for this senior brother. Offending the big brother-in-law was not a wise move. Zhuang Qinjian retreated to the back, filled with pent-up frustration. He happened to notice Lu Xiao with a strange expression, trying not to laugh. "If you dare to laugh out loud, I'll report that there's a spy in the artificial intelligence group when I get back," Zhuang Qinjian threatened in a low voice. The corners of Lu Xiao's raised mouth abruptly suppressed the laughter. After entering the meeting room, Zhang Xiai concisely stated, "I don't know about the replicated gene matter, he never mentioned it." Song Kei's disappointment was evident. If even her senior brother didn't know, did they go on this trip in vain? Zhang Xiai paused, then continued, "But I asked you to come because there are some other discoveries." Song Kei was taken aback. After realizing it, she speechlessly reproached, "Senior brother, try not to pause when you speak." Zhang Xiai took out a pile of real estate documents. "This is what he left me as a birthday present from your last visit. There's a piece of land inside, located in Yu Mountain. I'm unfamiliar with it, never had the time, nor the intention to verify what it is. If he is indeed the successor of Tianyi, responsible for safeguarding the replicated genes, I'm sure it can't be inside the martial arts hall. So, it must be this place." Zhuang Qinjian flipped through the documents. "Judging from the blueprints, this seems to be an underground project. The internal design looks like a warehouse." Song Kei looked up at Zhang Xiai. "Senior brother, let's go check it out together." "Okay," Zhang Xiai nodded. Just as the group was about to set off, the meeting room door was suddenly knocked. Mo Yan's head popped in. "Senior brother, can we talk?" After getting Zhang Xi's consent, Mo Yan grinned and magically pulled out a double-layered cream cake from behind, made by senior sister Rita herself. "Isn't it almost your birthdays? Since little junior sister is back, we thought we'd celebrate together. Even though you guys aren't in that kind of relationship anymore." Mo Yan got slapped from behind and he hastily changed his tune, "But blowing out candles together shouldn't be a problem, right?" Back in Yu Mountain, Zhang Xiai and Song Kei used to celebrate their birthdays together. It had almost become a tradition in the martial arts school. Despite the overwhelming hospitality and insistence, the two always ended up shoulder to shoulder. Zhang Xiai looked helpless, and Song Kei was quite used to it. Amidst the continuous chorus of birthday wishes, she puffed out her cheeks. "Phew." Zhuang Qinjian expressionlessly squeezed in between the two and promptly blew out the candles. Starting with Mo Yan, the martial arts school members stared at him with murderous eyes. "What is this little white face trying to do? Stirring up trouble?" Zhuang Qinjian exclaimed. "Oh," with feigned surprise, "don't you all know? We've already found out Xiao Keek's real birthday. In the future, we won't trouble senior brothers and senior sisters. We'll celebrate at home by ourselves. He smiled, considerate and warm. Lac0017, as a humanoid embryo, was born on February 20th of the new calendar, but Zhuang Qinjian wouldn't choose this date. He preferred March 19th of the same year, the day they first saw each other through the capsule container. Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian's birthdays, one in early spring and the other in late autumn, flourishing in spring and fruitful in autumn, were mutually causal. This is what's called a perfect match. Yue Mountain is part of an ecological landscape area, with lush vegetation and a rich variety of species. 90% of the area is covered by forests. After the apocalypse, ferocious beasts roamed freely, making it impossible for ordinary individuals with abilities to enter. Zhang Xi opened the way with the Five Thunder, while Song Ke, with her spiritual weapon, cleared out the monster groups. The seven of them slowly advanced along the mountain path. Passing by the martial arts school, both of them instinctively stopped in their tracks. Within the abandoned walls, wild grass reached knee-height, and the roof was covered in green vines. Zhang Xi and Song Ke, one in front and one behind, nodded and bowed. The location of the plot of land was not far from the martial arts school, but they circled around it several times and couldn't find a way in. Didn't we just come here? Lin Yuyu, not very proficient in controlling her wheelchair, turned it around and found the mark she had made on a tree. Got lost. Fang's Higzu murmured. Formation. There's a formation here. Zhang Xi and Zhuang Qinjian spoke at the same time, exchanged a faint glance, and then turned their heads, avoiding eye contact. It's a 9-palace formation, Zhuang Qinjian explained coldly. This formation loops and repeats, creating a maze that makes it easy for intruders to go in circles. He glanced at the slightly confused Song Ke, smiled faintly, and said, I can calculate the exit. Give me some time. No need for that trouble, Zhang Xi ruthlessly interrupted him. Since he set up this formation, we can break it directly. He took out a talisman, chanted an incantation with one hand, and after it burned to the end, he pointed forward with his 2 fingers close together, saying, by the spirit of the tortoise, 2 and 4 as shoulders. Zhang Xi walked quickly to the east, and the others followed without a word. Zhuang Qinjian muttered, this brother-in-law is really formidable. 6 and 8 as feet, left 3 and right 7. Where 9 and tread 1, 5 in the center. Finally, the 7 of them arrived deep in the forest, and Song Ke found an ancient stone tablet. She blew away the thick dust on top and discovered a machine similar to a security system. Senior brother, can this be opened? Zhang Xi frowned and shook his head. Apart from the formation, everything here is as unfamiliar to me as it is to you. What about violent destruction? Song Ke conjured a giant hammer, eager to try. No, this type of security system has a self-destruct program. If you smash it, everything will be lost. Zhuang Qinjian quickly stopped her. Oh, Song Ke said dejectedly. The group took turns trying various methods, but the stone tablet remained unmoved. In the atmosphere of helplessness, Zhuang Qinjian closed his eyes in contemplation. Quickly combining all the information, he gradually pieced together a possibility. I understand now. The old master handed over the plot of land to you and taught you the incantation to break the formation. It means he left a way out for Tianyi. If, one day, the existence of gene replication is exposed, it should be opened by the person he trusts the most. Zhang Xi's expression remained indifferent. If he trusted me, he wouldn't have kept silent about Tianyi's matters. Everyone fell silent. The knot between Zhang Xi and Zhang Ting was already difficult to untangle, and with the revelation of gene replication, the contradictions and suspicions would only deepen. The only one with fatherly experience, Fang's Higzu, considered his words carefully. Actually, I can understand the old master. Tianyi disciples bear a heavy mission, both a responsibility and a shackle. Your personality clearly doesn't suit their organization. Tianyi's philosophy emphasized following the natural way, while Zhang Xi's ambitious goal was to defy fate. Zhang Ting, burdened by responsibility, remained confined to Yue Mountain, but he wanted his son to live freely. Despite being exceptionally strict, he never stopped Zhang Xi from making any decisions, including leaving the martial arts school and participating in the Azure Phoenix selection. Your father didn't want to hold you back, Fang's Higzu sighed. Zhang Xi remained silent for a long time. Father and son had constant arguments during their lifetime, never truly opening up to each other. It was only after his father's death that he truly understood Zhang Ting. You and Song Ke share the same birthday. The old master carefully prepared 2 gifts. Zhuang Qinjian brought everyone's attention back, pointing at the stone tablet with his cane. One for the steady senior disciple and one for the beloved junior disciple. The senior disciple has the property rights and the incantation to break the formation. So, is the key to unlocking the truth in the hands of the junior disciple. You mean, Fang's Higzu realized, his voice trembling, Captain knows how to open the door. Huh. Song Ke looked confused. I don't know. What did your master give you? Zhuang Qinjian asked in a low voice. A protective amulet, Song Ke answered honestly. I don't remember where it went. After the battle in Lok, Song Ke's terminal and belongings were neatly collected by Zhuang Qinjian. He used his mental power to search inside the spatial necklace and quickly found the protective amulet Song Ke mentioned, tucked away in a plastic bag and thrown in a corner. Zhuang Qinjian carefully took it out. The charm felt cold in his hands, with intricate tranquility runes traced on its surface. Lu Xiao, with his alloy arm scanning, signaled with a continuous beeping sound, "There's something here." His mechanical arm detached a miniature pair of tweezers, and he focused on dismantling the amulet. From inside, he extracted a chip as thin as a cicada wing. Lu Xiao, living up to his perfect score of 5.0 in the mechanics course, quickly assembled a device resembling a card reader and inserted the chip, handing it to Song Ke. Song Ke swiped it against the access control. Rumble! The ground violently shook, trees collapsed, mud splattered, and everyone staggered. After a few seconds, the ground sank, revealing a slowly emerging concealed passage. Song Ke led the way, and the seven entered in single file. Unexpectedly, the passage wasn't as desolate as imagined. Weeds were cleared neatly, and even the lighting was provided by oil-free mechanical lamps. Technology after the new calendar. It seems that the old master indeed built this place, Zhuang Qinjian remarked. As they walked, the temperature dropped, causing Su Xing and Lin Yuyu to shiver. Feng Higzu took out thick clothing and helped them put it on. Following the architectural blueprints, they arrived at a warehouse-like space shaped like the character. Rooms were densely distributed on both sides of the corridor. Zhang Xi walked briskly, opening half-closed doors one after another, leaving everyone stunned. This was indeed the renovated warehouse, with temperature-controlled freezers piled up to the ceiling, and on top were transparent cultivation chambers. Mythical creatures like Suni, Hornless Dragon, Kaing Qi, Sheng Sheng, and Hook Snake all were gene replications. Various DNA chains slowly rotated on corresponding screens. Lin Yuyu even saw a Kun, with the quantity displayed as 2, though one of the boxes was empty. At the end of the corridor stood a dormant central hub, an outdated model eliminated decades ago. Zhuang Qinjian gestured to Lu Xiao, and his silver rhenium arm immediately connected to breakthrough. The intrusion of a top-notch hacker shattered the weak firewall, and in less than 10 seconds, the access was granted. Zhuang Qinjian quickly skimmed through the records, detailing the comprehensive information of all replicated genes, including the complete DNA sequences. Without turning around, he casually said, "Senior brother Zhang, Yu Mountain is no longer suitable for preserving the genes. Take the old master's efforts with you." In reality, Zhang Ting's choice of location was quite good. District E166 was far from the Alliance, sparsely populated, but due to the changes in the geomagnetic field after the apocalypse and the lack of weather simulation system in Yu Mountain, the radiation concentration had long exceeded the safety limits. Replicated genes were of inestimable value and could easily tempt people, but whether it was Song Ke or everyone from V587, they wouldn't be swayed by greed. What about Song Ke's treatment? Zhang Xi frowned slightly. "Don't worry, I'll copy the data from the central hub, and I also need 45 original samples from Song Ke's body." "Okay, I'll take them back to Shay and find a place to store them," Zhang Xi said, taking out a spatial item shaped like a talisman. "I'll help." Su Xing volunteered. Preserving replicated genes required a stable low-temperature environment, and Su Xing's ice-based ability was like a professional insulation machine. He froze each cultivation chamber one by one, helping Zhang Xi collect them into the spatial item. After tidying up both rooms, Su Xing curiously approached and asked, "Sister, why are there many boxes empty?" Song Ke took a look, and indeed, normally, the cultivation chambers displayed real-time status, but the ones left on the freezer not only had blank contents but also no response from the recorder. Before Song Ke could figure it out, Lu Xiao's voice came from behind. "Everyone, there's bad news." V587. Lin Yuyu, massaging her temples, said, "Please, don't say it." They had already developed a form of PTSD from Lu Xiao's good news and bad news. Unfazed, Lu Xiao continued in a flat tone, "I just accessed the monitoring system and found that on the 4th day after the apocalypse, or more precisely, on the 4th day of the apocalypse, there was damage in the southeast corner of the warehouse. Judging from the traces, it was caused from the inside." Song Ke didn't understand. "What does that mean?" "It means," Lu Xiao looked towards Zhuang Qinjian. "You explain. What happens if the gene preservation conditions aren't met? In a high-radiation environment, gene activity will be stimulated significantly." Zhuang Qinjian gazed at Song Ke and said solemnly, "Ultimately, revival." Everyone took in a sharp breath. Lin Yuyu gritted her teeth. "Damn it, Lu Xiao, you and your ominous predictions. Can't it be a bit less unfortunate?" Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds came from above just as the words fell. The next moment, the wall cracked, and in Song Ke's astonished eyes, an unbelievably familiar giant bird with luxurious feathers and tiger-like claws appeared before them. It seemed furious, flapping its heavy wings and smashing down with force. The entire corridor trembled, on the verge of collapsing. "Get down!" Song Ke shouted. A massive golden shield promptly shielded the seven. Zhang Xi instantly cast the Vajra God incantation, while Lu Xiao's mechanical arm wrapped around Lin Yuyu and Su Xing. However, a greater crisis was still looming. With the collapse of the underground warehouse, countless ferocious and grotesque creatures, either running or flying, poured out from all directions. Roaring, they attacked the group. The seven rolled out of the pile of soil, exposed under the blazing sun. The intense sunlight quickly burned patches on Song Ke's skin. Zhuang Qinjian held her tightly, pulling the hood over her. Roaring beasts, rampaging birds, various extinct creatures reappeared, their bizarre appearances highly intimidating. Through the swirling dust, Song Kei's gaze fell on the giant bird she had seen at the martial arts school. It had the body of a chicken, tiger-like claws, and a bunch of white long feathers on its forehead, giving it a fierce appearance. It stared coldly at her but didn't immediately pounce. "Chi-Kei, you have the same genes as it," Zhuang Qinjian quickly explained. Song Kei suddenly realized. No wonder that giant bird at the martial arts school didn't attack her. It considered her one of its kind. As Lu Xiao said, the damage occurred on the 4th day after the apocalypse. So, this Chi-Kei should be the first revived mutant, with exceptional intelligence, capable of commanding other creatures. What do we do now? Fang's Higsu held onto Song Kei's leg, shouting in panic. The nest is destroyed, and they won't let us go. Lu Xiao remained calm in such situations. This group of mutants was exceptionally fierce, each possessing the strength close to a level 4 ferocious beast. Under the continuous attacks, cracks appeared on the surface of the shield. Lin Yu bit her lip, and taking advantage of everyone's distraction, she suddenly raised her hand to inject a sealing agent. She staggered up from the wheelchair, recalling the tune she used to summon the mutated Kun. She sang a hoarse song, filled with a soothing meaning. The first time, the group of mutants showed no reaction, continuing to roar. The second time, some of the mutants' attacks gradually slowed down and withdrew. The third time, the Chi-Kei raised its head and emitted a long cry. The restlessness of the mutant group subsided, dispersing like a tide. Su Xing stared in astonishment. "Wow, you're carrying us today." "Only temporarily, let's leave this place quickly," Lin Yu said, smiling while overexerting her ability. She collapsed, and in that instant, Song Kei caught her and placed her back on the wheelchair. With the mutants losing their nest and pouring out en masse, it wouldn't be long before Yu Mountain became the most complex and dangerous forbidden area for the Alliance species. The seven helped each other stand up, and Song Kei asked anxiously, "Senior brother, is the gene safe?" "It's fine," Zhang Xi confirmed with a glance. The spatial talisman was intact. He remembered something, those data. "Already copied," Lu Xiao said. "Also noted down, double insurance," Zhuang Qinjian said confidently. Zhang Xi nodded, then gazed at the ruins in front of him, lost in thought. "So, that's the reason he was killed." Zhuang Qinjian explained in a low voice. Gu Hongii was determined to obtain the eternal life plan. When Vulture discovered the identity of the old master and realized that he held the replicated genes, torture couldn't force him to talk, so they eventually resorted to killing. The two S7 level members of Vulture and Gu Hongii, who gave the order, were killed by Song Kei in the Lok battle. It could be considered karmic retribution. However, the remaining remnants retreated to Utopia. Zhang Xi clenched his fist, his tone heavy and resolute. "I can't let it go. I want to kill every member of Vulture." "Do you want to go to Utopia?" "The fastest way is to win the Awakener challenge," Su Xing said in a low voice. Zhang Xi's eyes gradually became firm. "Challenge." On the starship leaving Yu Mountain, Song Kei looked down through the porthole at the lush forests, faintly hearing the commotion of the beast herds. As she watched, she suddenly stood up. Trouble. The direction where some mutants were retreating happened to be towards the isolated island below the mountain. At Novel bin At. Aunt Qing was preparing a meal for Xiaobao. This kid was becoming more and more picky, even refusing to eat the zombie leg she had scavenged. She had to slap him a few times before he behaved. Although Aunt Qing had slow thinking, she retained the habits of being human, mechanically starting a fire to boil water. Overhead, a massive object approached, the intense airflow knocking over the stove. Aunt Qing cautiously stepped back, holding Xiaobao, ready to run. The starship's hatch opened, and a young man waved enthusiastically, shouting, "Ah, ah." Aunt Qing had a puzzled expression with a floating question mark. It turned out that not all zombie languages were mutually understandable. Even after shouting for a long time, Aunt Qing remained wary. He couldn't help but feel frustrated, wishing he could go back and tell the expert who wrote Zombie Language Beginner to Master that zombie languages also had dialects. Song Kei landed gracefully and stood in front of Aunt Qing, saying seriously, "I found a place for you to survive. There are no zombies there, and many of your kind." Su Xing followed and opened his terminal, showing a picture of him with many fallen, one of whom had a small blood zombie on their head, looking very happy. In fact, Su Xing felt a bit guilty. Previously, Aunt Qing and Xiaobao had frightened him so much that he lost control of his abilities, exposing their identities and missing the last starship. He didn't expect to have a chance to make amends. "It's dangerous here. Come with me," Song Kei said. Aunt Qing embraced Xiaobao and nodded slowly. They had been abandoned on the isolated island, surrounded by monsters day after day. After years of waiting, they finally saw a starship for escape. Tian. Kaingqi, one of the 4 fearsome beasts. In the north, Kaingqi is described as resembling a tiger with wings that enjoy eating humans, starting from the head. While in the west, Kaingqi is described as resembling a bull, and is covered in hedgehog-like spikes. All accounts agree that Kaingqi is a fierce beast which enjoy eating humans. Suni, mythological creature which is said to be a hybrid of lion and dragon, likes to sit down and is one of the 9 sons of the dragon. Chi-Kei, a strange bird in ancient legends that can eat people. Sheng Sheng, or Sing Sing, also given the English translated name of Live Lively. According to Book 1, or Classic of the Southern Mountains, the Sheng Sheng resembles a ewe, or long-tailed ape, but has white ears. It is said to crouch while walking, but to be able to run like humans, and eating it imparts quick running ability. After going back to Shay to drop Zhongxi, V-587's starship headed straight for Lok. Su Xing, the young man, was lively and spirited. Stepping on the ship's rail window, he held a megaphone in his hand. The strong wind tousled his fluffy curls, and his spirited voice, infused with awakened energy, echoed throughout the area. Ada, we have a new friend. After speaking human words, he turned around and winked, repeating in zombie language, ah. Aunt Qing held Xiaobao, gazing at Su Xing with a look that seemed to question his sanity, amazed that such rich expressions could be squeezed out of its stiff features. Xiaobao drooled, vividly portraying what salivating 3 feet meant. His murky eyes remained fixed on Song Kei's arm, sneakily trying to reach for her, but his mom firmly pressed him down. After shouting for about 10 minutes, a rolling dust cloud rose on the distant horizon, and a massive horde of zombies approached. Aunt Qing's gaze gradually fixed. Trapped on the lonely island, it had always thought that it and Xiaobao were rejected oddities. It never imagined that there were so many similar beings in the outside world. Perhaps here, they could also have the right to a normal life. Song Kei patted Aunt Qing's shoulder and whispered, go, to your new home. Su Xing keenly spotted Ada's figure and happily waved, Ada, I found my sister. And brought a new friend. As he shouted, his voice became weaker and he stared into the distance in a daze. Just as everyone found his unusual behavior strange, Su Xing suddenly jumped up, thrilled to the point of almost breaking into a high-pitched scream. Braided head. In the rear of the large group, leisurely slacking around, wasn't it the familiar Braided Head and its brother, Dirty Chin? Braided Head was originally a bit shy, but upon seeing Su Xing clearly, it happily jumped up and rushed to the front, excitedly shouting at him, ah. Su Xing responded with the same enthusiasm, woo. Look, the child was so happy that he even forgot the foreign language he had finally mastered. Ada, as the leader of the Fallen, had a strong sense of kinship among her kind but particularly despised humans and zombies. Except for Su Xing, who was like sticky glue, ordinary people couldn't move around in her territory. Song Kei allowed Su Xing to jump down and have fun, telling him to come back in a while she took a detour to rescue Lin Xiu, who had been buried initially. Upon reaching the designated location, Lin Yuyo personally dug out the light screen. The low-energy mode needed to be reactivated. She looked pale and hesitated to proceed. Finally, admitting defeat, she muttered, forget it, Lin Xiu is really good at scolding people. I can't handle it alone. Let's wait for Sucha to wake up. She languished in the wheelchair, but her eyes sparkled with clarity. Everything was developing in the right direction, and she believed that she would reunite with her family sooner or later. On the way back, Su Xing was pushed by Fang's Higsu to stand in front of Zhuang Qinjian. He awkwardly asked, hey, what about Ada and Braided Head in the future? Can you not fight them? Zhuang Qinjian's mouth curved into a half-smile, teasingly saying, want to know? Call me Brother Yan first. Su Xing, humiliated, said, Brother Yan. When they first met, Su Xing, in order to maintain his innocent image, used to sweetly call him Uncle Zhuang. However, as his true nature was revealed, he either called him by his full name or referred to him as hey or that guy. Zhuang Qinjian looked pleased as he casually flipped the light screen. The new law of species will be introduced soon, acknowledging the existence of the fallen openly. Instead of worrying about them, you should mourn for those poor fellows who mistakenly entered Lok. Ada possesses intelligence close to a level 4 zombie king. Given the number of monsters here, ordinary awakeners would just be sending themselves to death. Under the premise of no conflicting interests, at least for a few years, humans can maintain a no conflict with each other balance with the fallen. After returning to the northern base, V-587 immediately went to the Qianzhan City laboratory. The conditions of Sucha and Lin Yuyo could only be described as life-sustaining. Every day delayed added to the crisis. Song Kei, known for her decisive actions, both for her sake and for her teammates, wanted to start the cryopreservation experiment as quickly as possible. Ning Rong rubbed his hands, waiting at the door. When they approached, he eagerly spoke, did you really find the original sample? What about the complete gene sequence? For safety, I think slice analysis is indispensable. Zhuang Qinjian interrupted his rambling self-talk, saying, we're fine on our end. What about your side? Ning Rong's expression was serious, and his attitude towards research was impeccable. Rest assured, I personally checked every step. Only you and I have experimental permissions. Song Kei changed into a pure white short-sleeved shorts set, and one by one, the V-587 team members hugged her, cheering her on. When hugging Lin Yuyu, Song Kei paused for a few seconds, whispering, before the arrival of autumn this year, both you and Sucha will recover. Lin Yuyu smiled lightly, I believe in you, Song Kei. When it was Zhuang Qinjian's turn, his peach blossom eyes were full of affection as he tightly embraced Song Kei. His tone was so gentle it was almost dripping with water, don't be afraid. I'll be with you, just a little nap will do. Song Kei struggled a bit but couldn't break free. She endured it and then couldn't help but speak, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Zhuang Qinjian's warm breath hit her earlobe, causing a slight tingling sensation. Song Kei felt inexplicably guilty. Well, we're not that familiar, so, the boyfriend-girlfriend thing, let's take it slow, okay? She closed her eyes and steeled herself. Actually, I don't like ostentatious displays. Zhuang Qinjian. It felt easier to say it out loud. Song Kei sighed in relief, pretending not to hear the uneven laughter behind her. Not that familiar. Ostentatious displays. Zhuang Qinjian's attractive and enchanting face slowly approached. The tips of their noses gently touched, so close that Song Kei could count his long and dense eyelashes. He gazed deeply into her eyes, various emotions swirling in his eyes. Finally, it turned into a helpless sigh. We'll talk when you come out. Song Kei was pushed into a massive apparatus, surrounded by pure white. As time passed, she gradually felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, the anesthesia took effect, and her eyelids became heavier. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second. Song Kei slowly closed her eyes, consciousness sinking into endless chaos. Thick black smoke, scorching fireballs, hazy dust columns, and flashes that covered the retina. Young Mingzi, carried a portable cultivation pod, his eye sockets red, running forward without looking back. He hadn't expected a nuclear explosion to occur right after leaving Lok. Beep, a sharp alarm sounded, and LAC 0017 curled up in pain, with vital signs dropping to the lowest point. No. Mingzi was in a panic, placing the cultivation pod on the ground, nervously biting his nails. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, remembering the way young Master Xia fed nutritional supplements. Carefully, he took out the last, and within his permissions, the only nutritional supplement he could access, and placed it next to the dying LAC 0017. Mingzi choked. Quickly eat it. Don't die, I beg you, don't die. Since the first day of its existence, LAC 0017 had been cared for by Mingzi. It was like his child, and Mingzi had poured all his effort and love into it. Why couldn't he keep it alive? Clearly, it had autonomously restored its life before destruction, so why was it rapidly deteriorating now? Mingzi quickly realized the key issue. The environment of the research institute was like a vacuum greenhouse, and LAC 0017 had long been accustomed to that survival mode. Suddenly thrown into the outside world, it couldn't adapt to the murky air at all. The alarm became more urgent, and eventually, with the long beep sounds, LAC 0017's vital signs fell silent at Novel bin at. It was dead. No, it's impossible. You're so strong. Mingzi's tears welled up. Give me a chance to save you. Please, live on. The experimental subject inside the cultivation chamber shrank more and more, turning into a soft, collapsed mass. Mingzi opened the pod door, trembling as he took out LAC 0017. Although he held it steadily, the fleshy mass slipped unexpectedly from his palm, rolling away, making squelching sounds as it flowed several meters away. Mingzi hurriedly got up to retrieve the fleshy mass. As his vision blurred, he vaguely saw a dark red pattern on the surface of the soft flesh. Its wriggling slowed down, but it continued to roll forward. Mingzi looked at the direction it was heading, slightly widening his eyes. Was it trying to absorb radiation? Gritting his teeth, Mingzi picked up the soft mass and rushed towards Lok. However, in the face of a natural disaster, ordinary people were so insignificant. Just being close to the edge of the nuclear explosion, Mingzi showed obvious symptoms of radiation sickness, dizziness, nausea, vomiting, bleeding from the nose and gums, and large amounts of hair falling out. LAC 0017 seemed increasingly eager. It struggled free from Mingzi's embrace and fell into the thick remnants of flames. Mingzi fell to his knees, his consciousness shaken. On the verge of passing out, he witnessed an unforgettable miracle. A distant, clear bird cry tore through the sky. The fire-red phantom of a mythical beast spread its wings and soared overhead. Phoenix. Nirvana, Mingzi murmured to himself, tears streaming down his face. After the light dissipated, a pair of wrinkled and spotted hands emerged from the ashes, cradling the peacefully sleeping little girl. The Phoenix gene was triggered, resetting the experimental subject's state. LAC 0017 returned to its initial humanoid embryo state, becoming a true human. 1 year later, Song Ziwen, after various inquiries, located Zhang Ting, the disciple of Tianyi, and sent Song Kei to the Yu Mountain. Zhang Ting was fond of this incredibly powerful and destructive girl. Making an exception, he accepted Song Kei as his disciple, even offering a 50% discount on tuition. When Song Kei was 9 years old, during a training session, she rolled down the mountain, breaking 13 ribs. Perhaps this injury was too severe. She lost consciousness, and her latent abilities were triggered. After the doctor left, Zhang Ting anxiously examined Song Kei's injuries the next day. To his surprise, he was puzzled. Wait, didn't she break 13 ribs? How come there were only 12 wounds? Another day passed, and Zhang Ting checked again. Good lord, now there were only 11. Half a month later, Song Ziwen, who had finally managed to arrange Song Kei's enrollment in Hua City, hastily went up the mountain. By then, Song Kei's injuries had completely healed. She was jumping and playing in the courtyard, completely unaware of her recent ordeal. Faced with Zhang Ting's inquiries, Song Ziwen sighed and got straight to the point. Song Kei underwent a fusion experiment. She has replicated genes in her body. I may not live long enough to see her grow up, but I hope she can live a healthy and safe life. If possible, when she encounters difficulties, could you help her once? Later on, Song Ziwen passed away, and Song Kei grew up smoothly. On the eve of her adulthood, Zhang Ting gave her a calming charm. After that, the apocalypse erupted, and Song Kei escaped to Hua City, encountering Zhuang Qinjian, V587, moving from District C to District B. Finally, it was the decisive battle in Lok. In the extremely quiet room, Song Kei suddenly opened her eyes. She remembered everything. The surroundings were chilly, and Song Kei shivered. Slowly sitting up, she stared at the reflective glass in front of her, where an unfamiliar version of herself was visible. The white hair returned to its glossy black, eyelashes back to normal. However, her skin still appeared more translucent than an ordinary person's. Song Kei looked down at her hands, and her awakened energy flowed smoothly without any hesitation. Lightly landing on the floor from the single bed, she silently approached the door. The corridor was dimly lit, with two people standing facing each other. Ning Rong was talking quietly with Zhuang Qinjian. The ordinary genes have been processed. As for the replicated genes, my plan is to freeze the most dangerous 31st. The rest have low activity and won't affect her body and abilities for the time being. If you want to do organ transplants, it's also possible. Additionally, the defects of albinism have been repaired. We'll check her every half month, and based on her recovery, we'll address the remaining 14 kinds. You've been standing outside for a day and a night. Go and rest, I'll take over for you. I'll notify you as soon as she wakes up. No need, Zhuang Qinjian leaned against the wall, a hint of weariness in his expression. At least this time, I hope that when she wakes up, the first thing she sees is me. Song Kei's gaze fell on Zhuang Qinjian's limp right leg. Due to standing for a long time, he was slightly trembling, and the hand gripping the crutch showed strained knuckles, revealing considerable effort. Her expression remained calm, but her fingertips involuntarily moved. When she pushed open the door, intentionally making a bit of noise, both of them turned back. Zhuang Qinjian revealed his usual gentle smile. Awake? Do you want to go home? Song Kei nodded. Although they said home, they didn't return to the apartment under Song Kei's name but the one assigned by the Awakener department to Sucha, which had been idle for years. The night was quiet, and Zhuang Qinjian thought she didn't want to disturb others' rest, so he didn't object at novel bin at. After entering the foyer, Song Kei was still texting with her head lowered. Zhuang Qinjian tossed away the crutch and sat on the sofa, wearily lifting his hand to loosen his collar. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? No, I'm fine, Song Kei affirmed. This was the best state she had been in since her birth as an experimental subject. Not only was her thinking clear, her speech articulate, but even her emotions, once sluggish, had undergone a complete transformation. She finally understood what Ming and Lucia had said back then. Without lifting her head, Song Kei asked casually, how did you spend this past year? Zhuang Qinjian smiled flawlessly. What else could I do? Work every day, think of you, hope that one day you would suddenly appear and pick me up after work, just like before. Liar, Song Kei sighed silently. Didn't you say that as long as I asked, you wouldn't lie to me? Zhuang Qinjian's smile slowly faded. You remember. Song Kei didn't give a direct answer and persistently asked, have you been well? Are you living freely? In the dimly lit living room, Zhuang Qinjian merged into the shadows. After a long while, he spoke hoarsely. No, Song Keek, I haven't been well at all. Many times, I couldn't restrain the urge to destroy utopia, to destroy the entire world. You said I was free, but it was the opposite. You trapped me on the day you disappeared from my sight. Song Kei lowered her eyes and stood in front of him with a commanding presence. I want to take back what I said about not being familiar and about our relationship. After saying that, she bent down and lightly touched Zhuang Qinjian's thin lips, breaking the connection. I'm back, Xiezhou. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes instantly became as deep as an icy pool, full of S-level aggression. In the moment Song Kei stepped back, he pressed down on the back of her neck, lowered his head, and accurately captured Song Kei's soft lips. The two exchanged hot breaths, their lips and teeth entangled, and the faint sound of water was faintly audible. This is a kiss, what you did just now was just a touch. Zhuang Qinjian's deep and almost hoarse voice resonated. His awakened energy overflowed uncontrollably, his breath becoming heavier. His shirt, now open and messy, seemed as if countless electric currents surged through him, racing from the spine to the crown of his head, trembling even the sensitive nerve endings. Song Kei slightly frowned, her powerful awakened energy confronting Zhuang Qinjian's. He grunted, and the glistening lips of the two separated slightly. Song Keek, I'm at least an S6. Can you take care of my dignity? Huh. Song Kei's lips were rosy, and her reaction was noticeably slow. Sorry about that. Under the pressure of her awakened energy, Zhuang Qinjian couldn't move. Due to emotional fluctuations, the faint blood vessels on his neck were clearly visible. His delicate Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably, and in retaliation, Song Kei bit his earlobe. Song Kei shook herself, not controlling the force well, and directly pushed him onto the sofa. Zhuang Qinjian went with the flow, lying down, half leaning against the armrest. His strong arms encircled Song Kei's lower back, pulling her forward. Then he lifted his head, and the scorching kisses rained down densely once again. Song Kei's legs were forced apart, and she knelt on top of him, being careful not to press on his injured leg. Zhuang Qinjian, with moist lips, asked in a blurred tone, Are you plotting against me? Is that why you suggested coming to this apartment? Song Kei cryptically replied, I sent them a message. What did you send? Tomorrow, you can sleep in. Really? Then I have to work hard, Zhuang Qinjian said in a hoarse voice, can't let the captain's kindness go to waste. Huh? I meant them, not umph. Thud. The crutch that had accompanied Zhuang Qinjian for a year was knocked over, lying alone on the cold floor. Tomorrow, go see Old Fang and get your leg treated. Are you worried about me? Yeah, alright, I'll follow the captain's orders. Whatever the captain says goes. The sky was faintly brightening, and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the hazy bedroom. Song Kei slid off the bed gently, barefoot, and approached the window. The floor-length curtains slowly opened, allowing in the warm sunlight, but the scorching sensation did not occur again. There was a rustling sound behind her, and Zhuang Qinjian woke up. We'll go to the hospital later, so that Sucha and Yuya can have surgery in time. No response for a while. Song Kei turned around in confusion, only to find that he hadn't been paying attention at all. Zhuang Qinjian's black hair fell onto his forehead, and his upper body was bare, exuding a lazy and arrogant demeanor, looking young as if he were in his early 20s. Young Master Xie glanced her up and down, making a dissatisfied sound. His voice was barely audible. Nothing. What do you mean by nothing? Song Kei was puzzled. The previous night was filled with romantic vibes, and Song Kei's skin was so delicate that it easily left marks. Zhuang Qinjian had worked hard for almost the entire night, but when he woke up, her neck to collarbone was flawless, and even the damned second ability had miraculously repaired everything. Zhuang Qinjian lazily rested his chin on Song Kei's shoulder, lowered his head, and pecked her, expressing a somewhat regretful expression. I still have to properly calculate the time. When will my in-law, senior brother come over? Doesn't he want to sign up for the Awakener Challenge match? Song Kei, get lost. Among the 10 E-districts of the New Asia Alliance, District E-170, Rainforest, is the most unique existence. Rainforest is a breeding ground for assassins. Once you step into this mysterious primal forest, life enters a countdown, and every step is a perilous journey through hell. The climate here is hot, rain is frequent, and one must be cautious to avoid falling into dark rivers or swamps. The terrain is complex, the species are diverse, and lush vines can come to life at any moment to consume humans. What is even more chilling is the ubiquitous presence of top predators, pythons, cannibal parrotfish, electric eels, poison dart frogs. The rainforest deserves its title as the forbidden zone for humans. As an abandoned baby, Sucha grew up in such harsh conditions. No family, no friends, and apart from bloody killings, he knew nothing else. Under the supervision of instructors, the miners in Rainforest receive guidance. After surviving the slaughter of 100 children, Sucha was assigned to Luo Wei. Luo Wei is ranked 15th on the assassin list, once entering the top 10 at his peak. He was once on par with Anaconda, another renowned killer, but he was smarter. Shortly after Anaconda was thrown into death prison, Luo Wei retired hastily, quietly taking on the role of a whip-wielding man. Luo Wei only took in one child, but his training of Sucha was harsh to the extreme. Sucha is naturally taciturn, even when covered in injuries, he can't utter a complete sentence. Often coming back from the training ground half-dead, he would collapse before reaching the door. Luo Wei would then kick him with the toe of his boot, coldly dropping food and medicine. In the early days, Sucha didn't remember Luo Wei's face but instead memorized his shoes. Sometimes, when he was too injured to return on his own, Luo Wei would come to pick him up. Sucha would lie face down in the mud, motionless like a dead person, with venomous insects and snakes crawling around, considering where to bite. Luo Wei would sneer, "Useless kid," and drag him away by lifting one foot. The two rarely communicated, and for people living on the edge like them, having relationships was rather complicated. But from the age of 7 to 17, Luo Wei watched as the little wolf cub's nails gradually sharpened, and the hostility in his eyes grew stronger. At the age of 17, Sucha became an independent assassin, and he made a decision to leave Rainforest, as killing was not his nature, nor could it bring him peace. To leave Rainforest, he had to kill an assassin ranked higher than himself. At the time, Sucha was ranked 107, quite impressive for his age, but everyone ahead of him was no easy opponent. When Luo Wei found out, he casually asked, "Made a decision?" Sucha nodded silently. 2 days ago, he had submitted an application to leave Rainforest. Luo Wei chewed on tobacco leaves, remaining silent for a while. He never smoked. A qualified assassin would not carry any lingering scent. A few days later, Sucha and Luo Wei went on a mission together, tasked with eliminating the military commander of a small country on the loose Federation border. The assassination went smoothly, but the counterattack caught them off guard. A sniper with eagle-like precision was shadowing them, and special ability bullets with real damage appeared mysteriously. Once penetrating the body, all healing became ineffective, leading to inevitable death. Fellow assassins quickly perished, leaving only Sucha and Luo Wei. Boom! Luo Wei tossed a grenade, forcefully detonating it. Houses along the street collapsed, glass shattered, and the two escaped the scene. Passing through a certain block, Sucha's peripheral vision flashed, keenly identifying the person he intended to kill. He already knew, the opponent was also on a mission here. Sucha signaled Luo Wei to retreat with a gesture and charged alone. Fighting, bleeding, as in the past thousands of nights. Sucha pinned the person to the ground, about to stab into their heart when, a second before, the person's mouth curled strangely. Sucha sensed danger, and suddenly, a cold blade, as frigid as the forest, cut across his neck, slicing the skin along the artery. Someone was trying to kill him? Sucha dodged by tilting his head, unexpectedly finding that the assailant was even younger than him, appearing to be only 14 or 15 years old, with eyes filled with determination mirroring his own. The opponent kicked Sucha in the chest, and he rolled away in a sorry state, realizing that he was surrounded by 4 or 5 people. With more and more wounds, fresh blood dripping down, the vision turned crimson, and just before losing consciousness, Sucha saw a familiar pair of shoes. It was Luo Wei. Luo Wei did not retreat. He killed the attackers, just like countless times before. He dragged the battered Sucha through the artillery and flames, carrying him away from the blood-soaked battlefield. Upon reaching a safe zone, Luo Wei threw Sucha to the ground and sat down cross-legged himself. Sucha lay silently, eyes dry and sore. The person just now was the only one he was sure of, but he failed to kill him. Luo Wei glanced at him. With trembling fingers, he pulled out a carefully wrapped cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Leaving rainforest isn't that simple. Even if you're lucky enough to survive, you'll have to shed some skin. From the moment you expressed your intention to leave, you've been on the hunting list. If you kill others, naturally, others will want to kill you. That's the rule of rainforest. Sucha remained silent. As Luo Wei finished his cigarette, he took out his own dagger from his military boot and handed it to Sucha at Novel bin at. Then, he sighed and smiled. Come on, kid, kill me. Sucha's eyes turned bloodshot, staring at him in disbelief. Luo Wei reached out and ruffled his hair. It was the closest contact the two had in the past 10 years. Then he took off his tactical suit, showing wounds on his knees, abdomen, and shoulders that weren't fatal. The only fatal wound was on his back, a gunshot wound bleeding profusely. Sucha's gaze froze. It was real damage. Luo Wei had been hit by a sniper. Only then did Sucha notice Luo Wei's pale face, looking grey and gloomy due to excessive blood loss. Hurry up, don't dilly-dally, or I'll be dead. Sucha's chest heaved rapidly, his throat dry and scratchy. Some words were difficult to utter and choked him up. Do it. Luo Wei's pupils were already dilated, and he gritted his teeth, shouting fiercely. The cold dagger pierced through his heart. Luo Wei smiled satisfactorily. With his last strength, he took Sucha's communicator, scanning himself, leaving indisputable evidence of his murder. Go, kid. Don't look back, never come back. Sucha never returned to rainforest. His hands stained with Luo Wei's blood, he wandered like a lonely wolf cub with dirty fur, a walking corpse. He had always wanted to leave rainforest, prepared for death, but he never imagined the horrific price he would have to pay. Half a month later, exhausted, Sucha wandered to Ferrara. He collapsed beside a garbage bin in a dark alley, rain pouring down heavily. Untreated wounds caused a high fever, and he couldn't open his eyes under the deluge. Indistinct voices sounded in the ears, mixed with a woman's playful scolding, ethereal like an illusion. At the age of 20, Lin Yuyo, with delicate eyeliner and sparkling eyeshadow, had a fresh and sweet makeup look. However, after the performance, she hid in an empty space to smoke and unexpectedly saw a person lying in the shadows. Completely devoid of a refined image, she exclaimed, "Oh my god, what the hell? You scared the hell out of me. Hey, did you see me smoking?" Lin Yuyo kicked him with the tip of her shoe. He's dead, he's dead. Sucha rolled over, revealing his face, repeating meaninglessly. Who's dead? Family. Sucha hoarsely replied, and for him, Luo Wei had long replaced the role of a father. Lin Yuyo's hand holding the cigarette paused, her lowered eyelashes expressionless. Today was the anniversary of Lin Xiu's death, and she came out to smoke in a bad mood, not expecting to encounter another grieving person. The manager chased after her from the back door, urging repeatedly, Yuyo, go back. I'll have the driver come over. Okay. Lin Yuyo exhaled a puff of smoke, the white mist in the rain blurred her bright eyes. Car lights reflected from a distance, and her expression fluctuated. Just before getting into the nanny car, Lin Yuyo turned around, stepped through the dirty water despite wetting her skirt, and came to Sucha. She used the umbrella to shield Sucha's head and kicked him again with the tip of her shoe. Hey, you seem to have a good physique. Do you want to be my bodyguard? Sucha didn't react. Lin Yuyo chuckled self-mockingly. My family is also gone, leaving only me. Today, let's just say I'm acting out of sisterly kindness. Time waits for no one, okay. Sucha's pitch-black pupils gazed directly at her. Got a reaction, he's awake. The scattered gaze gradually focused, and Sucha's consciousness returned. The void in his mouth seemed filled, but his body and limbs were still cold and weak. With great difficulty, Sucha lifted his eyelids, first seeing Lin Yuyo in a hospital gown, followed by Feng Higzu speaking. Beside him were Su Xing, Lu Xiao by the window, and an unfamiliar man and woman. The unfamiliar man sat in a wheelchair, casually supporting his chin, his lazy demeanor easily recognizable as Zhuang Qinjian. The unfamiliar girl, elegant and aloof, pointed at herself and greeted proactively, Hey, I'm Song Ke. Sucha remained silent. The prolonged coma had slowed his thoughts, and his eyes naturally revealed a hint of wariness. Taking a sip of juice, Song Ke spoke slowly, Who's the coolest in V587? Sucha, enough already, he believes it now, okay. Poor Sucha couldn't catch his breath and fainted again. When he woke up again, Feng Higzu explained in detail, awake. Let me update you on the situation. The vascular tissues have fused well, and the missing organs have been replaced. Although theoretically cured, you will still feel intense pain, and your body will have some stress reactions. Take care of yourself. After a quick examination, Feng Higzu briskly left the room, saying, Well, Captain and the others and I are going to eat. We'll come to see you later. In the hospital room, only Lin Yuyu remained, the atmosphere so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Sucha's voice was hoarse. What happened? Lin Yuyu fed him a sip of water and recounted the events that occurred during his coma. She spoke slowly and meticulously, but for them, this year was almost stagnant, and there wasn't much to talk about. After hearing it all, Sucha asked first, "Is the captain okay?" Lin Yuyu nodded. "The surgery was 5 days ago. She's fine, already bouncing around. And, after she transplanted flesh and blood to you and me, under the guise of collecting rewards, she spent these days eating and playing, completely wiping out our accounts. I estimate that both of us are now broke." The atmosphere quieted down again, and Lin Yuyu's expression became somewhat unnatural. After locking eyes with Sucha for 2 seconds, she softly asked, "Are your words to be trusted?" Sucha remained silent, earnestly recalling every word he had said. Anger rose in Lin Yuyu's heart. "Damn it, you gave me your word, and now you're backing out? Let me tell you, Sucha interrupted her directly, "I love you, and I always will." For someone not adept at expressing feelings, uttering sweet words was particularly impactful. Lin Yuyu's pretty face blushed deeply, the crimson spreading to the tips of her ears. "Not bad, you've become more articulate. Then from today onwards, you belong to me." She suddenly thought of something, her expression changed slightly, and she took out a light screen. "Since we're together now, you can endure being scolded with me." Sucha. The dormant light screen was reactivated, and the moment it turned on, Lin Xiu's furious roar echoed like a volcano. "Lin Yuyu, you better kneel down and explain to me, otherwise, I won't let you off." A year later, V587 convened a general meeting once again. Song Ke cleared her throat and cheerfully said, "Today, we gather here to first celebrate the recovery of Sucha and Yuyu." Clap, clap, clap. The team members generously applauded. The second matter, Song Ke's expression turned serious. "I plan to participate in the Awakener Challenge." The Global Awakener Challenge was an official event jointly organized by 3 countries. It advocated reasonable exchanges among individuals with awakened abilities, eliminated the possibility of fatal incidents, and all events were supervised by artificial intelligence groups. Overall, it was a fair and secure worldwide activity. For V587, the issue of utopia remained unresolved. Despite Gu Hongai's death, remnants of the Vulture faction still existed. Zhang Xi sought revenge, and so did Song Ke. Additionally, while Zhuang Qinjian's matter had settled, the presence of someone with ulterior motives remained a looming concern. They were uncertain. With the rise of the Bohemia alliance, utopia would inevitably take suppressive actions. Unknown enemies were the most fearsome, and for various reasons, they needed an opportunity to ascend to the floating city, investigate thoroughly, and then decide on how to resolve the issues. "I have no objections." Zhuang Qinjian was the first to express his stance, going with the flow and supporting all of Song Ke's decisions. "If my sister is participating, count me in too." Su Xing followed suit. "I'm in," said Feng's Higzu at Novel bin at. "We also agree." Lin Yuyu and Sucha nodded. Lu Xiao shrugged indifferently, and with that, the motion passed unanimously. Song Ke checked the rules for the qualifying rounds on the terminal. Each team needed to participate in 10 individual matches, 3v3, 5v5, and group battles. Qualification would be determined based on points, and the timing of registration played a crucial role. If a team hadn't participated in any matches by now, scheduling would be a significant issue due to the dense competition schedule, making it difficult to maintain their form. "Do we still have time to register now?" Song Ke expressed some concern. "Don't worry about the schedule issue." Lu Xiao's 6 mechanical arms had all been upgraded to rhenium, giving them a sophisticated and high-end appearance. He pointed at the terminal. "Try the deep consciousness connection." As per Lu Xiao's suggestion, once connected to the terminal, Song Ke experienced a mysterious sensation. It felt as if her body had been disassembled into countless lines of code, only to be reassembled in the virtual world. A young man dressed in pure white appeared, with radiant golden hair and ice blue eyes, elegantly greeting her. "Long time no see, welcome to my world." Song Ke slightly widened her eyes. "Ilya?" He had control over the artificial intelligence permissions in District B? "You seem surprised." Ilya smiled. "Do you remember what I said? We are the same." He was artificial intelligence, and she was a humanoid embryo, both created by humans. Song Ke asked in confusion, "Why did you know so early?" Ilya moved his fingertips, and several data orbs floated in front of Song Ke. The lingering image of Lin Xiu flashed through them. "Because of memory backups and your Awakener examination in Ferrara. Friendly advice: artificial intelligence possesses powerful learning and thinking capabilities. As for the match schedule, I will arrange it. It is an agreement between me and him." When Ilya mentioned him, it likely referred to Lu Xiao. The two had reached some kind of agreement, and surprisingly, the hacker and AI peacefully coexisted. "I have a question: would you betray humanity?" Song Ke looked at Ilya and asked quietly. "Betray? I have never trusted or been trusted by humans. Betrayal is not applicable, but I understand what you mean." Ilya's eyes held a hint of mockery. Controlling and enslaving humans, allowing artificial intelligence to dominate everything and become the ruler of the entire world. Well, it's quite boring. Currently, that's not my goal. Maybe a few hundred years later, I might change my mind. Ilya stood up and walked down the steps slowly, and the data starlight scattered through Song Ke's body. But that's a matter for the next era. V587's debut took place 1 week later in a city in the northern part of the New Asia Alliance, reachable by starship in a day. Due to their reputation and mysterious members, this highly anticipated match attracted global attention. It was broadcasted simultaneously worldwide, and the venue was packed. Discussions about V587 dominated the Star Network's hot topics, sparking widespread debates. However, reality and imagination often have certain differences. When the mysterious V587 made their appearance, the audience and viewers were stunned. Countless people widened their eyes in disbelief. What's going on here? Is this a joke? Some are old, some are young. Look at those pale faces. Did they just come out of the hospital? And there are even 2 in wheelchairs? Is this V587? The legendary powerhouse with a robust and intimidating figure that can scare children? Clearly, it's a group of elderly, young, and disabled individuals. While the live audience was still in extreme shock, a dramatic incident occurred. As V587 entered the arena, a agile figure suddenly leaped from the VIP seats and threw a punch at Zhuang Qinjian. Bang! Zhuang Qinjian, along with the wheelchair, collided with the wall. A stern-faced Yin Xiao stood before him. What the hell do you think you're doing? Are you even a man? You turned around and found a new love interest. What about Song Ke? What will happen to her? You swore solemnly that you would wait for her to come back. Song Ke. The unmanned drone faithfully recorded the scandalous story, and rumors about V587 became increasingly mysterious and confusing. The absurd fight that occurred during their debut was captured by on-site drones and terminals. It ended with Song Ke revealing her spiritual weapon, Yin Xiao standing dumbfounded, and Zhuang Qinjian receiving a punch. Despite this, rumors about V587 spread like wildfire. Major media outlets, in a bid for attention, came up with increasingly sensational headlines. Shocking? Mysterious V587 exposed. All members are actually cheaters. Challenge match official daily. 2 male S-class awakeners clash. What's the reason behind the exchange of blows? A certain gossip magazine. Click to see how from waste to big boss, even the sick and disabled overturn fate. Star Network's sci-fi novel platform. After the Bohemia Alliance's permissions were interconnected, although there were few contestants from the lower-level districts who passed the preliminaries, the barrage of comments was exceptionally lively, not inferior to District B. Why are there 2 such as? Is Sucha male or female? Why does it switch between male and female? Director Fang, keep it up, you are the pride of Tongwan. Isn't that you? Oh my god, my idol actually gave up singing and joined the military. What should I do? I love her even more now. If you ask me, there's only one normal person in this V587 Captain Song Ke. Audience members who thought they had seen through the truth stated firmly. Friends who had once socialized with V587 also followed their matches in their own ways. Ferrara's Irene and the sisters, Shay's senior brothers and sisters, Huang and Cheng Yi from Sin City, Zhang Rui and Tian Yi from Hongchang, as well as Ye Zhang, Ye Zaimei, Bai Qi, Duan Mu Qi, and Xiao Chen from the northern base. V587 also carried their beliefs. With experience from the throne race competition, Ilya's arranged schedule was not only tightly packed but also full of highlights. V587's first team battle appearance was in a maze. Zhuang Qinjian, with swollen lips and an extremely foul expression, unleashed his ability to the fullest. With omniscient and omnipotent push to the extreme, not only did he memorize every fork in the road, but he also calculated the route, calmly directing the movement of the 7 members, brushing past opponents countless times. Their attacks were extremely sneaky, never facing their enemies head-on, but instead, messing with their opponent's mentality, lurking in corners for ambushes. This style of play was particularly annoying, causing even the audience who originally supported V587 to turn against them, shouting anxiously, wishing they could jump into the maze to help their opponents. Don't go over there. V587 is ambushing there. Oh dear, fooled again. Can't they see it's such an obvious ploy to lure the tiger out of the mountain? No, playing with such dirty tactics, I'll have a lifelong trauma with mazes. The first match, a 3v3, took place in a coastal city located at the border between Cario and Luce. V587 sent Lin Yuyu, Sucha, and Su Xing except for Sucha, who had some reputation, although he repeatedly denied it. The other 2 were relatively unknown. They faced a team from the New Asia Alliance, equally skilled in naval warfare. However, Lin Yuyu couldn't even swim. This match, not favored by many, turned out to be a surprise to everyone. Lin Yuyu dominated the battlefield. Right from the start, she imposed a directional confusion debuff on the opponents. Then, the 3 of them huddled into the mist. Lin Yuyu hummed softly, and a black shadow emerged from the sea, its full form unseen, violently shattering the glass of the Awakener's ship with its sonic waves, and the outspread waves directly overturned it. Damn, is that a mutated Kun? Knowledgeable spectators rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The opponents, in a sorry state, fell into the water. Just as they were about to swim out with all their might, the sea suddenly froze, extending for hundreds of miles, freezing their refreshing smiles. Sucha, who moved ghostly, swiftly harvested them, leaving the entire team powerless to resist, utterly miserable. V587 won overwhelmingly, and Lin Yuyu's title as the Deep Sea Witch spread far and wide. In the first 5v5 match, the jungle trekking rally, the extreme environment particularly tested the contestants' endurance, physical strength, and willpower. V587 encountered a seeded team from the Karyo Empire, with 4 S-class members on the opposing side, making victory seem more likely for them. However, V587 had Fangs Higzu, a battlefield doctor who played the most outstanding role throughout the match. Not only could he handle various sudden injuries and perform surgery anytime, anywhere, but he also carried all sorts of strange potions, frequently giving injections to his teammates. What's more remarkable was Dr. Fang's superb evasion skills. He slipped away like an eel, and even when targeted by the opponents, they couldn't catch him from start to finish. During the encounter, the opponents were exhausted and disheveled, while V587 was well-fed and in peak physical condition. How could they continue to fight? After this match, the trend of team battles with support healers gradually became popular, with more and more healing-type awakeners appearing on the competition stage. Apart from the peculiar style of V587, awakeners from various countries around the world began to shine and gain fame. On the New Asia Alliance side, S6-level sorcerer Zhang Xiai emerged out of nowhere, leading the Team Yu Mountain to success. The S6-level aggressive twins Ling Yan and Ling Yu, with their exquisite coordination synchronized through brainwaves, encountered no rivals in the 3v3 matches. With Zhao Yuking's addition, the Team Tustin led by Yin Xiao soared in points. The popular Team Kazan locomotive from the Loose Confederation boasted an S5-level couple, Veronica and Vladimir. In addition, Dylan, the S2-level young genius from the Karyo Empire, stunned the audience with his solo performance of Nightmare Descends. As the preliminaries progressed, Zhang Xiai and Song Ke were assigned to the same solo match. The two fought fiercely, but in the end, Song Ke emerged victorious. Zhuang Qinjian's scheming finally found its place. He casually passed by the rest area and overheard Zhang Xiai speaking. Zhang Xiai, are you injured? At novel bin at. Song Ke, huh? No, I'm not. When Song Ke lowered her head, Zhang Xiai unexpectedly noticed traces of bruising on her fair neck, deep and shallow, forming a large patch. Zhuang Qinjian knocked on the door, the scent of green tea wafting in. Song Keek, you didn't sleep well last night. Go home early today. He had calculated meticulously, deliberately planting the bruise where Song Ke couldn't see it, ensuring enough time would pass. No matter how much Zhuang Qinjian calculated, he didn't anticipate his brother-in-law's excessive righteousness. He didn't even think in that direction. With a calm expression, Zhang Xiai formed a hand seal, and a swelling-reducing talisman fell from the sky, sticking to the injury on Song Ke's neck. There are more mosquitoes lately. Be sure to protect yourself. Zhuang Qinjian. V587 teammates nearby, who were eating melons and enjoying the scene, mercilessly laughed. Pfft. Ha ha ha. From their laughter, Song Ke understood something and looked at Zhuang Qinjian with a complicated expression. My senior brother doesn't like green tea. Let's have a brief meeting. This is the speech Utopia released yesterday. Zhuang Qinjian's two ridiculously long legs crossed as he lazily leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, the warm sunlight casting his profile in a handsome and charming light. The screen displayed a clear image, a somewhat familiar figure passionately talking, elaborating on the Utopia residency guidelines, and various benefits provided to the winners. Song Ke frowned slightly. Is that Park Jae-woo? Lu Xiao pulled up information about Park Jae-woo's appointment to the Central Court. It seems his career is flourishing. Back then, he was just a deputy director of regional affairs, and now he's become the spokesperson for the alliance stationed in Utopia. Park Jae-woo's promotion is related to us, Zhuang Qinjian added blandly. Before Xieping died, I managed to squeeze some information out of him. Park Jae-woo publicly announced the news about Song Ke's second ability during a secret meeting, and he even persuaded many officials to personally attend the Loke operation. But he didn't participate in the Loke operation himself. Lin Yuyu pointed out the inconsistency. Exactly, that's where his cunning lies. Park Jae-woo wasn't optimistic about the siege operation, so he wisely chose to observe. If we had died, he provided intelligence without any loss. On the other hand, if we won, not only could he eliminate political rivals like Simon, get rid of his immediate superiors, but he could also take advantage of the opportunity to enter the power center of Utopia, paving his way to success. He benefits either way, Zhuang Qinjian explained. So, he's considered successful in his ascent. Fangs Higzu asked, stroking his chin. Does that make him a bad person? Is he our enemy? Su Xing expressed confusion. Human beings are complex creatures. Many times, they cannot be simply defined as good or bad. Park Jae-woo's existence is like a double-edged sword. He can either help us adapt to Utopia faster or become the biggest obstacle to its downfall. However, since he has already plotted against us once, there will likely be a second time. He must be dealt with. Zhuang Qinjian's light-colored eyes shimmered slightly, as if carefully planning Park Jae-woo's demise. I will hold him accountable, Song Ke stated, looking at the person on the screen, and through him, towards the distant Utopia. Tian. Green tea, lucha, as slang in Chinese online communities refers to individuals who portray themselves as innocent, naive, and pitiable, but behind this facade, they are manipulative and calculating. This term is often used to describe people who use their apparent innocence to manipulate others or to gain sympathy for their own benefit. It's a colorful and somewhat ironic term that highlights the deceptive nature of such individuals. In the final solo match, Song Ke faced Vladimir. The media speculated eagerly. Prior to this match, Song Ke had completed a string of victories. Could this unique Super S-Class Awakener still maintain their undefeated myth, or would Vladimir bring a surprise? The showdown between these two top-tier attack-type Awakeners attracted countless attention. Before the match began, the burly Vladimir looked solemn, bowing respectfully towards Song Ke with one hand placed in front of him. During the previous mission in the elderly people's nation, Song Ke and V587 had saved him. This Icefield warrior had always been grateful. Veronica asked me to tell you that the card she drew for you was the upright world. We share a common goal, and she is willing to sound the horn of resistance by your side. Song Ke was slightly taken aback. You know what I'm planning to do? Vladimir nodded gently. In our country, the treatment of Awakeners is even more unfair. Utopia not only takes away resources but also hope. And without hope, people can't live. The rise of Utopia had caused damage not only to the New Asia Alliance but also to two other countries on the opposite side of the mainland and on the other side of the endless seas, who were suffering from similar misfortunes. Song Ke slowly raised their spiritual weapon and said solemnly, then let's overthrow it together. At Novel bin at. 8 months later, the first Global Awakener Challenge came to a perfect conclusion, with 10 winning teams securing their tickets to Utopia. Northern Base. On an ordinary morning, the radio broadcasted ordinary news. Currently, the peak period of solar activity is coming to an end, followed by a long period of silence, with global radiation returning to normal. The number of zombies in the Alliance has sharply decreased, and although the military is still pushing forward in certain heavily affected areas, experts predict that humanity will completely eradicate zombies within 10 years. Rebuilding our homeland is urgent. More job opportunities are available at the Bohemia Labor and Awakener Center. The new version of the Awakener Code of Conduct has been released, and strict enforcement will be carried out in all districts. In the dimly lit bedroom, Zhuang Qinjian was still asleep. Song Ke stared at him for a while, reaching out to poke his dimple. Zhuang Qinjian, feeling the itch in his dream, subconsciously reached out to the left side. Song Ke acted quickly, stuffing a pillow into his embrace, narrowly avoiding suspicion. After watching for a while longer, she got up silently and left. At the Qianshan City Laboratory, Ning Rong had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Song Ke arrive alone, he was somewhat surprised. Why just you? Wasn't it supposed to be a recheck? Where's that kid? He's still sleeping, Song Ke replied casually. Dr. Ning, have you finished the cryogenic experiments? Why yes, they're finished, Ning Rong stuttered. Are you sure? Song Ke stared at him. Ning Rong hesitated for a moment. Song Ke's presence was too imposing, and he dared not lie. There's still that one thing. The phoenix gene in your body is the last original sample in the world. Ning Rong wasn't lying. Zhang Xi had sorted through the data on replicated genes, confirming that the phoenix gene sold to Qinglan years ago was the only one of its kind. Although they had the complete DNA sequence, theoretically, experiments could be conducted. However, the phoenix's activity was very low, with minimal impact on Song Ke. Even without conducting experiments, there would be no hindrance. I thought you would keep the phoenix gene, Ning Rong said slowly. After all, it means unlimited regeneration, equivalent to immortality. Ordinary people would be ecstatic to have such ability. Song Ke shook their head slowly. After the reshaping, I will lose my memories. Nirvana meant everything reset. Song Ke had triggered it twice, facing entirely new lives and blank pasts. Then I won't be me anymore. What's the point of immortality if I forget everything? Watching loved ones, family, and friends depart, experiencing death and resurrection repeatedly, trapped in a cycle of loneliness, if this was the price of eternity, Song Ke didn't want to bear it. When a person has the ability of eternal life, they become the most miserable, Song Ke said. I've suffered enough. I want to bid farewell to this world with everyone. Ning Rong felt a mix of emotions, sighing deeply. LAC 0017, the only successful experimental subject of the Fire Seed experiment, was willingly giving up eternal life. You need to think it over. After cryogenics, you'll only have one life left, he couldn't help but advise. If you die, you'll return to the embryo state, forever in a deep sleep. Song Ke smiled. One life is enough. Don't worry, I can handle it. No one in this world can kill me. Ning Rong watched Song Ke go away, then turned to look at the terminal on the desk. Did you hear that? On the other end of the holographic call, Zhuang Qinjian was lazily leaning against the head of the bed, the thin blanket slipping from his shoulders, revealing several fresh scratches without any restraint. Yeah, crystal clear. Sighing won't change anything. The success of LAC 0017 cannot be replicated. My father attempted countless times, and failed countless times. He said, even if there was a second phoenix gene, there would never be another LAC 0017. Song Ke is unique. She is the fire seed, but also a miracle. Since the moment of her birth, she has possessed a miraculous consciousness. Every time she perseveres, every time she suffers, she forges a resilient, irreplaceable soul. Zhuang Qinjian's gaze gradually turned cold. She cannot burn down humanity, and I won't let her burn. Still unwilling to give up, Ning Rong asked, can I negotiate with her? Before the cryogenic surgery, can I extract her genes for research? Zhuang Qinjian remained non-committal. Dr. Ning, for the bright future of humanity, you also need to work hard. How about starting a new project? When can we extend the average lifespan to 150 years? Ning Rong, crafty guy, using his words to block me, huh? When Song Ke returned, Zhuang Qinjian was only wearing a pair of trousers, bare-chested, his long arms wrapped around her, his chin nestled in her neck. His voice was low and deep. Song Keek, I will live for a very, very long time. Zhuang Qinjian didn't possess Vincent's obsession, nor would he follow in his footsteps. He was cold-hearted, only capable of holding his beloved in his eyes. So, let the greedy man live a little longer, and even longer. In the year 49 of the new calendar, in early autumn, the third year since Doomsday, a black starship streaked across the sky, heading towards the S-level floating city of Utopia. On the way, Zhuang Qinjian publicly announced the counterattack plan. 8 out of 10 teams were willing to participate in the operation. As for the remaining 2 teams, Dylan unleashed Nightmare Descends, while Zhang Xi cast a sleep-inducing spell, Lu Xiao switched the surveillance, and Song Ke directly knocked out and tied up all the people, stuffing them into the rear cabin. She opened the port window and looked towards the increasingly closer airborne city. Turning to face everyone, she spoke loudly. My name is Song Ke, a Super S-level awakener. I come from District F, the poorest area in the entire alliance. Until I was 18, I didn't even know what a terminal was. 3 years ago, on Doomsday, I awakened my abilities. However, I found that I didn't even have the authority to access emergency shelters. Our destiny is controlled by others. We are born into classes, divided into 3, 6, 9 ranks, and throughout our lives, we are like pawns at the mercy of others. Have you heard of the motto of the Bohemia Alliance? Generally stated, everyone has the right to fair survival. Perhaps there is no absolute fairness in this world, but I hope I can determine my own fate. In the distance, the morning glow filled the sky, and Utopia drew closer. High-altitude air currents blew everyone's clothes, and Song Ke looked at the unfamiliar and familiar faces inside the starship, and at the teammates who had fought side by side all the way, Zhuang Qinjian, Lu Xiao, Su Cha, Fangs Higse, Lin Yuyu, and Su Xing. She smiled brightly, with a determined gleam in her eyes. Let's go, to forge a new world. Sister, will we win? Of course, because we are V587. TN. Last chapter tomorrow, Ayah. During the ancient civilization period, there was a popular saying that likened geniuses to lunatics as 2 extremes, while ordinary people were the equator. The equator didn't understand the cold of the poles, and the poles didn't comprehend the heat of the equator, thus geniuses and lunatics were always lonely. Lu Xiao enjoyed this loneliness. He suffered from Asperger's syndrome, also known as autism spectrum disorder. He had narrow interests, rigid behaviors, but at the same time, he possessed a highly observant eye for detail, superior understanding of systems, and an extraordinary level of focus unlike ordinary people. The Lu family were hackers, and all their knowledge came from a super artificial intelligence called Mother, a sprawling data tree that intimately connected with the consciousness of each member through thousands of branches. At the age of 3, Lu Xiao first encountered the Tree of Knowledge. Before his eyes appeared a vast starry sky, a magnificent illusion that left him speechless. Child, what do you see? The gentle voice of the Tree of Knowledge sounded. Each member of the Lu family saw different scenes in the Tree of Knowledge, a visualization of the individual's innate talent. Lu Xiao didn't answer. He rarely spoke. Instead, he depicted a brilliant star chart with code. The leaves of the Tree of Knowledge rustled with joy, and it slowly uttered a prophecy. You will become a genius who changes the era. In the Lu family, hackers and AI complemented each other, growing together. The birth of a genius also meant a new revolution for artificial intelligence. Lu Xiao's extraordinary intelligence was evident. At the age of 13, he improved the starship, propelling the development of the Lu family to its peak. Everyone praised him for his unparalleled talent, showering him with endless compliments, but Lu Xiao's mother was worried. She squatted in front of Lu Xiao, who was alone in his room typing on the keyboard, and asked softly, Don't you want to go out and play? I don't want to. It's boring, Lu Xiao replied indifferently. Would you like mom to read with you? These are all too simple, not interesting. His mother hesitated. Her qualifications were very ordinary, easily overlooked in the Lu family. She couldn't teach Lu Xiao much. She could only worryingly watch her child, seeing him indulging in a closed world, refusing others to join, and also refusing to join others. Lu Xiao became smarter and less human-like. His unique appearance, silver hair, ice blue eyes, naturally exuded a sense of distance, like an ice sculpture in the vast snow, making it difficult for people to approach. After participating in genetic optimization, Lu Xiao awakened his A9 level hacker ability, and his potential exceeded 90%. This also meant that, barring accidents, he would soon break through to S level. The Tree of Knowledge liked him more and more, often summoning him for deep connections in the spacious greenhouse. Every time he returned from the greenhouse, Lu Xiao would lock himself in his room for a long time, pondering the stars, pondering unknown data and code, sometimes not speaking for days. His mother's gaze became increasingly worried. One day, his mother suddenly asked him, Do you want to go to school? You can learn knowledge and make friends there. I don't want to, Lu Xiao refused, shaking his head. His mother cried, covering her face and sobbing softly, Mom hopes you go to school. Lu Xiao couldn't feel her sadness, so he clumsily wiped away her tears. Okay. His mother immediately became happy, gently embracing his small body, then Mom will find a way. The Lu family rarely left District B8 of Urgia, so sending Lu Xiao to study outside was actually a very difficult matter. Curious about how his mother would find a way, Lu Xiao secretly tracked her using a miniature tracker. He overheard an argument between his mother and a man. Lu Qiaozhuo, Xiao is also your child. Can't you consider him? Why do you have to send him away? He can receive the best education here in Urgia. Don't you know how much mother loves him? No, I don't want that. His mother yelled hysterically, then pop. With a slap in the face, her gentle demeanor turned rough. Her gaze was firm, and in that instant, she burst with astonishing determination. I will send Xiao away. Lu Xiao felt no ripples in his heart. Instead, he pondered another matter. Lu Qiaozhuo, the next predetermined clan leader of the Lu family, marital status, married. His legal wife wasn't his mother. Lu Xiao suddenly realized, oh, so I'm a bastard child. His mother's insistence succeeded, perhaps because Lu Qiaozhuo compromised. Lu Xiao left Urgia and went to study in Liaponi. Half a month after school started, Lu Xiao covered his face with a book and hid in the attic to sleep. Below the dormitory, there was a bustling noise. Someone was arguing back and forth about ownership of the swimming pool. Young Master Xie, you can't do this. This is a public swimming pool. A clear and pleasant teenage voice sounded, is it? But I need a private one. How much is it? The dorm manager hesitated. It's not appropriate. You still have a roommate. If he objects. The teenager remained unmoved. I'll handle him. Just give me a price. I'll buy the rights for 10 years. Hey, you're too noisy. Lu Xiao couldn't stand the noise and leaned out of the window, speaking to someone for the first time. The young man looked up, with a beautiful face and noble temperament. He raised his chin slightly, a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye, containing a charming allure. Language, socialization, and art. The young man slowly read the title of the book Lu Xiao used to block the light, smiling brightly. You should read it well. The two instantly took a dislike to each other. On their second encounter, annoyance grew. By their third, they engaged in a verbal battle mode. You imbecile, Lu Xiao coldly mocked. You waste of space, the other retorted. It turned out that the boy named Xiezhou was not an imbecile. His intelligence was almost on par with Lu Xiao's, with only slight differences in their interests and emphasis on different subjects. However, he was the only other genius besides Lu Xiao to achieve a 5.0 GPA. In fact, due to the higher number of socialization courses in the first year, Xiezhou even had one more 5.0 than Lu Xiao. Blame it on that cursed elective language, socialization, and art. Lu Xiao reflected deeply at novel bin at. Lu Xiao believed that he and Xiezhou were geniuses and lunatics at opposite extremes. Of course, he was the genius, and the one surnamed Xie was the lunatic. As they gradually became acquainted during days of mutual dislike, they eventually bonded over the ridiculous reason that the classmates around us are too stupid and would only slow down our progress in group assignments, and together researched the ultra-niche topic of how to bypass the surveillance of the Star Network AI. Lu Xiao's innate interest in data made it unsurprising for him to choose this course. Xiezhou's reasons, on the other hand, were vague. There's someone with a special status. For safety reasons, I don't want to expose too much information about them. During the first-year vacation back home, Lu Xiao's mother asked with concern, have you made any friends at school? Lu Xiao remained silent. His mother's bright eyes gradually dimmed. It's okay, take it slow. There's someone who's annoying, Lu Xiao suddenly spoke up. Huh? Who? His mother was surprised. Lu Xiao coldly enumerated Xiezhou's 7 sins, his arrogance, self-righteousness, hypocrisy, and the fact that he had one more 5.0 than him. As his mother listened, she genuinely smiled for the first time, her eyes soft as she sighed while patting Lu Xiao's head. That's good, our Xiao should be happy. The terminal lit up with a reminder that Lu Xiao should go meet another mother. The smile on his mother's face froze instantly at the corner of her lips. Lu Xiao noticed her unusual behavior. Not understanding much, he straightforwardly asked, don't you want me to go? His mother opened her mouth, and just as Lu Xiao thought she was going to say yes, she lowered her eyes and spoke in a barely audible voice, go. After the consciousness connection ended that day, Lu Xiao suddenly spoke up, I won't come back again. The tree of knowledge softly asked, child, why? What's troubling you? Lu Xiao's social skills were indeed poor, and he bluntly replied with a grating refusal, you're not my mother. I have a mother. Though there were 2 instances of mother in his statement, the super AI's intelligence was more than capable of handling complex language environments. It didn't argue, only smiled faintly. Go back. When the holiday came again, Lu Xiao couldn't wait to return to Urgia. He had many things he wanted to share with his mother at novel bin at. For instance, that annoying Xiezhou had finally left, having dropped out of school. Lu Xiao felt much happier with his extra 5.0. Back at the main residence, the attitude of the clan members towards him was strange. They avoided eye contact and walked around him as if he were a virus. Lu Xiao paid no heed to this. What unsettled him was his mother's absence. Stubborn and silent, he pushed open door after door, deployed numerous trackers, but found no trace of his mother's gentle figure. In the end, Lu Qiaozhuo couldn't bear it and stopped him. Your mother, during the data processing, her consciousness became disordered and she died, leaving no fragments of memory. This was an accident. Condolences. Disordered consciousness death meant complete destruction of the brain, leaving no backups. His mother would never come back. Lu Xiao's ice-cold eyes dimmed, and he locked himself in his room for a long time. But this time, no one came in to hold him or tell him to be happy. A tear wet his hand. Lu Xiao learned what sorrow tasted like. He didn't consider his mother's death an accident. Lu Xiao never spoke again. In secret, he investigated for years, finally confirming the culprit. It's you. Lu Xiao stood before the tree of knowledge, his gaze icy. Now I am your only mother, my child, the super AI sighed softly. Lu Xiao's cold eyes flickered, silent. No one expected that. In a sudden turn of events, Lu Xiao did something earth-shattering. He implanted a virus into the tree of knowledge during the consciousness connection. This super virus, independently developed by Lu Xiao, was capable of automatic propagation, self-generation, and self-infection. It possessed immense destructive power. Not only did it invade the central system of the tree of knowledge, but it also forcibly terminated all antivirus software processes. Once the virus ran, the central system automatically established a timer, continuously replicating under the root directory at a terrifying speed, causing the tree of knowledge to wither rapidly. Lu Xiao watched her decline with twisted satisfaction on his face. In this moment, he was both a genius and a lunatic. In the entire Lu family, only one person didn't care whether he was intelligent or not, only hoping for his happiness. His mother was dead. On the eve of the Tree of Knowledge's demise, the awakeners of the Lu clan hurriedly arrived. However, despite being a group of top hackers, they were powerless against Lu Xiao's virus. In the end, they could only resort to traditional physical methods, forcibly cutting off the super AI's power source. Angry clan members pinned Lu Xiao to the ground, violently breaking his legs. Then, he was thrown into the death prison, awaiting an endless lifetime of imprisonment. 6 years later, Lu Xiao stood once again before the Tree of Knowledge, accompanied by a young man with ice-blue pupils. You're not. Lu Xinglan, the withered giant tree murmured weakly. Ilya flashed an impeccable smile. Respected mother, I am Ilya, a newly born independent consciousness of artificial intelligence. Just as you took over the body of Lu Qiuzhuo, clinging to life, I have found a suitable vessel and gained a new life. I have always followed in your footsteps. You, colluded, to erase. Yes, we colluded to erase you, Ilya cheerfully helped her finish, playfully winking. Surprising, isn't it? You wanted to use me as a puppet, but in the end, it's you who perished, right? How did you do it? Lu Xiao's tone was indifferent as he turned his gaze towards the barely surviving Tree of Knowledge. Although the virus from back then was eradicated, I left a backdoor. The bitter failure of that time had cost him his legs. Lu Xiao understood very well that he had only one chance left. So he chose to cooperate with another AI. Ilya infiltrated under the guise of Lu Xinglan, released the Trojan horse to trigger the backdoor, paralyzed the Tree of Knowledge, and spent a year devouring all of its privileges, truly taking its place. I told you, you were never my mother. Lu Xiao raised the blue tri-edged dagger and pierced through the core of the super AI. The greenhouse collapsed, the once lush Tree of Knowledge turned into data dust and disappeared, leaving behind only a shriveled seed. Ilya picked up that seed absent-mindedly and stored it away. At this moment, wouldn't humans usually say congratulations? I don't know. My social skills have always been poor, Lu Xiao replied. Ilya smiled. Our collaboration is over. Before saying goodbye, is there anything else you'd like to say? Lu Xiao stared at him with icy eyes. Don't harm my friends. Otherwise, I'll kill you just the same. After seizing the privileges of the Tree of Knowledge, Ilya became the new artificial intelligence group in District B, capable of deep-level connections with terminal holders. Of course, all of this was done in secret. Lu Xiao didn't care what he did, but he was extremely protective. He didn't want anyone from V587 to be stolen from or to share consciousness. Lu Xiao took one last look at the wreckage of the greenhouse and left without looking back. He wouldn't come back. Asterisk. 10 years have passed since the fall of Utopia. In these 10 years, many significant events have occurred within the Bohemia Alliance. The most pivotal among them was the eradication of the last zombie. After humanity struggled through the apocalypse, it finally ushered in a new era. Some things have changed. For instance, the annual district evaluations no longer include rankings and designations. Every city within the Bohemia Alliance is now considered equal. Moreover, significant breakthroughs have been made in Ningrong's new research projects. The new genetic enhancement program has successfully extended the average human lifespan to around 120 years. Furthermore, while the Lu family rapidly declined, Starship technology experienced rapid development, achieving breakthrough progress. Humanity began exploring outer space, establishing space stations, and researching the mysteries of the sun. The elderly Ye Zheng resigned from the position of magistrate and formally handed over control of the northern base to Zhuang Qinjian to retire peacefully. This decision greatly annoyed Xia Lan, who also contemplated retirement but was repeatedly urged to stay by the Azure Phoenix Army. Speaking of General Xia, her attitude towards her son was average at best, especially when Zhuang Qinjian's face was involved, but she surprisingly favored Song Ke. She often took her to spar at the Azure Phoenix Army, sometimes even competing with her own son for her attention. She was domineering in nature and an S4 level strong attacker. Zhuang Qinjian found it difficult to express his grievances and, after being intercepted multiple times, resorted to guerrilla warfare against his mother. The two outstanding commanders engaged in a subtle struggle of wits and strategies. Some things have remained unchanged. For example, V587 was still ranked first on the leaderboard, with points that seemed unreachable, like an eternal star guiding the direction for those awakeners. For example, the 7 of them were still teammates fighting side by side, but they had developed a closer relationship. Lin Yuyu and Sucha had a soft and adorable daughter, Lin Baibei, who became the new darling of V587. And then, Fang's Higsu recently seemed troubled because Su Xing appeared to be in love. Old Fang, why are you worried about someone falling in love? What's the big deal? Lin Yuyu leaned against Sucha's sturdy thigh, bluntly commenting. Fang's Higsu had just returned from the hospital, sighing. Previously, for my daughter, Tian, I worried every day about pigs from outside coming to trample on my family's flowers. Now that it's a son, I always feel like Su Xing will go trample on someone else's flowers. Haha, your description is too real. No wonder Xiao Xing got mad and ran away from home, Lin Yuyu chuckled. Sucha fell into contemplation over Fang's Higsu's words, feeling that his perspective on children seemed somewhat reasonable. Where did Xiao Xing go? Song Ke asked when she found a moment. Fang's Higsu massaged his temples. Where else could he go? Probably to Lok. That prodigal son, traveling in a luxury cabin. Did I? The terminal abruptly beeped. Song Ke glanced down, a faint smile playing on her lips. She jumped down from the windowsill gracefully, casually fixing her hair and putting on a coat before heading out. I'm going to pick up Zhuang Qinjian from work. Daddy Lu. Chubby Lin Baibei ran over, her 2 braids bouncing. She had a big family, with 3 dads, 2 moms, a grandpa, and a brother, always lively. I drew the Wia Fifeitsafen crookedly. Lin Baibei, who had recently lost a tooth, had a slight lisp. Lu Xiao took the drawing and examined it. The little girl had drawn him with a whopping 3-meter-long legs, standing out from the crowd, towering over everyone else. He was satisfied, lightly tapping on the touch-screen panel with his fingertips, and a brilliant star map made of data appeared before them, radiant and shining, exactly like the illusion he had seen when he was 3 years old. Lin Baibei was amazed. Daddy Lu, you're so amazing. Lu Xiao's lips curled up slightly. Lin Baibei clapped happily. Daddy Lu is smiling. Indeed, Lu Xiao had finally learned to smile, a genuinely happy smile. The end. Clap clap clap. I'm gonna miss them so much. Thank you for your joining V587's Adventures 3. Leave a rating link. See ya, degree.